Chapter 1. The Sudden Shower of Light. Forgive me, but everyone else is wearing one except for you. Just as Gu Qinghan climbed off his desk, he overheard an explosive conversation from a nearby couple. He perked up his ears and quickly grasped that once again, an unsuspecting man had put on the green hat meticulously crafted by his girlfriend. Gu Qinghan felt a hint of disinterest. He had heard too many tales like this and had long lost the sense of novelty and astonishment that accompanied the first time he had heard such gossip. As a modern-day university student, these occurrences had become all too commonplace. When will this dull life come to an end? With a bored glance at the blackboard, he noticed their professor explaining a particularly challenging problem to the students below. As an orphan, Gu Qinghan had not succumbed to despair or degradation. On the contrary, his life was quite fulfilling. His academic performance was exceptional, allowing him to secure the highest scholarships available. Moreover, he often tutored the children of wealthy families, earning an income that even surpassed that of his peers. It seemed that ever since witnessing his parents perish in a car accident, his mind had been triggered into a different state. His memory was extraordinary, and he could draw connections effortlessly. Such a life had grown somewhat mundane for him, too simplistic. He stared at the problem that had been explained multiple times, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. So tired, so bored. Suddenly, it felt as if the entire world had paused for an instant. In the next moment, reality resumed, but everyone was taken aback. What just happened? Gu Qinghan shook off the sleepiness entirely and sat up straight, surveying his surroundings. He found that everyone else was looking around in confusion, clearly having felt the same fleeting moment of anxiety. The classroom erupted into chaos, with even the teacher clutching his chest, a look of panic spreading across his face. Something unseen seemed to have changed. Just as the teacher attempted to restore order, someone suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Look, a meteor shower!" Everyone flocked to the windows and beheld glowing orbs slowly descending from the sky. These luminous spheres trailed long tails behind them, falling to the ground like rain, as if blessings were being bestowed from the heavens. Gu Qinghan narrowed his eyes, a spark of interest igniting on his handsome face. This was not a meteor shower, it was a rain of light. The sky was filled with these ethereal droplets, painting the world in a dreamlike spectacle. One girl, seemingly forgetting her previous apprehension, clasped her hands together and wished aloud, "I hope my family remains safe and that I can achieve good grades." Many others echoed her sentiments, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment and share it online. Gu Qinghan found the scene amusing. Such gestures were akin to the superstitions of students who hoped for luck before exams, ultimately serving no real purpose. If they had to serve a purpose at all, perhaps it was just to help those making wishes to accept whatever outcomes may follow with a little more grace. What intrigued him more was why these orbs of light were appearing at all. He sensed a distinct change within himself after the brief moment of heart-pounding unease. Yet he couldn't quite articulate what that change was suddenly that a series of thoughts began swirling in his mind. At that moment, a boy scanning the room suddenly shouted, "Look, the light spots are coming through the ceiling." Gu Qinghan jerked his head up, and indeed, several luminous dots were crashing through the ceiling and cascading downwards. The light flickered as it descended, casting an otherworldly atmosphere over the classroom. In an instant, many students left their seats, screaming and dodging the falling lights. Gu Qinghan, however, remained still, excitement clearly evident in his eyes. He recalled that he was seated on the third floor of the building. The fact that these light points had reached him indicated they must have traversed several layers above. What was this? A supernatural phenomenon that defied scientific explanation. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan did not rush to touch the falling lights. He continued to observe closely. One girl, while attempting to evade the lights, accidentally got pushed aside by her roommate and fell onto the ground. Just then, a light point veered downwards, seeming to twitch like an eel as it burrowed into her body. The girl let out a terrified scream, desperately searching for the spot where the light had entered her, as if she wished to claw it out of herself. However, mere seconds later, she lowered her hands from her head as she realized she was unharmed. "Are you okay? Get up quickly. You should go see the nurse." By now, the teacher, also evading the lights, had made his way to the girl, expressing deep concern. The girl looked frightened but stammered, I think I'm fine, but it seems I've gained some kind of profession. It says I'm a warrior." Saying this, she reached out to grab the teacher's arm for support, inadvertently yanking him down with her. "I didn't mean to." Startled, the girl recoiled, as if shocked by her own actions. But then she quickly realized something. Her strength had increased. The earlier incident was a clear case of her not being able to adapt to her suddenly augmented power, leading to that unfortunate tumble. The male teacher, after swiftly recovering from the floor, looked at her with an odd expression. In that brief moment, he had felt as though he had been grasped by a muscular giant. Yet this girl's figure was so petite and fragile. Among the students, some with sharp minds began moving around, attempting to capture the still falling lights. Gu Qinghan too stood up, though he didn't rush to grab at the lights. Instead, he continued to observe. He noticed that the sizes of the glowing points varied considerably. If those points could bestow extraordinary energy upon people, might it be that larger lights provided even greater energy? The classroom had descended into a frenzy. Even the teacher had realized the situation and began to reach out to touch the lights floating in the air. However, with more students than luminous points, disputes were inevitable. Two boys, standing near the podium, both glanced at a light point hovering above. This particular point descended slowly, yet was the largest they had seen so far. Step aside, I spotted it first. Their gazes clashed fiercely before escalating into a physical altercation. One shy and reserved boy suddenly erupted in flames on his hands. It seemed he felt no heat from the flames, but merely stared at his hands in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what was unfolding before him. Similar occurrences were unfolding throughout the classroom, with those who snagged the glowing points radiating joy, while others looked disheartened, glancing around for something else to snatch. Gu Qinghan sighed softly at the chaotic scene unfolding around him. He still refrained from vying for the lights, as when he had previously glanced outside, he noticed even larger blobs of light still descending. Some people, having absorbed one light point, attempted to grab another, only to watch helplessly as it fell through their bodies and onto the ground. Gu Qinghan took all of this in, intent on finding a sufficiently large light blob for himself. Just as he was about to leave the classroom for outside, he spotted a basketball-sized, glowing orb diving in from the wall. His eyes sharpened instantly, he immediately sprinted toward it. But just as he made his move, a black backpack came flying toward his face. Gu Qinghan caught sight of the bag out of the corner of his eye, but couldn't evade it in time, leading to a painful impact that made him see stars. When he rubbed his sore face and stood up again, he noticed a figure had already reached the glowing orb ahead of him. It was a boy named Li Qingshan, a player on the university basketball team. This guy had a rather poor character. With sportsmanship even more abysmal, was the type who would disregard rules for his own gain. Li Qingshan turned to Gu Qinghan with a smirk that carried a hint of derision, and then extended his hand to grasp the glowing orb. Gu Qinghan touched the sore spot on his forehead, maintaining a neutral face as he quickly spun around to leave the classroom. It wasn't that he begrudged that momentary discomfort, rather. He recognized all too clearly that Li Qingshan could easily overpower him at this moment. He mentally noted this vendetta, and the next opportunity he got, he would make sure Li Qingshan understood just how foolish his actions were today. Chapter 2. Global Games. As Gu Qinghan turned to leave, Li Qingshan called out to him. Gu the genius, are you truly going to walk away without even cursing me? Gu Qinghan flashed a nonchalant smile, as if nothing had transpired, and replied, It's fine. There are plenty of light orbs left. I can simply seek another. However, to his surprise, Li Qingshan dashed forward, closing the distance to Gu Qinghan in an instant. Gu Qinghan's expression subtly shifted. This fellow's speed had indeed increased significantly. Li Qingshan, initially taken aback, examined his own body with delight before fixing a gaze, half smirking, upon Gu Qinghan. You must loathe me now. I refuse to believe you feel indifferent after losing such power. You think too much. We are classmates, after all. There's no animosity here. But a clever person like you, should you acquire powers superior to mine, would undoubtedly seek retribution. That worries me, Li Qingshan remarked, his tone grave. With a mere hand, Li Qingshan effortlessly lifted Gu Qinghan as though he were a mere chick, displaying a remarkable ease. Thus, I cannot allow you to gain powers greater than my own. Li Qingshan sneered, glancing around until he spotted a light orb the size of a ping-pong ball, his smile widening. He carried the pallid-faced Gu Qinghan toward it, lifting him up once more. Above Gu Qinghan, the orb descended slowly. My apologies. I must put you through this. Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness as he gazed at the silent Gu Qinghan, feeling a rush of exhilaration. His academic performance had always been lacking, while Gu Qinghan excelled. What was more, Gu Qinghan maintained an air of indifference, even outperforming him in basketball. Li Qingshan felt envy toward Gu Qinghan, yet could not deny his brilliance. Since the recent upheaval, Li Qingshan had been closely observing Gu Qinghan's every move. He believed that following an intelligent individual was far superior to trailing behind those directionless classmates. Indeed, through cunning strategy, he successfully seized the opportunity that rightfully belonged to Gu Qinghan. He had read tales where offending a clever adversary often ended in annihilation. Were it not for the fear of the repercussions that might follow, Li Qingshan would have felt an impulse to simply snuff out Gu Qinghan's life. As the light orb emerged into Gu Qinghan's body, Li Qingshan set him down. No need to thank me. You can only blame yourself for exerting such pressure on others. With the demeanor of a victor, Li Qingshan released the expressionless Gu Qinghan and returned to his seat without a backward glance. Gu Qinghan remained silent, exiting the classroom with quiet resolve. However, the moment he stepped outside, he swiftly opened his right hand, a light orb slowly materializing above it. The orb floated down like a feather, passing through the ground effortlessly. Gu Qinghan exhaled heavily. In that instant of being seized, he had truly felt despair. Yet, the moment the orb integrated into his being, he received a notification. Frowny face. Do you wish to acquire the basic profession? Archer? He did not make a choice at that moment and only decided to decline as he exited. Gu Qinghan was uncertain if others had the same option, but he understood that he still had a chance. Li Qingshan, just you wait. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qinghan temporarily suppressed his anger. The feeling of having a proverbial duck snatched from his grasp was undeniably distressing. Nevertheless, the myriad challenges he had faced throughout his journey had cultivated an optimism that most could hardly comprehend. He glanced around before turning and sprinting toward the upper floors, hoping to find more opportunities to choose from. Upon reaching the rooftop, he beheld the myriad light orbs continuing to descend, resembling shards of the sun scattered across the sky, falling delicately to the earth. This rooftop was a favored rendezvous for young couples, yet at that moment, he was alone. Each light orb he encountered presented him with a prompt frowny face. Do you wish to acquire the basic profession? Guardian? Do you wish to acquire the rare profession? Shadow Assassin? Among them was even a basketball-sized light orb, containing an epic profession known as the Holy Crusader. Gu Qinghan hesitated, neither immediately accepting nor discarding the orb. He held it in his hand, gazing skyward in search of a superior option. Though he could not fathom why he was not directly acquiring a profession, Gu Qinghan understood the importance of making the most of this opportunity. He waited for several minutes, his neck beginning to ache, until he finally spotted a noticeably larger light orb, at least half a meter in diameter, soaring toward a distant dormitory building. Gu Qinghan sighed softly, contemplating the orb in his hand. He wished to wait a little longer. If it came to it, choosing the profession in his grasp would not be too late. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Frowny face. The global game has commenced. All players, prepare yourselves. Beginner task initiated. Task details. Survive for 12 hours. Reward. Random talent suited to the player's profession. The voice was fleeting, quickly followed by the appearance of fine cracks in the air around him. The nearest fissure hovered not far from him. It yawned open like the maw of a demon, releasing a wave of putrid odor that permeated the AI art. Gu Qinghan squinted, fixated on the emerging crack. As it widened, an arm burst forth. Soon after, another arm followed, then a head, torso, and legs. A figure with crimson eyes and a pallid complexion struggled to crawl out of the rift. However, as it emerged in midair, it plummeted, crashing violently to the ground. Gu Qinghan observed with clarity. This creature was anything but human. Its features bore a striking resemblance to the zombies depicted in films and video games. He swallowed hard, but as he turned, he was startled to find a pitch-black void behind him. Initially fearing it to be another rift, he quickly realized it was a spherical mass, radiating an enigmatic black glow. Gu Qinghan froze for several seconds, paralyzed by fear, when he noticed the orb in his hand writhing violently. In a moment of lost grip, the orb shot downward as if fleeing. Simultaneously, the towering black orb surged toward Gu Qinghan, providing him with no time to react. His expression shifted dramatically as a voice resonated within, delivering a shocking message. Frowny face. Congratulations. You have acquired the special profession. Necromancer. Gu Qinghan's expression morphed. This profession was unlike the others. While he could choose other paths, it seemed that this profession had chosen him. Chapter 3. Necromancer, skeleton minion. Gu Qinghan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the biting cold incessantly gnawing at his essence. This chill was not merely a physical sensation. It emanated from the very depths of his soul, rendering him with the disquieting feeling that his spirit lay entombed at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. Struck dumb, Gu Qinghan could only grit his teeth and endure this frigid embrace until the sensation gradually abated. Once he regained control over his corporeal form, he was astonished to find an interface resembling a game panel before him. Player. Gu Qinghan, Class. Necromancer, Level 1, Combat Power, 5, Skills, Death Whisper Summon, Necromantic Space. Talent, None. He paused momentarily, then swiftly focused his attention on the skills. The panel shimmered, and the descriptions of his abilities materialized. The Death Whisper Summon. Summon your most loyal minion to engage in battle. The minion's attributes are equivalent to the base combat power of the Necromancer. Current maximum summonable quantity, 1. Necromantic Space. A realm that can house your minion. No other beings can survive within. Gu Qinghan opened his mouth in surprise. He possessed 2 skills from the outset, albeit only one was applicable for combat. The ability to summon a minion for battle ensured his safety. At that moment, anguished screams echoed from below, as the suddenly manifested zombies pursued and tore at the panicking humans. Yet, to Gu Qinghan's astonishment, he did not feel any significant enhancement to his physical prowess. Moreover, the game panel did not display specific metrics such as health or mana, only a solitary combat power statistic. As he concentrated on this combat power, a message gradually appeared before him. Combat power is a comprehensive assessment of the unit's various attributes. Battle outcomes may be influenced by a multitude of other factors. Gazing at his meager 5 combat power, Gu Qinghan fell into silence. Could it be that he was indeed the fabled weakling with a combat power of 5? He quickly dismissed this thought and prepared for his inaugural skill activation. He could hear the sounds of destruction emanating from the classroom below. Undoubtedly, zombies had appeared there as well. Death Whisper Summon. He felt an overwhelming sensation, akin to having stayed awake all night, leaving him somewhat dazed. Before him, an arcane formation glimmered with an eerie green light, slowly taking shape. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, a skeleton, standing as tall as a man, emerged from the formation. The skeleton's movements appeared somewhat stiff, and upon exiting the formation, it obediently stood beside Gu Qinghan. As the formation gradually dissipated, Gu Qinghan felt no fear towards the skeleton. In fact, through a faint, almost imperceptible connection, he sensed the creature's unwavering loyalty. It was a profound kinship that stemmed from the depths of their souls, rendering even this terrifying skeleton somewhat endearing. "Do you heed my commands?" Gu Qinghan inquired, scrutinizing the skeleton with keen interest. The skeleton, of course, could not speak, but the bond between their souls conveyed to Gu Qinghan that it would comply with all his directives. He conducted further tests, and was delighted to discover that the skeleton seemed to possess its own combat instinct. He merely needed to issue broad commands. Furthermore, upon inspecting the skeleton's attributes, he found them to be identical to his own. Skeleton Minion, Level 1, Combat Power, 5. Very well. We are now 2 weaklings in combat. With one more, we could amalgamate into a 2-star weakling. Gu Qinghan consoled himself and began preparing to descend to the lower level. Remaining here served no purpose. The absence of water and food would soon lead to their demise due to dwindling resources. The celestial downpour had ceased without warning. The global game had officially commenced. He glanced at his phone. It was shortly after noon. The so-called beginner's task likely required them to survive until midnight. Gu Qinghan felt a swell of anticipation for the rewards that awaited. He had acquired this supernatural power, and concurrently, the world seemed to be in flux. Suddenly, the school's loudspeaker crackled to life, broadcasting a man's heavy, labored voice. "Students, please follow your teachers to safety. We will promptly notify the authorities and arrange for rescue. Trust ah." His words were abruptly cut short by the sound of a door being breached and the man's scream. Gu Qinghan recognized that voice. It belonged to the principal, who had spoken during their orientation. The scream persisted, sending a shiver down Gu Qinghan's spine, before morphing into a chilling sound of gnawing. Perhaps influenced by his newfound identity as a necromancer, Gu Qinghan swiftly shed his discomfort. In fact, he found this world to be increasingly intriguing. Of course, the price of such intrigue was the lives of countless individuals. "Hold the door." Let us slay these 2 zombies before admitting 2 more. As Gu Qinghan descended from the rooftop, he heard a roar reverberating through the corridor. Simultaneously, feral growls echoed in tandem. He concealed himself in a corner and peered toward the source of the commotion, spotting 4 or 5 zombies clawing at a door in front of a nearby classroom. The door remained steadfast, evidently barricaded from within. Gu Qinghan observed the zombies with a sense of trepidation, unexpectedly acquiring their attributes: frowny face, slow zombie. Level 1. Combat power 6. Remarkable. Even a single zombie surpasses your strength. Gu Qinghan glanced back at the skeletal minion trailing him, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Given its frail appearance, he doubted it could inflict any damage upon the zombies. Fortunately, he noticed a brick in the corner and attempted to pick it up, offering it to his skeletal companion. Upon receiving the brick, the skeleton's combat prowess surprisingly increased by 0.5. Although the enhancement was a mere fraction, it brought considerable delight to Gu Qinghan. This indicated that external assistance could indeed influence combat capabilities, and his skeletal minions would not remain ineffectual indefinitely. He stealthily returned to the rooftop with his minions and, after an extensive search, could only unearth a rusted rebar segment. After equipping his skeletal minion with both a brick and a steel bar, Gu Qinghan was delighted to find that his minion had transformed into a formidable fighter with a combat power of 6.5. Very well, I'll find some additional weapons for you later, he remarked with satisfaction, noting that, based on the displayed statistics, his minion was now on par with a zombie. Just then, a low growl emanated from behind them. Turning around, Gu Qinghan was taken aback to see a zombie that had followed them to the rooftop, attracted by the noise they had made during their earlier actions. Go on, give it a good thrashing, Gu Qinghan exclaimed, giving his minion a hearty pat on the shoulder, nearly causing it to stumble. Nevertheless, it steadied itself and charged at the zombie. The zombie, unwilling to back down, advanced as well, while Gu Qinghan stealthily closed the door leading down from the rooftop. The commotion from their battle would surely be substantial, and with both of them being rather weak, attracting multiple zombies would spell disaster for them. With remarkable ferocity, the skeletal minion evaded the zombie's grasp and delivered a powerful blow with the brick, striking the zombie squarely in the face. The impact left the zombie bloodied and disoriented, and before it could retaliate, a steel bar was thrust into its eye. The zombie's movements momentarily froze, yet instinctively, it opened its mouth wide and lunged at the skeletal minion. With a crunching sound, 2 of its teeth shattered upon impact. Undeterred, the skeletal minion swiftly retaliated, bringing the brick down with precision onto the steel bar. The zombie clawed and scratched, but against a skeletal frame devoid of flesh, its attacks proved utterly ineffective. Instead, the skeletal minion grew bolder, even managing to pierce the zombie's skull with the steel bar. The zombie's body suddenly stiffened before collapsing slowly to the ground, rendering it motionless. Gu Qinghan gazed in astonishment at his skeletal minion, observing that aside from a few bite marks, it sustained almost no injuries whatsoever. As the zombie perished, a wisp of grayish-white energy floated from its body and entered that of the skeletal minion. Gu Qinghan watched in rapt attention as the bite marks on his minion's body vanished at a visibly rapid pace. This creature, it seemed, possessed the extraordinary ability to absorb this grayish-white energy to heal its wounds. Chapter 4. The professionals in the classroom. Before Gu Qinghan could ponder further, he suddenly felt a wisp of grayish-white energy penetrating his body. What is happening? I am not injured. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow, and soon after, he noticed a green flame symbol illuminating on his panel. Concentrating his thoughts, he perceived that the green flame appeared to be but a single bloom amidst a vast expanse of green flames. Is this a skill tree? Gu Qinghan seemed to grasp the implication. This energy could potentially unlock his subsequent abilities and skills, truly befitting of a necromancer. The energy absorbed is rather sinister. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan did not disdain this power, but instead committed the information to memory. After all, power knows no moral bounds. What truly defines good or evil is how it is wielded. As for the experience required for leveling up, Gu Qinghan had yet to discover it, or perhaps there was another reason altogether. Just as he was about to depart, Gu Qinghan suddenly noticed something seemingly trapped beneath the corpse of a zombie. He refrained from intervening directly and instead instructed his skeletal minion to investigate. To his surprise, the skeletal minion returned holding a spiked wooden club, which turned out to be a weapon frowny face spiked wooden club. Level 1. Increases combat power, 2. The steel spikes were firmly embedded in the zombie's skull, and Gu Qinghan equipped this item onto his skeletal minion, elevating its combat power to 7. Gu Qinghan stroked his chin, contemplating what this combat power truly represented in the previous battle. Although the skeletal minion's combat power slightly exceeded that of the zombie, it should have displayed an overwhelming advantage. The presence of such a one-sided suppression could only imply that the skeleton had inherent advantages over the zombie in certain aspects. The zombie's offensive methods consisted of biting and scratching, while the skeletal minion bore no flesh to be harmed. Thus, the zombie's attacks posed no threat to the insensate skeleton, while the skeletal minion's strikes consistently inflicted significant damage upon its foe. Moreover, if Gu Qinghan placed himself in the skeletal minion's position, he surmised that it would be exceedingly difficult for him to prevail against a zombie. This combat power was likely a theoretical statistic. Its actual efficacy would depend on various nuances and real-world circumstances. Since the skeleton can wield equipment, its potential for skills is indeed substantial. Gu Qinghan felt a surge of joy, directing his skeletal minion to lead the way as he followed closely behind down the stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he observed that only 2 zombies remained outside, seemingly drawn into the building by another. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Qinghan issued an attack command, recognizing the necessity of uniting with the others in the building. His current strength was undeniably insufficient. While he was deep in thought, the skeletal minion had already dashed forward. It seized the spiked wooden club and struck one of the zombies at the back of its head. The zombie froze momentarily, only to be instantly dispatched. A wisp of grayish-white energy was slowly absorbed by Gu Qinghan, causing the green flames to glow even brighter. Splendid! Gu Qinghan silently praised, watching as the skeletal minion engaged in combat with another zombie. However, before the armed skeletal minion, the zombie, which could only claw and bite, resembled nothing more than a punching bag in less than half a minute. The zombie's head was crushed, contributing yet another wisp of grayish-white energy to Gu Qinghan. Surveying the hallway, it seemed devoid of any remaining zombies, allowing Gu Qinghan to step out with a sense of relief. He approached the corpses of the 2 zombies, only to discover that neither had dropped any equipment. Yet, he was not particularly surprised and turned his gaze towards the door. Inside, the battle raged on, while a few boys stood at the entrance, staring at Gu Qinghan in terror, or rather, at the skeletal minion beside him. Zombies were already terrifying, with their blood-red eyes and beast-like howls, continuously assaulting the frail defenses of their minds. Yet, the skeletal figure before them seemed equally horrifying, perhaps even more so in its eeriness. Gu Qinghan could surmise their apprehensions and thus cleared his throat, stating, "Fear not. My profession is rather unique. May I enter?" Yes, of course." One boy glanced back at the ongoing battle, hesitating for a moment before signaling his companions to open the door. As Gu Qinghan entered the classroom, he was met with utter chaos. Desks and chairs lay overturned in disarray, and dark brown streaks of blood marred the floor. In the center of the room, 2 boys and a girl were embroiled in a fierce struggle against 3 zombies. One boy wielded a spiked wooden club, while the other brandished a metallic chair leg. The girl, however, seemed to unleash shockwaves with each strike, forcing the zombies to stagger backward. Observing the 3 boys and 3 girls cowering behind the door, Gu Qinghan inquired, "Have you not attained your professions?" One girl lowered her head, her voice trembling as she replied, "I have, but I am afraid." Several boys echoed her sentiment, causing Gu Qinghan's lips to twitch slightly. However, he refrained from saying much, simply instructing the skeletal minion to join the fray. The 3 zombies, already on the brink of collapse, succumbed swiftly with the skeletal minion's involvement, dispatching one within 10 seconds. Soon, the 2nd and 3rd zombies followed suit, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from everyone in the room. "Thank you. I am Li Qian, the head of the dance department in the student council, a 3rd-year student." The girl with the shockwave attacks was the first to approach Gu Qinghan, extending her hand in a gesture of goodwill. Gu Qinghan gently shook her hand, introduced himself, and then withdrew his hand, asking, "Why are there only a few of you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" "Today is our freshman training for the dance department, but since the venue was occupied, we relocated to this empty classroom." Li Qian's voice was slightly breathless, yet her tousled hair lent her an air of unique charm and beauty. Gu Qinghan nodded in understanding and continued, "I believe we need to head downstairs first. Earlier, I observed from the rooftop that these zombies likely emerged from a crack. This building must harbor a fissure. Otherwise, zombies wouldn't have ascended so swiftly. Li Qian nodded in agreement, but soon shook her head. After hearing that strange sound, we attempted to leave. However, there are numerous zombies on the 8th floor blocking our way back. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. A fissure on the lower level? I'm not sure, but these zombies followed us from below. Gu Qinghan felt a headache brewing. If the fissure indeed lay on the 8th floor, descending would pose an immense challenge. Moreover, with only 3 willing to engage in combat, the execution of his plan became increasingly complex. With this in mind, he turned to Li Qian, speaking earnestly. As you can see, the situation is dire. With such zombies outside, our survival hinges on everyone participating in the fight. His meaning was clear. He needed Li Qian to rally her reluctant peers into action. Before Li Qian could respond, a well-groomed girl suddenly interjected, "I'm just a girl. How could I possibly stand up to those terrifying zombies? Can't you, a strong male, protect me?" Chapter 5. The attempt to escape. Gu Qinghan glanced over, noticing a girl clad entirely in black, her long, fair legs strikingly exposed to the air. He wished to inquire about her information, yet found himself unable to do so. Thus, with a hint of exasperation, he asked, "What professions have you all obtained? Please share, along with your combat prowess." Li Qian was the first to respond, expressing her gratitude towards Gu Qinghan. "My profession is Windstorm Fistfighter, and I possess a passive skill that allows me to unleash invisible shockwaves when fighting unarmed. My combat power is 10. The 2 boys who had also participated in the earlier battle chimed in. "We are both warriors, our skill is heavy strike, and our combat power is 7. The delicate girl, upon feeling Gu Qinghan's gaze upon her, declared, "My profession is a rare one, known as Arcane Master, with a combat power of 10. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief as he queried, "Then why aren't you joining the fight?" "I told you. I'm afraid," she replied. Gu Qinghan was perplexed, unable to fathom the mindset of someone so seemingly dim-witted. The outside world was evidently perilous. Without collective effort, their ultimate fate would be death. The other students shared their professions and combat powers, all of which were basic. Gu Qinghan finally introduced himself. "I am a hidden profession, a necromancer, with the ability to summon little skeletons, and my combat power is 7. He omitted the truth, even about his combat power, reporting only that of his skeleton minions. After all, there was a possibility that Li Qingshan had attained an epic profession. If she were to discover his true vocation, it could lead to complications. However, just as Gu Qinghan finished speaking, the girl burst into laughter, covering her mouth. "Ha! Your combat power isn't even as high as mine. I thought you were a master." Gu Qinghan chose to ignore her. Such a fool would inevitably perish outside, and he saw no need to engage in futile banter. Moreover, he was confident that his skeletal minions would easily overpower her in combat. After all, combat power was merely a theoretical value. Numerous factors influenced the outcome of a battle. Li Qian cast a helpless glance at the girl before turning to Gu Qinghan, asking, "What should we do now?" Gu Qinghan shrugged and candidly stated, "If your juniors cannot join the fight, I fear you may be trapped here until death." A boy with eyeliner spoke up, "You can protect us while we escape. Though your combat power is low, I saw how fiercely your skeletons battled the zombies." Gu Qinghan turned to him, asking, "Why should I protect you?" His words instantly darkened the boy's complexion. Flushing, he finally managed to stammer, "My father is wealthy. I can offer you 10,000 later. Would that be acceptable?" Gu Qinghan was taken aback, amused by their belief in the power of money. Although the zombies appeared weak, the earlier voice had declared that this was a novice mission. Anyone familiar with games knew that novice missions were invariably the simplest part of any game. And yet, even during a novice mission, they faced life-threatening zombies. The difficulty of this so-called global game was evidently daunting. Gu Qinghan felt that this game would instigate a profound upheaval in societal order. It was entirely possible that the existing social structure would cease to exist. He gestured towards the corpses of the zombies on the ground, then pointed at his skeletal minions, saying, "Look at these. Do you truly think this world resembles the one we once knew?" His words rendered the faces of all present, including Li Qian, grim. The girl with exposed legs stubbornly retorted, "My boyfriend is a senior in the martial arts club. He will surely protect me. And what if his profession is not as formidable as yours, or worse, if he is already dead. Gu Qinghan countered. The girl fell silent, tears glistening in her eyes. Gu Qinghan couldn't be bothered to glance her way, merely offering a dismissive remark before striding towards the window. Through the window, Gu Qinghan observed the chaos below. Numerous individuals were engaged in combat with the zombies, and some students had spontaneously banded together to resist the onslaught. However, the zombies emerging from the cracks seemed endless, continuously depleting their strength. Gu Qinghan's expression hardened. He comprehended that lingering here for even a moment increased the likelihood of being trapped. He turned to the group and asked, "Have you made your decision? If so, we should attempt to charge down together. If not, I have no intention of dragging along dead weight." Li Qian and the two boys nodded, simultaneously persuading the other new students. To Gu Qinghan's surprise, it was the girl who first shifted her stance. I will fight with you, but you must protect me. My skill requires casting, that's fine. What is your name? Tian. Thus, Gu Qinghan's group swelled to 5. He regarded the remaining 5 individuals, noticing that the boy with eyeliner spoke up, I think I will wait here. I believe someone will come to rescue us. The others remained silent, their unwillingness to step forward speaking volumes. Gu Qinghan nodded, allowing his skeletal minions to venture out first, with him following closely behind. Li Qian opened her mouth, intending to persuade the others once more, but ultimately relented. These newcomers were all talk and little action. She could not change their minds in a short time. As Tian turned back to retrieve her bag before exiting, Gu Qinghan cautioned, your life is paramount. That may hinder your escape. Tian, however, opened her bag, revealing several loaves of bread inside. I bought these from a store earlier. In case we cannot escape quickly, we won't go hungry. Gu Qinghan couldn't help but regard her with newfound appreciation. He hadn't expected such forethought. Nonetheless, he understood that if they remained stuck for too long, they might all find themselves trapped forever. They first scoured the 9th floor, confirming the absence of others before reluctantly making their way downstairs. Tian suggested taking the elevator, but Gu Qinghan promptly dismissed the idea. If the zombies hear any noise and rush to the elevator exit, you would become canned meat, you know? Tian murmured an acknowledgement, falling silent as she trailed behind. Upon reaching the stairwell, Gu Qinghan noted that there were no screams, only the half-alive groans of the zombies. He peered out, spotting at least a dozen zombies wandering the 8th floor corridor. Li Qian also took a look, lowering her voice to a whisper. There were several times more than this just now. I wonder why they've decreased. Are there students in class on the 8th floor? Yes, quite a few, as far as I know. Then they must have fled downwards, and the zombies did not pursue them. Gu Qinghan exhaled in relief. At least the cracks were not on the 8th floor, offering them a substantial chance of escape. Sounds of battle echoed from the lower floors, likely those who were striving to break free. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind them, starkly piercing the silence of the corridor. Chapter 6. Retreat to the rooftop. The group suddenly turned around, only to find the same few individuals from earlier gazing at them with expressions of awkwardness. It was evident that they had intended to stealthily follow but had been discovered due to their clumsy movements. Gu Qinghan cast a cold glance at them. 2 of the individuals lowered their heads in embarrassment, while another raised his chin defiantly and declared, "We will not interfere with you. We merely came out to observe. Let us coexist without disruption." His voice echoed in the empty corridor, unrestrained. Damn it, what an idiot. Tian suddenly muttered under her breath. Given their precarious situation, even the slightest noise could attract endless danger. At that moment, the zombies downstairs seemed to have caught a whiff of fresh prey, immediately turning their attention upwards. They dragged their broken bodies and stumbled up the stairs. Into the classroom. Gu Qinghan quickly decided, leading the others to dash inside. However, the zombies were climbing with alarming speed, soon reaching their floor. The boy who had caused the trouble bolted into the classroom without a backward glance, locking the door from the inside, leaving several other students stranded outside. Gu Qinghan's expression darkened as he swiftly revised his plan. Let us go back to the rooftop. There's ample space there. Everyone must be prepared for battle, or we shall perish. He led the group towards the rooftop, with the zombies hot on their heels. Just as the last person reached the rooftop, the pursuing zombie was nearly grasping at his clothes. The skeletal minion charged forward, delivering a solid blow that sent the zombie's head lolling to one side. At that moment, Tian ceased to observe and thrust her hands forward, propelling a purple sphere she had concentrated for 3 seconds toward the entrance. The sphere flew swiftly, striking the first zombie squarely in the chest. In an instant, a violet shockwave, nearly 2 meters in diameter, radiated outward, engulfing even the skeletal minion, who had been unable to escape in time. With a loud crash, one of the skeletal minion's arms fell to the ground. Tian immediately exclaimed, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Gu Qinghan's expression darkened, just as he noticed a faint, grayish-white energy emerging from the corpse of the zombie Tian had obliterated, seeping into the skeletal minion. To his astonishment, the skeletal minion quickly bent down and retrieved its arm, reattaching it seamlessly. "I almost forgot. Skeletons can heal themselves by absorbing the energy generated from kills." Gu Qinghan sighed in relief, observing that the others were also joining the fray. Despite the brief, muted hum of Tian's skill, the damage it inflicted was quite substantial. Not counting the skeletal minion's injuries, one zombie was outright slain, while 3 others were knocked to the ground, obstructing the path of those behind them. A boy gritted his teeth and hurled a fireball. It was no larger than a fist and nearly struck the adjacent wall. However, upon striking the zombie, it erupted into a charred mark upon its chest. Several melee fighters charged forward, but just as Tian was about to unleash another skill, Gu Qinghan intervened in time. Good grief, if she continued like this, they might not even need the zombies to wipe out their group. What kind of skill is that? It's so powerful. It's an arcane sphere. I estimate I can only use it 2 or 3 more times before I'm spent. With his skeletal minion fighting on his behalf, Gu Qinghan was able to watch the battle with a sense of tranquility. He glanced at Tian and recalled the 3 seconds she had spent channeling her skill, leading him to a realization: in a true battle, no one would simply stand by and allow you to concentrate your skills, nor would they remain passive while being attacked. The high damage came at the cost of a lengthy casting time. Considering this, he concluded that battle statistics alone would not determine the outcome. Numerous factors could influence the final result. The fight was intense, with several melee fighters barricading the doorway, doing their utmost to prevent the advancing zombies from breaching their position. During this time, Gu Qinghan directed the skeletal minion to fend off several clawing zombies. In such a critical moment, sustaining injuries or losing team members would only complicate their escape. 3 minutes later, as Tian unleashed her final arcane sphere, the last zombie fell to the ground, unwillingly defeated. Finally, that was exhausting. One boy collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving dramatically. It was apparent that the recent battle had taken a toll on him. Once his breathing had steadied, he looked up at Gu Qinghan and smiled. "Thank you. If it weren't for your skeleton, I would have surely been bitten. Let us save the gratitude for when we make our escape." Gu Qinghan waved dismissively. After this battle, his first green flame emblem was nearly fully ignited. The skeletal minion, having returned to its original form, stood in stark contrast to the exhausted group. Li Qian wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced at the skeleton, saying, "I previously thought your skills were insufficient, but it seems I underestimated you. Your skeleton may be far more formidable than the combined strength of 2 or 3 of us." The others remained silent, but their expressions conveyed a sense of awe. The skeleton felt no pain and was impervious to bites, while they, on the other hand, were not. This skeleton was akin to a tireless machine, something humans could not replicate. They even believed that if only one among them were to survive, it was highly likely to be Gu Qinghan, protected by the skeletal minion. Gu Qinghan chose not to dwell on the topic and curiously asked, "Are you all still at level 1? Everyone nodded, except for Li Qian, who mentioned she was on the verge of leveling up to level 2. Gu Qinghan's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed his class was somewhat different from theirs. He could not gain experience. Instead, he needed to harness the energy produced upon death to enhance his power. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the corridor. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, having recognized the voice. It belonged to the boy who had locked them out, and one mourned his fate. In fact, the majority harbored a sense of vindication. Such a traitor among comrades deserved to die 1,000 times over. These zombies seem to have dropped items. I'll have the skeleton retrieve them for distribution. No one objected, not only because they were utterly exhausted, but also due to Gu Qinghan's significant contributions during the battle. Before long, the skeletal minion returned with 2 spiked wooden clubs. Gu Qinghan promptly distributed the weapons to the other two boys, maximizing the team's overall strength. Suddenly, Tian approached, offering Gu Qinghan a small piece of bread, saying, "You should eat something. You must be tired after running for so long." Gu Qinghan was initially reluctant, but his stomach betrayed him with a rumble. He accepted the bread, only to see Tian extend a bottle of yogurt to him as well. The boy who had been lying on the ground chimed in, Tian, I'm hungry too. Can you spare me a piece of bread?" Tian shot him a disdainful glance, retorting with a dismissive remark. Laughter erupted among the group, as it was evident that Tian had developed a fondness for Gu Qinghan. This was hardly surprising. After all, Gu Qinghan was strikingly handsome and had received declarations of affection from many girls in the past. Additionally, since obtaining the Necromancer class, he emanated an air of dark intrigue. Most importantly, his display of strength and composure during the recent chaos had earned him the admiration of those around him. To Tian, Gu Qinghan was akin to a Prince Charming. Gu Qinghan, aware of Tian's subtle feelings, remained indifferent. Their primary task was still to survive. After everyone had a moment to recuperate, Gu Qinghan stood, declaring, "Let us move." The previous battle was merely an appetizer. If we wish to survive, we must rely solely on ourselves. Chapter 7. The first upgrade this time. The corridor on the 9th floor appeared particularly desolate, with only the faint, nauseating sound of chewing emanating from within the classroom. Gu Qinghan and her companions quietly peered through the doorway, only to witness 3 zombies voraciously indulging in their gruesome feast. There was no need for them to ponder what the zombies were consuming. Let the boys go in and eliminate them. The girls should remain outside to keep watch. Gu Qinghan naturally assumed the role of the squad's commander. As her skeletal minions and several boys surged forward, the 3 zombies were swiftly dispatched. A few boys emerged with ashen faces, and one even retched at the entrance. Gu Qinghan glanced inside, taking in the disarray. The unfortunate boy had been torn to shreds. The sight of the bloodied remained strikingly vivid. Yet, she felt little reaction, the nauseating sensation dissipating quickly. Perhaps it was her inherently cold disposition, or perhaps the emotional void left by her parents' tragic accident that dulled her responses. She simply thought that individual deserved their fate. As they turned away, a sound akin to a watermelon splitting echoed from within the room. The boy who had just vomited wiped the grime from his lips and weakly remarked, "He probably won't turn into a zombie. He has basically been consumed." "Perhaps," Gu Qinghan replied as she stepped out. Of course, she knew he wouldn't rise again. But what did it matter? The betrayal had nearly led them to ruin. Being devoured by zombies was merely poetic justice. If her earlier action could be considered a second execution, it had finally resolved their enmity. The first was retribution. The second, vengeance. The boy remained silent, merely watching as the bloodied skeleton emerged from within, his gaze tinged with apprehension. Following the earlier skirmish, only a few scattered zombies remained on the 8th floor, and they had managed to clear this level without incident. The same was true for the 7th and 6th floors. In fact, while on the 6th floor, a warm white light suddenly flickered around Li Qian. "I've leveled up?" Li Qian exclaimed, her excitement evident, the weariness on her face lessening. Gu Qinghan turned to her, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What is your current combat power?" 15 points. "And my skills have improved," she proclaimed, then struck a nearby wall with her fist. Although her punch did not directly connect with the wall, the shockwave it produced caused a chunk of plaster to dislodge. That punch, if it had landed on a person, would undoubtedly have been debilitating. Gu Qinghan nodded. This would undoubtedly elevate their team's overall strength. However, if reaching level 2 was this arduous, the challenges of future upgrades could only be imagined. Tian, filled with curiosity, asked, "Gu Qinghan, when will you level up? I'm almost halfway to my next experience point." Gu Qinghan paused momentarily, realizing that her first flame was on the verge of manifesting. When that flame ignited, it would signify her own upgrade, wouldn't it? "Soon, I just need to slay a couple more zombies," she replied. The others were in a similar situation, but Li Qian's superior combat prowess allowed her to take the lead in advancing to the next level. Sounds of battle echoed from below, accompanied by the roars of zombies and the cries of humans. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. It sounds like there will be a fierce confrontation downstairs." They all nodded, but with Li Qian's newfound level, their confidence had significantly bolstered. Once again, the skeletal minions forged ahead. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they discovered the staircase leading down was completely obstructed by overturned tables and chairs. Gu Qinghan tested the barrier. It was firmly blocked, seemingly stuffed to the brim. Just then, a girl's voice called out, "You must be the survivors from upstairs. Please help us. We can barely hold on." Following the sound, Gu Qinghan spotted a disheveled girl waving them over, behind whom at least a dozen students were locked in combat with zombies. The bodies of the undead lay piled thickly on the ground, slowing the advance of their relentless counterparts. Yet, it was evident to all that if the struggle continued, these individuals would surely be overwhelmed. "Let us go assist them," Gu Qinghan urged. In this building, each floor had 2 staircases. The left staircase was blocked, while the zombies were ascending from the right. Upon joining the fray, they found the ground smeared with a thick layer of blood. The heavy stench of gore assaulted their senses, yet not a single shred of grayish energy was available for Gu Qinghan to absorb from the numerous corpses. However, she had anticipated this. She had discovered that only the battles in which she actively participated would grant her energy. At this moment, her skeletal minion charged to the forefront, wielding its spiked club with vigor. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The addition of Li Qian and her companions did little to shift the balance. The corridor was too confined for many to fully engage, and the ranged fighters hesitated to unleash their skills for fear of hitting their allies, causing their line to gradually retreat. Gu Qinghan remained silent, directing her skeletal minion to dispatch a few near-defeated zombies. Upon slaying the 4th, a surge of green flame ignited in her mind, invigorating her spirit. She had leveled up. Gu Qinghan immediately checked her attribute panel, a smile spreading across her face. Player, Gu Qinghan, Class, Necromancer, Level, 2, Combat Power, 10, Skills, Death Whisper Summon, Necromancer's Domain, Talent, None. She felt a newfound strength coursing through her, her combat power elevated to 10. Crucially, her Death Whisper Summon had also progressed with her upgrade. Death Whisper Summon. Summon your most loyal servant to fight alongside you. The servant's attributes are equivalent to those of the Necromancer. Current maximum summonable quantity, 2. Without hesitation, she initiated her second summon. The ethereal green sigil reappeared, and another skeleton emerged. This new skeleton bore almost no difference from the first, yet its combat power was a full 10 points. The foundational combat power of the first skeleton also rose to 10, significantly alleviating the pressure on those surrounding them. Gu Qinghan promptly commanded the newly summoned minion to join the fray, taking the place of an already sweating combatant. A boy who had descended with Gu Qinghan found himself unable to squeeze into the combat zone, so he relinquished his spiked club to the newly arrived skeleton. He returned to Gu Qinghan's side, wiping the sweat from his brow and asking, "Did you level up?" "Yes, just in time." Gu Qinghan nodded, noticing that the girl beside her had already recoiled in fear, keeping her distance. She paid it no mind, focusing instead on her green flame, suppressing her excitement. Soulfire, the source of power for the Necromancer's minions. Enhancement effect. Your strength instills dread in undead beings. 50 of the damage you receive is shared with your minions. Gu Qinghan could hardly contain her elation. She truly grasped the potential of her class. Her minions would surely multiply, and should anyone wish to harm her, they would first have to contend with her skeletal guardians. Chapter 8. An embarrassing predicament. The previously dwindling defense line miraculously stabilized after the addition of Gu Qinghan's second skeletal minion. Particularly observant individuals noted that the movements of the 2 skeletons appeared significantly more agile than before. It is worth mentioning that the average combat power of this group was merely around 8 points, whereas each of Gu Qinghan's skeletal companions boasted a formidable combat power of 12 points. Furthermore, they were impervious to the grasp and bite of the zombies. In an instant, hope reignited within the hearts of the onlookers. The enhanced combat capability of the 2 skeletons also accelerated Gu Qinghan's collection of the grayish-white essence. However, the speed at which the second soul fire ignited did not increase substantially, indicating that more energy was required. This grayish-white energy seemed visible only to Gu Qinghan, who aptly named it necromantic energy. The battle raged on for a considerable duration, lasting over 10 minutes, before they finally managed to clear the zombies from the corridor. A few stragglers continued to rush up from below, yet Gu Qinghan's minions stood guard at the staircase entrance. With their current strength, they could dispatch a zombie in less than 5 seconds. A bespectacled middle-aged man approached, awkwardly wiping his half-broken glasses. He expressed his gratitude to Gu Qinghan and his companions. "Thank you, young student. Without your assistance, we might have been in grave danger." Gu Qinghan responded with a polite smile and promptly posed the question that piqued his curiosity the most. "Did you blockade the staircase yourselves? What is the situation below?" The man nodded, a look of trepidation crossing his face. "Yes, zombies were surging from both sides, and we simply couldn't keep up. Eventually, we had the students barricade this side." "What about the situation downstairs?" "I am not certain. Some students charged down initially, but as the zombies kept flooding up, we were left helpless." The middle-aged man was drenched in sweat and eventually removed his glasses, tucking them into his pocket. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow in contemplation, then queried, "Are there so few of you remaining? How have you managed to hold out for so long?" It was crucial to note that although these zombies were not particularly strong individually, their sheer numbers were terrifying. Had Gu Qinghan and his companions not arrived, these mere dozen individuals would have had no chance of defeating so many. The man gave a wry smile and replied, "We initially intended to break through, but the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and many students were injured, waiting in the nearby classrooms." Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. "None have turned into zombies?" "No, fortunately. One of our members acquired a priest class, and their skill can eliminate the toxins from zombies, but their injuries preclude them from continuing to fight. Could you take me to see them?" "Of course. By the way, I am a teacher at the school, Zhang Jun." "All right, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Jun glanced back at the two skeletons guarding the staircase before leading Gu Qinghan into a classroom situated in the middle of the corridor. Upon entering, Gu Qinghan was immediately hit by a strong metallic scent of blood. Inside lay at least 20 injured individuals, their wounds crudely bound with clothing, while the floor was slick with blood. A plump woman was anxiously moving among them, offering encouragement and support. Upon noticing someone enter, she turned and, upon realizing they were human, visibly relaxed. She approached Zhang Jun and, glancing at Gu Qinghan, remarked, "If these injured individuals do not receive timely treatment, they will succumb, either from blood loss or infection of their wounds." Zhang Jun sighed heavily and said to Gu Qinghan, "This is our priest. She is Han Jingjing, and she was teaching here just moments ago." He then introduced Han Jingjing to Gu Qinghan. "This is Gu Qinghan. If they hadn't descended from above to lend us a hand, we likely wouldn't have endured." Han Jingjing nodded at Gu Qinghan before quickly stating, "We need to leave immediately. They cannot hold out much longer." Gu Qinghan waved his hand dismissively. "There's no choice. I wish to leave too, but it is undoubtedly more perilous below." Han Jingjing, a mature beauty adorned with light makeup, particularly drew attention with her tightly wrapped bosom, leading Gu Qinghan to think that her awakening as a priest was only natural. Han Jingjing appeared anxious, yet Zhang Jun interjected, "Let us not rush. We must devise a plan before proceeding. That is the prudent course of action, is it not?" Gu Qinghan nodded and directly inquired, "Please share your classes, combat powers, and skills." Zhang Jun took the lead, introducing each individual. "I am an ordinary class, a brute, with no skills but a combat power of 13 points, characterized by immense strength. Han Jingjing is a priest, also an ordinary class, with a dispel skill and a combat power of 5 points." At this juncture, he brought forth a particularly valiant male student from the earlier skirmish, stating, "This student is Tao Yu, who also descended from above, and is a rare class, a guardian knight. Had it not been for his protection, we likely wouldn't have lasted until your arrival." Gu Qinghan turned to the young man, who bore signs of fatigue yet remained silent. Upon meeting Gu Qinghan's gaze, he explained, "I am a rare class, a guardian knight, with the skill Sacred Shield, which can mitigate a certain amount of damage. My combat power is 14 points. 14 points. This made him the second most formidable individual, following Li Qian. "Have you leveled up?" "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have lasted this long, but I still lack considerable experience to reach level 3. Gu Qinghan nodded, recognizing that this young man possessed commendable combat capabilities. Zhang Jun continued to introduce others with combat power, but none piqued Gu Qinghan's interest furthered. It wasn't that he looked down upon them. Rather, the current predicament necessitated formidable strength. Once the introductions concluded, Gu Qinghan asked, "Are everyone's skills still usable?" Many shook their heads. They had already approached their limits during the earlier battle. Tao Yu hesitated before slowly saying, I should still be able to use mine twice more, but after that, I'll be no different from an ordinary person. Tian suddenly linked her arm with Gu Qinghan's, smiling, I just leveled up. I should still be able to use my arcane sphere 4 more times. Gu Qinghan glanced at her and gradually withdrew his arm. Tian remained unperturbed, standing by, awaiting his instructions. Gu Qinghan surveyed the room and realized that only 4 individuals among them could still engage in combat using skills. Himself, Tian, Li Qian, and the recently acquainted Tao Yu. His skill was one that could be utilized continuously once summoned, and he had not experienced the previous dizziness when summoning the skeletons. However, with so many individuals, it was absolutely impossible for all to escape. Gu Qinghan understood this, and soon others began to grasp the gravity of the situation, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly peculiar. Just then, Gu Qinghan's expression shifted abruptly. The connection he had established with the 2 skeletons faltered, and in that moment, he realized one of them had perished. Something's amiss. Chapter 9. Collecting corpses, he immediately dashed towards the exit, simultaneously commanding the second skeleton to retreat. At this moment, he could still afford to deploy his skills once more. However, should both skeletons perish, he would struggle to endure such a drain on his resources. The group hastily exited the room and returned to the corridor, where they glimpsed a skeleton hastily retreating from the right staircase. Hot on its heels was a figure reminiscent of a brown bear. Gu Qinghan glanced over and was startled to discover it was, in fact, a zombie. Robust zombie, level 3, combat power, 25. With a combat power of 25, it was no wonder it could slay a skeleton. Following this robust zombie were a few ordinary zombies, appearing significantly weaker in comparison. Gu Qinghan summoned another skeleton and requested a male student to relinquish his weapon. He swiftly commanded, have my skeleton hold off the zombie. Tian, prepare to unleash your skill. Tao Yu, watch for the right moment to ensure my skeleton does not perish. I cannot afford such a depletion. Li Qian, coordinate your attack with my skeleton. As he uttered these instructions, the robust zombie had already drawn closer. Li Qian gritted her teeth and charged alongside the skeleton. Tian began to cast her spell, strands of purple energy converging before her. Several male students considered rushing to assist, but upon witnessing the muscular exterior of the zombie, they hesitated. They all could see each other's information. No one wished to court death. At this moment, the 2 skeletons converged, brandishing their weapons as they struck towards the zombie. The robust zombie merely raised an arm, allowing its limb to be slashed. Then, with a fierce roar, it kicked one skeleton aside. The skeleton skidded across the ground for over 3 meters, but a lithe figure seized the opportunity as the zombie retracted its leg. Li Qian's speed had now surpassed that of most athletes. She unleashed 2 punches, visibly indenting the flesh of the zombie. However, the zombie seemed unfazed, only letting out a furious roar as it lunged towards her. Li Qian suddenly panicked. The oppressive presence of this zombie was overwhelming. Previously just a student, she found herself momentarily at a loss, forgetting to evade. With a crack, a skeleton abruptly shielded her, its pallid arm intercepting the zombie's bite. Yet, a crack now marred the previously unbroken bone. The enraged robust zombie hurled the skeleton aside, but by then, Li Qian had retreated to a safe distance. Gu Qinghan swiftly ordered another skeleton to eliminate one of the zombies, and the necromantic energy surged forth, rapidly mending the skeleton's wounds. Dodge! Tian cried out, launching an arcane orb that shot forth. Li Qian and the skeleton both moved aside, but the robust zombie was caught unawares and took the full brunt of the attack. A resonant explosion echoed, and one of the zombie's arms was obliterated, exposing its grotesque insides and writhing muscles. Yet, this only incited the zombie's fury further, as it grasped the nearest skeleton and smashed it to the ground. Holy shield! Tao Yu, who had been observing the battlefield intently, suddenly raised his hand, conjuring a pale golden shield to absorb the impact. The shield shattered instantaneously, yet the skeleton emerged unscathed. Well done. Tian, continue. Understood. In Tian's hands, purple energy once again gathered, preparing for her next assault. At this moment, Li Qian found herself with little room to maneuver. One misstep could lead to severe injury. Reluctantly, Gu Qinghan ordered the 2 skeletons to forego their offensive and instead buy time for Tian. Tian's second attack was swiftly unleashed, but this time the zombie seemed to be on guard. Its 2-meter tall, muscular frame pivoted to the side in an attempt to evade the incoming arcane orb. Just as it appeared the orb would miss, a skeleton leaped onto the zombie's back, forcefully throwing it sideways. Another skeleton abandoned its weapon, directly gripping the unsteady, robust zombie. Thus, the two skeletons executed a sacrificial maneuver to ensure the skill's success. The robust zombie was struck with such force that half its head was blown away, staggering to the ground. Simultaneously, the skeleton that had been blasted apart plunged its arm into the zombie's skull. Moments later, the zombie lay still, a rich surge of necromantic energy emanating from its form, swiftly healing the skeleton's injuries. The crowd was taken aback, staring at Gu Qinghan, astonished by his decisive tactics. Gu Qinghan himself was dumbfounded. He had not issued any specific commands. At that moment, he realized his skeleton had autonomously made the decision to execute a sacrificial attack that resulted in the kill. As he watched the two skeletons reassemble themselves, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but smile wryly. Incredible, fully automated combat. Initially taken aback, Tian quickly embraced Gu Qinghan, exclaiming, "That was amazing. We just killed a level 3 zombie." Gu Qinghan gently pushed her away, whispering, "My dear, you are a married woman." Tian's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "No, I just meant it casually. That guy has been pursuing me, and when I refused, he claimed I was his girlfriend. I merely sometimes leverage his status." Gu Qinghan chuckled heartily, choosing not to pursue the topic further. It seemed something had dropped near the zombie, prompting Gu Qinghan to instruct the two skeletons to investigate. To his astonishment, the loot consisted of 2 items, a shield and a scroll. Spiked shield. Level 2. Increases combat power, 5 points. "Will you use it?" he inquired, glancing at Tian. Tian shook her head. The shield appeared cumbersome, and as a ranged class, she had no need for it. Without further ado, Gu Qinghan equipped the shield onto his skeleton. Though it could be utilized by other classes, the success of this kill had primarily relied on him and Tian. He felt no obligation to share. The other scroll was a pale green, emanating an aura that made Gu Qinghan's heart leap. Healing scroll, lasts 10 minutes, can slowly restore stamina and some injuries. Gu Qinghan smiled. This was precisely what his group needed at that moment. He handed the scroll to the person behind him, saying, "Use this on the injured inside. Everyone can enter. After 10 minutes, we will have our final chance to break through." Zhang Jun accepted the scroll, gratitude evident on his face. However, observing Gu Qinghan leading 2 subordinates towards the staircase, he couldn't help but question, "Aren't you coming in to use it together?" "I'm going to collect my warriors' corpses," Gu Qinghan waved his hand. At this point, the skeletons had already dispatched the remaining zombies in the corridor. He approached the staircase, peering down to see numerous zombies still below. Nevertheless, he instructed the 2 skeletons to gather the pile of shattered bones in the corner. The necromantic realm. "This should be your ancestral home," he mused, and with a thought, the fragments vanished before him, drawn into a space thick with the essence of death. These skeletons were willing to die for him, and Gu Qinghan felt it was only right to collect their remains. Of course, this collection was predicated on the condition that it did not jeopardize his safety. Though it felt somewhat superfluous, it was his genuine sentiment. Especially after witnessing the 2 skeletons exchanging their lives for the kill, he felt a stirring within him. His experiences throughout life had forged a cold demeanor, yet he cherished the kindness of others, even if that kindness stemmed from skeletons. Sighing, he left 2 skeletons to guard the corridor and made his way back to the classroom. He, too, felt fatigued and needed to utilize the healing scroll to recuperate. However, as he turned, one of the skeletons gazed at him, its soul fire flickering in a curious manner. Chapter 10. Defense or Breakthrough? Gu Qinghan sat in a seat, watching the healing scroll emit waves of green mist that permeated the classroom. It was evident that this mist was insufficient to heal all the injured in the room, yet there seemed to be no better alternatives at the moment. The battle just now provided me with a significant amount of necromantic energy. I estimate I will soon ignite the second soul flame, he mused as he glanced at the now considerably brighter second soul flame, beginning to contemplate his subsequent plans. Upon exiting, he did not intend to act in concert with the others. His inherently solitary nature compelled him to prefer operating alone unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had his skeletal minions to guard him. As he pondered this, the effects of the healing scroll gradually waned. Those lying on the ground or slumped over desks expressed a tinge of disappointment, yet they understood the preciousness of such a resource. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to inquire about everyone's recovery, a boy suddenly stood up and proposed, "Why don't we all stay here and wait until midnight to complete the novice task before venturing out?" His suggestion quickly garnered nods of agreement from several individuals, including 2 students who had descended from the 9th floor alongside Gu Qinghan, who appeared somewhat tempted by the idea. Gu Qinghan chuckled. These fellows were truly laughably foolish. The novice task was the simplest part of the game. Once the novice task was completed, the true substance of the game would commence. Gu Qinghan was eager to descend for 2 reasons. Firstly, he sought a relatively safe location, one that would not be overrun by a horde of zombies at any moment. Secondly, he needed to level up quickly to prepare for any potential dangers that might arise. Observing the group engaged in hushed whispers, he felt a sense of regret over the seeming waste of the healing scroll. Exhaling softly, he decisively asked, "Is there anyone who wishes to join me in attempting to break through? Step forward. I want to compel you." To his surprise, only Tian and Tao Yu expressed a willingness to accompany him. Even Li Qian, who had been embroiled in the battle, dismally urged, "That burly zombie we encountered earlier was terrifying. If another appears, we might not be able to handle it. Why don't you stay with us?" It was evident that she had been frightened by the formidable zombie they had just faced. Gu Qinghan shook his head, glancing at the 2 beside him, feeling a touch of astonishment. While he could easily discern that Tao Yu was the type to be ruthless, he was somewhat taken aback that Tian chose to join him. Noticing his gaze, Tian smiled and said, "What, do you look down on me?" "Not at all. I just suddenly realized I might have underestimated you," Gu Qinghan replied as he walked toward the door. Just before stepping outside, he turned back and remarked, "If you choose not to join me, I won't hold it against you. However, if anyone among you contemplates slipping away while we are engaged in battle." He left the sentence unfinished, merely smiling as he stepped out. Yet, his smile sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the room. A girl murmured softly, "What with the heroics? Isn't it better to stay here with everyone?" Another girl nodded in agreement. "We don't know how many zombies are out there. How could the 3 of them possibly break through?" Many others expressed a pessimistic outlook regarding their departure. They preferred the safety of their current situation over the peril of venturing forth. Humans are inherently social creatures, particularly in times of danger, tending to band together. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan and his 2 companions had reached the staircase guarded by 2 skeletal sentinels. Tian remained silent, simply following Gu Qinghan, while Tao Yu hesitated before finally asking, "Do we really have a chance of breaking through?" Gu Qinghan turned to him, smiling, "You 2 should refrain from attacking at first. If we encounter another of those burly zombies, coordinate with my skeletons for a swift elimination. Can you manage it alone?" "It's not just me. It's my 2 skeletons." Gu Qinghan chuckled, instructing the 2 skeletons to proactively attract the zombies below and commence their slaughter. The zombies below were numerous. With just a simple lure, 7 or 8 would rush forward. However, the combat prowess of the 2 skeletons had reached 12 and 17 points, more than sufficient to overpower these zombies. Particularly, the skeleton equipped with a shield could nearly eliminate a zombie with a single collision and strike. Tian retrieved 2 stools from a classroom, taking a seat beside Gu Qinghan as they watched the skeletons dispatch the zombies. Tao Yu, seeing that he had no part in the action, silently fetched a stool for himself. At 2:20 p.m., as a trickle of necromantic energy flowed into Gu Qinghan, the second soul flame ignited. Simultaneously, his eyes brightened as he raised his hand to summon another skeleton. "Go! There are weapons dropped downstairs." The new skeletal minion eagerly rushed to slay the zombies, while Gu Qinghan examined his status panel. Player: Gu Qinghan, Class: Necromancer, Level 3, Combat Power 15, Skills: Death Whisper Summon, Necromantic Space, Talent: None. His skeletons had also advanced to Level 3, with their base combat power now elevated to 15 points. Equipped with spiked wooden clubs, each skeleton boasted a formidable 17 points of combat power. This level of strength meant they could not only face a sluggish zombie individually but, when combined, would not be as passive as before. Gu Qinghan gazed expectantly at the enhancement effect of the second soul flame. Frowny face: your minions arise from death, with a 5 chance to instill panic in enemies for 1 second upon attack. Though it appeared modest at merely 5%, one must consider that Gu Qinghan had more than one skeletal minion. With their relatively high attack frequency, as the number of skeletons increased, the triggering probability could become quite daunting. While the precise manifestation of this panic effect remained unknown, it was assuredly beneficial to him. That was enough. At that moment, Gu Qinghan felt invigorated. A perk of leveling up. He stood up to stretch and asked the other two, "Shall we go down and take a look?" In unison, they nodded. Gu Qinghan's strength had won their admiration. The three descended the stairs together, grimacing at the nauseating sensation akin to stepping through muck as they trod upon the corpses of zombies. Nevertheless, they successfully navigated the corridor and beheld the scene below. The three skeletons were stationed at the staircase entrance, tirelessly clearing the influx of zombies. The one equipped with a shield stood in the center, wielding its door-sized shield to block the zombies' assaults. Its other hand wielded a spiked club, delivering strikes to the zombies' heads. Each zombie fell after just one or two blows, and the combined combat strength of the three skeletons was formidable. Utilizing the corpses of the zombies as cover, they held their ground against a horde that far outnumbered them. Crucially, the death of these zombies would restore the skeleton's health. Otherwise, the relentless scratching and collisions from the zombies would have overwhelmed the three skeletons. Observing the seamless cooperation among the three skeletons, Gu Qinghan felt a wave of relief. He scrutinized the areas from which the zombies emerged, realizing they were not coming from the corridor. Rather, their source was beneath this floor on the third floor. This revelation indicated that the fissure producing the zombies must be located 3 floors down. In an instant, Gu Qinghan entertained the thought of leaping out of the window. Chapter 10. Defense or Breakthrough? Gu Qinghan sat in a seat, observing the swirling green mist emanating from the healing scroll as it enveloped the classroom. It was evident that this mist would not suffice to heal everyone present. Yet there seemed to be no better alternative at the moment. The battle just now provided me with a considerable amount of necromantic energy. I estimate I will soon ignite the second soul flame, he mused, glancing at the now brightening second soul flame as he contemplated his subsequent plans. Once outside, he did not intend to act in concert with the others. His reclusive nature compelled him to prefer solitary endeavors unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had his skeletal minions to guard him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the effect of the healing scroll began to wane. Those lying on the floor or slumped over desks expressed their discontent, yet they understood the preciousness of such scrolls. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to inquire about everyone's recovery, a young man stood up and suggested, "Why don't we all just stay here and wait until midnight when the novice mission is completed? We can venture out then." His words prompted several to nod in agreement. Even 2 students who had descended from the 9th floor with Gu Qinghan seemed tempted. Gu Qinghan chuckled, finding these individuals amusingly foolish. The novice mission was the simplest aspect of the game. Once the novice mission was completed, the true content of the game would follow. Gu Qinghan's eagerness to descend stemmed from 2 motives. Firstly, he sought a relatively safe location, one not likely to be overrun by a horde of zombies. Secondly, he aimed to level up swiftly to mitigate potential dangers ahead. Observing the group engaged in hushed conversations, he felt the earlier healing scroll had been wasted. Letting out a soft sigh, Gu Qinghan decisively asked, "Who among you wishes to join me in attempting a breakout? Step forward if you do. I will not coerce anyone." To his surprise, only Tian and Tao Yu expressed their willingness to accompany him. Even Li Qian, who had been fighting moments ago, dismally suggested, "That burly zombie we just faced was terrifying. Another one like it might be insurmountable. Why not stay with us?" Clearly, she had been shaken by the recent encounter. Gu Qinghan shook his head, turning to the 2 beside him, slightly astonished. He had discerned that Tao Yu was a person of resoluteness, but he was somewhat surprised that Tian chose to follow him. Catching his gaze, Tian smiled. "What is this? Do you look down on me?" "Not at all. I suddenly feel I may have underestimated you," Gu Qinghan replied, moving towards the door. Just as he was about to step outside, he turned back and said, "I bear no grudge if you choose to stay, but should any of you consider sneaking away while we engage in battle?" He left the thought hanging, merely smiling before stepping out. However, his smile sent an unsettling chill through everyone in the room. One girl muttered under her breath, "What is the point of being a hero? Isn't it better to stay here with everyone?" Another girl nodded in agreement. "Who knows how many zombies are out there? How can those 3 possibly break through?" Many expressed pessimism about their departure. They preferred to cling to the safety of their current situation rather than risk danger. Humans are inherently social creatures, especially in perilous times, favoring collective action. At that moment, Gu Qinghan and his companions reached the staircase guarded by two skeletal sentinels. Tian remained silent, simply following Gu Qinghan, while Tao Yu hesitated before finally asking, "Do we really have a chance to make it out?" Turning to him, Gu Qinghan smiled. "You two hold your fire for now. If that formidable zombie appears again, coordinate with my skeletons for a swift takedown. Can you manage it alone?" "It's not just me. It's my two skeletons." Gu Qinghan chuckled, instructing the skeletal minions to begin luring and dispatching the zombies below. The lower level was teeming with zombies, and with a mere provocation, 7 or 8 would come rushing forth. Yet, at that moment, the combat prowess of the two skeletons had reached 12 and 17 points, allowing them to overpower these zombies with ease. Particularly, the skeleton equipped with a shield could nearly dispatch a zombie with a single blow. Tian fetched 2 stools from a classroom, sitting beside Gu Qinghan to watch the skeletons in action against the zombies. Meanwhile, Tao Yu, realizing he had no part to play, silently retrieved a stool for himself. At 2:20 p.m., as a surge of necromantic energy flowed into Gu Qinghan, the second soul flame ignited. His eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to summon another skeleton. "Go! There are weapons to be found downstairs." The new skeletal minion eagerly dashed off to slay zombies, while Gu Qinghan checked his status panel. Player. Gu Qinghan, Class. Necromancer, Level 3. Combat Power, 15. Skills. Death Whisper Summon, Necromantic Space. Talents. None. Moreover, his skeletons had all advanced to Level 3, with their base combat power now elevated to 15 points. Armed with spiked wooden clubs, each skeleton boasted a combat power of 17. Such strength would not only allow them to tackle a sluggish zombie alone, but together, they would no longer be at the mercy of their foes. Gu Qinghan looked forward with anticipation to the enhancement effect of the second soul flame. Frowny face, your minions are reborn from death, with a 5 chance to instill panic in the enemy for 1 second upon attack. While a mere May 5th seem modest, one must consider that Gu Qinghan had more than one skeletal minion, and their attack frequency was substantial. As their numbers increased, the probability of triggering such effects would become formidable. Although the precise manifestation of this panic effect remained unknown, it would undoubtedly yield advantages. That was sufficient. At this moment, Gu Qinghan felt invigorated, a benefit of leveling up. He stood to stretch his limbs and asked the other two, "Shall we venture down?" They nodded in unison, Gu Qinghan's newfound strength having won their admiration. The trio descended the staircase, wading through the grotesque sensation akin to treading through muck as they stepped over zombie corpses. Nevertheless, they successfully navigated the corridor and beheld the scene below. At the foot of the stairs, 3 skeletons stood resolutely at the entrance, tirelessly clearing the onslaught of zombies. The skeleton wielding a shield occupied the center, repeatedly swinging its shield, akin to a half-door, to fend off the zombies' advances. Its other hand wielded a spiked club, striking at the heads of the zombies with precision. Each zombie fell after just a couple of blows, and with 3 such formidable skeletons in action, they managed to hold their ground against a horde that vastly outnumbered them. Of course, the critical factor was that the demise of these zombies would heal the injuries sustained by the skeletons. Otherwise, the relentless clawing and battering from the zombies would have overwhelmed them. Observing the harmonious cooperation among the 3 skeletons, Gu Qinghan felt reassured. He scrutinized the areas from which the zombies emerged and discerned that they were not coming from the corridor, but rather from below on the 3rd floor. This revelation sparked within him a fleeting thought of leaping from the window. Chapter 10. Defense or Breakthrough? Gu Qinghan sat in his seat, observing the waves of green mist emanating from the healing scroll, which enveloped the classroom. It was evident that this mist was insufficient to heal the entire room of individuals. Yet, at this moment, there appeared to be no better alternatives. The battle just now has provided me with a considerable amount of necromantic energy. I estimate that I will soon ignite the second soul flame. He glanced at the significantly brightened second soul flame and began contemplating his subsequent plans. Once outside, he did not intend to act in concert with these individuals. His inherently reclusive nature compelled him to prefer solitary endeavors unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had his skeletal minions to guard him. As he contemplated this, the effects of the healing scroll gradually waned. Those lying on the ground or at the desks expressed a degree of disappointment, yet they understood the preciousness of such an item. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to inquire about everyone's recovery status, a male student stood up and suggested, "Why don't we all stay here and wait until midnight to complete the novice quest before venturing out?" His words prompted several individuals to nod in agreement, including 2 students who had come down from the 9th floor with Gu Qinghan, who appeared somewhat swayed by the idea. Gu Qinghan chuckled. These fellows were truly absurdly naive. The novice quest represented the simplest aspect of the game. Once the novice quest was completed, the true content of the game would follow. Gu Qinghan was eager to descend for 2 reasons. First, he sought a relatively secure location, one where a horde of zombies would not suddenly emerge. Second, he was keen to level up swiftly to mitigate potential dangers that might arise later. Observing the murmuring group, he felt the earlier use of the healing scroll had been a waste. With a gentle exhalation, Gu Qinghan decisively asked, "Is there anyone willing to join me in attempting to break through? Please step beside me. I do not wish to coerce anyone." To his surprise, only Tian and Tao Yu expressed their willingness to accompany him. Even Li Qian, who had been engaged in battle moments before, sorrowfully urged, "The formidable zombie we encountered earlier was terrifying. If another were to appear, we might be unable to handle it. Why not stay with us?" It was evident that she had been frightened by the previous encounter with the robust zombie. Gu Qinghan shook his head, casting a glance at the 2 individuals beside him. Somewhat taken aback, he had readily discerned that Tao Yu was of a resolute nature, yet he was surprised that Tian had chosen to accompany him. Noticing his gaze, Tian smiled and said, "What, do you look down on me?" "Not at all. I suddenly feel I may have underestimated you before." Gu Qinghan proceeded toward the door, but just before stepping out, he turned back and remarked, "I do not blame you for staying, but should anyone wish to slip away during our battle." He left the thought unfinished, merely smiling as he exited. However, his smile sent a shiver down the spines of everyone remaining in the room. A girl quietly muttered, "What is the point of playing the hero? Wouldn't it be better to join everyone in defending this place?" Another girl nodded in agreement. Who knows how many zombies are out there? How could the 3 of them possibly break through? Many expressed a pessimistic outlook regarding their departure. They preferred to believe in the safety of their current situation over risking their lives. Humans are inherently social creatures, especially in times of peril, finding comfort in collective action. At this moment, Gu Qinghan and his 2 companions had reached the staircase guarded by 2 skeletal sentinels. Tian remained silent, simply following Gu Qinghan, while Tao Yu hesitated before finally asking, "Do we truly stand a chance of breaking through?" Gu Qinghan turned to him, smiling, "You 2 hold back. If that formidable zombie appears again, you will assist my skeletons in swiftly dispatching it. Can you manage alone?" "It is not solely I. It is my 2 skeletons." Gu Qinghan chuckled and instructed the 2 skeletons to begin luring and eliminating the zombies below. The horde of zombies below was dense, and a mere provocation would draw 7 or 8 of them. However, at this moment, the combat prowess of the 2 skeletons had reached 12 and 17 points, easily dominating these zombies. Particularly, the skeleton equipped with a shield could dispatch a zombie with a single blow, using its shield to ram and its mace to strike. Tian fetched 2 stools from a classroom, sitting beside Gu Qinghan as they observed the skeletons eradicate the zombies. Tao Yu, seeing there was no role for him, silently retrieved a stool for himself. At 2:20 p.m., as a surge of necromantic energy flowed into Gu Qinghan's body, the second soul flame was ignited. Simultaneously, Gu Qinghan's eyes brightened as he raised his hand to summon another skeleton. "Go forth. There are weapons to be found below." The new skeletal minion eagerly rushed to join the fray, while Gu Qinghan examined his status panel. Player: Gu Qinghan. Class: Necromancer. Level: 3. Combat power: 15. Skills: Death Whisper Summon, Necromantic Space. Talent: None. His skeletons had also advanced to level 3, with their base combat power boosted to 15 points. Equipped with spiked clubs, each skeletal minion now boasted a combat power of 17. Such might, while perhaps insufficient to confront a single sluggish zombie alone, would certainly not yield the same passive outcome when 3 joined forces. Gu Qinghan felt a surge of anticipation as he examined the enhancement effect of the second soul flame. Your minions are reborn from death, with a 5 chance to instill panic in enemies for 1 second upon attack. Though it appeared to be a mere 5%, it was important to remember that Gu Qinghan had more than 1 skeletal minion. With their frequent attacks, as their numbers swelled, the triggering probability could become quite formidable. While he was uncertain of the precise manifestation of this panic effect, he was confident it would yield advantages. That was sufficient. At that moment, Gu Qinghan felt invigorated. This was yet another benefit of leveling up. He stood to stretch his body and inquired of the other two, "Shall we venture down to take a look?" The two nodded in unison, already convinced by Gu Qinghan's prowess. Together, they descended the staircase, stepping upon the bodies of zombies and enduring the nauseating sensation akin to treading through muck. Nevertheless, they successfully navigated the hallway and beheld the scene below. At that moment, 3 skeletons braced themselves at the entrance of the staircase, systematically clearing the incoming zombies. The one equipped with a shield stood in the center, wielding its shield like a half-door, continuously fending off the zombies' assaults. Its other hand wielded a spiked club, mercilessly striking at the heads of the zombies. Each zombie fell after just a few blows, and with 3 skeletons of such combat capability, they stood steadfast against a horde that vastly outnumbered them. Crucially, the deaths of these zombies restored the skeleton's vitality. Otherwise, the relentless scratching, biting, and battering from the zombies would have overwhelmed the 3 skeletons. Observing their synchronized efforts, Gu Qinghan felt reassured. He took a moment to study the origin of the zombies, realizing they were not emerging from the hallway. Instead, they were coming from below this level, the 3rd floor. This revelation led Gu Qinghan to entertain the notion of leaping from the window. Chapter 11. A wall apart, his current physique had evidently been augmented. If he were to leap down, a height of approximately 10 meters should pose no significant challenge. What primarily reassured him was the presence of his skeletal companions to absorb any potential damage, enhancing his sense of security. However, the recollection of zombies lurking outside swiftly extinguished this notion. Within the confines of the corridor, he was tasked with confronting zombies from merely one direction. Yet, should he venture outside, he would be besieged by zombies from all sides, and the aid of his 3 skeletal allies would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Perhaps I should level up a bit more, he mused, when suddenly he witnessed one of his skeletal minions raise its weapon and strike a zombie squarely on the head. This action, seemingly mundane, elicited a response from the zombie akin to that of a creature encountering unspeakable horror. It turned and fled. Alas, it could not escape, as more zombies collided with it from behind. In an instant, several zombies were thrown into disarray. The 3 skeletons, devoid of mercy, swiftly dispatched the disoriented zombies. Is this what they call a panic effect? Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled, the outcome exceeding his expectations. Although Tian appeared somewhat pale, shaken by the gruesome scene, her curiosity prompted her to inquire, "What is happening with these zombies?" Casting a sidelong glance at her, Gu Qinghan replied with a smile, "They've been frightened by you." "Quite impressive." Tian gasped, her face flushing with indignation. Gu Qinghan refrained from further jest, instead gesturing towards the zombies below. "Would you like to join in slaying some zombies? It may be arduous, but it will grant you experience points." Tao Yu nodded, silently picking up a weapon and moving toward the vicinity of the 3 skeletons. The ground was strewn with discarded spiked wooden poles, and he selected one that was still functional to join the fray. Meanwhile, Tian hesitated, glancing at Gu Qinghan with a hint of expectation. "You will protect me, won't you? You are overthinking it. Should danger arise, I will be the first to flee," he bluntly shattered her fantasy. Surprisingly, Tian did not seem disheartened. She smiled and earnestly remarked, "You are unlike those men who make empty promises. You are truly special." Then, to Gu Qinghan's astonishment, she stepped forward, gathering a violet arcane sphere in her hands. 3 seconds later, one of her arcane spheres detonated amidst the horde of zombies, pushing the front line forward a fraction. "I've leveled up?" Tian exclaimed, casting a triumphant glance back at Gu Qinghan, who could only respond with a wry smile. Was Tian not beautiful? Undoubtedly, for just recently, she had been listed among the most beautiful new students by her peers. Yet, at that moment, he harbored no such inclinations. Romance was far from his mind. With Tian's advancement, she could now unleash 5 arcane spheres in quick succession, and each sphere's potency had notably increased. The once stagnant battle line on the 4th floor began to inch forward, spurred on by her contributions. Gu Qinghan stroked his chin, sensing that this global game held far more complexity than it initially suggested. Perhaps the true depth of its content would only reveal itself upon the completion of the novice tasks. By 3 o'clock, the trio had forcefully pushed the battle line to the corner between the 4th and 3rd floors. During this time, A particularly burly zombie had appeared, but this time, they did not require Tian's assistance. The three skeletons coordinated effortlessly to eliminate it. Healing scrolls were dropped this time, yet a shield materialized instead. Gu Qinghan equipped it to one of his skeletons, enhancing their combat capabilities. Although they had dispatched numerous zombies along the way, it now required the defeat of several more to slightly illuminate the third flame of his soul. In other words, the experience required for leveling up had increased. While these zombies posed no threat to him, they simultaneously hindered his ability to grow stronger. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan felt a sense of satisfaction. Two of his three skeletons were now armed with weapons and shields, their combat strength reaching an impressive 20 points, surpassing that of some level 3 practitioners. His next objective was to locate another formidable zombie and procure a shield for his third skeleton. With an increasing number of skeletons, will my demand for equipment escalate to alarming levels? Gu Qinghan pondered, his gaze inadvertently falling upon some spiked wooden poles scattered on the ground. These items bore an invisible barrier. They would only vanish when picked up by a player. This might be to prevent the equipment from being tainted or for some other reason. However, a thought suddenly struck him. Could he stockpile weapons in advance, ready for his new skeletons to utilize upon their emergence? It was worth noting that he had scarcely tapped into his other skill, Necromancer's domain. The skill description indicated that aside from his own undead, no living beings could endure within it. Yet, weapons were not considered living entities. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he picked up a weapon, attempting to store it in the Necromancer's domain. An invisible wave appeared in the air, causing the weapon in his hand to vanish in an instant. With a mere thought, the weapon reappeared in his grasp. It truly works. Gu Qinghan felt as though he had discovered a new frontier and promptly began collecting all nearby weapons. At least 200 zombies had perished in the corridor. Had it not been for the relentless onslaught of more zombies from behind, the corridor would have been completely blocked. The weapons dropped from these kills numbered in the dozens, yet Gu Qinghan had previously neglected to gather them. After collecting every visible weapon into his Necromancer's domain, the three skeletons finally led Tao Yu and Tian up to the third floor. However, as Gu Qinghan turned his gaze toward that direction, his expression shifted dramatically. The stairway leading from the third to the second floor was sealed by a thick earthen wall. Among the debris within the wall lay remnants of various items, indicating that it had been deliberately obstructed by some practitioner. Gu Qinghan had initially envisioned a plan where, even with a breach, they could swiftly descend the stairs. If they moved quickly enough, the zombies would pose no threat. Yet now, their hopes had been thwarted. Tian's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. She gritted her teeth and hurled an arcane sphere at the wall. Dust cascaded from the surface, yet it showed no signs of yielding. Gu Qinghan intervened, his voice low and firm. Conserve your strength. If this earthen wall were easily breached, the zombies would have already poured down. After the initial shock subsided, he quickly deduced the situation. The second floor housed numerous students. Should they discover that the source of the zombies was the third floor, and with the abundance of zombies outside, what would be the safest course of action? The answer was clear. Seal off the passage from the second to the third floor, as well as the exit from the first floor to the outside, thereby awaiting the completion of the so-called novice tasks. While such a course of action would effectively seal the fates of all on the third floor and above, it was not entirely implausible. After all, the second floor housed the deranged Li Qingshan. Before acquiring power, he had been a man of ruthless ambition. After gaining strength, Gu Qinghan would not be surprised by any atrocities he might commit. The three skeletons fought valiantly in the front lines. Tao Yu and Tian began to feel despondent. Only Gu Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly attempting to gaze through the earthen wall to catch a glimpse of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, you have unwittingly provided me with more than one justification for your demise. Chapter 12. Survivors of the first and second floors. Gu Qinghan exhibited no disappointment. Rather, any sentiment of dismay dissipated almost instantaneously. Since the demise of his parents, he had faced countless adversities, relying solely on his own resolve. Consequently, he swiftly began to contemplate methods of escape. While it was feasible to dismantle the earthen walls, it would undeniably require considerable time. Not to mention, there was a fissure from which an unending stream of zombies emerged. Breaking through the walls would likely lead him to confront Li Qingshan. Gu Qinghan had refrained from taking action earlier, perhaps due to his ignorance of the potential consequences of acquiring abilities. However, The gruesome sight of devoured students and teachers they had encountered along their journey was too numerous to count. Under such dire circumstances, the death of Gu Qinghan would elicit little more than indifference. The only viable option was to leap out of the window, yet he was still faced with the dilemma of his own limitations and strength. After much contemplation, Gu Qinghan concluded that he must first enhance his own abilities. Perhaps I should examine the crack. It may yield some rewards. With this thought in mind, he resolutely urged the three skeletons to advance further. Tian and her companion had ceased their efforts. The impact of the earthen wall had been too overwhelming, likely necessitating a prolonged period for recovery. After all, the shattering of a hope they had steadfastly held was a profound blow. Brother Qingshan, those combat professionals have all reached level 2. Perhaps we should take a break? In the classroom on the first floor, Li Qingshan sat at his desk, his brow slightly furrowed as he listened to a male student's report. Casting a glance at the defensive fortifications constructed by the Earth Elementalist at the doorway, he replied in a low tone, "Continue leveling to level 3. Being merely at level 2 is of little consequence." But everyone is saying they're exhausted. The boy appeared troubled, admitting that he too felt fatigued, which was why he had come to discuss it on behalf of others. A glint of cold light flickered in Li Qingshan's eyes, yet he refrained from lashing out. During the recent zombie onslaught, he had utilized his professional abilities to eliminate numerous undead. Consequently, he had emerged as the temporary leader of the surviving professionals on the first and second floors. Zombies continued to surge from the third floor. After a fierce battle, an Earth Elementalist managed to block both staircases. As the Earth Elementalist took a moment to recuperate, they sealed the doorway leading outside. However, at Li Qingshan's insistence, a narrow exit was left open to allow the individuals inside to safely level up. He had already ascended to level 3 during that brief interval, his combat prowess reaching a terrifying 35 points. Yet, he sensed that following the initiation of this game's novice quest, far greater challenges lay ahead. Thus, upon his suggestion, all combat professionals on this floor commenced their leveling efforts at the entrance. The zombies outside seemed to be an endless tide, relentlessly pouring in. Were it not for the Earth Elementalist continually reinforcing the door's defenses, the aperture might have already been widened. Having constructed such a favorable environment for leveling, it irked him that they still complained of fatigue. Contemplating this, Li Qingshan's expression darkened further. He glanced at a tall male student beside him, who promptly stood up. This was a former basketball teammate of his, known for his somewhat aggressive demeanor. Amidst the chaos, the two had fortuitously crossed paths and swiftly formed a small group. "Since you are tired, then my friend need not maintain this earthen wall any longer." Li Qingshan sneered. The Earth Elementalist was one of his companions. Elementalists were a rare profession, seemingly divided into various types. Within the classroom alone, there was also a Fire Elementalist. "Please, Brother Qingshan, that's not what we meant." The boy who had come to negotiate appeared flustered, his face contorted with distress as he explained, "It's not that we're complaining of fatigue. It's just that the game commenced precisely at lunchtime, and it's already past 3 in the afternoon." As he spoke, his stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Li Qingshan paused, suddenly realizing that the boy's argument held merit. Moreover, upon reflection, he too felt a pang of hunger. Nevertheless, he replied, "You all continue leveling. Remember what I said. The dangers will undoubtedly escalate after the novice quest. All 14 combat professionals must reach level 3. But everyone hasn't eaten. My friend and I will take care of the food situation, but you must heed my words afterward." The boy's demeanor brightened immediately, nodding enthusiastically. "Rest assured, Brother Qingshan, everyone is already following your lead. If it weren't for your intervention, we would have perished alongside those 2 foolish teachers outside." Li Qingshan couldn't help but smile. His decisive actions had indeed granted him a measure of authority among the group. When the 2 teachers proposed a breakout, the majority of the students on the first and second floors had followed suit, ultimately meeting their demise outside. Listening to the cries of anguish from beyond, those who remained trembled in fear. As the boy turned to relay the message to others, the Earth Elementalist beside him inquired, "Qingshan, where are we supposed to find food?" Li Qingshan regarded him for a moment before sighing. "I just retrieved a delivery I ordered online before class. It contains 4 bags of whole grain bread, which I intended for breakfast." The boy's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Let us go. I need to eat something. I feel like I'm starving." "Indeed, but we must reserve some for these individuals." We may still require their assistance. With that, the two made their way toward the classroom on the second floor where they had previously attended class, only to collide with a flustered girl. Li Qinghan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Hadn't she been stationed at the stairway, watching the earthen wall? What is happening? Is the wall about to be breached? A sense of alarm stirred within him. There was a crack on the third floor, and if the wall were compromised, they would be utterly overwhelmed by the zombies. The girl shook her head, swallowing hard before replying, "No, I heard sounds of combat from the third floor. There must be survivors up there." Li Qinghan suddenly relaxed. He had suspected this when he instructed his friends to seal off the stairwell. There had to be people above, and surely there were quite a few. However, what concern was that of his? If those upstairs were strong enough to eliminate all the zombies, then the earthen wall would surely not impede them. After all, the wall merely obscured the perception of the mindless undead. Its true defensive capabilities were far from remarkable, but if the individuals above lacked sufficient strength, their demise would be preferable to dragging him down as well, and such times, the death of a few individuals was entirely normal. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had he known such an event would transpire, he should have rendered Gu Qinghan incapacitated the moment he usurped his profession, or better yet, he should have eliminated him entirely. In his view, provoking an astute individual like Gu Qinghan without removing the threat was tantamount to nurturing a tiger to its own peril. Gu Qinghan, at this moment, you are likely nothing more than a meal for some ravenous zombie, are you not? Li Qinghan coldly chuckled, harboring a sliver of hope in his heart. Chapter 12 Survivors of the first and second floors. Gu Qinghan felt no disappointment, or rather, any disappointment he experienced was but a fleeting moment before it dissipated entirely. Since the passing of his parents, he had encountered numerous adversities, all of which he had to navigate alone. Consequently, he immediately began to ponder ways to extricate himself from his predicament. While dismantling the earthen walls was a feasible option, it would undoubtedly require considerable time. Not to mention, this floor was plagued by a fissure that continuously spewed forth zombies. Should he breach the walls, Gu Qinghan would likely have to confront that fellow, Li Qinghan. His previous hesitance to act may have stemmed from uncertainty regarding the consequences of acquiring newfound abilities. However, now, the countless corpses of students and teachers, devoured beyond recognition, bore witness to the grim reality around him. In such dire circumstances, the death of one more Gu Qinghan would hardly elicit any outcry. The only viable option was to leap from the window, yet he faced the same dilemma. His current strength did not permit him to roam freely outside. After much contemplation, Gu Qinghan concluded that he must first enhance his own capabilities. Perhaps I should locate the fissure. There may be some opportunity to seize. With this thought in mind, Gu Qinghan urged the three skeletons to continue their advance. Tian and her companion had ceased their efforts, as the toll from the earthen wall had been too great for them, likely requiring considerable time to recover. After all, the shattering of a hope they had steadfastly clung to left a profound sense of disillusionment. Brother Qingshan, those combat classes have all reached level 2. Shouldn't we take a break? In the classroom on the first floor, Li Qingshan sat at his desk, his brow furrowing slightly as he listened to a boy's report. He glanced at the defensive fortifications erected by the Earth Elementalist at the entrance and replied in a low voice, "Continue advancing to level 3. What use is level 2? But everyone says they are exhausted." The boy appeared troubled. To be frank, he too felt fatigue, which was why he had come to represent the others. A cold glint flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes, but he refrained from lashing out. Earlier, during the onslaught of zombies, he had utilized his professional skills to eliminate numerous foes. This earned him the temporary leadership of the survivors from the first and second floors. With zombies continually emerging from the third floor, they had managed to block 2 stairwells with the help of an Earth Elementalist. Simultaneously, once the Elementalist had regained some strength, they sealed the main door leading outside. Nonetheless, at Li Qingshan's insistence, they left a narrow exit to allow those inside to safely level up. He had already reached level 3 during a recent skirmish, and his combat prowess had soared to a staggering 35 points. Yet, he sensed that the challenges following this introductory quest would be far more formidable. Thus, upon his suggestion, the combat practitioners of this floor began leveling up at the entrance. The zombies outside poured in like an unending tide. Were it not for the Earth Elementalist continuously reinforcing the door's defenses, the opening would have surely widened by now. Having created such a favorable training environment for this group, how could they dare to complain of fatigue? Contemplating this, Li Qingshan's expression grew increasingly grim. He glanced at his side, where a tall boy rose abruptly. This was a former basketball comrade of his, one who possessed a somewhat aggressive demeanor. Amid the chaos, the two had fortuitously crossed paths and quickly formed a small faction. If you're fatigued, then my friend need not maintain this earthen wall any longer. Li Qingshan sneered. The Earth Elementalist was one of his basketball companions. Elementalists were a rare class, yet they seemed to be divided into several types. Even within the classroom, there was another fire elementalist present. Please, Brother Qingshan, that is not what we meant. The boy who had come to negotiate appeared flustered, his face contorted in distress. It's not that we're complaining of fatigue. It's just that the game began right at lunchtime, and now it's already past 3 in the afternoon. As he spoke, his stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Li Qingshan paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that the boy's words held merit. Moreover, upon reflection, he too felt a twinge of hunger. Nevertheless, he replied, you all continue leveling up. Remember what I said. After the novice quest, dangers will undoubtedly increase. All 14 combat practitioners must reach level 3. But no one has eaten anything. My friend and I will handle the food situation, but you all must heed my commands thereafter. The boy's face brightened instantly. He nodded eagerly, saying, rest assured, Brother Qingshan, everyone is already following your lead. Were it not for your intervention, we would have perished alongside those 2 foolish teachers outside. A smile crept over Li Qingshan's face. His decisive actions had indeed granted him a measure of authority among the group. The 2 teachers had proposed a breakout, leading most of the first and second floor students to follow them outside, where they all met their demise. The sounds of their screams had left those who remained trembling in fear. As the boy turned to relay the message to the others, the Earth Elementalist beside him inquired, Qingshan, where shall we find food? Li Qingshan regarded him thoughtfully before letting out a sigh. Before class, I retrieved a delivery I had ordered online. It consists of 4 bags of whole grain bread, intended for breakfast. The boy's eyes lit up instantly as he exclaimed, let us go. I need to eat something. I am on the verge of starving, indeed, but we must reserve some for the others. We may need their assistance later. With that, the 2 made their way towards the classroom on the 2nd floor where they had previously attended, only to collide with a flustered girl. Li Qingshan felt puzzled. Had she not been stationed at the stairwell watching the earthen wall? What is the matter? Is the wall about to be breached? A sudden sense of alarm gripped him. If the wall fell, with zombies pressing in from all sides, they would surely be overwhelmed. The girl shook her head and swallowed hard before saying, no, I heard sounds of combat coming from the 3rd floor. There must still be survivors up there. Li Qingshan's tension dissipated instantly. He had surmised as much when he instructed his friend to seal the corridor earlier. There were certainly people above, and likely a considerable number. However, what did that have to do with him? If those above were strong enough to eliminate all the zombies, then the earthen wall would pose no obstacle. After all, the wall merely obscured the zombies' senses. Its actual defensive capabilities were hardly remarkable. Yet, if those above were insufficiently powerful, then their demise would be preferable to dragging him down with them. In such dire circumstances, the loss of a few lives was entirely to be expected. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known such events would unfold, he should have incapacitated Gu Qinghan when he had the chance, or rather, he should have eliminated him entirely. In his view, provoking an astute individual like Gu Qinghan without removing the threat was akin to nurturing a tiger. Gu Qinghan, by now, you've likely been devoured by some ravenous zombie, haven't you? Li Qingshan chuckled coldly, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Chapter 12 Survivors of the 1st and 2nd floors. Gu Qinghan felt no disappointment, or rather, his disappointment flickered for but a moment before dissipating entirely. Since the passing of his parents, he had faced every challenge predominantly on his own. Thus, he promptly began to contemplate how to extricate himself from his predicament. Breaking through these earthen walls was indeed a feasible option, albeit one that would undoubtedly require considerable time. Not to mention, there was a crack continuously spewing forth zombies on this level, and upon breaching the earthen structure, Gu Qinghan would likely have to confront Li Qingshan. Previously, Gu Qinghan had refrained from taking action, perhaps out of ignorance regarding the consequences of acquiring his abilities. However, now, the countless corpses of students and teachers, ravaged beyond recognition along their journey, were etched vividly in his mind. Under such circumstances, the demise of one more Gu Qinghan would scarcely elicit a second glance. The only viable course of action was to leap out of the window, yet he faced the same dilemma. His own strength did not permit him to roam freely outside. After much contemplation, Gu Qinghan reached a conclusion. He must first bolster his own power. Perhaps I should first locate the crack. It might yield some rewards? With this thought in mind, Gu Qinghan resolutely instructed the three skeletons to continue advancing. Tian and her companion had already ceased their efforts. The impact of the earthen wall had left them severely shaken, and it would likely take a considerable time for them to recover. After all, the shattering of a hope they had steadfastly believed in had created a profound sense of disillusionment. Brother Qingshan, those combat professionals have all leveled up to 2. Shall we take a break? In the classroom on the first floor, Li Qingshan sat at his desk, his brow furrowing slightly as he listened to a male student's report. Casting a glance at the defensive fortifications erected by the Earth Elementalist at the doorway, he replied in a low voice, "Continue leveling up to 3. Being at level 2 is of little consequence. But everyone says they are exhausted." The boy appeared somewhat distressed. To be frank, he too was weary, which was why he had come to negotiate on behalf of the others. A cold glint flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes, yet he did not unleash his ire. During the recent zombie onslaught, he had utilized his professional skills to eliminate numerous zombies, thereby establishing himself as the temporary leader of the surviving professionals on the first and second floors. Zombies continued to emerge from the third floor, and after a fierce battle, an Earth Elementalist had managed to block both stairways. Once the Earth Elementalist had regained some strength, they sealed the main door leading outside. However, at Li Qingshan's insistence, they left a narrow exit to ensure the safety of those inside while they leveled up. He had already advanced to level 3 during the previous skirmish, his combat power now an impressive 35 points. Yet, he sensed that greater challenges awaited beyond the novice tasks of this game. Consequently, at his suggestion, the combat professionals on this level began to train at the doorway. The zombies outside seemed endless, continuously pouring in. Were it not for the Earth Elementalist fortifying the door, that breach would have likely been enlarged long ago. Having created such an excellent training environment for these people, how could they still complain of fatigue? The thought darkened Li Qingshan's expression further. He glanced at a tall male student nearby, who promptly stood up. This was a friend from his basketball days, one of those slightly aggressive types. Amidst the chaos, the two had fortuitously crossed paths and quickly formed a small clique. "If you're tired, then my friend need not maintain this earthen wall any longer." Li Qingshan sneered. That Earth Elementalist was indeed one of his companions. Elementalists were rare professions, yet they seemed to be categorized into several types. Even in the classroom, there was another fire elementalist present. "Please, Brother Qingshan, that is not what we meant." The boy who had come to negotiate appeared flustered, his face contorted with concern as he explained, "It's not that we're complaining of fatigue. It is just that this wretched game began right at lunchtime, and it's already past 3 in the afternoon." As he spoke, his stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Li Qingshan paused, suddenly realizing that the boy's words bore a semblance of truth. Moreover, upon reflection, he found himself feeling somewhat hungry as well. "Nevertheless," he replied, "continue training for now, but remember what I said. Once the novice task is completed, it will undoubtedly become far more perilous. All 14 combat professionals must reach level 3. But everyone hasn't eaten. My friend and I will handle the food situation, but you must heed my commands moving forward." The boy's expression brightened instantly, and he nodded eagerly, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Qingshan, everyone is already following your lead. If it weren't for you holding us back, we all would have perished outside alongside those 2 foolish teachers." Li Qingshan couldn't help but smile. His decisive actions had indeed granted him a measure of authority among this group. The 2 teachers had proposed a breakout, leading most of the students on the first and second floors to follow them outside, where they all met their doom. Hearing the incessant screams from outside, those who remained had trembled in fear. As the boy turned to relay the news to the others, the Earth Elementalist beside him inquired, "Qingshan, where do we go to find food?" Li Qingshan regarded him for a moment before sighing, "I had just collected a delivery I ordered online before class. It includes 4 bags of whole grain bread, intended for breakfast." The boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately exclaimed, "Let us go. I need to eat something. I'm on the verge of starvation." "Indeed, but we must save some for the others. We may yet require their assistance." With that, the two headed towards the classroom on the second floor where they had previously attended lessons, only to collide with a frantic young woman. Li Qinghan felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be guarding that earthen wall at the stairwell? What's wrong? Has the earthen wall been breached? A surge of vigilance coursed through him. If the wall fell, the zombies would surely overwhelm them from the third floor. The girl shook her head, swallowing hard before speaking. "No, I heard sounds of combat coming from the third floor. There must still be survivors up there." Li Qinghan suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had suspected as much when he had instructed his friend to seal off the stairway. There were undoubtedly others above, and likely in considerable numbers. But what concern was that of his? If those above were strong enough to vanquish all the zombies, then the earthen wall would pose no obstacle to them. After all, the wall only served to obscure the sensibilities of those mindless zombies. Its true defensive capabilities were far from formidable. Yet, if the individuals above lacked sufficient strength and perished, it would be preferable to him than becoming embroiled in their fate. At such a time, the death of a few was entirely normal. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known such events would unfold, he should have incapacitated Gu Qinghan when he had the chance, rather than merely usurping his profession. Or perhaps, he should have eliminated him entirely. In his eyes, leaving a clever adversary like Gu Qinghan alive was akin to harboring a tiger. Gu Qinghan, at this very moment, you are likely devoured by some ravenous zombie, are you not? Li Qinghan chuckled coldly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his mind. Chapter 12. Survivors of the first and second floors. Gu Qinghan felt no disappointment. Rather, any semblance of disappointment he harbored dissipated in an instant. Since the demise of his parents, he had faced every adversity largely on his own. Consequently, he immediately began to contemplate ways to extricate himself from his predicament. While it was feasible to dismantle the earthen walls, it would undeniably require substantial time. Not to mention the fact that this level was continuously spewing forth zombies from a fissure. Should he succeed in breaching the walls, he would likely encounter that troublesome fellow, Li Qinghan. Gu Qinghan had refrained from taking action earlier, perhaps due to his ignorance of what consequences his newly acquired abilities might bring. However, now, the sheer number of devoured corpses of students and teachers they had witnessed along their journey was staggering. In such dire circumstances, the death of one more Gu Qinghan would hardly raise eyebrows. The only viable option was to leap out of the window, yet he faced the same dilemma. His own strength did not permit him to roam freely outside. After much contemplation, Gu Qinghan arrived at the conclusion that he must first bolster his own capabilities. Perhaps I should first investigate the fissure. There may be some gains to be had, he mused inwardly, prompting him to urge the three skeletons to press forward. Tian and her companion had already ceased their efforts. The impact of that earthen wall had been too great for them, and it could take a considerable time for them to recover. After all, the shattering of a hope they had steadfastly clung to had left a profound sense of disillusionment. Brother Qingshan, those combat professionals have all reached level 2. Should we not take a break? In the classroom on the first floor, Li Qingshan furrowed his brow slightly as he listened to a boy's report. He cast a glance at the defensive fortifications erected at the entrance by the Earth Elementalist and replied in a somber tone, "Continue advancing to level 3. What use is level 2? But everyone is saying they are exhausted." The boy appeared somewhat troubled. To be frank, he too was fatigued, which was why he had come to negotiate on behalf of the others. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes, yet he refrained from losing his temper. During the recent onslaught of zombies, he had utilized his professional abilities to eliminate numerous foes, thereby establishing himself as the temporary leader of the surviving professionals on the first and second floors. Zombies continued to emerge from the third floor, and after a fierce battle, an Earth Elementalist managed to barricade 2 stairwells. Subsequently, after the Elementalist had a moment to recuperate, they sealed off the main entrance leading outside. However, at Li Qingshan's insistence, they left a narrow exit to allow those inside to safely level up. He had already ascended to level 3 during this brief interval, and his combat prowess had reached a terrifying 35 points. Nonetheless, he sensed that after the initial quests of this game, far greater challenges awaited. Thus, under his guidance, the combat professionals on this level began to train at the entrance. The relentless tide of zombies surged in, seemingly endless. Were it not for the Earth Elementalist continually reinforcing the door's defenses, that opening might have been vastly enlarged by now. Having created such a conducive environment for leveling up, how could they dare to complain of fatigue? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Qingshan's expression darkened further. He glanced to his side, where a tall boy promptly stood up. This was a former basketball buddy of his, a fellow of somewhat aggressive disposition. Amidst the chaos, they had fortuitously crossed paths and quickly formed a small group. Since you are all tired, my friend need not maintain this earthen wall any longer. Li Qingshan sneered. That earth elementalist was indeed one of his companions. Elementalists were rare professionals, seemingly categorized into several types, and there was another fire elementalist in the classroom. Please, Brother Qingshan, that's not what we meant. The boy who had come to negotiate immediately panicked, his face contorted in distress. It's not that we are tired. It's just that the game began precisely at lunchtime, and now it's already past 3 in the afternoon. As he spoke, his stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Li Qingshan paused, then realized that the boy's argument held some merit. Moreover, upon reflection, he too felt a pang of hunger. Nevertheless, he addressed the group. You all continue leveling up. Remember what I said. After the novice tasks, the dangers will undoubtedly escalate. All 14 combat professionals must reach level 3. But we haven't eaten anything. My friend and I will handle the food situation, but you must heed my directives afterward. The boy's face brightened instantly, and he nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, Brother Qingshan, everyone is already following your lead. If it weren't for your intervention, we would have perished alongside those 2 foolish teachers outside. Li Qingshan couldn't help but smile. His decisive actions had indeed granted him a measure of authority among this group. When the 2 teachers proposed a breakout, the majority of the students on the first and second floors had followed them, only to meet their demise outside. As they listened to the continuous screams from beyond, those who remained trembled in terror. As the boy turned to relay the news to the others, the earth elementalist beside him inquired, Qingshan, where are we going to find food? Li Qingshan regarded him and sighed. I picked up a delivery I ordered online earlier. It's 4 bags of whole grain bread, intended for breakfast. The boy's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, let us go. I need to eat something. I'm on the verge of starving. Yes, but we must reserve some for the others. We may still need their assistance. With that, the 2 made their way toward the classroom on the second floor where they had previously held lessons, only to collide with a flustered girl. Li Qingshan was perplexed. Wasn't she supposed to be watching the earthen wall at the stairway? What happened? Is the earthen wall about to be breached? A sudden sense of alarm gripped him. There was a fissure on the 3rd floor, and should the wall give way, they would surely falter under a zombie ambush. The girl shook her head, swallowing hard before speaking. No, I heard sounds of fighting on the 3rd floor. There must still be survivors up there. Li Qingshan's anxiety evaporated in an instant. He had surmised as much when he instructed his friends to seal off the stairwell. There were certainly people above, and likely quite a few. Yet, what did that matter to him? If the individuals on the upper floors were strong enough to eliminate all the zombies, the earthen wall would surely be insufficient to halt them. After all, the wall merely obscured the sensibilities of those foolish zombies. Its true defensive capability was hardly remarkable. However, if the occupants of the upper floors were not sufficiently robust, their demise would be preferable to dragging him down with them. In times like these, the death of a few individuals was all too commonplace. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he foreseen such an occurrence, he should have incapacitated Gu Qinghan when he had the chance, rather than allowing him to escape unscathed. Indeed, he should have eliminated him entirely. To Li Qingshan, provoking a cunning individual like Gu Qinghan was akin to nurturing a tiger, an act fraught with peril. Gu Qinghan, at this very moment, you must surely be devoured by some ravenous zombie. Li Qingshan thought with a cold smile, harboring a glimmer of hope. Chapter 12. Survivors of the first and second floors. Gu Qinghan felt no disappointment. Rather, if any flicker of disappointment had existed, it vanished almost instantly. Since the demise of his parents, he had faced an array of challenges, relying almost entirely on his own resilience. Thus, he immediately began to contemplate ways to extricate himself from his predicament. While dismantling the earthen walls was a feasible option, it would undoubtedly require considerable time. Not to mention, this floor was plagued by a fissure that incessantly spewed forth zombies, and should he break the walls, he would likely have to confront Li Qingshan. Gu Qinghan had refrained from taking action previously, possibly due to his ignorance regarding the consequences of acquiring abilities. However, The numerous corpses of students and teachers, ravaged beyond recognition, bore testament to the grim reality. In such circumstances, the death of one more Gu Qinghan would hardly elicit any remarks from others. The only viable option was to leap through the window, yet he was once again confronted with the limitation of his own strength, which did not permit him to roam freely outside. After much contemplation, Gu Qinghan arrived at a conclusion. He must first augment his own power. Perhaps I should find the fissure and see if there are any opportunities? With this thought in mind, Gu Qinghan urged the three skeletons to advance further. Tian and her companion had already ceased their efforts. The impact of the earthen wall had been too severe, and it would likely take a long time for them to recover. After all, the shattering of a hope they had steadfastly believed in created a profound sense of disillusionment. Brother Qingshan, those combat professionals have all reached level 2. Perhaps we should take a break? In the classroom on the first floor, Li Qingshan furrowed his brow slightly as he listened to a boy's report. Casting a glance at the defensive fortifications erected by the Earth Elementalist at the entrance, he replied in a low voice, "Continue to level 3. What's the point of being only level 2? But everyone says they're exhausted." The boy appeared somewhat troubled. To be honest, he too was fatigued, which was precisely why he had come to negotiate on behalf of the others. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes, yet he did not unleash his frustration. Earlier, when the zombies had invaded, he had utilized his professional abilities to eliminate numerous foes. Consequently, he had become the temporary leader of the surviving professionals on the first and second floors. Zombies continued to emerge from the third floor, but after a fierce battle, an Earth Elementalist had successfully blocked the 2 staircases. Once that Earth Elementalist had regained some strength, they sealed off the main entrance leading outside. However, at Li Qingshan's insistence, they left a narrow exit, allowing those within to safely level up. He had already advanced to level 3 during the earlier skirmish, and his combat prowess had reached a terrifying 35 points. Yet, he sensed that after this beginner's task, there would undoubtedly be greater challenges ahead. Thus, under his guidance, the combat professionals on this level began to train by the entrance. The zombies outside seemed to be an unending tide, continuously pouring in. Were it not for the Earth Elementalist reinforcing the door's defenses, that opening would likely have been widened long ago. Having created such an advantageous training environment for this group, how could they dare to complain of exhaustion? With that thought, Li Qingshan's expression grew increasingly grim. He glanced at a tall boy beside him, who promptly stood up. This was a former basketball comrade known for his somewhat aggressive demeanor. In the chaos earlier, the two had fortuitously crossed paths and quickly formed a small group. "Since you're all tired, my friend need not maintain this earthen wall any longer." Li Qingshan sneered. The Earth Elementalist was none other than his teammate. Elementalists were a rare profession, seemingly divided into several types, and there was even a fire elementalist present in the classroom. "Please, Brother Qingshan, that's not what we meant." The boy who had approached for discussion suddenly looked panicked, his face contorting as he said, "It's not that we're tired. It's just that the game began right around lunchtime, and now it's well past 3 o'clock. As he spoke, his stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Li Qingshan paused for a moment, then realized the validity of the boy's words. Moreover, he too had begun to feel a pang of hunger. Nevertheless, he responded, "You all continue leveling up. Remember what I said. After the beginner's task, danger will surely escalate. All 14 combat professionals must reach level 3. But no one has eaten anything. My friend and I will handle the food situation, but you all must heed my commands afterward." The boy's face lit up with excitement as he nodded vigorously, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Qingshan, everyone is already following your lead. If you hadn't intervened, we would have followed those 2 foolish teachers to our demise outside." Li Qingshan couldn't help but smile. His decisive actions had indeed granted him some authority among this group. The 2 teachers had suggested a breakout, and as a result, most of the students from the first and second floors had followed them outside, only to meet their end. Hearing the continuous screams from outside had left those who remained trembling with fear. The boy turned to relay the message to the others. The Earth Elementalist beside him asked, "Qingshan, where shall we find food?" Li Qingshan regarded him for a moment before sighing. "Before class, I retrieved a delivery I ordered online. It's 4 bags of whole wheat bread, intended for breakfast." The boy's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Let's go. I need to eat something. I'm on the verge of starvation." "Indeed, but we must reserve some for the others. We may need their assistance later." With that, the two made their way towards the classroom where they had previously attended lessons, only to collide with a flustered girl rushing towards them. Li Qingshan was puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to be watching the earthen wall at the staircase? What's the matter? Is the wall about to be breached? A sudden sense of alarm gripped him. There was a crack on the third floor, and should the wall give way, they would surely be overwhelmed by the zombies. The girl shook her head, swallowing hard before speaking. No, I heard what sounded like a battle on the third floor. There must still be survivors up there. Li Qingshan's tension dissipated in an instant. When he had instructed his friend to seal off the staircase, he had suspected as much. Surely there were individuals above, and likely quite a few. Yet, what did that matter to him? If those above were strong enough to eliminate all the zombies, they would undoubtedly break through the earthen wall. After all, that wall could only obscure the sensibilities of those mindless zombies. Its actual defensive capabilities were far from impressive, however. If the individuals above lacked sufficient strength, then their demise would be preferable to dragging him down with them. In times like these, the loss of a few lives was entirely normal. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he foreseen such an occurrence, he should have incapacitated Gu Qinghan when he had seized his profession, or perhaps he should have eliminated him entirely. To his mind, engaging with someone as shrewd as Gu Qinghan without neutralizing him was akin to nurturing a tiger cub in one's home. Gu Qinghan, at this moment, you must surely be devoured by some ravenous zombie. Li Qingshan thought with a cold smile, a flicker of anticipation igniting in his heart. Chapter 13. Novice Trial. Should we open the corridor and let the students upstairs come down? The girl suddenly laughed at Li Qingshan, her voice tinged with a hint of fear. Li Qingshan glanced at her, then retorted, "Can you ascertain whether those coming down are the living or the undead?" The girl was momentarily at a loss for words, yet her gaze still betrayed a sense of reluctance. Li Qingshan chuckled, a trace of disdain in his expression. "If you can stand at the corridor's entrance and deal with those potential zombies rushing down, I might consider opening it. Otherwise, spare me your overly compassionate sentiments." Silenced, the girl could not muster a retort, and under Li Qingshan's imposing demeanor, she could only lower her head and retreat. The Earth Element Mage, Liang Chao, watched her departing figure and suddenly patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder. "Hey, that girl is the belle of our major. Are you interested?" "Liang Chao, if you're interested, just say so." "Spare me the subtle hints," Li Qingshan chided with a smile, and then he and Liang Chao made their way to the classroom where he had just been teaching. Liang Chao chuckled, "She wouldn't look my way. I'm not nearly as handsome as you." Without turning back, Li Qingshan replied, his voice laced with ambition. "That's not the case anymore. Strength is everything now. Stick with me, and you'll have your fill of such women." "All right." On the third floor, Gu Qinghan watched as 4 skeletal figures advanced toward him, and he couldn't help but stretch. It was now past 3:30 in the afternoon, and after clearing countless zombies, he had finally reached level 4. His combat power had risen to 20, and the same skeletons had transformed into level 4 entities with 20 combat power. Particularly impressive were the 2 skeletons equipped with shields and weapons. Their combat power had surged to 27. Together with the other 2 skeletons, they were nearly unstoppable in the corridor. Suddenly, Tian approached him, presenting a small bread roll. "Here, I just had one, and Tao, you had one too." Gu Qinghan accepted the small bread, unwrapped it, and ate it without a second thought, unfazed by the surrounding dismembered limbs. This scenario would likely become commonplace, and rather than evading it, it was better to adapt swiftly. Tian opened her mouth, seemingly unaccustomed to Gu Qinghan's brazen demeanor. When she and Tao Yu had eaten earlier, they had deliberately sought a classroom devoid of corpses, forcing themselves to swallow their food despite the urge to retch. In contrast, Gu Qinghan seemed to dine among the dead as if he were in a cafeteria, exhibiting no signs of distress. "Are you two fully recovered?" Gu Qinghan suddenly turned, addressing Tian and the nearby Tao Yu. The two nodded. They had both just reached level 3 and had regained some stamina. However, the fissure in the corridor appeared to be like a monster's mouth, continuously spewing forth zombies. Had it not been for Gu Qinghan's skeletons, which did not tire and could regenerate wounds during battle, they would have surely been overwhelmed. Gu Qinghan nodded, about to speak when he noticed Tao Yu beckoning to him from behind. Turning around, he saw 2 shield apparitions enveloping his skeletons. Then, 2 robust zombies charged at them, striking their shields, yet this time, The apparitions did not shatter. Point 2 Formidable zombies. However, Gu Qinghan felt more anticipation than fear upon seeing the two creatures just emerging from the fissure. Their strength had notably increased, particularly his skeletons, whose combat power was now nearly on par with these brawny zombies. Just what I need, 2 more shields. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with determination as his 4 skeletons surged toward the 2 robust zombies. The foremost skeletons, shielded by Tao Yu's skills, collided with the zombies in a display of brute force. Following closely, the rear skeletons brought down their weapons upon the zombies' heads. The skulls of the brawny zombies were considerably tougher, yet they still yielded to the force, caving in under the assault. Tian, originally poised to intervene, found herself momentarily stunned by the overwhelming synergy of the skeletons. Only after the 2 zombies fell did she tentatively inquire, "Is it just my imagination, or do your skeletons seem to coordinate better than before?" Gu Qinghan smiled. Perhaps. In truth, Tian was correct. The coordination of the skeletons had indeed improved. This enhancement was due to the third soul fire's effect, which stated frowny face, "The thirst for death is the pursuit of all your minions." Their cooperation has become more refined. However, Gu Qinghan's smile faded quickly. He realized that only one of the zombies had dropped a shield. Oh no, it seems my suspicions were accurate. After leveling up, the drop rate for low-level monsters has significantly decreased. Gu Qinghan felt a twinge of frustration, especially since one skeleton was left without a shield. Nevertheless, his skeletons were now capable of sweeping through ordinary zombies, even if they rarely dropped spiked clubs. They were now merely 10 meters from the fissure, and it felt as though a palpable pressure was emanating from it. Gu Qinghan scratched his head, uncertain if the fissure could even be sealed. As he pondered, one skeleton approached the fissure, triggering a notification. Frowny face, "Would you like to challenge the novice trial passage? Success in the challenge will allow you to close this passage. Note, the challenge can only be undertaken by one person. Please assess your capabilities." Gu Qinghan was taken aback. The fissure required a challenge to be closed. Although the challenge could only be attempted by one, he believed his skeletons would be fine. He glanced at the other 2, who clearly received similar notifications. "What do you think? Are you interested in trying?" Gu Qinghan casually asked, but as expected, both were not inclined to attempt it. Tao Yu had formidable defensive capabilities but lacked effective offensive means, while Tian's impressive attack methods rendered her nearly defenseless in close quarters. In contrast, Gu Qinghan's skeletons were a perfect blend of offense and defense. Tian voiced her concerns. "Are you sure you want to challenge it? I sense danger." Gu Qinghan chuckled. "Is there anywhere that isn't dangerous?" He was well aware that this challenge might harbor peril, yet he still wished to give it a try. After all, he faced these zombies with little stress and had nearly exhausted his supply of necromantic energy. If anyone could close this passage, it would be him. He silently chose to accept the challenge, and the dark passage began to writhe, ceasing the emergence of zombies. Then, Gu Qinghan felt a pulling force emanating from the fissure, drawing him uncontrollably toward it. Along with his skeletons, in mere seconds, Gu Qinghan vanished into the fissure, disappearing before the astonished gazes of Tian and Tao Yu. Chapter 14. A Bountiful Harvest. Gu Qinghan felt as though he had momentarily lost all sensation, only to be abruptly reawakened by the solid ground beneath his feet. He immediately surveyed his surroundings and was relieved to find his 4 skeletal companions materialized beside him. The place he now occupied appeared to be a gladiatorial arena. Gu Qinghan noticed that the stands around him were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any information or insight. Yet, a gut feeling told him that something was observing him from the obscured seats. The arena itself was illuminated, revealing numerous dismembered limbs and pools of fresh blood. It seems this place has recently witnessed a brutal battle. Gu Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Just then, he heard the unmistakable sound of iron chains dragging across the ground. He whipped around to see a towering figure slowly emerging from the shadows at the edge of the arena. Instinctively, he positioned his 4 skeletons before him, fixating their attention on the approaching presence. As the figure stepped into the light, it became clear that it was a colossal zombie, resembling a giant. Tyrant zombie. Level 5. Combat power. 60. Description. A formidable variant among the undead, born solely for destruction and mayhem, mercilessly tearing apart any adversary in its path. This was Gu Qinghan's first encounter with a zombie that came with a description. Even the previous robust zombies had not received such treatment. The tyrant zombie, dragging 2 iron chains, advanced towards Gu Qinghan as if stalking its prey. At that moment, a voice resonated in the arena, a sound he had previously heard in his mind. The novice trial has commenced. Survive for 10 minutes to clear the novice trial. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan understood the origin of the scattered limbs and severed arms on the ground. These remnants were undoubtedly left behind by those who had ventured here before him. It was clear that they had met with failure. He promptly commanded his skeletal minions to surround the tyrant, while he silently calculated the passage of time in his mind. Upon spotting the 4 feeble skeletons charging towards it, the tyrant emitted a thunderous roar. With a flick of its chains, it lashed out at the foremost skeleton like a serpent striking its prey. Fortunately, the skeleton raised its shield just in time to deflect the blow, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a halt. The remaining 3 skeletons had now reached the tyrant's side, swinging their weapons fiercely at the giant undead. However, the spiked wooden clubs barely inflicted any significant damage on the tyrant's formidable form. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow, growing increasingly anxious as he observed the unfolding battle. The requirement for the novice trial was to survive for 10 minutes, and he was certain that a single tyrant zombie could not be the only adversary he would face. As he gazed into the encroaching darkness surrounding the arena, a sense of pressure began to mount. Suddenly, he spotted several weathered weapon racks within the arena. Covered in thick layers of dust, it was evident that the weapons had not seen use in countless years. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan hurried over, seizing a long knife from one of the racks. With a swift motion, the gleaming blade momentarily blinded him, yet it also revealed the weapon's attributes. Antiquated long knife. Level 3. Increases combat power by 10. An increase of 10 combat power was 5-fold that of the spiked wooden club. Gu Qinghan promptly issued commands to his skeletons, instructing them to switch to the newly acquired weapons before re-engaging in battle. The skeletons, caught in the heat of combat, suddenly thrust their shields forward, pushing the tyrant zombie back. They then raced towards the nearest weapon rack. 2 skeletons procured long knives, while the other 2 wielded a war hammer and a spear. Regardless of the weapon, the combat prowess of the 4 skeletons surged dramatically, enabling them to inflict genuine harm upon the tyrant. A knife struck the tyrant, causing a foul spray of blood to erupt, eliciting a roar of rage from the creature. It retaliated, but every attack was thwarted by the skeleton's shields. In less than a minute, this once mighty tyrant was decapitated by the combined efforts of the 4 skeletons. Feeling a surge of necromantic energy flowing into him, Gu Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the novice trial had indeed provided some assistance. Without these weapons, even the most formidable challengers would likely have struggled to harm the tyrant. Yet, while others could only claim one weapon, Gu Qinghan had the capability to wield multiple. Moments after the first tyrant fell, the sound of dragging chains echoed once more from the shadows. Gu Qinghan turned to see another tyrant zombie slowly approaching him. However, the 4 skeletons were now more than capable of dispatching it with ease. Every passing minute saw a new tyrant emerge from the darkness, only to be swiftly vanquished by Gu Qinghan's skeletal minions. It wasn't until nearly half a minute after the last tyrant had collapsed that Gu Qinghan finally heard the announcement, signaling the end of the trial. Trial concluded. Congratulations, player, for clearing the novice trial. You have been rewarded with 1 piece of equipment for your current class. Congratulations, you are the first player to pass the novice trial, earning you the special passive skill Pioneer. A beam of white light enveloped Gu Qinghan, and he discovered he had acquired a new passive skill. Pioneer. The brave shall first partake in the world. Players possessing this skill have a greater likelihood of obtaining higher-tier rewards. This appeared to be a skill that enhanced one's luck. Gu Qinghan quickly scanned his surroundings, inquiring about his equipment. To his delight, he spotted a floating orb of light above the corpse of the last tyrant. He approached it and discovered it to be a staff, roughly the length of his forearm. The head of the staff was adorned with a green crystal, exuding an air of mystery and intrigue. Frowny face apprentice's staff. Level 5. Increases combat power by 10. Special effect. Increases the maximum summon count for the death rattle summoning skill by 2. In an instant, Gu Qinghan was eager to equip this new item. However, he was currently only at level 4, still short of the requirements to reach level 5. The 2 additional skeletons it could summon would be a tremendous boon in his current predicament. Excitement danced in his eyes as he began to collect his rewards, and at that moment, a rift began to form in the space around him, preparing to transport him back. Yet, just as he was about to be enveloped by the rift, Gu Qinghan glanced longingly at the weapons on the racks. If only I could take these weapons with me, he mused. He immediately commanded his skeletons to gather the weapons. However, just as he was about to store them in his necromantic space, he suddenly felt as though he had been kicked. An unseen force grasped him, unceremoniously hurling him into the rift as if discarding refuse. Damn it, my weapons! As Gu Qinghan vanished, the gladiatorial arena gradually returned to tranquility. Yet, aside from the scattered limbs and severed appendages on the ground, all the weapons had returned to their racks, the dust resting on them as if they had never been touched at all. Chapter 15. The realm of the departed. On the third floor of the teaching building where Gu Qinghan had previously attended class, Tian and Tao Yu stood with expressions of concern, their gazes fixed upon the fissure before them. Suddenly, the crack began to writhe, as if it were expelling refuse, and out tumbled a figure. The two immediately turned their attention, and who else could it be but Gu Qinghan? Upon landing, Gu Qinghan promptly began inspecting his necromantic space. After confirming that he had not inadvertently brought any of the equipment from the weapon racks with him, he let out a disappointed sigh. Following this, his 4 skeletons were regurgitated, albeit their weapons had vanished as well. Observing the look of dismay on Gu Qinghan's face, Tian inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Did you fail?" Gu Qinghan shook his head. "No, it was successful." "Then what's this about?" "It's nothing, just a bit of a pity." Gu Qinghan waved his hand dismissively and turned to face the fissure that had previously been spewing forth zombies. He watched as the crack gradually closed, resembling a zipper being drawn shut. Within mere seconds, it vanished as if it had never existed, taking with it even the bloodstains and the corpses of the zombies on the ground. "Well, this level is now free of zombies," Gu Qinghan remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the two. Tian let out a jubilant shriek, eager to embrace Gu Qinghan, only to have him deftly evade. Tao Yu, his face alight with joy, opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a loud grumble from his stomach. Gu Qinghan glanced at him and chuckled. "I suppose it's time to find something to eat. I'm hungry too." He surveyed the area, noting the scarcity of zombies. He was tantalizingly close to reaching level 5, and upon achieving it, he would be able to wield the apprentice's staff. At that point, his combat power would surge to a formidable 35, and he could summon 3 additional skeletons. A total of 7 skeletons, each possessing combat power around 40, would undoubtedly render them nearly invincible at this stage. With this thought in mind, he opened a window and peered down. The window overlooked the flower bed below, where numerous zombies were wandering aimlessly. With a commanding gesture, 2 skeletons leaped from the window's edge. However, upon landing, they nearly shattered into a heap of bones. Fortunately, their skeletal frames proved resilient, and they quickly arose to engage the nearby zombies. In less than 2 minutes, Gu Qinghan successfully ignited the 4th soul flame, elevating himself to level 5. He immediately equipped the apprentice's staff, watching as his combat power transformed to 35, bringing him a sense of security. He quickly summoned 2 more skeletons, only to discover that their combat power was a mere 25. It appears that the attributes of the summoned skeletons are merely reflective of my own combat power, without the enhancement from my equipment, he mused. Upon further reflection, this seemed reasonable. After all, if he wielded a powerful item that significantly boosted combat prowess, his skeletons would become extraordinarily formidable. Gu Qinghan had witnessed one of his skeletons deliver a crushing blow that obliterated an ordinary zombie. Wait, what was the enhancement effect of the 4th soul flame? Gu Qinghan suddenly recalled and turned his attention to his status panel. To his surprise, the latest soul flame bestowed not an enhancement, but a new skill. Realm of the Departed. Harness the power of death to bring joy to your minions. You may obtain the vision of any one of your subjects. Not a combat skill, but it seems useful for reconnaissance. He decided to test the skill, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the next moment, he found himself viewing through the eyes of one of his skeletons. It was an extraordinarily bizarre sensation, akin to possessing a third-person perspective, as if he were peeking at himself from the side. Gu Qinghan instinctively turned his head, only to see his avatar mimic the action. In the next instant, with a mere thought, his vision returned, and he couldn't help but smile. This skill appeared to have numerous applications, He began to contemplate how he might utilize it to remain in a safe location while dispatching a squad of skeletons to undertake perilous tasks. Noticing Gu Qinghan's amused expression, Tian asked, "Gu Qinghan, what are you doing? Have you gone daft?" Gu Qinghan shook his head, leaving 2 skeletons to guard him while the rest leapt down to the floor below. He led the 2 guardians into a classroom with a broken door and gestured for them. "Come on, let us take a break. My skeletons are off to find some food." Tao Yu glanced at the departing skeletons, hesitating before finally uttering, "Are you serious? Do your skeletons know what they can eat?" "Absolutely, they're fully automated," Gu Qinghan replied with a grin, then activated the skill of the realm of the departed. His vision abruptly transformed, the desks and chairs morphing into terrifying zombies. Yet, through his perspective as a skeleton armed with a shield and weapon, he effortlessly dispatched the zombies before him. With a mere thought, the skeleton obeyed his commands, a sensation akin to manipulating an incredibly agile mech. Currently, he possessed 7 such mechs, and in the future, he would undoubtedly have more. In the classroom, Tian had initially intended to engage Gu Qinghan in conversation, but upon witnessing his focused demeanor, she recognized that he was preoccupied with something significant. Thus, under Gu Qinghan's guidance, the skeleton squad advanced toward the nearest small supermarket that lingered in his memory. This supermarket was modest in size, located less than 500 meters from the teaching building, providing considerable convenience to the students passing by. However, as the skeleton squad raced towards the supermarket, the leading skeleton suddenly glanced back at the entrance of the teaching building. Through the skeleton's eyes, Gu Qinghan observed a group of individuals laboriously battling to fend off the zombies attempting to invade. He had only sealed the fissure on the 3rd floor. The other openings remained intact, leaving the zombies undiminished. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a buzzcut boy peering out the window. That individual was none other than Li Qingshan. A cold smirk crept across Gu Qinghan's face. His suspicions had been confirmed. This fellow was the one orchestrating the blockade in the hallway. However, he had no intention of exposing himself just yet. First, he needed to strategize his revenge meticulously. The opposition was unaware that Gu Qinghan was merely 1 wall away. Had they known, they would likely have breached the wall to eliminate him. An idea suddenly struck Gu Qinghan. He would wait until his strength had grown sufficiently before returning to confront Li Qingshan with overwhelming force. "When that time comes, it will be your demise, Li Qingshan," he thought coldly, as the skeleton squad continued to advance steadily amidst the surrounding zombie onslaught. Meanwhile, near the window on the 1st floor, Liang Chao turned to Li Qingshan and remarked, "Qingshan, I have a strange feeling that those skeletons just turned to look at us." Chapter 15. The realm of the dead on the 3rd floor of the teaching building where Gu Qinghan had previously attended class, Tian and Tao Yu, both wearing expressions of concern, were anxiously observing the fissure before them. Suddenly, the crack began to undulate, as if discarding refuse, and a figure was unceremoniously expelled. The 2 immediately turned their gazes, and the individual who had emerged was none other than Gu Qinghan. Upon landing, he promptly initiated an inspection of his necromantic space. After confirming that he had not retrieved any of the equipment from the weapon racks, he let out a sigh of disappointment. Subsequently, his 4 skeletons were ejected as well, though their weapons had vanished without a trace. Seeing the look of dismay on Gu Qinghan's face, Tian inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Did you fail?" Gu Qinghan shook his head. "No, it was a success." "Then what's with this?" "It's nothing, just a bit regrettable." Gu Qinghan waved his hand dismissively and turned his attention back to the fissure that had previously been spewing forth zombies. The rift, having expelled Gu Qinghan and the skeletons, gradually closed as if a zipper were being pulled shut. Within mere seconds, the fissure vanished entirely, as though it had never existed, taking with it even the bloodstains and the corpses of the zombies. "All right, there are no more zombies on this floor," Gu Qinghan remarked with a smile, gesturing toward the 2. Tian let out a joyful squeal, wanting to embrace Gu Qinghan, only for him to deftly evade her advance. Tao Yu, also wearing a cheerful expression, attempted to speak but was interrupted by a loud growl from his stomach. Gu Qinghan glanced at him and chuckled. "I suppose it's time to find something to eat. I'm hungry too." He surveyed the floor, noting the scarcity of zombies. He was now merely a fraction away from attaining level 5 necromantic energy, which would allow him to equip the apprentice staff. At that point, his combat power would surge to 35. and he could summon an additional 3 skeletons. With a total of 7 skeletons boasting combat power around 40, they would be virtually unstoppable at this stage. With this thought in mind, he opened a window and peered down. The window overlooked a flower bed below, where numerous zombies were roaming. With a command, 2 of his skeletons leapt from the window. Upon landing, they nearly shattered into bone fragments. Fortunately, their frames were sufficiently sturdy, and they quickly rose to engage the nearby zombies. In less than 2 minutes, Gu Qinghan successfully ignited his 4th soul flame, propelling him to level 5. He immediately equipped the apprentice staff, witnessing his combat power elevate to 35, which brought him a sense of security. He swiftly summoned 2 more skeletons, only to discover that their combat power was merely 25. It seems that the attributes of summoned skeletons are only equivalent to my own combat power. They do not benefit from the enhancements provided by equipment, he mused. Upon further reflection, this was quite reasonable. After all, if he wielded a significantly powerful piece of equipment, his skeletons would undoubtedly become extraordinarily formidable. Gu Qinghan had witnessed one of his skeletons bludgeon a regular zombie to death with just 2 strikes. Wait, what was the enhancement effect of the 4th soul flame? Gu Qinghan suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze to his status panel. To his surprise, the latest soul flame did not grant an enhancement but rather a new skill. Realm of the Dead. The power of death brings joy to your minions. You can gain the vision of any one of your minions. Not a combat skill, but it seems useful for reconnaissance. He promptly activated the skill, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, and in the next moment, he found himself viewing from the perspective of one of his skeletons. This was an exceedingly peculiar sensation, akin to acquiring a third-person viewpoint as he covertly observed himself. Gu Qinghan instinctively turned his head, only to see the figure of himself mirrored in the skeleton's vision. With a mere thought, he regained his own sight, a smile forming on his lips. This skill appeared to hold considerable potential. He began to contemplate how he could utilize this ability to remain in a safe location while dispatching a squad of skeletons to undertake perilous tasks. Tian Sweet, observing his silly grin, asked, "Gu Qinghan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Gu Qinghan shook his head, leaving 2 skeletons to guard him while the rest leaped down to the lower floor. He, along with his 2 protective skeletons, entered a classroom that had been breached and took a seat, gesturing for the others. "Come, let us take a break. My skeletons are off to find food." Tao Yu glanced at the departing skeletons and, after a moment's hesitation, finally exclaimed, "Is that for real? Do your skeletons even know what's edible?" "Of course, they're fully automated." Gu Qinghan chuckled and then activated the Realm of the Dead skill. His perspective abruptly shifted, and the desks and chairs transformed into fearsome zombies. Yet, his viewpoint was that of a skeleton equipped with a shield and weapon, effortlessly dispatching the zombies before it. With just a thought, the skeleton executed his commands, akin to controlling an incredibly agile mech. Presently, he possessed 7 such mechs, and the number would only increase in the future. In the classroom, Tian Sweet had initially intended to engage in casual conversation with Gu Qinghan, but upon seeing his focused demeanor, she realized he was preoccupied with something important. Thus, under Gu Qinghan's guidance, the skeleton squad advanced toward a small supermarket that lingered in his memory. This supermarket, modest in size, was situated less than 500 meters from the teaching building, providing considerable convenience to the students passing by. However, as the skeleton squad sprinted towards the supermarket, the leading skeleton suddenly glanced back at the entrance of the teaching building. Through the skeleton's vision, Gu Qinghan observed a group of people diligently battling against the zombies attempting to breach the entrance. He had only closed the fissure on the 3rd floor. The other rifts remained, and thus the zombies were far from diminished. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a buzzcut boy peering out from the window. That individual was none other than Li Qingshan. A cold grin crept across Gu Qinghan's face. His suspicions had been correct. This fellow had organized the individuals below to block the stairwell. However, he had no intention of revealing himself just yet. He needed to devise a thorough plan for revenge. The adversary remained blissfully unaware that Gu Qinghan was merely 1 wall away. If they knew, they would undoubtedly breach the wall to eliminate him. An idea struck Gu Qinghan. He would wait until his strength reached a certain level before returning to confront Li Qingshan with overwhelming force. "When that time comes, it will be your demise, Li Qingshan." A chilling smile graced Gu Qinghan's lips as the skeleton squad continued its slow advance amidst the onslaught of surrounding zombies. Meanwhile, by the window on the first floor, Liang Chao observed the distant skeletons and suddenly turned to Li Qingshan, saying, "Qingshan, do you feel that those skeletons seem to glance at us just now?" Chapter 16. Escalation of danger. At this moment, Li Qingshan gazed out of the window, a deep furrow etched upon his brow, as an elusive sense of impending crisis enveloped his heart. He could not discern the origin of this foreboding feeling, yet it had lingered since earlier, gnawing at his thoughts. Perhaps it is the ability of some professional. They might be seeking refuge elsewhere? How tragic it is, however, to be reduced to a skeletal form. After much contemplation, he could only arrive at this hasty conclusion. Liang Chao uttered a sound of realization, then, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "It seems they are heading towards that little supermarket. They must be after food." Li Qingshan turned to him with a calm gaze, but the question he posed left Liang Chao momentarily speechless. Can a skeleton be unafraid of being bitten by zombies? Can you? Liang Chao instantly wilted. Despite having consumed several slices of bread, it had proven to be of little sustenance. In his current state, eating a morsel would not alleviate his hunger, but rather accentuate it. Particularly, he now felt parched, with no water available to quench his thirst. Li Qingshan cast a glance at him and suggested, "First, let us fetch some water from the bathroom tap for that fire elementalist to boil. We can discuss the rest after we complete today's novice task." He too yearned to venture outside. Yet the zombies lurking beyond posed a multifaceted threat. The human body would surely succumb to such an onslaught. Even if it could endure, the overwhelming tide of fear would gradually erode one's sanity. Liang Chao pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. He attempted to connect to the internet, send messages, and make calls, but all efforts were in vain. It seemed that, at the onset of the game, their connection to the outside world had been severed entirely. He looked at Li Qingshan, a sudden despondency washing over him. "Do you think the entire world has transformed like this? What about my parents?" He was, after all, merely a 20-year-old university student. However, Li Qingshan scoffed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the world should be in a similar state. But so what? Compared to the rigid, rule-bound existence we once knew, I find this newfound reality far preferable." Liang Chao appeared taken aback by Li Qingshan's words and queried, "Aren't you worried that your parents might be in danger?" "Worried? They brought this upon themselves. They couldn't even navigate their own lives, yet chose to bring me into this world. Were it not for this game, I would undoubtedly repeat their failures." His hands curled into fists, and a faint aura of darkness coalesced into two formidable hands, causing a sinister smile to spread across his face. "It would be better if they were all dead." The 5 skeletons took their time, slowly making their way to the small supermarket over the course of several minutes. Along the route, they acted as merciless harvesting machines, shattering the skulls of each zombie they encountered. Even the more robust zombies they faced fell to the might of these skeletal warriors, each wielding a shield in one hand and a wooden club in the other. Each skeleton possessed a formidable combat strength of 32 points. After clearing the debris at the supermarket entrance, the 5 skeletons promptly entered. It was evident that the place bore the scars of zombie destruction. While it was now devoid of life, it remained relatively intact. The zombies outside continued to converge towards this location, prompting Gu Qinghan to hasten the search for supplies with his skeletal minions. 2 skeletons stood guard, while 2 others carried large backpacks discovered within the supermarket. The final skeleton, mimicking the actions of a living being, collected high-calorie food items to stuff into the backpack. After filling 2 sizable bags, Gu Qinghan directed this skeleton to gather one more, when suddenly, he noticed a faint glimmer behind a shelf. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a wooden chest emanating a soft white light. Could this be a treasure chest? This chest was about the size of a microwave, yet Gu Qinghan's skeleton lacked the ability to ascertain its contents. Nevertheless, he instructed the skeleton to pick up the chest, and after securing another bag of water, they began their journey back. It was not that he intended to linger longer, but rather that he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, reminiscent of the exhaustion felt after prolonged periods of study or work, indicating a depletion of his energy. It seemed that this skill of his was not without its limitations. The return journey was slowed further by the fact that 3 skeletons were burdened with supplies. Fortunately, their remarkable combat prowess ensured that, despite some difficulties, they successfully transported the goods back. However, on the way back, Gu Qinghan deliberately chose a longer route. Although the surrounding academic buildings might have witnessed the comings and goings of these skeletons, Li Qingshan below could not. Otherwise, should he come looking, it could lead to complications. Upon their return to the base of the building, Gu Qinghan utilized his necromantic space to gather all the skeletons, along with the supplies and the chest, into that realm. Once he released the skeletal minions, they stood guard around him like the most loyal sentinels. Gu Qinghan rubbed his temples and casually retrieved several self-heating hot pots and a few bottles of water. Everyone, have something to eat. I'll rest for a while. He felt weary, and after distributing some food to Tian Tian and the others, he promptly laid his head on the table and drifted into slumber. The 7 skeletons surrounding him vigilantly protected him from any potential threats. When he awoke again, night had fallen. Checking his phone, he was startled to find it was already past 10 o'clock. In the classroom, Tao Yu had also succumbed to sleep, his head resting on the desk, emitting light snores. The events of the day had placed a considerable strain on the physical and mental faculties of an ordinary person. Yet, Tian Tian, gazing out the window, appeared lost in thought. Gu Qinghan rubbed his face, the sound drawing her attention. Upon seeing Gu Qinghan awake, Tian Tian immediately remarked, "You're awake. Look, the zombies downstairs seem different." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan moved closer, but he keenly observed that Tian Tian's eyes were slightly red and swollen, as if she had recently been crying. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just missed home," she replied with a smile, concealing her vulnerability in what felt like a mere half-day. The once spoiled young lady had transformed into a sensible and considerate girl. Gu Qinghan did not press further, instead turning his gaze out the window. Below, the number of zombies remained substantial, yet their movements appeared significantly more agile than during the day. Focusing intently on one particular zombie, he quickly discerned its attributes. Agile zombie, level 2, combat power, 15 points, chapter 17. Completion of the novice quest. He hesitated for a moment, surveying the surrounding zombies. To his astonishment, he discovered that all the zombies had transformed into level 2 agile zombies. The combat power of a level 1 slow zombie was merely 6 points, while that of a level 2 agile zombie exceeded twice that. Fortunately, I cleared out all the zombies on this floor during the day, and the rift is closed. Otherwise, I would surely have met my demise here at night. Gu Qinghan felt a surge of dread in his heart. The danger posed by a group of level 1 zombies was categorically different from that of level 2 zombies. Even a level 2 skeleton armed with weapons had a combat power of only 12 points and might not prevail against a level 2 zombie in a one-on-one encounter. However, he took solace in the fact that he had now reached level 5. Tian Tian, observing the visibly agitated zombies below, expressed her concern quietly. "While you were asleep just now, I heard numerous screams emanating from the surrounding teaching building, and some even jumped from the upper floors." It was evident that these were the individuals who had attempted to hide during the day without leveling up, only to be discovered by the suddenly upgraded zombies. Gu Qinghan felt no pity for them. He merely inquired if anything else had transpired while he was asleep. "No, nothing but the zombies leveling up," Tian Tian replied. With this information, Gu Qinghan devised a plan for the next course of action. He refrained from turning on the light and instead summoned several of his skeletons from the windowsill. After a day of combat, he had gained a deeper understanding of his current abilities. He realized that he could draw the skeletons and their wielded items into the realm of necromancy from approximately 10 meters away. This meant he could effectively release the skeletons from the third-floor window down to the ground. As 5 skeletons materialized, the level 2 zombies outside the window lunged toward them. Their speed was considerably faster than during the day, yet they were still thwarted by the 5 skeletons, who coordinated seamlessly to hold them at bay. Confirming that his skeletons were more than capable of managing the battle below, Gu Qinghan felt at ease, allowing them to gradually level up. He retained 2 skeletons by his side for protection, even if it meant slowing down the pace of the battle beneath. Gu Qinghan retrieved a self-heating beef hot pot and, after adding some mineral water, waited patiently. Tian Tian glanced at him, then sat beside him and quietly asked, "Where do you plan to go once the novice quest is completed?" Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely had no idea where to go next. He shook his head and replied candidly, "I don't know either. I'll take it one step at a time. First, I need to settle some personal grievances." Tian Tian responded with a soft mm, and then looked up to ask, "I want to return to my dorm to find my roommate. We live in the same neighborhood, and if she is still alive, we should go home together. Well, having someone to care about is a good thing. Just be cautious, Gu Qinghan nodded. Although Tian Tian had initially left a poor impression on him, she quickly changed his perspective. Her decisive choice to break through alongside him during the previous battle had already proven that this seemingly fragile girl possessed a unique strength and courage within her heart. Tian Tian nodded again, then suddenly leaned against Gu Qinghan's shoulder. Don't move. Let me rest against you. We'll be parting ways tomorrow. Upon hearing her plea, Gu Qinghan stiffened for a moment, but did not withdraw his arm. The two remained silent for a while, and Gu Qinghan, unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer, took the initiative to speak. Why don't you ask if I'll go with you? Tian Tian lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? You would be willing to come home with me? Don't you want to see your family? Gu Qinghan chuckled heartily, taking advantage of the moment to withdraw his arm. I do not wish to. Besides, my parents passed away in a car accident when I was young, and my relatives treat me like a harbinger of misfortune. I have no ties. Tian Tian first shot him a disapproving glance, then exclaimed in realization, seemingly taken aback by Gu Qinghan's circumstances. I'm sorry. I didn't know you. It's fine that I've managed to live well all these years. It's time to eat, Gu Qinghan said, lifting the lid, and a wave of enticing aroma wafted toward him. He also took out a can of luncheon meat and instant noodles, not bothering to conceal his possession of storage space. After all, the world had turned game-like, and it was highly probable that items with storage space would emerge in the future. As Tian Tian watched Gu Qinghan relishing the hot pot amidst the rising steam, she suddenly murmured, I wish we had met sooner. What? Gu Qinghan looked up, chewing on a wide noodle. Nothing. I just meant to say, eat more so you can give it your all tomorrow. She flashed a sweet smile and then walked to the window, gazing outside. 3 seconds later, an arcane ball soared toward the horde of zombies in the distance. Gu Qinghan paused. He had seen numerous zombie corpses outside earlier and had thought they were dispatched by nearby survivors. However, it appeared that Tian Tian had been leveling up while he slept. Time passed minute by minute, and eventually, Tao Yu also awakened and greeted Gu Qinghan. He gazed enviously at Tian Tian, who was busy dispatching zombies, lamenting his inability to level up at a distance due to his skills. As midnight approached, the world seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a voice resonated in everyone's minds. Frowny face. Congratulations to all for completing the novice quest. Rewards will soon be distributed. Random talent. The game is about to officially commence. In the past 12 hours, a total of 29 brave and powerful players worldwide have successfully completed the novice trial and received corresponding rewards. Novices, enjoy the game. Gu Qinghan pressed his lips together. He was astonished to discover that there were actually 28 other players who had also passed the novice trial. However, almost immediately, he felt a colossal spinning wheel materialize in his mental world. The wheel was divided into countless sections and began to rotate slowly as he focused on it. Once it reached a certain speed, the wheel gradually decelerated. Gu Qinghan fixed his gaze on the area the pointer was sweeping over, noticing several expansive sections with visible text: superb physical ability, rapid recovery, swift casting. Names flashed past the pointer until the wheel nearly came to a halt, landing on a talent called Focus. Just as the wheel was about to stop completely, an invisible force emanated from his mental realm. The already motionless wheel began to rotate slowly once more. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. That power. It was the effect of the Pioneer skill. Pioneer. The brave enjoy the world first. Players possessing this skill are more likely to obtain higher-level rewards. The wheel gradually came to a stop, and it appeared to be heading toward an extremely narrow but undeniably existent segment. This area was quite subtle. Had Gu Qinghan not been observant, he might have mistaken it for a dividing line. Although the text was obscured, Gu Qinghan understood a universal truth. On the wheel, the larger the prize, the smaller the area it occupied. However, fate seemed to delight in teasing Gu Qinghan, for just as the pointer was about to leave that region, the wheel continued to spin. For the first time, Gu Qinghan felt a sense of urgency. He was so close to obtaining that grand prize. If only he could seize the wheel instead of merely watching it spin. At that moment, the wheel abruptly halted, the pointer resting on the area with the indecipherable text. Damn! Gu Qinghan nearly exclaimed, having felt as though he had stopped breathing during those fleeting seconds. Yet, unbeknownst to him, behind the obscured side of the wheel, a monstrous, menacing skeletal claw was firmly gripping it. Chapter 18. The Gift of Imitation. Congratulations on acquiring the unique gift. Imitator. Imitator. Gradually collect certain characteristics of a profession. Upon completion of collection, you may acquire the current characteristic of that profession, which can also be bestowed upon other units. Current number of professions available for imitation. 1. Beneath this gift, there lay an empty progress bestowed. Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then inhaled sharply. This gift appeared to be rather formidable, especially the final clause, which stated that it could be granted for use by other units. Did that mean his skeletal minions counted as other units? Gu Qinghan's heart began to race. He felt that he might not only forge an undead army, but potentially one that encompassed various professions. At that moment, Tian and Taoyu, who had been momentarily stunned, regained their composure, their gazes laden with distinct expressions. Tian turned her attention to Gu Qinghan, a playful smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "Guess what gift I received." Just as Gu Qinghan was about to respond, Tian joyfully declared, "Rapid casting. I no longer need to charge my skills for such a long time." With that, she dashed to the window and, raising her hand, hurled an arcane sphere outside. Gu Qinghan stood agape as he witnessed the arcane sphere, which previously required 3 seconds of charging, being launched instantaneously by her. Tian, beaming, inquired about Gu Qinghan's gift, but he turned his gaze towards Taoyu. He noticed a glimmer of excitement on Taoyu's face as he proclaimed, "My gift is prudent calculation. As long as the skills I cast are not disrupted, they will self-repair at a slow pace." He beckoned the two to the window, casting a shield upon a skeletal minion below. They watched as a zombie lunged at the skeleton, only to collide with the shield, inflicting no harm. The skeleton swiftly retaliated, dispatching the zombie, while the visibly cracked shield repaired itself at a remarkable rate. It withstood 3 additional attacks before shattering. Gu Qinghan nodded. Taoyu had already reached level 3 that afternoon, yet his shield could only endure 3 assaults from an ordinary zombie. However, the trio had just witnessed a stronger zombie attack 4 times before breaching the shield. Thus, it was clear that Taoyu's defensive capabilities in battle would significantly improve. At that juncture, both Tian and Taoyu turned their attention to Gu Qinghan, inquiring, "What is your gift?" Gu Qinghan hesitated, but chose not to divulge his imitator gift. Although he had yet to utilize it, he already sensed its daunting potential. Just moments ago, as the two used their skills, he had received 2 prompts. Frowny face. Would you like to begin collecting the characteristics of the arcane mage? Would you like to begin collecting the characteristics of the guardian knight? After contemplating, he opted for a different explanation. My gift allows the skeletons to evolve certain abilities, but the effects are not yet apparent. Ah, a growth-oriented gift. It seems to surpass ours, Tian remarked, her delight for Gu Qinghan evident, as Taoyu nodded vigorously in agreement. Their thoughts were evidently simple, lacking any suspicion that Gu Qinghan might be misleading them. Feeling somewhat guilty, Gu Qinghan cautioned, "It's best not to disclose your gifts in the future. Otherwise, it may grant others too much information. Not everyone possesses benevolent intentions." Both were momentarily taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. Gu Qinghan refrained from collecting the professional characteristics of the two, primarily because their professions were merely rare. Although he was uncertain of the tier of his unique profession, it appeared to be significantly superior to theirs. He sought to collect characteristics from more formidable professions. However, it seems the collection process must occur near the professional. Gu Qinghan mused silently, realizing he would need to pay closer attention to powerful professionals in the future. At that moment, Tian suddenly spoke again. "My panel has gained some attributes. Do you both have any?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan glanced at his own panel and indeed noted some alterations. Player, Gu Qinghan, Profession, Necromancer, Level, 5, Health Points, 20, Mana Points, 100, Combat Power, 2510, Skills, Pioneer, Death's Whisper, Necromancer's Realm, Sight of the Departed, Gift, Imitator, Equipment, Apprentice's Staff, Imitator. Gradually collect certain characteristics of a profession. Upon completion of collection, you may fully acquire that profession's characteristic, which can be granted for use by other units. Current number of professions available for imitation. 1. Pioneer. The brave are the first to enjoy the world. Players possessing this skill are more likely to receive higher-level rewards. Death's Whisper consumes 20 mana points to summon your most loyal servant to fight. The servant's attributes are identical to those of the Necromancer. Current maximum summon count, 5-2. Necromancer's realm, no cost. Can house your servants, and no other creatures can survive within. Sight of the departed. Consumes 2 mana points per minute. The power of death brings joy to your subjects, allowing you to gain the vision of any one of your subjects. His panel now displayed health points and mana points, while his active skills featured consumption descriptions. Tao Yu gaped and murmured, "This is increasingly resembling a game. I have 100 health points and 20 mana points." Taiyan raised her hand. "I have 30 health points and 50 mana points." Gu Qinghan glanced at the two who had once again revealed their vulnerabilities, choosing not to respond. He mentally organized the information he had just acquired and deduced. It appears this game has officially commenced. Each profession's attributes differ significantly. My profession's health is rather low. Compared to the other two, he felt like a fragile college student. He examined his body, then glanced at Tao Yu, who was even more slender than he, and silently calculated. Mana points are easily understood. My previous dizziness must have stemmed from the depletion of mana. However, does this health value imply that depletion leads to death? He suddenly recalled the tremendous force generated when Taiyan launched the arcane sphere. A normal person would likely be unable to withstand even a single hit. Could this health value be understood as a special form of energy that protects the player from death? When depleted, any subsequent attacks would directly affect the body. Gu Qinghan reasoned that his hypothesis, while perhaps not entirely accurate, was close to the truth. Just then, Gu Qinghan heard a familiar sound of chains clinking outside. He had encountered this sound during the novice trial. Peering outside, illuminated by the bright moonlight, he spotted a tyrant zombie amidst the horde. His pupils constricted. This game seemed to have finally entered its proper course. Chapter 19. Brains of Brawn. The imposing tyrant zombie was a considerable distance away, meandering aimlessly on the ground, utterly oblivious to the skirmish unfolding below where Gu Qinghan was engaged. However, Gu Qinghan, attuned to the sounds around him, likely a consequence of his newfound status as a necromancer, could distinctly sense the commotion. His perceptive abilities had evidently strengthened since his transformation. I shall refrain from provoking that tyrant zombie for now, as there are numerous other zombies in the vicinity, Gu Qinghan mused silently. Previously, he had managed to vanquish 10 tyrant zombies through sheer numbers. Yet, given the current circumstances, if the tyrant were to join the fray, it would undoubtedly be his skeletons that would bear the brunt of the assault. At that moment, Tian also noticed the tyrant zombie, her eyes widening in astonishment as she inquired, "What is that? A new type of zombie?" "Yes, let us not concern ourselves with it now. We can discuss it in the light of day tomorrow," he replied, retracting his skeletons to keep watch within the classroom. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan produced a bottle of mineral water, rinsed himself off briefly, and handed a bottle to each of the other two. "It's time to sleep. You should cease leveling up. Attracting dangerous individuals would be quite unfavorable." With that, he drew the curtains, pushed several desks together, and laid down. The classroom was enveloped in darkness, save for the eerie green flames flickering in the eye sockets of 7 skeletons, creating a hauntingly serene atmosphere. The following morning, Gu Qinghan rose early. Despite having rested the entire night, the discomfort of sleeping on the unforgiving surface of the desks left him sore and stiff. "It is time to vacate this place and seek a safe haven where I can at least rest comfortably before considering my next steps." With the ability to utilize the vision of the deceased, he could accomplish many tasks from the safety of a secure location. Tian and her companion were still nestled atop their desks, sound asleep. Although Gu Qinghan's skeletons were intimidating, they provided a significant sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, however, these skeletons were not merely guardians against external threats. Should either of them entertain thoughts detrimental to Gu Qinghan, those 7 skeletons would swiftly eliminate them with ruthless efficiency. I seem to have acquired a chest yesterday," Gu Qinghan suddenly recalled and quickly retrieved a wooden box emanating a soft white glow from his necromantic space. "Would you like to open the ordinary treasure chest?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghan opted to open it. As the box automatically opened, a gentle white light emerged, gradually fading away. Ultimately, the box vanished from Gu Qinghan's grasp, pausing momentarily before revealing its contents. In that instant, he felt a ripple of energy surge within him. Once again, the effect of the Pioneer's skill activated. The light in his hand slowly dispersed, unveiling a pitch-black ring, clearly an item of equipment. Ring of Contemplation. Level 3. Effect. Stores excess magical energy with a maximum capacity of 50 points. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow and promptly adorned his finger with the ring. While this equipment offered no combat enhancement, it was quite beneficial to him. After all, the additional magical capacity provided by the ring would allow him to utilize the vision of the deceased for nearly half an hour longer, or alternatively, to execute 2 additional deathly summons. Having completed these tasks, Gu Qinghan began to ponder his next destination. His familiarity with the school was limited. Having only commenced his second year, he had scarcely traversed its halls. Furthermore, the institution was exceedingly vast. The teaching building where he currently resided was merely Zone B. Indeed, this single area could rival a large commercial district. Yet, this was only a matter of size, as Zone B was colloquially referred to by the students as the slum area due to its rudimentary facilities. Aside from attending classes, few would wander here idly. Venturing outside the school may prove perilous. It would be prudent to develop my abilities within these confines before embarking on further adventures, Gu Qinghan resolved, glancing down at the floor. It appeared his gaze penetrated through the floor, catching sight of Li Qingshan below. The sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell, and Gu Qinghan, startled, quickly deduced that survivors from above were descending. He glanced at his nearby skeletons, retracting 4 of them, leaving 3 to guard his side. While Tian and her companion were aware of his 7 skeletons, the newcomers remained oblivious. Leaving himself a contingency was a lesson Gu Qinghan had learned over nearly a decade of survival. Hello, regarding the zombies on this floor. A voluptuous figure appeared at the doorway, and upon witnessing the state of the room, she inquired with incredulity. Gu Qinghan, upon recognition, realized it was none other than teacher Han Jingjing from before. We've eradicated them all, he replied curtly, disinterested in elaborating further. Though Han Jingjing had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed by Gu Qinghan's own lips left her momentarily incredulous. She surveyed the pristine floor, her disbelief evident. So many zombies. But what happened to their bodies? They were taken away through a rift, Gu Qinghan responded, initially reluctant to engage with the teacher, but suddenly intrigued by the possibility that she might possess information unknown to him. He leaped down from the desk and approached Han Jingjing, asking, "Teacher, I have a question." Han Jingjing took a few steps back, her gaze betraying a hint of trepidation, an instinctive fear of the strong. They had been trapped above, waiting for an opportunity, while these 3 had decisively eliminated the zombies. Why, you can ask? Where in our school can one find a relatively safe dwelling? He inquired, expressing his primary concern. Finding a secure location for his impending activities. Han Jingjing furrowed her brow, contemplating for several moments before responding, "Safe places. Is there truly any safe place now? Just identify a location that seemed secure before this game commenced." Gu Qinghan smiled, detecting a glimmer of potential in her expression. Indeed, after a brief hesitation, Han Jingjing remarked, "Actually, the facilities in the school are largely similar in quality, offering little in terms of defense. However, I recently heard that the small apartments in Zone C have been completed." Small apartments? Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. He had been unaware of such structures within the school. Han Jingjing nodded thoughtfully, adding, "Yes, they were constructed to increase the school's revenue. They consist of standalone, 2-story apartments, though each room is not particularly spacious, around 100 square meters at most." 100 square meters per room is not spacious? Of course, to the children of the affluent, it is indeed small, and the rent is exorbitantly high. Gu Qinghan acknowledged her point. If that were the case, this location could indeed offer a significantly safer refuge than others. What is the exact location? It is directly opposite the cafeteria in Zone C, where you will find a row of distinctive buildings. You will know it when you see it, but, Gu Qinghan, observing her expression, curiously interjected, "But what?" "The security there will verify identities. Without someone to accompany you, gaining entry will be quite difficult." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan suddenly burst into laughter. This teacher was endearingly naive. "Teacher, I've always thought the phrase big-breasted but dim-witted was merely a joke." Gu Qinghan chuckled, shaking his head, and then moved to the window, gesturing towards the world outside. "Look at the world beyond. It is no longer the same as it once was." Han Jingjing peered out the window, witnessing the horde of zombies meandering aimlessly below, among which were numerous robust figures. From this vantage point, The scene was far more shocking than what she had observed from the 8th floor. Chapter 19. Brains of a Bimbo. The tyrant zombie sauntered a considerable distance away, oblivious to the battle occurring below, where Gu Qinghan was engaged. However, Gu Qinghan could hear the commotion from that direction, likely due to his newly acquired Necromancer class. After all, he could distinctly sense that his perceptive abilities had significantly improved. It's best not to provoke that tyrant zombie for now, especially since there are numerous other zombies lurking around. Gu Qinghan pondered silently. Previously, he had managed to slay 10 tyrant zombies through sheer brute force. However, given the current circumstances, if the tyrant zombie were to join the fray, it would be his skeletons facing the brunt of the assault. At this moment, Tian also noticed the distant tyrant zombie, her eyes widening in shock as she inquired, "What is that? A new type of zombie?" "Yes, never mind it for now. We can discuss it in the daylight." He decisively recalled his skeletons, assigning them to keep watch within the classroom. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan retrieved a bottle of mineral water, rinsed his face briefly, and handed a bottle to each of the other two. "Let us get some rest. You shouldn't level up any further. Attracting dangerous foes would be ill-advised." Gu Qinghan advised, drawing the curtains and arranging a few tables together to lie down. The classroom was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the green flames flickering in the eye sockets of 7 skeletons, creating a quiet yet eerie atmosphere. At dawn the following day, Gu Qinghan awoke early. Despite having slept through the night, the rigid surface of the desk left him feeling sore all over. "It's time to leave this place and find a safe haven where I can at least rest properly before contemplating my next move." He could now utilize the sight of the dead. As long as he found a secure location, he could accomplish many tasks without stepping outside. Tian and the other person were still sound asleep on their desks, and despite the terrifying presence of Gu Qinghan's skeletons, they provided a sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, however, Gu Qinghan's skeletons were not merely for defense against external threats. Should either of them pose any harm towards Gu Qinghan during the night, the 7 skeletons would swiftly deal with them with merciless precision. "Ah, I seem to have obtained a chest yesterday," Gu Qinghan suddenly recalled, hastily retrieving the wooden chest that emitted a soft white glow from his necromancer's space. "Would you like to open the ordinary treasure chest?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghan chose to open it. As the chest automatically opened, a gentle white light emanated, gradually dissipating. Ultimately, the chest vanished from Gu Qinghan's grasp, pausing for a brief moment before revealing its contents. In that fleeting instant, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of energy ripple through his body. Once again, the effect of the Pioneer's skill activated. The luminous orb in his hand slowly dispersed, unveiling its contents. A pitch-black ring, undeniably an item of equipment. Ring of Contemplation. Level 3. Effect. Stores excess magical power, with a maximum capacity of 50 points. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow and promptly donned the ring. While this piece of equipment offered no combat bonuses, it was quite advantageous for Gu Qinghan. After all, the additional mana storage provided by the ring would allow him to utilize the sight of the dead for nearly half an hour longer, or to cast his necromantic summon 2 additional times. Having completed these preparations, Gu Qinghan began to contemplate his next destination. He was not particularly familiar with the school. Having only recently entered his 2nd year, he had not roamed the campus extensively. Furthermore, the school was simply colossal. The teaching building he occupied was merely part of Area B, and this single area could rival a large commercial district. However, in truth, Area B was often referred to by the students as the slum area due to its rudimentary facilities. Aside from classes, few ventured here for leisure. "The outside world may be more perilous. I should first develop my abilities within the school before embarking on adventures outside," Gu Qinghan resolved, glancing at the floor. It appeared that his gaze pierced through the floor, catching sight of Li Qingshan below. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Gu Qinghan immediately realized that survivors from the upper floor were descending. He surveyed the skeletons beside him, recalling 4 of them and leaving 3 to guard his side. Although Tian and her companion were aware of his 7 skeletons, those from above remained oblivious. Keeping a backup plan was the first lesson Gu Qinghan had learned throughout nearly a decade of survival. "Hello, the zombies on this floor." A voluptuous figure appeared at the door, and upon seeing the state of the room, she couldn't help but voice her inquiry. Gu Qinghan was taken aback to find it was none other than Teacher Han Jingjing from before. "We've eradicated them all," he replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. Though Han Jingjing had anticipated this outcome, hearing the words directly from Gu Qinghan's lips still left her incredulous. She surveyed the spotless floor, incredulity etched on her face. So many zombies. What happened to their bodies? They were taken away by a rift. Gu Qinghan had initially intended to dismiss the teacher, but suddenly recalled that she might possess information unknown to him, piquing his curiosity. He jumped down from the table and approached Han Jingjing, asking, "Teacher, may I pose a question?" Han Jingjing took a step back, her gaze revealing a hint of trepidation. It was an instinctual fear of the powerful. While dozens had been trapped above, waiting for an opportunity, these three had single-handedly vanquished all the zombies. You may ask, where in our school can one find a relatively safe residence? He inquired, seeking to identify a secure location for his forthcoming endeavors. Han Jingjing furrowed her brow, contemplating for a few moments before responding, "Safe locations? Are there any truly safe places now? Simply tell me of a place you deem acceptable before this game commenced." Gu Qinghan smiled, sensing a glimmer of possibility in her expression. Sure enough, after a brief hesitation, Han Jingjing remarked, "Actually, the facilities within the school are all fairly similar, lacking significant defensive capabilities. However, I did hear that the small apartments in Area C were recently completed." Small apartments? Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation, as he had been unaware of their existence. Han Jingjing nodded, deep in thought as she explained, "Yes, they were constructed by our school to generate additional income. They consist of independent two-story buildings, though each room is not particularly spacious, measuring around 100 square meters. 100 square meters isn't spacious. Of course, to the children of the wealthy, it indeed seems small, and the rent is exorbitantly high." Gu Qinghan nodded. If that were the case, the place should indeed offer a measure of safety superior to others. And the exact location? It's directly across from the cafeteria in Area C, where you'll find a row of distinct buildings. You'll know when you arrive, but, observing her expression, Gu Qinghan inquired curiously, "But what?" "The security there will check identification. You likely won't be able to enter without someone to vouch for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle. This teacher was adorably naive. "Teacher, I used to think the phrase large-chested but empty-headed was merely a joke." Gu Qinghan laughed, shaking his head as he approached the window amidst Han Jingjing's embarrassed and indignant gaze. "Take a look at the world outside now. It is no longer as it once was." As Han Jingjing gazed down through the window, she beheld the zombies below wandering aimlessly, among them many robust figures. The sight from this distance was far more shocking than what she had witnessed from the 8th floor. Chapter 20. The enraged Li Qingshan. At this moment, the conversation between the two roused Tian and her companion, who looked at them with bewilderment. Gu Qinghan leaned closer to Han Jingjing, whispering, "Teacher, I hope you won't share our conversation with anyone. You are a clever person." Han Jingjing shuddered. She detected a profound threat in Gu Qinghan's tone. Casting a glance at the sleepy Tian and Tao Yu, she quietly inquired, "Are you hiding from someone?" "That's classified information, but I hope you won't make a misguided choice," Gu Qinghan replied, feeling that if he were to encounter Li Qingshan now, he still stood a chance of defeating him. While the opponent might have allies, his own skeletons were no pushovers. However, he was unaware of the enemy's current strength. If the people downstairs had united with Li Qingshan, he would become a self-sabotaging fool. Rather than risk himself now, it was wiser to develop for a while longer, waiting until he could gather a formidable profession to settle the score. He harbored a grudge, and Li Qingshan must die. Not too easily, either. "All right. I won't say a word. It doesn't matter if you do. I might face a minor inconvenience, but you, teacher, would be in a far worse predicament." Gu Qinghan's words caused Han Jingjing to shudder once more, and she dared not look at him again. Just then, Tian descended from the table, rubbing her shoulders and asking, "What are you two whispering about? Also, aren't you supposed to be waiting for death upstairs?" She expressed disdain for the cowardly group left on the upper floor, speaking without reservation. Han Jingjing's face paled, and she immediately retorted, "We simply have too many injured and wish to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The zombies have been dealt with. You can go downstairs now," Tian remarked, maintaining her rebellious demeanor, which amused Gu Qinghan. He intervened to halt the seemingly hostile exchange between the two women and said, "You cannot leave just yet. You may do so at noon, as a reward for my assistance in eliminating the zombies. Why not? Han Jingjing asked, puzzled. She had come here specifically because she had found no zombies and sought clarification. There's no need to ask so much. The healing scrolls from yesterday have been used on them. They can hold on. Gu Qinghan waved his hand and addressed Han Jingjing. You may return upstairs, and at noon, I shall allow you to leave. Han Jingjing opened her mouth to protest, but recalling how Gu Qinghan had dispatched so many zombies, she sighed and turned back. She was quite hungry and wished to find food. The injured also required medical assistance. Yet, she understood that the world was no longer the peaceful place it once was. Once Han Jingjing's footsteps faded, Tian looked at Gu Qinghan, asking, Are you leaving? Just until noon? Yes, I wish you a swift reunion with your parents, Gu Qinghan replied with a smile, only to notice Tian pouting. Tao Yu approached as well. They had both gleaned the reason behind Gu Qinghan's reluctance to descend the previous day. He regarded Gu Qinghan seriously, saying, I may be acting with the main group later, but rest assured, we will not betray you. I know, Gu Qinghan smiled. The two had chosen to follow him in their escape. They must have recognized his strength and general character. As long as they weren't fools, they would not disclose any information to Li Qingshan. This time, he sent all 7 of his skeletons downstairs to hunt the wandering zombies. Assist me in eliminating those robust zombies nearby. Let's arm my skeletons as much as possible before noon. Are you not worried about being discovered downstairs? Not at all. The windows on the first and second floors of this row of classrooms only face 3 sides. They cannot see us from here. Tian took a deep breath, channeling her impending sorrow into fierce determination, unleashing her firepower upon the zombies below. Even Tao Yu equipped Gu Qinghan's skeletons with shields, enabling them to clear the zombies at a swifter pace. Throughout this endeavor, Gu Qinghan's 5th soul flame began to glow visibly, albeit slowly. On the second floor, Liang Chao stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth and gazed at the ceiling, asking, boldly, why is there no commotion from the zombies upstairs? Have they all been exterminated? Li Qingshan rubbed his temples. The zombies had relentlessly attempted to breach their defenses the previous night, nearly resulting in dire consequences. Nevertheless, under his leadership, the group of professionals had successfully defended the entrance on the first floor. Yet, none had truly managed to sleep. I don't know. I'll figure it out after I get some rest. He slumped over the table, an air of ambition mingled with fatigue in his eyes. The efforts of the previous night had not been in vain. Today, the professionals regarded him with newfound respect. He envisioned himself as the leader of this group of students, commanding them through the apocalypse. Suddenly, Liang Chao's soft exclamation jolted him from his reverie. Boldly, don't you think there are significantly fewer zombies since this morning? Li Qingshan opened his eyes wide. Indeed, the zombies that had almost broken through their barricades the night before seemed to have diminished in number. It wasn't merely a lack of aggression. The zombies had significantly reduced in quantity. He rose from the table, contemplatively gazing outside. The zombies outside were noticeably sparser, with some even retreating towards the back of the building. Is someone killing zombies behind the building? This possibility struck him, yet he had no inkling that the one doing the slaying was Gu Qinghan. Li Qingshan never imagined that, unbeknownst to him, Gu Qinghan had defended the entrance throughout the night. Furthermore, Gu Qinghan had cleverly exploited the peculiarities of the teaching building to hunt right beneath his nose. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow. It appeared there were other skilled individuals within the surrounding classrooms. What time is it? As a combat professional, he had left his phone with Liang Chao earlier. Liang Chao retrieved the phone, illuminating the screen. It's a little past 10:30. Why do you ask? I'm not sleeping anymore. Others are still leveling up, and one day without sleep won't kill me. He stood up, pulling Liang Chao towards the staircase. Remove the earthen wall. Let's see how the survivors on the upper floor are faring. He had indeed noticed that the zombies on the upper floor had remained quiet for quite some time. However, he had been too preoccupied with dealing with the zombies to address this matter. Liang Chao nodded. During the battle yesterday, he hadn't exhausted himself too much, having only repaired the defensive structures at the entrance. The two, accompanied by several weary combat professionals, arrived at the staircase, preparing to dismantle the earthen wall to assess the situation on the 3rd floor. These individuals were there to prevent any potential dangers that might arise when the wall was removed. Liang Chao raised his hand, and a wave of earthy light emerged in his palm. Soon, the thick earthen wall seemed to dissolve, scattering onto the floor. As they beheld the scene beyond the wall, they were left in stunned silence. The once crowded corridor on the third floor, filled with zombies, was now empty. In their stead, a group of injured individuals from higher floors were being supported down. Li Qingshan was somewhat taken aback and turned to a silent boy among them, asking, "Did you all eliminate the zombies on this floor?" "Yes, what of it?" A girl with long, slender legs interjected, her tone laced with hostility. "Did you rely on your group?" Li Qingshan gazed at the girl, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. The girl retaliated by tossing a purple arcane sphere, obliterating the remnants of the earthen wall. "Just us? What's it to you?" "Oh, and there's also a guy named Gu Qinghan." Upon hearing this name, Li Qingshan's murderous intent surged. "Gu Qinghan? Where is he?" A dark aura began to emanate from Li Qingshan's hand, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Tian pointed towards the window. "He jumped out the window just now while we were calling people up." Li Qingshan promptly ascended to the third floor, peering out of the classroom window indicated by Tian. He observed that the zombies in that direction seemed to be chasing something, yet he could not spot any figures. His teeth clenched, and after a brief moment of restraint, he could no longer contain his anger, unleashing a furious roar. "Damn it!" Chapter 21. Journey to Zone C. Is it just me, or are there fewer zombies around here? Gu Qinghan mused as he observed the diminishing horde of undead in his vicinity. After several hours of effort, he had finally attained level 6. At this moment, he was accompanied by 8 skeletal minions, each boasting a fundamental combat power of 30 points. However, it was rather vexing that upon leveling up, his health points had not increased. Instead, he had gained an additional 20 points of mana. "I'm practically a fragile chicken," Gu Qinghan lamented silently upon realizing this. Nonetheless, the soulfire enhancement that emerged at level 6 provided him with a sense of security amidst the oncoming tide of corpses. Your strength instills terror in the undead. 70 of the damage you receive is distributed among your minions. No new enhancements had appeared. Rather, the effects of the initial enhancement had simply been amplified. Gu Qinghan felt that as long as he did not willingly walk into the jaws of zombies, he would face little danger. Moreover, each of his skeletons was now equipped with shields and weapons, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. They could almost eliminate the approaching level 2 zombies in a heartbeat. Following such swift executions, they would be restored by necromantic energy, re-entering the fray in peak condition. As Gu Qinghan made his way toward the small supermarket he had previously visited, he suddenly spotted a solitary tyrant zombie ahead. He had been diligently avoiding tyrant zombies during his journey thus far. It was not out of cowardice. Rather, he knew that several skeletons were necessary to take one down. In areas densely populated with zombies, failing to swiftly defeat a tyrant could easily lead to encirclement and demise. After all, his delicate flesh could not regenerate like that of a skeleton. In the trials, tyrant zombies didn't T-drop anything, but what about in reality? Gu Qinghan glanced around. The number of zombies here was minimal, and leaving 3 skeletons to guard would suffice. Watching the tyrant zombie patrol its territory, he clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, "Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Let us do this." With that declaration, 5 skeletons broke from the formation and charged at the tyrant zombie. Upon spotting the intruders, the tyrant zombie immediately lunged forward, dragging 2 iron chains behind it, and combat ensued. However, Gu Qinghan was left speechless as events unfolded. His skeletons, now armed with shields and weapons, each boasted a combat power of 37 points. The tyrant zombie could not easily knock a single skeleton aside, yet the skeletons were also incapable of inflicting substantial damage upon the tyrant. The spike on the wooden club might have been effective against ordinary zombies, but against a titan standing over 2 meters tall, it was akin to a mere oversized needle. Previously in the trials, his skeletons had relied on weapons from a weapon rack to swiftly vanquish the tyrant. Now, all they possessed were wooden sticks. While the 5 skeletons clearly held the upper hand, dispatching the tyrant zombie would undoubtedly take time. Gu Qinghan glanced at the nearby supermarket, hesitated briefly, and then proceeded inside with 3 of his skeletons. A few zombies had somehow infiltrated the store, but they were swiftly dispatched by the skeletons. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan began to transfer all the goods from the supermarket into his necromantic space. Within a 10-meter radius, anything touched by him or his skeletons, barring living creatures, could be absorbed into the necromantic realm. By the time he had emptied the supermarket, he activated his Necromancer's sight and discovered that the tyrant zombie was finally on the verge of defeat. It is nearly a pile of mush. Gu Qinghan approached the corpse of the tyrant zombie, only to find that it still clung to life. He commanded one of the skeletons to crush its skull, and finally felt a surge of necromantic energy flood into his being. Simultaneously, a sharp axe materialized before him. Tyrant Battle Axe. Level 5. Increases combat power. 25. Wow, this is impressive. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened. The combat power of this piece of equipment could nearly rival that of a skeleton. He attempted to lift the axe, but found it somewhat heavy. Reluctantly, he instructed one of his skeletons to wield the new weapon. Instantly, that skeleton's combat power soared to 60 points. Truly a formidable tyrant in its own right. He gazed at his increasingly powerful skeletal squad, marveling at the strength of his profession. Since acquiring his talent yesterday, he could now see the attributes of his skeletons: 120 health points and 30 mana points. While he was uncertain of the purpose of the skeleton's mana, the prospect of possessing 120 health points made his mouth water. If only he could share even half of that, or a third would suffice. With a sigh of reminiscence, Gu Qinghan and his skeletal team set forth once more. Zone C was not particularly close. Even a bus ride through campus would take over 10 minutes. Now, however, taking the bus was out of the question, leaving him to navigate cautiously on foot. Yet a new dilemma arose: he did not know the way. Aside from a single visit to the C-Zone cafeteria during his early days at university, he had scarcely ventured there again. With zombies lurking everywhere, he could not ascertain whether the paths he remembered were still accurate. Sighing at this realization, he resolved, "I'll just walk and ask for directions if I encounter anyone." As it turned out, the university campus was indeed teeming with life. Within 10 minutes, Gu Qinghan spotted a serious-looking group engaged in combat with a horde of zombies. However, judging by their hesitant movements, they would likely soon falter. Gu Qinghan, donning a mask scavenged from the supermarket and pulling the hood of his black sweatshirt over his head, instantly appeared enigmatic. If only he had a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, he could easily be mistaken for a handsome figure from the peaceful era's online world. As he approached the beleaguered group, Gu Qinghan could no longer suppress his urge to ask them for directions. A few minutes later, after his 8 skeletons had dispatched the last of the zombies, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief. A young man with an earnest expression looked at Gu Qinghan, almost kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have certainly lost a number of our members today." Gu Qinghan waved his hand dismissively, correcting him. "No need to thank me. Had I not intervened, you would likely all have perished here." The young man appeared taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to Gu Qinghan's bluntness. However, Gu Qinghan had no time for pleasantries. He directly posed his question: "How do I get to Zone C?" The young man hesitated momentarily before responding with a rueful smile. "I don't know. We always took the campus bus before." Gu Qinghan sighed and turned to leave. Just then, a timid girl raised her hand slightly, saying, "I know. Last semester, I went for a night run to Zone C and back." Gu Qinghan turned back, eyeing the seemingly demure girl. "You really know the way? Deceiving me will not end well for you." I'm not lying, but I don't plan on going to Zone C," she replied, seemingly shy as she lowered her gaze. Gu Qinghan fell silent for a moment, regarding the girl who appeared bashful even in conversation. Sensing the palpable awkwardness in the air, she hesitated before continuing, "I really don't want to go there, but we have a classmate who lives in that area, and they're looking to return. I can introduce you." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's expression softened slightly. "Lead the way." "Okay." Chapter 22. The misfortune diverted. A few minutes later, Gu Qinghan followed the group to the base of a teaching building. The number of zombies in this area was fewer than those he had encountered earlier, and several individuals outside were actively clearing the undead. Gu Qinghan paid little attention to them and gestured for the girl from earlier to summon the others. Many gazes turned towards Gu Qinghan, whispering and pointing at the seemingly enigmatic figure he presented. Before long, a couple emerged, supporting each other. Gu Qinghan's brow furrowed at the sight of an injured person. Under the current circumstances, an injured individual was nothing short of a burden, likely to bring forth countless troubles if taken along. The couple appeared to understand Gu Qinghan's intentions, their expressions betraying a hint of relief. They were a well-matched pair, embodying the classic image of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The young man, with his hair styled in a peculiar fashion, paled as he spoke. "Hello. My name is Zhang Jiawei, and this is my girlfriend, Li Ming. Yes, I hear you reside in Area C? Indeed. We came here to find some classmates, but we never anticipated encountering such a situation." Zhang Jiawei's expression dimmed momentarily, yet he quickly added, "Although I am injured, it won't hinder my mobility. If all goes well, we should be able to return today." He cast a glance at the skeleton beside Gu Qinghan, clearly aware of the formidable strength Gu Qinghan possessed. However, Gu Qinghan shook his head slowly, having discerned from earlier movements that the injury was to the young man's leg. A person with a leg injury would undoubtedly become the first to fall victim in a crisis. Noticing Gu Qinghan's apparent dissatisfaction, Zhang Jiawei immediately suggested, "Perhaps you could wait here for a while? We have a professional healer nearby, but there are too many injured, and he has run out of magical energy." He was anxious, reluctant to miss the opportunity to be shielded by this mysterious powerhouse. Gu Qinghan, puzzled, inquired, "A healer?" Zhang Jiawei nodded and sighed. "He has treated me once already. Otherwise, I might not even be able to walk now." Gu Qinghan examined his thigh, where the bloodstains had already dried, indicating a serious previous injury. A healer capable of restoring mobility within a single day was undoubtedly a precious asset in this perilous apocalypse. "Bring him out. I have a way to facilitate his treatment." Zhang Jiawei offered a wry smile and, under Gu Qinghan's questioning gaze, explained, "His status is now quite elevated. We have to trade valuable items from our possessions to receive his treatment. How could he possibly come out for us?" Gu Qinghan frowned, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Nevertheless, considering that these two could guide him to Area C, he signaled for them to lead the way. Soon, Gu Qinghan found himself in a classroom, where a young man lounged casually, one leg crossed over the other. The boy had shifty eyes, taking in the girls passing through the hallway with an unreserved gaze. Upon noticing Gu Qinghan and the couple enter, he straightened up and impatiently remarked, "Zhang Jiawei, right? I remember taking your belongings, but I can't cast my skills right now. Just wait a moment." Zhang Jiawei wore an expression of resignation, but Gu Qinghan interjected, "How much magical energy is required to use your skill?" 15 points. "Why do you ask? What level are you currently?" "I just reached level 3. Why does that matter?" After a moment of hesitation, Gu Qinghan approached the young man and removed his meditation ring. "Wear this. It will enable you to treat him." Initially annoyed by Gu Qinghan's forthrightness, the young man's eyes widened upon seeing the ring's attributes. "My magical energy is barely 45 points at level 3, and this artifact has 50 points of magical energy." It was worth noting that the magical energy within the ring was fully replenished by Gu Qinghan. Thus, he could directly utilize that energy to cast his skill. "Please be quick. I am pressed for time." Gu Qinghan took a cup of instant noodles and a bottle of water from his backpack, which he had intentionally brought along earlier. This way, he didn't have to conjure items from thin air, avoiding undue attention. "All right, come closer. I will treat you directly." The young man's eyes glimmered as he beckoned Zhang Jiawei forward. With gratitude, Zhang Jiawei glanced at Gu Qinghan before approaching the young man. The healer extended his right hand, a soft green energy materializing before him. Just a glance at this energy invigorated the senses, prompting Gu Qinghan to instinctively step back. He loathed the vibrant aura emanating from it. "This must be a change brought about by my profession, huh? It seems that such roles can yield more than just benefits." Gu Qinghan, initially contemplating employing his mimicry ability, promptly dismissed the idea. If he found it distasteful, his skeleton would surely feel the same. As Gu Qinghan pondered, the energy had already penetrated Zhang Jiawei's body. Almost instantaneously, the pallor on Zhang Jiawei's face faded significantly, and he tested his injured foot. "I can move quite well now. Thank you so much, Senior Chao." Chao Qing smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghan, who appeared deep in thought. In the next instant, Chao Qing's gaze subtly shifted toward the entrance, where no skeleton stood guard. In a heartbeat, he bolted toward the door, intent on claiming the ring for himself. If he could blend into the crowd and leverage the advantage of numbers, promising treatment, he believed he could escape any repercussions from Gu Qinghan. However, just as he was about to dash out, a sharp axe appeared, cleaving him to the ground. Blood promptly stained his shirt as he howled in agony, clutching his arm with terror as he beheld the skeleton outside, resembling an avenging demon. He had not anticipated that, Beyond the few skeletons within the room, there were others lurking outside. If you wish to steal something, you ought to possess the means to do so. How can one be so foolish? Gu Qinghan approached him slowly, extending his hand with a smile. Chao Qing hastily removed the ring, even wiping the blood from his clothes. Gu Qinghan reclaimed the ring, beckoning Zhang Jiawei and Li Ming as he exited the classroom. He had briefly entertained the thought of killing him but considered a more advantageous approach instead. Zhang Jiawei and Li Ming exchanged glances, hesitating before deciding against assisting the fallen Chao Qing. Once the classroom was left with only him, Chao Qing gritted his teeth and activated his skill. A student entered and helped him up, casting a fearful glance in the direction Gu Qinghan had departed. Chao Qing's eyes glinted coldly as he inquired of the student who had assisted him, "Do you happen to know the name of that person who just left?" The student pondered briefly before uncertainly replying, "I think he introduced himself as Li Qingshan." Chao Qing acknowledged this with a sound, silently committing the name to memory. Li Qingshan, today's events are far from over. Chapter 23. The strange occupations. After Gu Qinghan departed with Zhang Jiawei, they identified a path and set off towards Zone C. As they progressed, the density of zombies around them increased, prompting the trio to halt and await the skeletons to clear the undead. Observing the relentless extermination of zombies by the skeletal figures, Zhang Jiawei's eyes shimmered with awe. "Brother Li Qingshan, do you have any water?" "My girlfriend and I have been parched all day," he hesitated before cautiously voicing his request. Gu Qinghan glanced back at him, pondered for a moment, and then handed over a bottle of mineral water. During their earlier interaction with the group, he had introduced himself as Li Qingshan. While this carried a hint of wicked amusement, Gu Qinghan found it rather entertaining. Watching Zhang Jiawei and his girlfriend finish the bottle within mere seconds, he inquired, "Where do you reside in Zone C?" Zhang Jiawei, having savored the last drop of water, tossed the empty bottle aside with a hint of regret before replying, "Ah, we live in a small apartment, which makes attending classes much more convenient for us." To Gu Qinghan's pleasant surprise, their residence coincidentally aligned with his intended destination. He raised an eyebrow. "Cohabiting?" Zhang Jiawei chuckled, but Li Ming interjected, "I only stay over at his place occasionally. We are not cohabiting." Gu Qinghan nodded, recognizing that their living arrangements were of no concern to him. His question stemmed solely from a curious instinct. Zhang Jiawei's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon heard Gu Qinghan ask, "Is your small apartment fully occupied?" "No, the rent is exorbitantly high. Currently, there aren't many students living there, and 2.5 buildings remain vacant," Zhang Jiawei replied. "Excellent," Gu Qinghan smiled, realizing he could directly move into one of those buildings. "Brother Li Qingshan, once this ordeal passes, I must express my gratitude," Zhang Jiawei said earnestly, seemingly believing that this game would soon conclude. However, as of now, this global game had scarcely crossed the 24-hour mark. Many had witnessed fatalities, yet still held a glimmer of hope for governmental rescue. Gu Qinghan, however, held a different perspective. Humanity had toiled for eons to attain its present state. Yet, in an instant, this world could be irrevocably altered by this game. Such power was undoubtedly beyond human content. Gu Qinghan surmised that even if humanity were to reconstruct order, it would be starkly dissimilar to the previous society. Thus, he merely smiled, opting not to voice his thoughts. At that moment, the skeletons had cleared a path, and Gu Qinghan led the two onward. "Why is there so little food today? Did you all sneak a bite?" On the first floor of the cafeteria in Zone C, a disgruntled boy glared at his meager portion, confronting the cafeteria staff. The chef, clad in an apron, sighed and turned to retrieve several empty flour sacks from the back kitchen. "Our cafeteria replenishes supplies every 3 days. Yesterday was the last day, and now there's barely anything left. If we don't ration now, we might not have a single grain by tomorrow. How can we fight on an empty stomach? Just deny food to those who aren't participating in the battle." The boy fumed, then pointed at a quiet girl in the corner. "Aren't you all classmates? If they eat less, you can eat more." The chef sighed again. This girl was the most peculiar among the survivors in the cafeteria. It was said that her name was Chun Yuding, and she possessed a rather strange occupation. However, this occupation lacked any combat capabilities, even the most basic enhancements to physical attributes. Moreover, it appeared that her role could not aid others in battle. The cafeteria's inhabitants had attempted to break free or seek food, but were repelled by the zombies outside. Even when they managed to slay a few, the casualties outweighed the survivors. Ultimately, they were merely a group of university students, and maintaining composure in such an unprecedented situation was a rare feat. The boy scoffed dismissively, slamming his tray onto the table. Why should I eat more while she eats less? She's not my girlfriend, and in these extraordinary circumstances, those who aren't fighting shouldn't be fed. I won't eat. Please don't trouble this uncle, the quiet girl suddenly spoke, her voice cool yet tinged with an imperceptible pride. The boy was momentarily taken aback but quickly retorted, I hope you truly won't eat and aren't planning to beg for a bite later. Fine, Chun Yuding replied, glancing at him with emotionless eyes. The boy took his tray and departed, and soon others received their portions. Chun Yuding, however, remained motionless in her corner. A few minutes later, a slightly plump girl approached with her tray and sat beside Chun Yuding. Hey, you should eat something. I noticed you barely had a bite at lunch. Chun Yuding turned to the girl, a smile breaking her features. Thank you. Missing a meal is no trouble. But who knows how long we'll be stuck here? You're so thin, you'll surely starve, the plump girl insisted, pushing her tray towards Chun Yuding and gesturing to the remaining food. Please, eat. Rest assured, the untouched portions are clean. Chun Yuding glanced down at the tray, her stomach audibly grumbling. The plump girl pressed a pair of clean chopsticks into her hands, encouraging, hurry. I love making friends with beautiful sisters. Girls should support each other. Thank you. Then I shall eat, Chun Yuding admitted, her hunger undeniable. Yet, the food in this cafeteria had been tightly controlled by the group of professionals. Lacking combat prowess, her rations were scant. There was, however, one professional who had attempted to court her in exchange for food. Yet, with her naturally proud disposition, she could never acquiesce to such a proposal. She quickly devoured every morsel on her tray, leaving not a single grain behind. Even as she ate hastily, her demeanor remained remarkably graceful, prompting admiration for her elegance. Thank you. My name is Chun Yuding. What is yours? She inquired with gratitude as she placed her tray before her. My name is... Oh wait, I need to use the restroom first. I'll be back to chat. The plump girl suddenly recalled something and dashed towards the restroom. Chun Yuding was momentarily taken aback, finding the girl's hurried retreat amusing. This plump girl was genuinely kind-hearted. She returned the tray and resumed her seat, awaiting the girl's return. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes without sight of her, Chun Yuding yawned, glancing at the darkening sky outside with puzzled contemplation. Strange, I feel unusually sleepy today. Chapter 24. Crafting equipment not far from Chun Yuding, a young man observed her in a black dress, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A plump figure hurriedly darted over like a thief, then sat down and extended her hand towards the young man. She consumed everything as agreed upon, 2 bottles of cola. The young man retrieved 2 bottles of cola from his backpack at his feet and handed them to the girl, then inquired, Are you certain this medicine is effective? It's been over 10 minutes. It'll kick in soon. When I suffered from insomnia, 1 pill would have me drowsy within half an hour. I added 3 pills to that meal just now. This chubby girl was none other than the one who had delivered food to Chun Yuding. The young man nodded, continuing to gaze at Chun Yuding's figure, a hint of greed glimmering in his eyes. The pretense of being an aloof goddess was truly laughable. In just over a day, more than half of the people in the cafeteria had perished. He understood that the world was about to undergo a monumental change, emboldening him considerably. While the cafeteria was not devoid of attractive girls, Chun Yuding was undoubtedly the most exquisite among them. Moreover, her lack of combat prowess presented him with an opportunity. I, Zhang Ming, can certainly claim such a stunning beauty, far superior to the previous few I courted. As Zhang Ming's thoughts grew increasingly fervent, he resolved to make Chun Yuding his own that very night. Even if her heart was not his, her body would bear his mark. While Zhang Ming's imagination ran wild, a commotion suddenly erupted behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see 2 men and a woman entering the cafeteria from outside. Wait, were those 2 skeletons following them? Zhang Ming rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. He watched as one of the masked individuals spoke to those around them, then glanced at the less crowded area, heading straight toward Chun Yuding. At that moment, Gu Qinghan was filled with frustration as he navigated cautiously through Zone C. He had slain countless zombies along the way, even taking down 2 tyrant zombies, which had dropped the battle axe. However, just as he was about to pass by the small apartment area, he encountered a horde of at least 10 tyrant zombies. Had it not been for his fearless skeletons, who risked dismemberment to protect his escape, he would be dead by now. Yet even so, he had exhausted his blue resources just to fight his way out with 2 skeletons. Calculating his losses, he realized he had sacrificed at least 10 skeletons. I'll rest here for today, and seek vengeance for my little brother tomorrow. Gu Qinghan thought bitterly, taking a swig from a water bottle when he suddenly noticed a girl in a black dress watching him from a distance. She was strikingly beautiful, her light makeup lending her an air of aloofness. Yet, her eyes revealed a hint of daze. Not giving it much thought, Gu Qinghan retrieved some food and water from his backpack and offered it to Zhang Jiawei and Li Ming beside him. These two had exerted considerable effort during their escape. Otherwise, Gu Qinghan might have been injured. Young man, I see you all have come from outside. What is the situation out there? A middle-aged man dressed like a chef wiped his hands and approached Gu Qinghan for a conversation. Having removed his mask and taken a sip of water, Gu Qinghan replied, "Zombies are everywhere, endless hordes of them. You all are impressive. Several of our students have been blocked from leaving multiple times." The middle-aged man rubbed his hands, casting a wary glance at the 2 skeletons behind Gu Qinghan. Seeing the man's demeanor, honest yet tinged with fear, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle. He smiled and casually began chatting with the man. "I see there are at least a few hundred people here. How could you all be trapped?" The man sighed, deep worry etched on his brow. "They're all just kids, wanting to go different places. With the zombies biting, many have perished, and now no one dares to venture out." Gu Qinghan silently nodded, realizing he had been too quick to judge. Although he could navigate outside, his pace was painfully slow. For instance, a journey to Zone C that typically took around half an hour had taken him 6 or 7 hours. Even with 8 fearless skeletons at his command, his progress was arduous. It was entirely reasonable for these flesh and blood students to be trapped here, of course. The main issue was that the people here did not know one another. No one wanted to be the first to charge ahead. This resulted in them being hamstrung during battles, merely waiting for their supplies to dwindle. "What is your occupation, sir?" Gu Qinghan asked, finding the middle-aged man quite amiable and eager to engage in further conversation. "Me? I am an archer, but without a bow, I can't even utilize my skills," the man replied. "That does sound quite unfortunate," Gu Qinghan remarked with a smile, but then he heard the man say, "It's not that bad. At least my strength has increased significantly. There's a young girl here who is in a worse predicament." As he spoke, he subtly pointed to Chen Yuding, who was now nodding off. Gu Qinghan looked at her with curiosity. What makes her so unfortunate? Didn't she obtain a profession? According to his reasoning, unless one possessed maximal evasion skills, it was nearly inevitable to acquire a profession amidst such a deluge of light rain. No, she has a profession, but it seems to be crafting equipment, requiring blueprints and materials. Right now, we only have some spiked wooden sticks. We haven't seen anything else. Her profession is of no use at all. Initially, Gu Qinghan was merely an observer, but upon hearing the term equipment, he immediately sat up straight. Equipment? Yes, that's what she claimed. Gu Qinghan glanced at Chen Yuding again. If he were to command a legion of skeletons, equipment would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. This girl's profession, capable of crafting equipment, might seem trivial to others, but was crucial for him. Moreover, if he could replicate her profession's attributes through his talent, he could achieve equipment autonomy in the future. With this thought in mind, Gu Qinghan stood up and headed toward Chen Yuding. However, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when a young man obstructed his path. "Brother, this is my girlfriend. What do you want?" The young man blocking Gu Qinghan was, in fact, Zhang Ming. He had noticed Chen Yuding nearly asleep from a distance, and for reasons unknown, Gu Qinghan had been staring at her for quite some time. Though sensing that Gu Qinghan was quite powerful, he did not wish for him to disrupt his plans. Gu Qinghan glanced at the slick-looking young man, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to ask your girlfriend a question." Zhang Ming smiled and gestured with his eyes to Gu Qinghan. "My girlfriend is in a tiff with me. Let us wait until tomorrow for your inquiry. Do me a favor." Gu Qinghan scrutinized the young man's demeanor, struggling to connect him with the enchanting girl in the black dress. Observing Zhang Ming's cunning expression, combined with his recollection of Chen Yuding's state, he suddenly grasped the situation. This girl might prove to be immensely useful to him. He absolutely could not allow her to fall into the hands of this man. Chapter 25. The overlooked legendary profession, the divine craftsman. Gu Qinghan gazed with keen interest at Zhang Ming, waiting patiently for his eyes to begin to dart away before suddenly inquiring, "Your girlfriend? What is her name?" Zhang Ming momentarily floundered, unsure of the answer, but with no option left, he forced a smile and replied, "Her name is Zhang Tingting." "Why do you ask?" Gu Qinghan nodded thoughtfully and then unexpectedly made his way toward the lady in the black dress. Zhang Ming attempted to intervene, but was obstructed by two skeletal figures. Gu Qinghan approached Chen Yuding and tentatively asked, "Zhang Tingting?" With great effort, Chen Yuding lifted her heavy eyelids and waved her hand dismissively. "You've mistaken me. My name is Chen Yuding." Observing the profound fatigue reflected in her eyes, Gu Qinghan frowned slightly. It was evident she had been drugged, and the dosage seemed considerable. Fortunately, it appeared to be merely a sleeping pill or something akin. He turned to Zhang Ming, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out?" Zhang Ming's face was a mask of reluctance, but upon seeing the two skeletons wielding axes, he could only grit his teeth and turn away. Gu Qinghan chose not to engage with Chen Yuding further. Given her condition, she would likely succumb to sleep in a short while. Instead, he found a nearby table and sat down, beckoning Zhang Jiawei and the others to join him. They too were weary from the day's events and soon slumped over the table, drifting into a deep slumber. Only Gu Qinghan surveyed the bustling cafeteria and then cast a glance at the already unconscious Chen Yuding, a contemplative expression crossing his face. His interest was not merely due to her looks, but rather because he was contemplating his forthcoming plans. If she truly possesses the ability to forge equipment, it would greatly facilitate many of my future endeavors. The damage output of a weapon like a spiked wooden club is not significantly different from that of cold weapons, yet a tyrant's battle axe is evidently much more formidable, transcending the realm of ordinary armaments. If I could indeed acquire the schematics for equipment, perhaps I could create a substantial lead over others in the early stages of this game. Gu Qinghan pondered various possibilities, diligently preparing for the future while devising multiple strategies, a principle he had adhered to for many years. After more than half an hour, he felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples, preparing to rest for a while. That moment, a group of boys approached. Gu Qinghan turned to look, and the leader spoke, "Hello. While we have accepted you as a new member, one of you must keep watch with us tonight." Gu Qinghan hesitated. Although he wished to leave, he understood the necessity of adhering to the rules of this place. After a moment's thought, he directed one of his skeletons to approach the group. "What are you doing?" "We mean no harm." The leader of the boys instinctively stepped back, eyeing Gu Qinghan warily. Gu Qinghan paused, then realized they had misunderstood him. "Rest assured, this is my summoned creature. It will keep watch with you tonight." At that moment, the skeleton silently positioned itself behind the boys, resembling a taciturn soldier. The boy scrutinized Gu Qinghan closely and then glanced at the skeleton, his brow twitching slightly. After several moments, he finally said, "Fine. You all can rest for today, but if you are still here tomorrow, one of you must keep watch with us, and it cannot be a summoned creature." It was clear he harbored some fear of Gu Qinghan's eerie skeleton. Gu Qinghan watched the boys depart, then summoned two additional skeletons to stand guard beside him. As he depleted his regained magical energy, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he settled into a comfortable position, drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Gu Qinghan was awakened by a cacophony of voices. Rising from the table, he observed two girls embroiled in a heated argument over a bowl of rice porridge. Stretching lazily, he stood to inspect the breakfast being distributed. Only rice porridge and pickled vegetables. "It seems the food here is running low," Gu Qinghan mused silently, suddenly sensing a gaze upon him. Turning around, he found Chen Yuding seated, her expression contemplative as she regarded him. A smile broke across his face as he approached and greeted her. "Awake? Are we? Do we know each other?" Chen Yuding looked at Gu Qinghan, struggling to recall any previous interaction with such a handsome man. After waking that morning, she had learned from Zhang Jiawei about the events of the previous night. Gu Qinghan shook his head and directly inquired, "Could you elaborate on your vocational abilities? I believe there may be an opportunity for collaboration." Chen Yuding quickly grasped the situation. He was seeking her assistance for his own needs. Organizing her thoughts, she slowly replied, "My profession is called divine craftsman, which appears to be entirely devoid of combat capability. Currently, I possess a professional skill known as Heavenly Craft, which allows me to create equipment based on schematics, though I have yet to utilize it. Her voice lacked confidence, as she had never engaged in gaming before and had little understanding of her vocation. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. What is the prefix of your profession? Prefix? Chun Yuding blinked in confusion. Are you referring to the word legendary? Gu Qinghan nearly choked on the water he had been about to drink. While others might have chosen their professions based on circumstances, he had meticulously sifted through numerous options. Among them, the categories included basic, rare, and epic professions. His own Necromancer was a unique class that he believed to be quite formidable. However, a legendary profession was something he had never even encountered. Wait, the enormous light orb with a half-meter diameter that I saw that day. Gu Qinghan suddenly recalled something and quietly asked, were you struck by a very large light orb that day? Yes, I thought I was going to die. Yet nothing happened at all. Chun Yuding pursed her lips and gestured vaguely, confirming Gu Qinghan's suspicion. Gu Qinghan smirked slightly. Her profession appeared quite powerful. However, given her evident isolation, it seemed this group was unaware of her true potential. With this thought, Gu Qinghan smiled subtly and said, from now on, stick with me. I will handle the schematics and materials, and you will be responsible for crafting equipment for me. His smile radiated confidence, as though he had not considered the challenges of acquiring schematics and materials. Chun Yuding paused momentarily, casting a glance at the 4 skeletons positioned behind him, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. The events of the past few days had made her acutely aware that the world had irrevocably changed. Although she was uncertain how long this change would last or if it might vanish, she recognized her utter lack of self-defense capabilities. Gu Qinghan's ability to enter the cafeteria indicated that he was significantly stronger than most here. Having been drugged the previous day, she understood that he had saved her, suggesting he was a good person, at least for now. Proud yet intelligent, Chun Yuding bit her lip and suddenly looked at Gu Qinghan, stating, all right, but I have one more request. If possible, help me find my family. Chapter 26. The 2 experts in the cafeteria. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow slightly. This woman had yet to formally join his team, and she was already bargaining. To some extent, this was a positive sign, as it indicated that she was upfront about her conditions. However, it also suggested that she was somewhat oblivious to the current circumstances. Tian had been a comrade in survival, and at the very least, Gu Qinghan had needed her assistance to escape. Thus, he had regarded her as an equal in stark contrast. Chun Yuding before him possessed no combat prowess, and her potential contributions remained uncertain. He gestured towards the cafeteria's exterior, remarking, you can see the perilous situation outside. I cannot yet ascertain whether you will be of assistance to me. If all proceeds smoothly, I shall help you. However, until then, I can only guarantee your survival. Do you understand? I comprehend, which is why I shall exert myself to assist you. You sought me out, presumably for the equipment of the skeletons behind you? Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, complimenting her. Clever. Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed a refreshing experience. My intelligence is reserved for pertinent matters. Shall we consider ourselves teammates now? Gu Qinghan observed the somewhat haggard beauty before him and suddenly smiled. Very well, welcome aboard. You are now one of my own. Chun Yuding's complexion subtly flushed, yet she understood that Gu Qinghan's intention was not particularly profound. At that moment, however, her stomach audibly protested. Gu Qinghan glanced at her knowingly and inquired, are you hungry? Yes, aside from a decent meal on the first day. I hardly consumed anything yesterday, she replied. Gu Qinghan nodded, retrieving several cups of instant noodles and some bread from his backpack, along with a few sausages. Here, eat this, and please prepare a pot of noodles for us. He gestured towards Zhang Jiawei, who was daydreaming nearby. This couple could not be abandoned just yet. His inventory contained numerous self-heating hot pots, but bringing them out now might attract undue attention. Nonetheless, Chun Yuding's eyes brightened at the sight of the food. She nodded and swiftly took a couple of noodle cups to fill with water from the heater. Watching Chun Yuding's steps lighten, Gu Qinghan sighed. This was the apocalypse. Merely 2 days had diminished these previously sheltered university students to a state of humility. At this moment, he began scanning the throng around him. Among so many people, there must be a formidable combatant here, right? It was important to note that not far from here, in the vicinity of a small apartment, less than a kilometer away, there were at least a dozen tyrant zombies. He had suffered a setback there yesterday. Had it not been for his good fortune, he might have perished. Yet, the ordinary zombies outside could no longer provide him with necromantic energy, or rather, the contribution was negligible, rendering any immediate upgrades impossible. His initial strategy had been to gather insights on Chen Yuding's occupational traits, but with her now choosing to join his team, he could afford to alter his approach. Given the treacherous world outside, he needed to replicate a profession that boasted substantial combat capabilities and sustained fighting prowess to bolster his strength. At that moment, Chen Yuding returned with 2 cups of noodles, setting them down before picking up 2 more from the table to refill. Gu Qinghan called out to her, directly asking, "May I inquire who possesses the strongest combat abilities in this cafeteria?" "I'm not certain. I've been seated in this corner since yesterday." Gu Qinghan, with a resigned expression, gestured for her to continue with her task of preparing noodles. He surveyed the crowd and approached a seemingly amiable young man standing in line for kanji. "Excuse me, my friend, I just arrived yesterday. Who would you say is the most formidable practitioner here?" Gu Qinghan inquired politely. The young man glanced at Gu Qinghan and replied curtly, "How would I know? Don't ask me. It's bothersome." Gu Qinghan displayed a sausage in his hand, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "Very well, I shall seek others." The young man immediately grabbed Gu Qinghan's arm, grinning, "Wait a moment, I just recalled something." "You can ask me." His eyes remained fixated on the sausage in Gu Qinghan's grip, practically salivating. Once the young man had finished ladling his kanji, Gu Qinghan pulled him aside, smiling as he asked, "Please elaborate, so I may better understand our situation here." The young man tore open the sausage package, bit off half, and crumbled the remainder into his kanji. After completing this, he looked at Gu Qinghan with a grin. "Well, there aren't many exceptional practitioners among us. Truly formidable individuals are few and far between. Do you see that sullen-faced fellow over there? He's one of the 2 strongest here." Gu Qinghan glanced over to see a young man seated, consuming his meal, which included kanji and pickles, alongside a steamed bun and an egg. His profession is an epic class, known as a puppeteer, capable of transforming zombies into his puppets for combat. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly but lacked much interest. Although his skeletons appeared somewhat intimidating, they were far preferable to those grotesque and repulsive zombies. And the other one? The other is also an epic class, called a berserker, the type that grows increasingly ferocious as the battle prolongs. I saw him head out with a group this morning. He should be back soon. A berserker? Gu Qinghan's interest was piqued. This profession was inherently designed for combat. The young man sighed, stirring his kanji, and remarked, "He's an enigma. While others avoid zombies, he ventures out daily. Yet, thanks to him, we've managed to hold our ground here." Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity in his voice. "Why do you seem somewhat dissatisfied with him?" "It's not dissatisfaction. It's just that he insists on dragging others along to scout, claiming that self-rescue is the only hope. Many who accompany him end up injured. I believe it would be better to remain here and await rescue." Gu Qinghan smiled knowingly, yet he made a mental note of the berserker the young man spoke of. In a time when others were resigned to wait for salvation, preferring defense, this individual who led expeditions was undoubtedly extraordinary. Those who dared to think and act differently often achieved remarkable feats. After bidding farewell to the young man, Gu Qinghan returned to his table and began consuming his noodles. The savory aroma attracted the attention of several onlookers, yet none approached him with ill intent. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria, drawing many gazes. Gu Qinghan naturally turned to observe, only to find that it was the young man from the previous night who had requested someone to keep watch, now returning with several companions. They brought with them numerous boxes of food. There's a convenience store on campus. "We picked up some provisions while passing by," the young man exclaimed excitedly, gesturing to those around him. "Is anyone willing to join me? There are quite a few zombies out there, but if we can secure more food, nobody will have to go hungry." The previously animated crowd fell silent, their expressions shifting to apprehension. The young man, unfazed, sighed softly and began distributing some of the food to those who had fought alongside him in the past 2 days. However, these individuals bore visible injuries, their fatigue evident on their faces. Raising a bag of bread, the young man stated, "Those who fought with me earlier are exhausted now. I need a few brave souls to join me. Those who volunteer will receive a share of the food based on their contributions." Upon hearing this, a few students gradually stood up, but their numbers were scant, only 3 or 4. Clearly, compared to the dangers outside, the majority felt that enduring hunger for a couple of days within these walls was a preferable choice. Human nature is one of self-preservation, a constant in any circumstance. The young man's disappointment was palpable, just as he was about to continue his appeal when a somewhat familiar voice broke through. "I'll go with you." Turning, he spotted a smiling young man rising from the back of the crowd. "You're the newcomer from yesterday with the skeletons, aren't you?" Chapter 26. The two masters in the cafeteria. Gu Qinghan frowned slightly. This woman had not even officially joined his team and was already negotiating terms. In some respects, this was a positive sign, as it indicated that she was willing to lay her conditions on the table. However, on another level, it also suggested that she was somewhat oblivious to the current circumstances. That time, Tian had been a comrade in survival, someone Gu Qinghan genuinely needed to escape with. Thus, he had regarded her as an equal. In contrast, Chun Yuding before him was different. She possessed no combat capabilities whatsoever, and her potential contributions in the future remained uncertain. He gestured towards the cafeteria's exterior and stated, "You can see the situation outside. It is fraught with peril. I cannot yet ascertain whether you will be of assistance to me. If all goes smoothly, I will aid you. But until then, I can only guarantee your survival. Do you understand?" "I understand, and I will do my utmost to assist you. You approached me, presumably for the equipment of the skeletons behind you, correct?" Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow and complimented her, "Very astute. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure. My intelligence is reserved for suitable occasions." "So, are we considered teammates now?" Gu Qinghan observed the somewhat haggard beauty before him and suddenly smiled. "Yes, welcome aboard. From now on, you shall be under my command." A faint blush crept onto Chen Yuding's cheeks, though she realized Gu Qinghan meant little by it. At that moment, her stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Gu Qinghan glanced at her knowingly and inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Yes, I've hardly eaten since the first day. Yesterday, I barely had anything." Gu Qinghan nodded and retrieved several cups of instant noodles and bread from his backpack, along with a few sausages. "Here, eat this, and please prepare a cup of noodles for us as well." He indicated towards Zhang Zhouwei, who was daydreaming nearby. This couple could not be abandoned just yet. His necromantic space contained numerous self-heating hot pots, but bringing them out at this time might draw too much attention. Nevertheless, Chen Yuding's eyes brightened at the sight. She nodded and hurried off to fill the cups with hot water. Watching Chen Yuding's steps grow lighter, Gu Qinghan sighed. This was the apocalypse. In just 2 days, it had rendered these previously sheltered university students humble. His gaze began to survey the surrounding crowd. Among so many people, there must be a combat-capable professional here. It was worth noting that less than a kilometer away, a small apartment complex housed at least a dozen tyrant zombies. He had suffered a setback there yesterday. Had luck not been on his side, he might have perished. However, the ordinary zombies outside could no longer provide him with necromantic energy, or rather, it was minimal. He could not upgrade in the short term. His initial plan had been to gather information on Chen Yuding's professional characteristics, but now that she had chosen to join his team, a change in strategy was warranted. The world outside was exceedingly dangerous. He needed to replicate a profession with formidable combat capabilities and sustained combat endurance to bolster his strength. That moment, Chen Yuding returned with 2 cups of noodles, setting them down before picking up 2 more to fill. Gu Qinghan called to her, asking directly, "May I inquire, who is the strongest combatant in this cafeteria?" "I don't know. I've been sitting in this corner since yesterday." Gu Qinghan sighed in exasperation, gesturing for her to continue preparing the noodles. He glanced around the crowd and approached a line of people waiting for porridge. "Hey, brother, I just arrived yesterday. Who is the most formidable professional here?" He positioned himself next to a seemingly amiable young man and politely asked. The young man glanced at Gu Qinghan, responding gruffly, "How would I know? Don't bother me, I'm busy." Gu Qinghan displayed a sausage in his hand, shaking his head with a hint of disappointment. "Never mind, I'll ask someone else." The young man suddenly grabbed Gu Qinghan's arm, grinning. "Wait, I just remembered. You can ask me." His eyes fixated on the sausage in Gu Qinghan's hand, nearly drooling. Once the young man finished filling his bowl of porridge, Gu Qinghan pulled him aside and cheerfully asked, "Please, tell me more. I'd like to understand the situation here." The young man tore open the sausage packaging, took a bite off one end, and crumbled the remaining half into his porridge. After finishing, he looked at Gu Qinghan and said, "Actually, we don't have many strong professionals here. There are really only AFEW. Do you see that sullen-faced guy over there? He is one of the two strongest in our group." Gu Qinghan glanced over to see a young man seated at a table, consuming his meal, which included porridge, pickles, a steamed bun, and an egg. His profession is an epic class called puppeteer. He can turn zombies into his puppets for combat. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly but felt little interest. While his skeletons may appear intimidating, they were far superior to the grotesque and repulsive zombies. And the other? The other is also an epic class, called Berserker, known for growing more ferocious as battles progress. I saw him leave with a group this morning. He should be back soon. A Berserker? Gu Qinghan's interest was piqued. This class was clearly designed for combat. The young man sighed, stirring his food as he continued, "This guy is peculiar. While everyone else avoids zombies, he goes out daily. But thanks to him, we can hold our ground here." Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, curious. "You seem somewhat dissatisfied with him?" "It's not dissatisfaction. He insists on taking others along to scout, claiming that only by self-rescue can there be hope. Many who accompany him get injured. If you ask me, it would be better to wait here for rescue." Gu Qinghan chuckled, but kept a mental note about the Berserker mentioned by the young man. In a time when others were prepared to lie back and wait for rescue, this individual, willing to lead explorations, was undoubtedly exceptional. Those who dared to think differently and act boldly often accomplished great things. After bidding farewell to the young man, Gu Qinghan returned to his table and began to enjoy his noodles. The aroma attracted the attention of several nearby individuals, though none approached him with ill intent. Just then, a commotion erupted at the cafeteria's entrance, drawing many gazes, including Gu Qinghan's. To his surprise, it was the young man from the previous evening, who had asked for someone to keep watch, returning with several companions. They were laden with numerous boxes of food. There's a convenience store on campus. We picked up some food on our way back. The young man's expression was one of excitement as he waved to the crowd. "Is anyone willing to join me? There are plenty of zombies over there, but if we can gather more food, no one will have to go hungry." The previously enthusiastic crowd fell silent, their gazes evasive. The young man seemed undeterred, letting out a gentle sigh as he distributed some of the food he had brought back to those who had fought alongside him over the past 2 days. These individuals bore visible injuries, their exhaustion unmistakable. Holding up a bag of bread, the young man proclaimed, "The members who fought with me are quite fatigued. I need a few brave souls to accompany me again. Those who volunteer will receive a share of the food based on their contributions." At this announcement, a few students slowly stepped forward, but their numbers were few, only 3 or 4. Clearly, the majority felt that enduring hunger for a couple of days was preferable to facing the dangers outside. People invariably gravitate towards self-preservation, regardless of circumstances. The young man wore a look of disappointment, prepared to rally the crowd once more when a somewhat familiar voice rang out, "I'll go with you." Turning his head, he saw a smiling young man rising from the back of the crowd. "You are the new arrival from yesterday, the one with the skeletons?" Chapter 26. The two masters in the cafeteria. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow slightly. This woman had yet to formally join his ranks, and she was already negotiating terms. To some extent, this was a positive sign, as it indicated that she was willing to articulate her conditions up front. However, it also suggested that she was somewhat oblivious to the current circumstances. Tian had been his comrade in survival, and at that time, Gu Qinghan had indeed needed her assistance to escape. Thus, he had regarded her as an equal. In stark contrast, Chun Yuding was different. She possessed no combat capabilities and could not guarantee her future contributions. He gestured towards the cafeteria's exterior and remarked, "You can see the situation outside. It is fraught with peril. I cannot yet ascertain whether you will be of assistance to me. If all goes smoothly, I shall aid you. However, until then, I can only promise you survival. Do you understand?" "I understand, and I will do my utmost to assist you. You sought me out for the equipment of the skeletons at your back, did you not?" Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, praising her, "Very astute. Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed refreshing. My cleverness is reserved for the appropriate contexts. So, are we considered teammates now?" Gu Qinghan looked at the somewhat haggard beauty before him and suddenly smiled. "Certainly, welcome aboard. You shall be under my command from this point onward." A faint blush crept onto Chen Yuding's cheeks, though she recognized that Gu Qinghan's words bore little implication. At that moment, her stomach audibly protested. Gu Qinghan glanced at her and inquired knowingly, "Hungry?" "Yes, aside from the ample meal on the first day, I hardly ate anything yesterday." Gu Qinghan nodded and retrieved several cups of instant noodles and bread from his backpack, along with a few sausages. "Eat up, and please prepare a cup of noodles for us." He pointed to Zhang Jiawei, who was daydreaming nearby. This couple could not be abandoned just yet. His necromancer space contained numerous self-heating hot pots, but revealing them now would attract too much attention. Nevertheless, Chen Yuding's eyes sparkled with delight. She nodded and hurriedly took a couple of cups of noodles to fill with hot water. Watching her steps become a tad lighter, Gu Qinghan sighed. This was the apocalypse. Merely 2 days had rendered these once sheltered university students humbled. His gaze began to scan the surrounding crowd. Among so many, there must be a highly skilled fighter here, right? It was known that just under a kilometer away, near the small apartment, there lurked at least a dozen tyrant zombies. He had suffered a setback there yesterday. Had it not been for luck, he might not have returned. However, the ordinary zombies outside could no longer provide him with necromantic energy, or rather, it was negligible, rendering him unable to level up in the short term. His initial plan had been to assess Chen Yuding's occupational traits, but since she had chosen to join his team, a strategic shift was in order in this perilous world. He needed to replicate a profession with formidable combat prowess and sustained fighting capabilities to bolster his strength. Just then, Chen Yuding returned, balancing 2 cups of noodles, and set them down only to grab 2 more from the table to fill. Gu Qinghan halted her and asked directly, "May I inquire who the most formidable combatant in this cafeteria is?" "I don't know. I've been sitting in this corner since yesterday." Gu Qinghan sighed in exasperation, gesturing for her to continue preparing the noodles. He surveyed the throng and approached a seemingly amiable young man in line for porridge. "Excuse me, I just arrived yesterday. Who would you say is the most powerful practitioner here?" The young man glanced at Gu Qinghan and brusquely replied, "How should I know? Don't ask me. It's annoying." Gu Qinghan revealed a sausage in his hand and shook his head regretfully. "Never mind. I shall inquire elsewhere." The young man quickly seized Gu Qinghan's arm and chuckled. "Wait, I just remembered. You can ask me." His gaze was fixated on the sausage, nearly salivating. Once the young man finished filling his bowl, Gu Qinghan pulled him aside and smiled. "Please elaborate. I wish to understand the situation here." The young man tore open the sausage packaging, bit off half, and then broke the remaining piece into small pieces to add to his porridge. After completing this, he looked at Gu Qinghan and said, "Actually, we don't have many formidable practitioners here. There are really only a few tough ones. Do you see that sullen-faced fellow over there? He is one of the 2 strongest among us." Gu Qinghan looked over to see a young man seated and consuming his meal, which included not only porridge and pickles, but also a steamed bun and an egg. His profession is an epic class known as a puppeteer, capable of turning zombies into his puppets for battle. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, though he felt little interest. While his skeletons appeared somewhat intimidating, they were far preferable to the grotesque and repulsive zombies. And the other one? The other is also an epic class known as a berserker, the type that grows stronger the more he fights. I saw him lead a group out this morning. He should be back soon. A berserker? Gu Qinghan's interest piqued. This profession clearly signified one born for combat. The young man sighed, stirring his food as he said, "This guy has a peculiar habit. While others are hiding from zombies, he ventures out daily. Yet, thanks to him, we can hold this place." Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Why do you seem somewhat dissatisfied with him?" "It's not dissatisfaction. It's just that he drags others along with him to scout, insisting that only through self-rescue can there be hope. Many who accompany him end up injured. I reckon it's better to wait here for rescue." Gu Qinghan chuckled, but kept a wary eye on the berserker mentioned by the young man. In a time when most were preparing to lie low and await rescue, this individual who dared to lead explorations was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Those who think what others dare not and do what others fear often achieve great things. Having bid farewell to the young man, Gu Qinghan returned to his table to enjoy his instant noodles. The aroma wafted through the air, attracting the attention of many, yet no one came to cause trouble. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the cafeteria entrance, drawing the gaze of numerous individuals, including Gu Qinghan. To his surprise, it was the young man from the previous night who had requested one of them to stand guard, now returning with a group. They bore many boxes of food. There's a convenience store in the school. We picked up some food on our way back. The young man appeared excited and waved to the crowd. Is there anyone willing to join me? There are quite a few zombies out there, but if we can bring back more food, nobody will have to go hungry. The previously eager crowd fell silent, their gazes evasive. The young man seemed unfazed, letting out a soft sigh as he distributed a portion of the food he had brought back to those who had fought alongside him over the past 2 days. These individuals bore visible injuries and their fatigue was evident. The young man raised a bag of bread, declaring, "The members who fought with me are exhausted. We now need a few brave souls to join me. Those who volunteer will receive food based on their contributions." Upon hearing this, a few students gradually stood up, though their numbers were scant, only 3 or 4. Clearly, compared to the outside dangers, most believed that enduring a few days of hunger here was manageable. People naturally gravitate towards self-preservation, and this was true in any circumstance. The young man's expression was one of disappointment, and just as he was about to continue rallying support, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. "I will go with you." He turned to see a smiling young man rising from the back of the crowd. "You are the newcomer from yesterday with the skeletons?" Chapter 27. The ever-strengthening zombies. Shall we begin collecting the berserker's occupational traits? Gu Qinghan decisively opted for yes, for he had awaited this moment. At this juncture, he had already set off with a group from the cafeteria towards a nearby convenience store. The road was fraught with numerous zombies, yet Gu Qinghan merely unleashed 4 skeletal warriors to engage them. His purpose was straightforward, to compel the berserker to take action. Only by witnessing the adversary wield their occupational abilities could he gather their occupational traits. As he observed the progress bar linked to his talent gradually ascending, Gu Qinghan felt a slight sense of relief. "Bro, your skeletons are incredibly strong." The berserker, wielding a spiked wooden club, relentlessly cleaved through the zombies with each swing. "Not too shabby yourself. Your combat prowess seems quite remarkable." "Heh, my class is inherently suited for prolonged battles. By the way, my name is Wang Yin. What about you?" With his back turned to Gu Qinghan, Wang Yin continued to harvest zombies while striking up a conversation. "Li Qingshan," Gu Qinghan replied nonchalantly, his heart steady and his face unflinching. For in the outside world, one's identity is merely self-assigned. The two exchanged a few brief words before soon arriving at the convenience store. This establishment was considerably smaller than the little supermarket Gu Qinghan had previously visited, leaving him to wonder how it managed to survive in Zone C. Nevertheless, at this moment, the convenience store had become the beacon of hope for everyone in the cafeteria. "Qingshan, brother, let your skeletons guard the entrance while we carry some food back, shall we?" Gu Qinghan was naturally reluctant, as doing so would hinder his ability to collect the opposing occupational traits. He feigned a troubled expression and gestured towards his 4 skeletal companions, saying, "That might be a challenge. Having them fight will constantly deplete my mana. You should guard outside instead." As he spoke, he subtly commanded his skeletons to slow their pace in combat. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan, along with a few others, dashed into the convenience store. Inside, the shelves were rather disordered, indicating that others had been there before. However, there remained a considerable quantity of food on the shelves. The individuals who had entered with Gu Qinghan did not immediately begin to gather supplies. Instead, they tore open food packages and began to eat ravenously. Famished, their first instinct upon seeing such an abundance of food was to satiate their hunger. Gu Qinghan paid them no mind and continued deeper into the store. The shelves within were largely untouched, allowing him to fill his necromantic space with a substantial amount. However, he found his haul considerably diminished compared to last time, as he sought to avoid drawing attention. Just as he was stealthily gathering supplies, Wang Yan's voice suddenly boomed from outside, "Hurry up and pack. We need to leave. Level 3 zombies are approaching." Gu Qinghan was taken aback and quickly activated the sight of the dead to observe from a skeleton's perspective. He witnessed several zombies surging towards them, some clearly moving at a significantly faster pace than their counterparts. They appeared to be agile zombies, but their level had seemingly risen to level 3. A sense of urgency gripped Gu Qinghan. The speed at which these zombies were evolving was rather alarming. At this stage, many of the occupational practitioners were still at level 1, yet zombies had already reached level 3. He deactivated the sight of the dead, noticing that the others were frantically packing supplies. Resolute, he decided to empty the entire shelf of food and water into his necromantic space. Then, he seized a box of instant noodles that had been deliberately left behind and sprinted towards the entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, he saw Wang Yin engaged in a fierce struggle against several zombies. Gu Qinghan observed these zombies for a few seconds before quickly acquiring their information. Frowny face, agile zombie. Level 3, combat power, 25 points. Wang Yin radiated a crimson glow before he obliterated the nearest zombie. He gestured for Gu Qinghan and the others to follow and led the charge towards the cafeteria. Fully aware of the peculiar circumstances, Gu Qinghan ceased to hold back his skeletons and began to eliminate the level 3 zombies. However, with the presence of the tyrant battle axe, the skeletons faced little difficulty in dispatching the level 3 foes. In contrast, the students who had followed them appeared to be in a dire predicament. While occupational practitioners could perceive the information of monsters, they were unable to discern the details of other practitioners or their summoned beings. Gu Qinghan was unsure of the levels of this group, but judging by their performance, casualties seemed inevitable. As anticipated. Just as they caught sight of the cafeteria's entrance once more, a sudden scream pierced the air. One of the male students had been ensnared by a zombie. His backpack caught and dragged him into the horde. "Help me!" he cried out in terror, unleashing a wave of energy in a desperate attempt to repel the surrounding zombies. However, the sheer number of zombies quickly surrounded him. The other students exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whether to continue fleeing or attempt a rescue. At this critical moment, Wang Yin, who had been leading the charge, spoke coldly, "Don't mind him. He's as good as dead." Back to the cafeteria, Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Having previously perceived Wang Yin as amiable, he was taken aback by his resolute demeanor in such a critical moment. The group ignored the screams behind them and hastened towards the cafeteria. As they neared the cafeteria's entrance, several zombies suddenly lunged at them. Gu Qinghan's skeletons were quick to engage, but Wang Yin shouted, "Stop! Those zombies are our puppets." Gu Qinghan hesitated but ultimately held back his skeletons. He watched as the zombies circumvented them and engaged with the pursuing horde. These zombies appeared to be mere level 2 agile zombies, yet they managed to hold their ground against the level 3 foes. Although these zombies were soon torn to shreds, Gu Qinghan and the others seized the opportunity to dash into the cafeteria. When Gu Qinghan turned to glance back, he was astonished to see that the zombies, which had been pursuing them, suddenly turned and attacked their fellow undead. Within minutes, those zombies were dispatched, and the remaining controlled zombies returned to stand guard at the sides of the cafeteria entrance. Gu Qinghan regarded the student who had maintained a sullen demeanor within the cafeteria with a keen interest. His class appeared to be that of a puppeteer, somewhat akin to Gu Qinghan's own occupational abilities. However, Gu Qinghan felt confident that if a confrontation were to occur, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. At this point, all those who had ventured outside had returned to the cafeteria, save for the unfortunate soul dragged into the zombie horde. Inside, individuals began tallying the supplies they had brought back, entirely oblivious to the absence of one among them. Suddenly, a petite girl burst forth from the crowd, her gaze scanning the faces of those who had just returned. Moments later, her eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out, "Where's my boyfriend? He went out with you. Why have only you returned?" Gu Qinghan remained silent, as did the others in the group, their heads bowed in shame. Wang Yin stepped forward, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, he was pulled into the zombie horde, and he didn't make it." Chapter 28. Departure and gift. The young woman's face was etched with despair, and suddenly she let out a heart-wrenching scream. A few girls rushed forward to offer comfort, but many others wore expressions of unbearable sorrow. There lingered a profound sense of grief, akin to the lament of a rabbit mourning its fallen kin. Too many had perished in the cafeteria. When would they become the next victims? No one knew, nor did anyone wish to fathom the answer. Wang Yin surveyed the crowd, ensnared in an eerie atmosphere, and hesitated before speaking again. "Though it may not be the most opportune moment to say this, I must inform you all that the zombies outside have grown stronger." The murmurs that had previously filled the air abruptly ceased. Even those counting the supplies they had gathered froze in shock. Wang Yin glanced around at the assembled group and continued. "When I ventured out this morning, there was no sign of unusual activity, but just moments ago, I encountered a level 3 zombie." Gu Qinghan remained silent. He had faced a robust level 3 zombie on his very first day, but it was evident that this group had not. Wang Yin pointed to the food they had brought back, his concern unmistakable. This food is but a drop in the bucket for such a large number of people. We need to send more individuals to retrieve additional supplies. The cost of venturing out again will only escalate. At that moment, the earlier distraught girl suddenly erupted in anger. Go out again? My boyfriend was killed because of you. Do you expect us to accompany you to our deaths? She had lost all sense of reason. The loss of her boyfriend had struck her too deeply. Wang Yin did not react with anger. Instead, he displayed a hint of regret but spoke resolutely. If we choose not to venture outside, we will all face starvation, or worse, be slaughtered by increasingly formidable zombies. A young man interjected, voicing a dissenting opinion. We could eat less and wait for rescue here, can't we? We already lost far too many. That is not feasible. Wang Yin shook his head. Our connection to the outside world has been severed. Who knows if anyone will come to save us? But we have firearms, another voice chimed in. With all this advanced weaponry, surely we can eradicate these zombies. Gradually, dissenting voices began to rise among the crowd, as the fear of death eclipsed the longing for sustenance. Wang Yin pressed his lips together and continued to explain. Can we still apply scientific reasoning to the powers we currently possess? More importantly, he surveyed the room, then exhaled slowly. Why do you believe that, with the advent of such extraordinary powers, our original technology and weapons would still function? In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent, a glimmer of despair flickering in everyone's eyes. Indeed, why did they harbor the belief that, in such dire circumstances, the science upon which humanity relied could still prevail? Wang Yin picked up a bottle of water and took a sip. He was among the few with the greatest combat prowess here, possessing significant rights to food and water. I will rest for a moment and then venture out again. I hope everyone can adopt a more proactive attitude. Furthermore, this time, I will not distribute food to those who do not contribute. He cast a glance at the young man who had been sulking. The boy said nothing, yet he did not protest, evidently acquiescing to the statement. Gu Qinghan observed these two individuals, one an attacker and the other a defender. A commendable synergy. If these two managed to survive, they would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Subsequently, Wang Yin handed a box of instant noodles to Gu Qinghan. If it weren't for your timely intervention earlier, we might have suffered even greater losses. This is what you deserve. Gu Qinghan smiled, but did not accept the offering. Throughout this journey, he had gathered ample insight into the other's professional characteristics. It was time to depart. Wang Yin was taken aback, momentarily thinking that Gu Qinghan found the offering insufficient and was about to clarify. Just then, a skeleton approached, extending its hand, which clutched a tyrant battle axe. I noticed your performance earlier. You must be nearing level 5, correct? Wang Yin was momentarily stunned. He was puzzled by Gu Qinghan's inquiry but nodded, saying, Indeed, I am just a small fraction of experience away from level 5. Why do you ask? This is a gift for you. I must take my leave. Gu Qinghan gestured for the other to take the tyrant battle axe. He had collected 5 of these during his travels. Parting with one was of little consequence. Having quietly amassed knowledge of the other's professional traits, this gift would serve as a token of gratitude. Though the compensation was not entirely equitable, Gu Qinghan felt a sense of peace about it. Especially since this gift would significantly enhance the other's chances of survival. Wang Yin accepted the battle axe from the skeleton's hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. His voice trembled as he looked at Gu Qinghan. You've already reached level 5. Yes, I'm merely pausing here temporarily. Low-level individuals cannot equip high-level gear. This weapon clearly indicated that Gu Qinghan was at least level 5. Wang Yin had been fighting outside nearly every day and was just over level 4. How had this individual managed it? Gu Qinghan said nothing further, beckoning to Wang Jiawei and the other two at the back of the crowd. He then addressed Wang Yin, Farewell, should we meet again, I hope it will not be as adversaries. Wang Yin opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he could only manage a wry smile. That won't be the case. The next time we meet, you will likely be even stronger, but where are you four planning to go? It is perilous outside. Though he did not state it outright, his implication was a desire to assist. Gu Qinghan shook his head, leading the 4 skeletons and the 3 individuals through the cafeteria doors. The onlookers inside watched through the glass as the 4 skeletons, resembling guardians of war, advanced protectively alongside them. Are they heading towards the small apartments? One girl suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. ISNT that where those particularly terrifying zombies are. And in groups. Several others nodded, clearly aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Just then, someone else screamed, "Look! The number of skeletons beside him seems to have increased." Wang Yin immediately turned to see that the four figures were still progressing steadily. However, the number of skeletons surrounding them had indeed multiplied. He counted and was astounded to find 8 skeletons in total. Moreover, all 8 were equipped with shields and weapons, 4 of which wielded tyrant battle axes. He felt a bittersweet sensation as he weighed the tyrant battle axe in his hand, pondering in confusion. If his assumptions were correct, facing off against these skeletons would mean that he could kill only half of them at best, assuming they could not continue summoning more. The perpetually sulking puppeteer also approached, observing the figure of Gu Qinghan gradually fading from view, and suddenly remarked, "Wang Yin, don't you think the attack patterns of those skeletons resemble yours quite a bit?" The young man's voice was deeply resonant, a stark contrast to his appearance. Wang Yin turned to glance at him. They were actually roommates and shared a strong bond, both having secured commendable professions. He scrutinized the skeletons for a long while before finally furrowing his brows in hesitation. "Now that you mention it, there does seem to be some resemblance." Chapter 28. Departure and gifts. The girl's face was etched with despair as she suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Several other girls rushed to comfort her, yet many others wore expressions of profound sympathy. There was also a palpable sense of sorrow akin to that felt when a rabbit dies for the fox. Too many lives had been lost in the cafeteria. Who would be next? No one knew, nor did anyone wish to know. Wang Yin surveyed the crowd, enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere, hesitating momentarily before speaking again. "Though it may seem inappropriate to say this now, I must inform you that the zombies outside have grown stronger." The murmurs that had been circulating among the crowd abruptly ceased. Even those who had been tallying the supplies froze in place. Wang Yin glanced around and continued, "When I ventured out this morning, there was no sign of abnormality, but just moments ago, I encountered a level 3 zombie." Gu Qinghan remained silent. He had encountered a robust level 3 zombie on his first day, but it was evident that this group had not. Wang Yin gestured towards the food they had collected, his concern unmistakable. "These provisions amount to little more than a drop in the bucket for so many of us. I believe we need more individuals to gather additional supplies. The cost of going out later will be far greater." At that moment, the earlier distraught girl suddenly shouted, "Go out again. My boyfriend was killed because of you. Are you asking us to join you in your death march?" She had lost her sanity. The trauma of her boyfriend's demise weighed heavily upon her. Wang Yin did not react with anger. Instead, he expressed a hint of regret but resolutely replied, "If we do not venture out, we will all starve, or worse, be overrun and slaughtered by the increasingly powerful zombies." A boy suddenly interjected, voicing dissent. "Can't we just eat less and wait for rescue here? We have already lost far too many." "That is not feasible." Wang Yin shook his head. "Our connection to the outside world has been severed. Who knows if anyone will come to our aid? But we possess firearms. With so much advanced weaponry, we should be able to eradicate these zombies." Different voices began to emerge within the crowd, as the fear of death now outweighed the hunger for food. Wang Yin pressed his lips together and continued to explain, "Can the power we currently wield still be rationalized by science?" More importantly, he scanned the room, then exhaled slowly. "Why would you believe that? After the emergence of such extraordinary powers, our original technology and weaponry would still function." In an instant, the cafeteria fell into a profound silence, a glimmer of despair creeping into everyone's eyes. Indeed, why did they think that, in such dire circumstances, the science upon which humanity relied could still hold? Wang Yin took a sip from a bottle of water. He was among the strongest fighters here, possessing significant authority over food and water. "I will rest for a moment, and then I shall venture out again. I hope everyone can remain proactive, and this time, those who contribute nothing will not receive any food." He cast a glance at the boy who had been scowling. The boy said nothing, yet did not contest this assertion, clearly acquiescing. Gu Qinghan observed these two individuals, one an attacker, the other a defender. A commendable synergy. If they survived, they would undoubtedly make significant contributions in the future. Subsequently, Wang Yin handed a box of instant noodles to Gu Qinghan. "If it weren't for your intervention earlier, we might have suffered even greater losses. This is what you deserve." Gu Qinghan smiled faintly but did not accept the offering. Throughout this journey, he had gathered ample insights into the other's professional traits. It was time to depart. Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback, initially assuming Gu Qinghan found the offering insufficient and was about to explain further. At that moment, a skeleton approached, extending a tyrant battle axe. Based on your earlier performance, you must be nearing level 5, correct? Wang Yin was taken aback. He could not fathom why Gu Qinghan would inquire about this, but he nodded and replied, yes, I am just a little shy of the experience needed for level 5. Why? This is for you. I must take my leave. Gu Qinghan gestured for the skeleton to hand over the axe. He had collected 5 throughout his journey, so parting with one was inconsequential. Having quietly gathered insights into the other's professional traits, this gift would serve as an adequate expression of gratitude. Although the return was not entirely equitable, Gu Qinghan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, especially since this gift would greatly enhance the recipient's chances of survival. Wang Yin, somewhat puzzled, accepted the axe from the skeleton, his eyes widening in astonishment. His voice stuttered as he looked at Gu Qinghan. You've already reached level 5 indeed. I am merely taking a temporary pause here. Individuals of lower levels cannot wield higher level equipment, and this weapon indicated that Gu Qinghan was at least level 5. Wang Yin had been battling outside nearly every day, barely making it past level 4. How had this individual achieved such progress? Gu Qinghan chose not to elaborate further, waving to Wang Jiawei and the others at the back of the crowd. He then addressed Wang Yin, farewell. If we meet again, I hope it will not be as adversaries. Wang Yin opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only manage a bitter smile. That won't happen. By our next encounter, you will likely be even stronger, but where are you four heading? It's perilous outside. Though unspoken, his implication was a desire to assist. Gu Qinghan shook his head and, accompanied by the 4 skeletons and the 3 others, pushed open the cafeteria door and stepped outside. Those inside the cafeteria peered through the glass, witnessing the 4 skeletons, akin to guardians of war, advancing alongside the group. They're heading towards the small apartment. One girl suddenly exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of terror. Isn't there a particularly terrifying zombie horde over there? Several nodded in agreement, clearly aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Yet, someone else screamed, look, the number of skeletons around him seems to have increased. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin immediately turned to look, observing the 4 individuals still moving forward. However, the number of skeletons surrounding them had indeed multiplied. He counted and was astonished to find there were now a total of 8 skeletons, all equipped with shields and weapons, 4 of which wielded tyrant battle axes. A bittersweet sensation washed over him as he weighed the tyrant battle axe in his hand, feeling perplexed. If he was not mistaken, facing these skeletons, he would be fortunate to defeat half, especially if the opponent could not continue summoning more skeletons. The perpetually scowling puppeteer also approached, gazing at Gu Qinghan, who was gradually disappearing from view, and suddenly remarked, Wang Yin, don't you think the attack patterns of those skeletons seem rather familiar? The boy's voice was notably magnetic, a stark contrast to his appearance. Wang Yin turned to glance at him. They were actually roommates and shared a close bond, both having secured promising professions. He scrutinized the skeletons for a long moment before furrowing his brow in hesitation. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a resemblance. Chapter 29. Berserker Skeleton. This Berserker class is indeed quite compatible with my skeleton. Gu Qinghan mused to himself, his gaze flitting over his skeletal minions with a sense of wonder. At that moment, the 8 skeletons had undergone a noticeable transformation. Their frames had grown larger, and an ominous aura now emanated from them. However, only Gu Qinghan was privy to the skeleton's enhanced attributes, which had improved significantly compared to before. Berserker Skeleton. Level 6, Health Points, 300, Mana Points, 30, Combat Power, 90, Skill, Berserker Bloodline, a staggering 300, Health Points left Gu Qinghan parched with excitement. Furthermore, each skeleton's base combat power had tripled. Most importantly, the skeletons had acquired a skill. Gu Qinghan examined the Berserker Bloodline skill, which boasted impressive effects. Berserker Bloodline consumes mana to activate the Berserker Bloodline. Each attack and received attack can stack an additional 5 damage, up to a maximum of 50. At this juncture, Gu Qinghan essentially commanded 8 Berserker-class subordinates. However, when he conferred the Berserker's traits upon the skeletons, he received a notification. Frowny face detected that the granted entity is a low-level summon. Effective attributes are halved. This meant that a true level 6 Berserker would possess 600 health points, and their combat power would amount to 180. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan felt entirely satisfied with his current situation. As he observed his skeletons, fierce and protective like a pack of wolves, clearing the path for him, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Yesterday, under the cover of darkness, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of a surprise attack from a horde of tyrant zombies. But now, Gu Qinghan was confident in his ability to eradicate them one by one. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the peculiar nature of this region. Along the way, he had encountered a tyrant zombie or several robust zombies at almost every turn. Yet, shortly after entering Zone C, the zombies had transformed into the most ordinary type. Initially perplexed, he had only recognized the reason after being ambushed by the tyrant zombies yesterday evening. It seemed these tyrant zombies were guarding something. Could it be that there's a treasure in that small apartment? Gu Qinghan suddenly pondered, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Brother Tao, if we don't venture out soon, we might starve to death. A group of young men and women, appearing to be university students, whispered to a tall young man within a tastefully decorated two-story building. Their faces bore expressions of fatigue, with dark circles hinting at their distress. It was evident that their spirits had dwindled over the past couple of days. The boy referred to his brother Tao's side, parting the curtains to glance outside. The streets were still teeming with zombies, and at nearly every few meters, a tyrant zombie roamed aimlessly. He shook his head at the others and spoke softly. We cannot go out. The number of zombies is overwhelming. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps help will arrive. But this is already the third day. Aside from water, we haven't eaten anything, a girl lamented, her voice tinged with despair, struggling to hold back tears. Another boy, reclining on the couch, weakly chimed in, let us hold on a bit longer. If it weren't for Brother Tao's strong class, we would have perished like everyone else. The others remained silent, their only response a collective sigh as they awaited what seemed to be an impossible rescue. They were the last survivors in this area, tenants of the small apartment complex. For reasons unknown, the zombies here exhibited an unprecedented ferocity, seemingly aware of human presence and pinpointing their locations with uncanny precision. Brother Tao had acquired the class known as Hermit, which allowed him to completely mask the presence of those within a certain area. Yet, even with this ability, they could only move within the confines of the house, for venturing outside would undoubtedly draw the zombies' attention. On the first day, the air had been filled with the echoes of anguished screams. By the second day, only sporadic cries remained, indicating that some hidden individuals had been discovered. From yesterday until now, the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the signature growls of the zombies. They all understood that this silence did not imply others were also hiding away. Rather, it suggested that the remaining individuals had likely been found and devoured by the undead. This small apartment complex now housed the last of the living. One boy leaned against the window, staring blankly at the ceiling. Do you think we might starve to death here? The girl who had previously spoken suddenly burst into tears, muffling her sobs in fear of attracting the zombies. She covered her head, repeating desperately, No, no. My parents will come to rescue me. Please don't say that. The boy smiled faintly, pondering whether anyone would truly come to their aid. Just then, he froze momentarily, then chuckled bitterly. I must be hallucinating from hunger. I think I just heard sounds of battle outside. Another boy, lost in thought, suddenly turned his head, eyes wide with astonishment. You heard that too? I thought it was just my imagination. I heard it as well. Me too. In an instant, the students were filled with excitement, rushing to the window. Yet, the sight before them remained unchanged. Countless zombies still roamed the streets, and no one had come to rescue them. Undeterred, they scanned all the windows. A girl suddenly let out a low scream, trembling as she pointed outside. Look! New monsters have appeared over there. They seem to be skeletons. Everyone hurried over, witnessing several skeletons engaged in combat with the zombies. This area, albeit a minuscule neighborhood, was encircled by greenery. At what could barely be considered the neighborhood entrance, a few skeletons wielded axes and shields, dispatching a tyrant zombie in less than 10 seconds. With a quivering voice, the girl exclaimed, It's over. The zombies are still here, and now even stronger skeletons have arrived. But Brother Tao, fixated on the scene outside, after a few moments, uncertainly remarked, Wait, it seems there is someone behind the skeletons, a player. His words ignited a flicker of hope among the group. One boy, squinting from the window for a long time, suddenly exclaimed, "The person at the back looks like Zhang Jiawei. That is the outfit we bought together. He must have come to rescue us." As neighbors, many of them recognized one another. In an instant, they were revitalized, their spirits rekindled as they observed the unfolding battle outside. With each zombie the skeletons vanquished, their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. They were to be saved. Chapter 29. Berserker Skeleton. This Berserker class is remarkably compatible with my skeleton, Gu Qinghan mused, his gaze flitting over his skeletal minions with a sense of admiration. At that moment, the 8 skeletons had undergone considerable transformations. Their frames had grown larger, exuding a faint yet menacing aura. However, only Gu Qinghan could perceive their attributes, which had improved dramatically compared to before. Berserker Skeleton. Level 6. Health points. 300. Mana points. 30. Combat power. 90. Skill. Berserker Bloodline. The prospect of 300 health points left Gu Qinghan parched with excitement. Furthermore, each skeleton's combat prowess had tripled. Most importantly, the skeletons had acquired a skill. Gu Qinghan had just examined the Berserker Bloodline skill, and its effects were quite formidable. Berserker Bloodline. Consumes mana to activate the Berserker Bloodline. Each attack and received attack can stack an additional 5 damage, with a maximum of 50. At this moment, Gu Qinghan essentially commanded 8 Berserker-like subordinates. However, upon bestowing the Berserker class attributes upon the skeletons, he received a notification. Frowny face detected that the granting target is a low-level summon. Effective attributes are halved. This indicated that a genuine level 6 Berserker would possess 600 health points and 180 combat power. Yet, even so, Gu Qinghan felt immense satisfaction. Observing his skeletons clearing a path for him as if they were dispatching mere chickens, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Just yesterday, he had faced dire straits when ambushed by a horde of tyrant zombies. But now, Gu Qinghan was confident in his ability to vanquish them one by one. Simultaneously, he recognized the peculiar nature of this area. Along the way, a tyrant zombie or a few robust zombies appeared at regular intervals. However, shortly after entering Zone C, the zombies had transformed into the most ordinary kind. Initially, he was perplexed by this, until he was ambushed by the tyrant zombies yesterday evening. It seemed these tyrant zombies were guarding something. Could it be that there is some treasure in that small apartment? Gu Qinghan suddenly pondered, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Tao Gu, if we don't venture out soon, we shall starve to death. A group of young men and women, resembling university students, whispered to a tall young man within a meticulously decorated 2-story building. Their faces bore signs of distress, with faint dark circles suggesting a lack of sleep. It was evident that their spirits had been dwindling over the past few days. Tao Gu sighed, pulling back the curtain to glance outside. The streets were still teeming with zombies, and nearly every few meters, a tyrant zombie wandered aimlessly. He shook his head at the others and quietly said, "We cannot go out. There are too many zombies. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps someone will come to rescue us. But this is already the 3rd day, and aside from water, we have eaten nothing," a girl lamented, despair evident in her voice as she fought back tears. Another young man, lying on the couch, weakly suggested, "Let us hold on a bit longer. If it weren't for Tao Ji's formidable class, we would have met the same fate as others long ago." The others remained silent, merely sighing softly as they awaited what seemed an improbable rescue. They were the last remaining survivors in this vicinity, tenants of the small apartment complex. For reasons unknown, the zombies here were exceptionally savage and seemed to possess an uncanny ability to locate humans with precision. Tao Gu, with the class of Hermit, had the ability to completely mask the presence of a given area. Yet, even with this advantage, they could only move within the confines of the house. Stepping outside would expose them to the zombies. On the first day, they could hear the continuous screams of those outside. By the second day, only occasional cries reminded them that some hidden individuals had been found. Since yesterday, however, the surroundings had fallen eerily silent, save for the iconic growls of the zombies. They all understood that this silence did not imply others had hidden well. Rather, it suggested that the remaining individuals had likely been discovered and devoured by the zombies. In this small apartment complex, they were the only ones still clinging to life. One young man leaned against the window, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Do you think we will starve to death here?" The earlier girl suddenly burst into tears, stifling her voice to avoid drawing the zombie's attention. She clutched her head, repeatedly murmuring, "It won't happen. It won't. My parents will come to save me. Please don't say that." The young man smiled faintly, pondering if anyone would truly come to their rescue. Just then, he paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face before he bitterly chuckled. "I must be hallucinating from hunger. I think I hear sounds of battle outside." Another young man, also lost in thought, abruptly turned, wide-eyed, and exclaimed, "You heard it too. I thought it was just my imagination." "I heard it as well." "So did I." In an instant, the group of students became animated, rushing to the window. Yet, outside, the sight remained unchanged, with countless zombies still roaming about. No one had come to save them. Undeterred, they scanned the windows in all directions. Suddenly, a girl let out a low shriek, trembling as she pointed outside the window. "Look, new monsters have appeared. They seem to be skeletons." All eyes turned towards her, and they beheld several skeletons engaged in combat with the zombies. Their area resembled an ultra-small community, surrounded by greenery. What could barely be considered the entrance. A few skeletons wielding axes and shields dispatched a tyrant zombie in mere seconds. With a quivering voice, the girl exclaimed, "It's over. If the zombies weren't enough, now we have these formidable skeletons." But Tao Gu remained fixated on the scene outside. After a few moments, he cautiously remarked, "Wait, it seems there are people behind the skeletons. They must be players." This revelation ignited a flicker of hope among the group. Another young man, peering closely, suddenly exclaimed, "The person in the back looks like Zhang Jiawei. That outfit is one we bought together. He must have come to rescue us." As neighbors, many of them recognized one another. Spirits lifted. They watched the unfolding battle with renewed vigor. With each zombie the skeletons vanquished, their eyes gleamed brighter. They were saved. Chapter 30. The struggle for survival. Gu Qinghan gazed at the relentless tide of zombies surging forward, his brow furrowing in deep concern. The sheer number of these undead far exceeded those he had encountered at the previous rift. For a fleeting moment, he was struck by the disorienting thought that he might have inadvertently disturbed a nest of zombies. Yet, concurrently, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden truths. The more peculiar the situation, the greater the likelihood of uncovering valuable treasures. The instant a tyrant zombie fell to the ground, the sixth flame of his soul ignited to full brilliance. He had finally ascended to level 7. An invigorating sensation coursed through him as he raised his hand, summoning a new skeleton from the formation. Seized a battle axe from the ground and plunged into the fray, while Gu Qinghan began to assess his current attributes. Player. Gu Qinghan, class. Necromancer, level 7. Health points, 20. Magic points, 140-50. Combat power, 35-10. Splendid. His health had not increased at all, but his magic points had risen by 20. The augmentation of combat power was inconsequential, as Gu Qinghan did not rely on personal combat. Furthermore, his skeleton's combat abilities were no longer tethered to his own. His current skeleton was a berserker skeleton, boasting its own growth attributes. Notably, all of his skeletons had also reached level 7, their stats inciting a wave of envy within him. Berserker skeleton, level 7, health points, 350, magic points, 35, combat power, 105, skill, berserker bloodline. Simultaneously, he received an enhancement effect for his soul fire. Frowny face. Your minion rises from death, with a 10 chance to instill panic in enemies for 1 second upon attack. Though a 10 chance may seem modest, with Gu Qinghan commanding a total of 9 skeletons, the fear effect would frequently trigger. Consequently, even if a zombie could withstand a single blow, the ensuing panic would impede the advance of the horde behind them. Nonetheless, while his skeletons could stave off the pressure from the approaching zombies, it would still require time to eradicate them entirely. He stifled a yawn and directed his gaze towards several 2-story buildings not far away. Once adorned with exquisite decor, these small apartments had been violently breached, with doors and windows shattered. It was evident to Gu Qinghan that the inhabitants had likely succumbed to the ravenous undead. However, he noticed that 3 of the small apartments remained untouched. Point 2 appeared relatively new, devoid of any signs of habitation. Yet, in the third, he could discern silhouettes moving behind the second-floor window. Were there survivors? Surprised, Gu Qinghan had initially assumed that, given the density of zombies in the area, even the most skilled practitioners would meet their demise. If the cafeteria in Area C represented an easy difficulty start, his prior predicament had been akin to a challenging mode. Here, however, the practitioners had been thrust into a veritable nightmare from the outset. The three individuals turned their attention toward Gu Qinghan, equally noticing the figures within. Zhang Jiawei, clutching a box of instant noodles he had taken from the cafeteria, gasped and quickly silenced himself. Gu Qinghan shot him a curious glance and inquired, "What was that about?" "Nothing, that's Building 4. I know the people inside. I live next door in Building 5, Zhang Jiawei replied. Gu Qinghan nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Whether they were acquainted with him was of no concern. He had no intention of aiding in any rescue. Once he had dealt with the current horde of zombies, his transaction with the couple would be complete, and he would part ways with them. The protracted struggle continued until afternoon, and Gu Qinghan was on the verge of igniting his seventh soul fire when he finally noticed a significant reduction in the number of zombies. Particularly, the tyrant zombies, which had charged forth with such speed, now lay lifeless on the ground. After a quick count, he estimated he had dispatched over 20 tyrant zombies. He now possessed over a dozen tyrant battle axes. He led the others toward the interior, confident that the zombies no longer posed a threat. "Where are you headed?" Gu Qinghan inquired, glancing at Zhang Jiawei and his companion, prepared to part ways. Zhang Jiawei surveyed the remnants of his former residence, which lay in ruins. He then pointed toward Building 4, where he had seen the figures. "I'll head there. My friends are inside. We can figure out our next steps later." Gu Qinghan nodded, and Zhang Jiawei offered him a grateful smile. Just as he intended to return the instant noodles to Gu Qinghan, Li Ming, who had remained silent until now, suddenly grabbed his arm. Zhang Jiawei looked at his girlfriend in confusion as she declared, "Let us keep that box of noodles for ourselves. You're strong, so food won't be an issue for you." Gu Qinghan regarded her for several moments before nodding in agreement. Zhang Jiawei, feeling somewhat awkward, turned to Gu Qinghan with an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry. We'll definitely repay you later." Gu Qinghan chuckled lightly. Zhang Jiawei was indeed a decent fellow. He escorted the couple to the entrance of Building 4, watching as Zhang Jiawei knocked on the door. Inside were 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, who, upon opening the door, looked at Zhang Jiawei with excitement. "Jiawei, you've come to rescue us, right?" Zhang Jiawei paused, quickly clarifying, No. I just brought this brother back with me." The 6 young people were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they regarded Gu Qinghan. He waved goodbye to Zhang Jiawei and his companion, leading his skeletons away. Despite their reluctance, the group swiftly pulled Zhang Jiawei and his girlfriend inside, and the door locked behind them. As the sound of the door locking echoed through the air, they surrounded Zhang Jiawei, eager to inquire about the situation. Once Zhang Jiawei recounted the events of the last 2 days, the group fell silent, their faces clouded with despair. One individual remarked, "It's over. The outside is crawling with zombies, and we're all level 1. They were utterly incapable of venturing forth to level up, having missed their prime opportunity." Suddenly, the stomach of another young man growled audibly, and he glanced toward the box held tightly in Li Ming's embrace. "Jiawei, you brought food with you? I'm starving. Let me have some." Zhang Jiawei nodded, about to turn and open the box for the noodles when he noticed Li Ming clutching it protectively. She fixed her gaze on the others with suspicion, emphasizing, "This is our food from outside. If you want to eat, go find your own." Zhang Jiawei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quietly urged, "We're all friends here. If we run out of food, we can find more later. Let us not quarrel." Li Ming, as if provoked, erupted, "What friends? They've spoken ill of me in the past. Don't think I'm unaware." The expressions of the others shifted, and a boy known as Tao Gu quickly interjected, "Keep your voice down. You attract zombies." Li Ming, however, remained oblivious, her pent-up frustration surging forth. "What are you afraid of? Is it because you think you're better than me just because you have a bit of money? We might as well die together." Zhang Jiawei hastily embraced his girlfriend, covering her mouth to silence her. The box tumbled to the floor as Li Ming thrashed against him, appearing somewhat deranged. In that moment, a young man dashed toward the fallen box, snatching it up and bolting away. "My food, give it back!" Li Ming suddenly snapped, breaking free from Zhang Jiawei's grasp and pursuing the thief. Having just reached level 3, Her physical attributes now far surpassed those of the level 1 students. "Give it back," she shouted, seizing the box, but her excessive force caused it to tear open. Packages of instant noodles flew from the box, prompting several individuals to scramble for them. Panic surged within Li Ming as a surge of overwhelming strength manifested. Utilizing the basic warrior skill, Heavy Strike, she struck the nearest young man forcefully on the back, sending him sprawling forward. The room fell into an eerie stillness as everyone turned to assist the fallen boy, only to realize that blood was spreading across the floor. Tao Gu quickly grabbed a shirt from the couch and covered the wound. "Hurry! There's a smell of blood. We need to stop the bleeding." His ability could mask their presence, but the scent of blood could not be concealed. Everyone scrambled to find anything to staunch the bleeding, yet it soon became apparent that the boy had grown still. "I didn't mean for this to happen. He was the one who insisted on taking my food." Li Ming stood frozen, muttering this phrase repeatedly. But within mere minutes, heavy thumping resounded at the windows and door, coupled with the ominous sounds of what resembled feral howls. Chapter 31. Death's Grasp. Gu Qinghan stood before a locked apartment, pondering how to gain entry. I just passed by a room where I noticed numerous keys hanging inside. As he was about to turn back, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from Building 4. He could navigate slowly outside, relying on the formidable combat prowess of his berserker skeletons. Yet, there were still many zombies in this vicinity, which had undoubtedly been a calamity for the group of people he had just encountered. Could it be that they had inadvertently provoked the zombies? That seemed unlikely. After all, they had managed to survive here for several days. They must have known how to evade the undead. The screams lasted only a fleeting few seconds before fading into silence. Gu Qinghan sighed, realizing that despite their arduous journey, Zhang Jiawei and his companion could not escape the clutches of death. However, he felt no particular sorrow. He merely glanced at Chen Yuding, whose pallor suggested distress, and remarked, "Let us move on. Such occurrences may become quite frequent for you in the future." Chen Yuding remained silent, her black dress already stained with the blood of zombies, a pitiful sight. Under the protection of the skeletons, they procured the keys and unlocked the door to Building 8. The skeletons outside continued their relentless slaughter of the zombies as Gu Qinghan led Chen Yuding into the elegantly appointed structure. The interior boasted a Nordic design, a minimalist style that resonated with Gu Qinghan's preferences. The ground floor featured a spacious living area, segmented into several zones, a kitchen area, a relaxation nook, and even a section adorned with fitness equipment, alongside a bar stocked with shelves of liquor. This was far from mere dormitory accommodations. It could easily be classified as a quaint villa. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly, marveling. Now this is what university life should be. Is this the extravagant world of the affluent? At that moment, Chen Yuding spoke up. "Not everyone lives like this, though. My father had asked if I wanted to move in here, but I declined." Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, jesting. "Who would have thought you were a little rich girl?" Chen Yuding offered a wry smile, her gaze tinged with concern as she recalled her father, uncertain of his current state. Gu Qinghan observed the ongoing battle outside, with the skeletons tirelessly reaping the zombies, guarding the house under his command. He closed the door and ascended to the second floor, where the bedrooms were likely located. However, before entering a room, he cautioned Chen Yuding, "Choose a room to settle in, and refrain from any tricks. You know the consequences, Dado, and remember to clean up the blood on the floor. We might be here for a while." Listening to the sound of running water from within Gu Qinghan's room, Chen Yuding felt a sudden itchiness. As a girl who valued cleanliness, she was already weary from several days without a shower. Nevertheless, she deliberately selected a room adjacent to Gu Qinghan's. Her reasoning was simple. If danger arose, she could quickly seek his assistance. Minutes later, Gu Qinghan emerged from his room clad in a bathrobe, taking a seat on the sofa in the living area. It wasn't that he intentionally avoided wearing clothes. Rather, his old garments were stained with the blood of zombies, exuding a repugnant odor. He had no desire to wash them but found himself without any fresh attire. Fortunately, the abundance of amenities in Area C would allow him to procure clothing and supplies later. After another brief interval, Chen Yuding peeked out from her room, her damp hair still glistening. Spotting Gu Qinghan on the sofa, she shyly inquired, "Do you have any spare clothes? Mine are too filthy." "Not at the moment, but it's of no concern. Let us first clear out the zombies here," Gu Qinghan replied nonchalantly, then gestured towards the kitchen. "Can you cook?" "I can manage a little. I learned some culinary skills from my father," she replied. Perfect, then whip up something warm. I'm starving, Gu Qinghan declared. He had subsisted on bread and sausage for days, with the best meal being a cup of instant noodles from that morning, leaving him feeling rather unwell. Chun Yuding, donning the slippers provided in her room, descended the stairs, her own bathrobe accentuating her delicate beauty. She opened the refrigerator, only to find it utterly bare, even devoid of power. But we have no food, she lamented. Before she could finish, she noticed several boxes of instant food appear next to Gu Qinghan. He had no intention of concealing his storage abilities from Chun Yuding. He preferred to gather strength here without the burden of pretense. Go ahead and prepare something to eat. I have matters to attend to. Let me know when it's ready, he instructed, activating his Necromancer's vision to survey the situation outside. That moment, the ground outside was strewn with layers of zombie corpses. However, Gu Qinghan had no intention of clearing them away, as they would fade and disappear after a day, as if refreshed. With few zombies left to attack, he stationed 4 skeletons to guard the 4 cardinal directions while the remaining 5 berserker skeletons began to search the area under his command. Before long, he discovered 2 wooden boxes emanating a faint glow nearby. The boxes were soon in his possession, laid out before him. Gu Qinghan opened one box, triggering no effect from his pioneer skill. As the light dissipated, a spiked wooden club materialized before him, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He possessed an abundance of such items in his necromantic space. He casually stowed it away and opened the second box. This time, a familiar sensation washed over him, and he realized that the passive effect of the pioneer skill had activated. Moments later, a light golden scroll appeared in his hand. Upon examining the attributes of this item, he discovered it was a special artifact Frowny Face potential badge. Unlocks a hidden skill of your current class. Disappears after one use. Hidden skill? Gu Qinghan mused, momentarily taken aback, yet he did not hesitate to use it. Instantly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Frowny Face, unlocking Necromancer hidden skill. Death's Grasp, Death's Grasp. Enemies you slay will provide you with an additional loot drop, which will directly enter your necromantic space. Simultaneously, Gu Qinghan felt as though something new had manifested in his necromantic space. Clearly, when zombies were vanquished, their loot was now being directly funneled into his storage. He retrieved the spoils and discovered it to be a small segment of obsidian bone. Common material 1, can be used to craft ordinary equipment. Gu Qinghan was initially taken aback, but a smile gradually spread across his face. He had previously fretted over how to acquire the materials and blueprints that Chun Yuding needed. Now, it seemed that his concerns were alleviated. He had the materials at hand. Chapter 32. The Merchant of Games? In this segment, the bone is unrecognizable in terms of its origin. One might even mistake it for a mere stone if not scrutinized closely. However, Gu Qinghan remains indifferent, as this skill requires no exertion whatsoever, essentially allowing him to acquire materials for free. With a place to reside secured, his primary focus now lies not only in enhancing his abilities, but also in discovering where to procure equipment blueprints. Yet, there is no rush for such matters. Gu Qinghan can only hope for a stroke of luck. Dinner is ready, though we lack utensils, so we shall make do, Chun Yuding announced, placing a pot on the table, accompanied by 2 pairs of chopsticks salvaged from a self-heating hot pot. Gu Qinghan approached to find the pot filled with an assortment of hot pot balls mingled with dehydrated vegetable packets. If one were to categorize it, it might be termed spicy hot pot. Is this what you've been laboring over for nearly an hour? Gu Qinghan remarked, tugging at the corner of his mouth in disbelief as he looked towards Chun Yuding. Clad in a bathrobe, she wore an expression of mild embarrassment as she explained, I haven't tea cooked in ages, and with limited ingredients, this was the best I could come up with after much contemplation. Gu Qinghan refrained from further commentary, settling down to enjoy this rare warm meal. Fortunately, these were semi-finished products, and the taste was quite decent. He devoured half the pot alone. Setting down his chopsticks, he reclined back on the sofa, employing the vision of the deceased to command the skeletons to explore their surroundings. Chun Yuding expressed no discontent, promptly tidying up and beginning to clean the bloodstains on the floor. She was a perceptive woman, aware that her current need was to demonstrate her worth. Once she completed her tasks, she took a seat beside Gu Qinghan, gazing intently at him, who seemed to drift into slumber. He appears to be of similar age to me. Why is there not a hint of youthful naivety or immaturity about him? She observed Gu Qinghan's eyelashes flutter slightly, suddenly curious about the man's past. Just then, Gu Qinghan opened his eyes abruptly, locking gazes with her. "Why are you staring at me?" Gu Qinghan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Chen Yuding's face flushed, yet she quickly explained, "There are only the two of us in this room. Who else should I look at?" Gu Qinghan pondered this for a moment, finding no fault in her words. He then dashed into his room, donning a set of old clothes stained with blood. Chen Yuding hastily asked, "Where are you going?" "Just stepping out for a bit. I'll return shortly, and I'll leave some skeletons nearby," Gu Qinghan replied before exiting the room. While commanding the skeletons to search the vicinity, he had encountered a peculiar individual. Or rather, he was uncertain if that being was truly human. Upon first sighting, several zombies were present nearby, yet none attacked him. This individual, too, refrained from assaulting the skeletons, merely observing as they dispatched the zombies before continuing to stand still. He had a vague sense that this person was the reason for the peculiar atmosphere in this place. Soon, under the protection of the skeletons, Gu Qinghan arrived at the spot where he had previously noticed the figure. It was a plump man, devoid of any discernible aura, with a benevolent expression akin to that of an ordinary person. However, ordinary individuals do not remain motionless amidst a horde of zombies without a hint of trepidation. "Who are you? Or rather, are you even human?" Gu Qinghan halted at a distance, cautiously questioning the man. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's voice, the rotund man slowly turned his head, revealing a warm smile upon seeing him. "At last, a player has found me. Care to buy something, young man?" Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback by the notion of purchasing goods. Before he could contemplate further, the man produced a plethora of items seemingly from thin air, displaying them before him. The patch of ground in front of him appeared pristine, as if no zombie had ever trodden upon it. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the individual for quite some time, yet he could glean no information. Not a monster. Could he be a player? The rotund man, evidently noticing Gu Qinghan's hesitation, promptly elucidated. "You may consider me a traveling merchant within this game, specializing in dealings with formidable adventurers." Gu Qinghan regarded the assortment of items before him, still feeling uncertain. The merchant appeared somewhat exasperated, rummaging through the items before tossing a bundle of black fabric toward Gu Qinghan. "As a token of our first meeting, consider it a gift." Gu Qinghan attempted to evade it, only to find that the fabric seemed to possess a will of its own, flying directly into his hands. However, his furrowed brow relaxed upon inspecting the attributes of the item. Silent Cloak, Silver Level 0 AAE effect. The wearer is immune to the vast majority of detection skills and has a reduced presence. Initially astonished that the item had a usage level of 0, he then noted the word silver. Does this signify a higher quality of equipment? He harbored a vague suspicion, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the gift. The merchant, upon seeing him accept the item, beamed even more broadly. He gestured for Gu Qinghan to approach and examine his wares. This time, Gu Qinghan did not hesitate. Advancing toward the merchant, he had come to realize that the merchant's capabilities far exceeded his own capacity for resistance. He glanced at the merchant's visage, with its plump cheeks and small eyes, resembling the epitome of a shrewd trader. Gradually, he directed his gaze toward the items scattered on the ground, only to find himself somewhat disheartened to discover that he could only see a multitude of question marks. "Friend, are you planning to buy something?" The merchant rubbed his hands together, regarding Gu Qinghan with the gaze of a man eyeing a lucrative sheep. Gu Qinghan reluctantly voiced his inability to discern the information about the items, prompting the merchant to slap his forehead in realization. "Ah, I forgot that this is the beginning of the game. Why, apologies." With a wave of his hand, all the items vanished from sight. Then he began to scrutinize Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan, feeling a surge of wariness, took a step back and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" The merchant chuckled, explaining, "I'm merely assessing your class. There are very few items suitable for novice players, and I want to see if I have anything that matches your needs." However, within mere seconds, the merchant's expression shifted slightly. He adeptly concealed his emotions, then donned an apologetic demeanor as he said, "Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. It seems I have nothing suitable for you this time. I promise there will be next time." Gu Qinghan's lips twitched. The merchant was undeniably peculiar. Yet, recalling something, he seized the initiative to inquire, "By the way, do you have any equipment blueprints?" The merchant paused, nodding in acknowledgement, yet curious, he asked, "I do have blueprints, but you likely won't be able to utilize them, will you?" "No matter, I have a friend in need," Gu Qinghan replied. The merchant nodded once more and then conjured several somewhat tattered blueprints from thin air. Take a look. These are all blueprints for ordinary equipment. Gu Qinghan caught a new term, ordinary equipment. He finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind. Apart from the usage level, do these pieces of equipment have other classifications? The merchant nodded, proceeding to explain, indeed, ordinary equipment represents the most basic types, with average effects and no special attributes. Above that are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and immortal equipment. However, all these items are far beyond your current capabilities. It's best to focus on choosing something first. Gu Qinghan nodded, suddenly pulling out the piece of black fabric he had received. This merchant had gifted him a piece of silver equipment upon their very first meeting. Chapter 33. The lethal gray shadow in the sky. The rotund man seemed to discern Gu Qinghan's thoughts, waving his hand dismissively as he said, "It's nothing, we're friends. Just remember to seek me out when you need to purchase something in the future." Gu Qinghan looked up at him, puzzled, and inquired, "Isn't there more than just you in the business?" The hefty fellow sighed, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, the pressure is overwhelming. When our performance falls short, it becomes quite challenging for us." Gu Qinghan felt increasingly bewildered. There was something distinctly peculiar about this man. The rotund figure refrained from further conversation, merely urging Gu Qinghan to select his items. After a considerable time of deliberation, Gu Qinghan finally discovered the only piece of equipment blueprint that held any value for him. Frowny face equipment blueprint. Training armor. Equipment level 5. Crafting requirements. Common materials 100. Gu Qinghan felt a pang of frustration. He had yet to gather 100 ordinary materials in total. Fortunately, the relentless stream of zombies outside provided ample opportunity for gradual collection. Once Gu Qinghan had made his selection, the rotund man rubbed his hands together and extended 2 fingers. 2 magic crystals. When you have gathered enough, simply call my name, and I shall appear. Magic crystals? Indeed, you'll find such items after defeating formidable foes. By the way, just call me Fatty. The rotund man let out a peculiar chuckle, then turned to depart, his figure gradually fading until it vanished entirely. What an odd fellow, Gu Qinghan mused as he surveyed his surroundings, now largely free of zombies, before making his way back to his dwelling. However, upon his return, he donned the cloak of concealment. He quietly opened the door, discovering Qian Yuding lost in thought on the sofa. Gu Qinghan approached her, treading lightly, standing beside her in an attempt to gauge the effectiveness of the equipment's ability to diminish presence. 5 minutes elapsed, and when Qian Yuding stretched, she glanced at him, her gaze passing over him as if he were merely a piece of furniture. Yet, mere seconds later, she abruptly turned her head, seemingly sensing something amiss. With a start, she leaped up, exclaiming, "Oh, when did you return?" At that moment, Qian Yuding's face drained of color as her heart raced. It was not that she was timid. Rather, it was the sudden appearance of someone behind her without any forewarning. People can indeed be frightening. Gu Qinghan chuckled, gesturing towards her bathrobe. "Mind your appearance." Qian Yuding glanced down and promptly flushed crimson. The bathrobe had loosened due to her earlier movements, exposing a generous expanse of her fair skin, though no private areas were revealed. She quickly tightened her robe and shot Gu Qinghan an indignant glare before dashing back to her room. "Wait," Gu Qinghan called out, tossing her the equipment blueprint. "From today onward, it's time to get to work." Qian Yuding caught the blueprint, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "Where did you get this?" "I found it." Qian Yuding fell momentarily speechless, but quickly regained her composure. "But we lack the materials. We still can't utilize my professional skills." Gu Qinghan smiled and produced a pile of small bones he had previously acquired, laying them out on the sofa. Qian Yuding picked one up, examining it curiously. Seeing her inquisitive demeanor, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle. "You're still at level 1, right? Can you craft level 5 equipment?" "I can, but the success rate will be quite low." "That's fine. Materials are not an issue. Feel free to use them liberally." Qian Yuding nodded, her excitement palpable despite being several days behind others. Yet, as she gazed at the materials in her hand, curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Gu Qinghan, "What kind of material is this? It feels like stone, yet it's so light." "Zombie bones," Gu Qinghan replied casually, turning to head back to his room. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a piercing scream echoed from behind him. "Ah! Teacher, Do you think we might be overestimating our chances against that tyrant zombie? On the second floor of a teaching building in Area C, a student gazed apprehensively at a tyrant zombie below. A middle-aged man sighed but responded resolutely, "No, we must eliminate it. The zombies are growing increasingly powerful. Just yesterday, only a few had reached level 3, and today, the majority have already transformed. If this trend continues, that tyrant zombie will undoubtedly grow stronger as well." Behind him, a group of students sat huddled together, their faces smeared with dirt as they listened intently. The man was Duan Tao, a university instructor. On the day the game commenced, he had been conducting a class meeting when they were suddenly besieged by zombies. Though he had only acquired the ordinary occupation of archer, he had discovered a chest in the adjacent classroom. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a wooden bow. This bow did not require arrows, as it drew upon his magic power to shoot. Thanks to this bow, he had led his students to eliminate numerous zombies in the ensuing days, while also amassing a wealth of supplies. However, the zombie strength was escalating rapidly, and this morning he noted that most of the surrounding zombies had already reached level 3. His greatest concern was the tyrant zombie swaying below. Should that creature also gain power, he feared he would be unable to ensure the safety of his students. Fortunately, through relentless hunting, he had reached level 5, granting him a combat power of 85, slightly surpassing that of the tyrant zombie. Moreover, upon reaching level 5, he had acquired an additional skill, explosive shot, alongside his initial precision shot. He understood profoundly that this was a game arising from reality. Having higher combat power did not guarantee victory. If he failed to dispatch the tyrant zombie swiftly, he would surely be crushed to a pulp in close quarters. Close combat classes, prepare downstairs. Shield bearers, ready your shields at a moment's notice. We only have one chance. The ordinary zombies had been dispatched in waves, leaving only the tyrant zombie to confront. Moments later, the students below were prepared. Duan Tao took a deep breath, drawing back the bowstring, ready to shoot. Just then, a sudden anomaly occurred. A cacophony of flapping wings resonated from above, followed by a flurry of gray shadows darting towards the tyrant zombie below. Duan Tao froze, for he realized that the gray shadows were not weapons but rather diminutive sparrows, each no larger than a house cat. Yes, he was certain he was not mistaken. They were indeed sparrows. Yet these creatures appeared as if they had been proportionately enlarged, their beaks gleaming with a sharp luster. Most alarmingly, Duan Tao could perceive the information about these creatures. Mutated sparrow. Level 3, combat power, 40, description. When sparrows gain formidable strength, their food may have also undergone a transformation. At level 3, they possessed a combat power of a full 40 points. Furthermore, as he glanced at the description, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. Distracted by his thoughts, he suddenly sensed a gray shadow rushing towards him. He swiftly drew his bow and shot an arrow, only managing to frighten the shadow away. Yet almost immediately, the sounds of zombie howls erupted from below, accompanied by the anguished screams of his students. Chapter 34. Please, survive. Hurry up. It's dangerous. Duan Tao immediately realized that his students were also under attack from the mutated sparrows and urged them to ascend. However, when he glanced down at the students, he was met with the horrifying sight of one of them lifeless on the ground, a gaping wound piercing through the chest. The student lay there, utterly powerless. The remaining students, gripped by terror, recoiled in fear. The ferocity of the mutated sparrows was far more terrifying than that of zombies, at least with zombies. One could discern their attacking motions, having grown accustomed to such creatures. But these mutated sparrows were nearly imperceptible, appearing as mere shadows before their bodies were struck with pain. The deceased student had been pecked to death by several of these mutated sparrows, with the heart cruelly snatched away. It seemed the sparrows were indiscriminate in their feeding, as nearby zombies also fell victim to their relentless assault. Quickly, into the corridor. Shut the door. Duan Tao's voice steadied the students momentarily as they hurried back into the corridor, securing the door tightly. The mutated sparrows, however, did not pursue them further, redirecting their attention to the zombies outside. Duan Tao watched helplessly as the mutated sparrows descended upon a tyrant zombie, pecking it to death in less than a minute. Although a few of the mutated sparrows were caught and torn apart by the tyrant zombie, the ultimate victor was indeed the swarm of mutated sparrows. Teacher, what is happening? A girl trembled, her gaze fixed on the sparrows outside, her legs feeling weak beneath her. She had barely come to terms with the grotesque horror of zombies, only to be confronted by the swift, ghostly assault of these mutated sparrows. Was she destined to perish in this encroaching despair? Duan Tao, observing the mutated sparrows feasting upon the tyrant zombie, spoke solemnly. If those golden orbs can grant us professions, it is plausible that they could also induce mutations in animals. But why didn't this happen initially? Why only after several days? I do not know, Duan Tao replied, shaking his head. Perhaps there are differences in the biological structures of humans and animals. The mutated sparrows consumed their meal with alarming speed, soon leaving nothing but clean bones of both the deceased student and the zombies. Just as Duan Tao thought they were about to depart, he suddenly noticed the mutated sparrows flapping their wings and taking flight. Their altitude was not high, and their trajectory was aimed directly at the second floor where they were situated. An ominous premonition flickered in Duan Tao's mind, and he urgently called out to the others, "Run! They're not finished feeding." But scarcely had his words left his lips when the mutated sparrows burst through the glass like cannonballs. The battered glass, having withstood the elements, shattered as if it were mere paper, accompanied by the shrieks of the students. The shards of glass fell like petals upon a carpet of blood, sharp and glaring. Duan Tao watched in horror as his students fell one by one, utterly powerless to intervene. He loosed an arrow, pinning one of the mutated sparrows that was attacking a student to the wall. Yet, the sheer number of sparrows overwhelmed him, and his weapon was soon knocked from his grasp. He closed his eyes, resignedly awaiting the arrival of death. It was not that he lacked the will to fight back. The speed of the mutated sparrows was simply too extraordinary. After all this effort over the past few days, I still cannot escape death. He thought ruefully, feeling no pain. Simultaneously, he heard the sound of flapping wings gradually receding. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself alone in the room, surrounded only by his injured students. Before he could ponder the bizarre turn of events, the classroom door swung open abruptly. A tall figure cloaked in black entered, accompanied by a pale girl. "Who are you? Are you here to rescue us?" Duan Tao realized that the recent departure of the mutated sparrows must be linked to this person. The cloaked figure shook their head and straightforwardly asked, "I am a student. Oh, you have a priest here. We need a dispel skill for her." This figure was none other than Gu Qinghan, and the girl beside him was Chen Yuding. Duan Tao gasped and turned to look at the fallen students. A seemingly delicate girl approached, clutching a bleeding wound on her arm, gritting her teeth as she performed a dispel skill on Chen Yuding. Gu Qinghan turned to Chen Yuding and inquired, "Is it done?" "Yes, thank you." Chen Yuding's voice was tinged with embarrassment. Her need for the priest's dispel skill stemmed from her own infection. It was not a result of being ambushed by a zombie, but rather a warning she received while showering that morning. Frowny face warning. You have been infected with zombie toxins. If not cleared within 24 hours, you will begin to undergo transformation. She had been paralyzed with fear at that moment, seeking out Gu Qinghan to share her ordeal. Gu Qinghan, however, was not surprised. He too had received the same warning while showering that morning. Yet before he could worry further, he felt a sudden surge of necromantic energy within him. In a fleeting second, the warning vanished. Gu Qinghan surmised that his necromantic energy had aided in clearing the zombie toxins. However, he soon discovered that he could not assist Chen Yuding in the same manner. Thus, the two began their quest to find a priest amidst the protection of skeletons. Along the way, Gu Qinghan scavenged several shops to ensure they would not lack for supplies in the near future. He also came to realize two pressing issues. The first was that the water supply had been contaminated, posing a significant challenge for future consumption. Even though he would not be directly affected, the thought of using water that had been tainted by corpses made him deeply uneasy. The second issue was the emergence of mutated animals that morning. He had encountered not only mutated sparrows but also other bizarre creatures, including a mutated cat. What perplexed him was that these mutated beings would actively attack zombies and humans alike, yet would flee upon his approach, as if avoiding a harbinger of doom. Whenever Gu Qinghan neared these mutated beings, he felt an unsettling sensation wash over him, similar to the state experienced by those wielding the nature child profession when using their skills. As he pondered this on his way, a potential theory began to form. The life energy of these mutated creatures was so immense that it repelled him, a necromancer. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became, though he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, These were all potential meals, yet he was unable to approach them. He had been subsisting on instant food for far too long and craved fresh produce. With a sigh, Gu Qinghan retrieved a pack of gauze from his pocket and offered it to the girl who had just performed the healing skill. The girl paused, then understood this was his token of gratitude. Yes, she began to bandage her wound with the gauze. Gu Qinghan turned to leave. At that moment, Duan Tao, who had been observing Gu Qinghan, suddenly spoke up. The fact that you could arrive here indicates you possess some strength. Would you consider collaborating with us while we await military rescue? Gu Qinghan glanced back at him, his deep-set eyes beneath the black cloak casting an intimidating presence. He saw sincerity etched on Duan Tao's face and curiously inquired, "Why do you all believe that someone will come to rescue you?" Duan Tao remained silent for a moment before producing a finely crafted radio from his pocket. He switched it on, adjusting the dials until static crackled through the air. After a few moments of fiddling, just as Gu Qinghan began to grow impatient, a fragmented voice suddenly emanated from the radio. "To all survivors, please do not lose hope in surviving. The military has begun to restore order. Although our technology and weapons have become ineffective, the professions have granted us the strength to combat this disaster. Our network facilities are down. We can only disseminate messages in this manner. Please unite, endure this hardship, and await the military's rescue from various regions. This is a calamity for all humanity. Please do not give up. Please survive." Chapter 35. The abomination of mutated beings. Gu Qinghan was taken aback as he regarded the radio in the hands of his companion and inquired, "When did you receive this news?" Duan Tao gazed at the radio, still broadcasting that ominous message, and sighed softly. "Last night, I suppose. I check my phone and the radio daily, yet I was taken by surprise when I heard that segment yesterday." From their earlier conversation, it was apparent that even the broadcast signals were exceedingly difficult to transmit in these times. However, Gu Qinghan remained largely unfazed. He held little belief that help would arrive soon. Rather, his experiences from childhood had instilled in him a resolute reliance on himself. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to depart with Chen Yuding. Chen Yuding hesitated briefly, choosing not to voice her concerns, and hurried to follow him. Meanwhile, Duan Tao attempted to persuade them to stay, stating, "You're remarkably capable. Surely you can wait for rescue with us. Would you reconsider?" Gu Qinghan remained silent, merely waving his hand dismissively, leaving behind a solitary figure shrouded in melancholy. After walking a short distance, Chen Yuding queried, "What do you plan to do?" Gu Qinghan glanced at her, then chuckled lightly, countering, "What else is there? We shall make do. You don't seriously believe assistance will arrive promptly, do you?" "But the broadcast just now," Chen Yuding began, only for Gu Qinghan to scratch his head and point to a mutated bird soaring overhead. "Look at that creature. Do you consider it powerful?" Chen Yuding nodded, acknowledging that without Gu Qinghan's presence, she would scarcely have dared to step outside. "Then do you think humans are the most populous beings on this planet?" Gu Qinghan posed, causing Chen Yuding to falter as the weight of the question dawned upon her. Although humanity has long claimed dominion over Earth, it was only through the support of advanced technology that such assertions could be made. When it came to raw combat prowess, humans would certainly rank low among creatures. Moreover, animals had now gained mysterious abilities akin to those they once possessed. As they continued walking, Gu Qinghan suddenly noticed a branch sway, diverting to the side. He squinted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. It seems that not only humans and animals have undergone mutations. Even certain plants appear to have transformed. Yet, these altered flora and fauna seem to abhor his presence, refraining from attacking him as they would zombies or other humans. Let us proceed. Where is that bottled water area in Zone C you mentioned? We need to procure some water. Gu Qinghan turned to Chen Yuding, rousing her from her reverie. Ah, it's this way. Half an hour later, Gu Qinghan led Chen Yuding to a shop labeled Xiaozhu bottled water. Several small carts were stationed outside, laden with nearly empty water containers. The rationale for Gu Qinghan's visit was simple. This establishment serviced half the school's bottled water needs, by depleting their supply. He could alleviate his worries about water resources for a considerable time. He stationed 5 skeletons outside as sentinels and entered the shop with the remaining skeletons and Chen Yuding. Inside, a few lost zombies wandered aimlessly, and Gu Qinghan kindly lulled them into a slumber. He then spent over an hour clearing the shop of all its water. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly raised an eyebrow in realization. He had leveled up. Thanks to his skeleton's relentless slaughter, Gu Qinghan had finally reached level 8. In addition to gaining 20 points of magical energy, he discovered that his soul fire had granted him a new active skill. Bone Spike Technique consumes 10 points of magical energy to release a bone spike that attacks an enemy. Without hesitation, Gu Qinghan directed the Bone Spike Technique at a distant zombie. A grayish-white energy coalesced into a spike approximately 20 centimeters long, which then shot towards the zombie. With a swift whoosh, the spike narrowly missed the zombie's head, prompting the creature to turn its gaze towards him. As the zombie, now aware of its prey, dragged its damaged body closer, Gu Qinghan refrained from commanding his skeletons to intervene, instead letting out a cold chuckle as he hurled another bone spike. The second, third, and fourth spikes followed, and by the time he launched the seventh spike, the zombie was merely 10 meters away from him. Chun Yuding instinctively recoiled behind Gu Qinghan, uncertainly asking, "Are you testing the zombie's evasion capabilities?" Gu Qinghan's expression darkened as he threw yet another bone spike at the approaching zombie. Once again, it missed. Enraged, Gu Qinghan commanded his skeleton minions to rush in and dismantle the zombie into pieces. Once his fury subsided, Gu Qinghan summoned an eighth skeleton and transformed it into a berserker skeleton. Now, the berserker skeleton was of level 8, boasting 400 health and 120 combat power. However, Gu Qinghan noticed a troubling issue. His berserker skeleton appeared to possess only a single skill. He already possessed a plethora of skills: Pioneer, Death Rattle Summon, Necromancer's Domain, Spectral Vision, and Bone Spike Technique among them. Even if he considered only combat skills, he had at least 2. He found it implausible that an epic-class berserker would possess only one skill at level 8. The only logical explanation for this discrepancy was that his mimicry talent could only replicate skills that the target currently possessed. While it initially seemed a disadvantage, upon reflection, it made sense. If he could completely replicate another's profession, his talent would indeed be invincible. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan felt that his talent was already extraordinary. He examined his status panel, noting that his health remained at a mere 20 points. However, his combat power had significantly increased. Originally, his base combat power at level 8 should have been 50, but now it had risen to 140. With the additional 10 points from his apprentice staff, his total combat power stood at an impressive 150. The emergence of the Bone Spike skill also provided Gu Qinghan with additional offensive options beyond his skeletons, specifically ranged attacks. Yet, recalling his earlier aim, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. There was no remedy for ineptitude but to practice more. While Gu Qinghan was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a group of people emerging from a nearby corner. This group appeared flustered but demonstrated a certain level of skill. They coordinated seamlessly, dispatching zombies along their path before hastening towards Gu Qinghan. Upon catching sight of the skeletons, they momentarily froze, only to realize that 2 living individuals were present, which led them to conclude this must be the ability of a professional. They veered slightly away from Gu Qinghan and shouted a warning, "Brother, run! An elite mutated cat is chasing us." With that, they fled without a backward glance, evidently terrified of the mutated feline. Chen Yuding found their retreat amusing, knowing well that these mutated beings seemed to harbor a distinct aversion to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan shared this sentiment. Thus he did not flee but instead turned his attention to the corner from which the group had emerged. Moments later, a colossal figure came into view. This mutated cat. It must be a variant of the Maine Coon. Gu Qinghan's pupils constricted in alarm as he discerned that this mutated cat was, in fact, a level 10 creature. Mutated cat. Level 10, elite. Combat power, 1000. Description. A natural hunter has undergone an unfathomable mutation. The fate of its prey appears inexorably sealed. Before Gu Qinghan could contemplate the implications of the term elite, a sudden wave of danger jolted him. The mutated cat, easily over 2 meters in length, crouched low, fixating its gaze upon him. Gu Qinghan felt every hair on his body stand on end. Its combat power of 1000 was undeniably the most formidable creature he had ever encountered. Chun Yuding also recognized that this mutated cat was unlike the previous aberrations. Swallowing nervously, she whispered, "It won't attack us, right? I sense these mutated beings wish to keep their distance from you." Gu Qinghan nodded softly, wary of making any sudden movements that might provoke the mutated cat. "It's fine. These mutated beings detest me. They won't attack." Gu Qinghan thought. only to feel his heart skip a beat. While these creatures may indeed dislike him, they had all been weaker than he. When fear reaches its zenith, they flee when they cannot overpower, but when they can. Gu Qinghan swallowed hard, suddenly witnessing the mutated cat spring into action, launching itself towards him with fierce determination. This elite level 10 mutated creature intended to eliminate him. Chapter 36. The first step to becoming strong. Gu Qinghan felt as though he had been marked for death. The initial thought that surged through his mind was one of resignation. Yet, the very next moment, he bit down on his tongue, shaking off the stupor. You must retreat into the building and remain silent. He forcefully propelled Chen Yuding into the shop they had just vacated, then directed his skeletons to advance towards the mutated cat before them. At this moment, he could summon a total of 10 skeletons, all of which were berserker skeletons. Each skeleton possessed a combat power of 120 points. While it was impossible to vanquish the mutated cat, he believed he could withstand its onslaught. A crimson glow enveloped all the skeletons simultaneously, a manifestation of the berserker skill, berserker bloodline. When the mutated cat encountered the first skeleton, it immediately lashed out with a paw. The skeleton's massive shield absorbed the blow, yet in the next instant, its body was sent hurtling backwards. Simultaneously, deep claw marks appeared on the shield. Gu Qinghan's expression darkened, as he observed that his skeleton had lost nearly half of its health in an instant. This was with the shield's protection. Had the blow connected directly, it would likely have been unable to withstand a second strike. The other skeletons seized the opportunity, swinging their axes ferociously at the mutated cat. However, the creature did not bleed. It merely suffered superficial damage to its FURT. Gu Qinghan could not ascertain how much health the monster had lost, but he understood that its injuries were negligible. We must draw it into the horde of zombies. Gu Qinghan made this startling decision almost instantly, not out of desperation, but with a calculated intent. His skeletons could mend their wounds using necromantic energy. As long as they eliminated some zombies, they could gradually wear down the mutated cat. However, he realized that only by deploying all 10 skeletons simultaneously could they restrain the mutated cat. Otherwise, they would be picked off one by one. It was evident that if any of these skeletons showed signs of retreat, the mutated cat would seize the opportunity to escape. For a fleeting moment, the thought of abandoning the skeletons and fleeing with Chen Yuding surged in his mind. Yet, just as swiftly, he extinguished that notion. Previously, when besieged by the tyrant zombies, he had reluctantly allowed the skeletons to cover his retreat. He had even attempted to flee with them, but those skeletons, loyal as the most valiant soldiers, had charged recklessly toward the horde of tyrant zombies, sacrificing themselves to grant him a slim chance of survival. Now, however, his situation appeared far less dire. With sufficient effort, he might secure his skeletons from the fate of being reduced to mere fragments. He did not perceive his skeletons as expendable. They were his soldiers, his safeguard in this apocalyptic world. A glimpse of the harsh reality of this new world lay before him. If he continued to hesitate, the increasingly perilous environment would inevitably claim his life. A true warrior would not instinctively think of fleeing at the first sign of danger. In that instant, Gu Qinghan's gaze hardened, and he darted towards the distance. Chen Yuding, hidden within the shop, suddenly turned pale. It was the first time she had witnessed Gu Qinghan act outside the protective perimeter of his skeletons. Her initial reaction was to assume he was attempting to escape. Of course, this mutated cat is level 10. Who wouldn't he want to survive? A self-deprecating smile crossed her face, her refined features devoid of cosmetics revealing a hint of bitterness. After spending 2 days together, she had believed a bond of friendship was forming between them. Yet, it seemed Gu Qinghan did not share that sentiment. She glanced at the skeletons outside. Even 10 against 1, they were being pushed back by the mutated cat. Perhaps once these 10 skeletons are shattered, I too will meet my end. I am no different from them, merely cannon fodder to be discarded when needed. Chen Yuding remained calm, staring blankly at the skeletons, awaiting her demise. She was still at level 1, having failed to craft equipment the day prior. It was not that she did not wish to flee. Rather, even a single zombie outside could easily take her life. However, as she watched, she began to perceive something amiss. The 10 skeletons appeared on the verge of collapse, yet not a single one had been destroyed. Each time they were knocked back, they managed to rise and rejoin the fray. In contrast, the mutated cat, after enduring dozens of blows from the skeletons, finally emitted a piercing shriek. A spray of bright red blood erupted, signaling that the skeletons had finally inflicted significant damage. Chen Yuding's expression shifted to one of astonishment, emboldening her to inch closer to the doorway. What she beheld next was entirely unexpected. A figure clad in a black cloak was brandishing a shield, leading several zombies in circles across the open ground. This was, of course, Gu Qinghan. Yet, it was the first time Chen Yuding had witnessed him personally slaying zombies. Moreover, his manner of dispatching them was peculiar. As he moved, he frequently glanced back to assess the situation. Almost every time 2 or 3 skeletons were sent flying, Gu Qinghan would unleash a bone spike, obliterating a pursuing zombie. What is he doing? Chen Yuding gasped, her lips parting in surprise, her eyes gleaming with newfound hope. No one truly wishes for death, and seeing Gu Qinghan refuse to abandon her filled her with warmth and light. The battle raged on for several more minutes until the mutated cat, driven into a frenzy, let out a wailing scream and charged through the encirclement despite its injuries. It unleashed a reluctant hiss at the 10 skeletons before rapidly disappearing from the area. Gu Qinghan rushed back, and the remaining zombies were swiftly dealt with by the skeletons. Chen Yuding emerged as well, noticing that Gu Qinghan's face bore a pallor of exhaustion. Perceiving her gaze, he waved dismissively, "It's nothing, just a bit of overexertion." In truth, his magical energy had been completely depleted, and a faint dizziness was creeping in. Had the mutated cat not fled, he would have been forced to rely on his weapon to fend off the zombies. Fortunately, he had gambled correctly, taking the first step towards becoming stronger. He regarded the 10 skeletons, their crimson glow gradually fading, and nodded in satisfaction. This time, he had allowed the mutated cat to escape. However, should they cross paths again, Gu Qinghan vowed to slay the beast without hesitation. "Let us return for now and consider our next steps this afternoon," he declared, leading Chen Yuding and the skeletons back towards their dwelling. Yet, scarcely a minute after their departure, a swarm of black creatures, resembling oversized ants, began to emerge from the shadows. If anyone had been present, they would have observed that these beings appeared to be a grotesquely enlarged colony of ants. The mutated ants waved their antennae in the air, seemingly searching for something. Eventually, they arrived at the site of the previous confrontation between the mutated cat and the skeletons, where pools of the cat's blood lay. A few minutes later, the mutated ants vanished once more, taking with them the blood of the mutated cat and a thin layer of the ground beneath. Chapter 37. So-called friends. By the time Gu Qinghan restored his full magical energy, it was already the afternoon of that day. His skeleton minions were patrolling the vicinity, safeguarding the area from any potential threats. Gu Qinghan reclined on the sofa, a slight frown creasing his brow. The encounter with the mutated cat had imposed considerable pressure on him. Had he not fortuitously acquired the bone spike skill just before facing the creature, he would undoubtedly have fled in disarray today. Yet, despite achieving a temporary victory, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet his demise within this game. Moreover, during the battle earlier, Gu Qinghan keenly observed that his skeleton failed to trigger the panic effect on the mutated cat. The ability of his skeleton to navigate through the not-so-dense horde of zombies was partly due to this panic effect. Zombies affected by this condition would neither attack him nor maintain their offensive momentum. "It seems I once played a game where formidable monsters possessed high resistance to debuffs," Gu Qinghan mused. Though he had not played many games, he had formed his own conjectures regarding such scenarios. This apocalyptic game appeared to have merely unveiled the tip of the iceberg. More intricate details likely awaited exploration alongside other players. At that moment, Chen Yuding suddenly dashed out of her room. After returning, she had hurried inside without a word, nearly causing Gu Qinghan to forget her presence. Her small face radiated excitement as she brandished a set of lightweight black armor, exclaiming, "Look, look, I have crafted a full set of equipment." Gu Qinghan's heart lifted at her words as he accepted the black armor from her hands. Training armor, level 5, combat power increase, 100. To his surprise, this training armor was not a standalone piece but a complete set encompassing all protective gear. Initially, he had pondered the need for a staggering 100 ordinary materials, but now it seemed to be worth its weight in gold. He quickly summoned a skeleton to try on the armor. Unlike shields and weapons, the armor enveloped the skeleton in a radiant glow. When the light faded, the skeleton had transformed into a striking warrior clad in black armor. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at the armor's effect. Although equipping this set left the skeleton with only its hands available for additional gear, the armor nearly covered its entire form, including limbs and head. Even the visor of the helmet emitted a faint green glow, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Chen Yuding, too, was taken aback by the impressive appearance of the armor, her cheeks flushing with delight. However, Gu Qinghan noticed a hint of pallor on her face, an indication of her exhaustion. "You spent the entire afternoon working on this?" he inquired. "Yes. Since I was crafting a level 5 set with my level 1 skills, the success rate was quite low. But now that I'm level 2, it should be much quicker," she replied. "Good. Keep up the effort and aim to complete 100 or so sets before tonight," Gu Qinghan encouraged with a smile, only to be met with an exasperated eye roll from Chen Yuding. At that moment, she found herself curious about Gu Qinghan. What kind of man was he? In the face of zombies, he exuded strength and confidence, resembling a general leading his troops. Yet in their daily interactions, he seemed more like a boy next door, often joking and teasing her. Most importantly, she sensed a stubborn resilience emanating from him. A quality difficult to articulate. If she had to describe it, she would say he resembled a wild grass, tirelessly striving to grow and absorb any nutrients that would sustain his existence. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed Gu Qinghan looking at her, inquiring, "By the way, I haven't asked yet. What is your talent?" "Me? I want to tell you," she replied playfully, turning to retreat back to her room. Gu Qinghan chuckled darkly, threatening, "If you don't divulge it, don't expect to receive any bathing water from me in the future." Chen Yuding halted momentarily, then retorted, "Fine. My talent is Divine Craftsman Puppet, which allows me to transform equipment attributes into combat puppets." Gu Qinghan was taken aback, then puzzled. "But why did you seem so helpless before? Surely this talent should be usable in battle?" With a resigned sigh, Chen Yuding clarified, "I do have the ability, but it requires the equipment to be crafted by me." Understanding dawned on Gu Qinghan, and he instructed the previous skeleton to remove the armor. "Show me. Let me see your talent." Chen Yuding hesitated. "But there's only one piece of equipment now. Shouldn't we first equip your skeleton?" "It's fine. I'm not concerned about this one piece. Let's see your talent first. Friends should be honest with each other, don't you think?" At the mention of friends, Chen Yuding felt a rush of emotion. Coincidentally, she was also curious about her own talent. Closing her eyes, she cradled the armor in her hands. Suddenly, the armor began to levitate, followed by a swift expansion. Within mere seconds, the freshly crafted armor transformed into a black humanoid puppet. Gu Qinghan observed closely. The puppet's features were nearly indistinguishable, yet it possessed notable contours and depressions in the appropriate places. Unable to discern its attributes, he inquired, "What is its combat power? Does it possess any skills?" Chen Yuding examined the puppet, a smile breaking across her face. "Wow, this puppet has a combat power of 100 as well. However, it lacks skills and can only create one at a time. Alas. Let us have it battle my skeleton and see," Gu Qinghan asserted, not granting her a chance to refuse as he commanded the skeleton to discard its weapon and charge forward. "Go! Don't underestimate me," Chen Yuding exclaimed, akin to a child who had just received a beloved toy, as she gleefully directed the puppet into battle point. 5 minutes later, however, she shamefully conceded defeat. "Unfair. Your skeleton is level 8, while my puppet is only level 5. During the skirmish, Gu Qinghan's skeleton had dominated the combat, relentlessly hammering the puppet. Yet, despite the 5-minute onslaught, the puppet showed no signs of crumbling. Clearly, it was a defensive puppet at its core. Gu Qinghan chuckled, refraining from offering an explanation. Though the battle appeared to stem from a competitive spirit, it was, in fact, his way of assessing her capabilities. After all, since Chen Yuding would be living with him for some time, Gu Qinghan needed to remain vigilant. The once harmless girl now possessed power, and he was uncertain how her mindset might shift. Nonetheless, through their earlier encounter, he gleaned that the puppet seemed primarily designed for absorption of blows. This was advantageous, as the schematics for her equipment originated from him, ensuring that any resulting puppets would not pose a threat to his safety. Even if she were to craft formidable equipment in the future, that was a matter for another day. For now, Chen Yuding had not earned Gu Qinghan's complete trust. With this thought, Gu Qinghan reclined back on the sofa with a smile, leisurely remarking, "Not bad. At least now you have some means of self-defense. Continue crafting equipment, my friend." Chen Yuding glared at Gu Qinghan, who wore a victorious expression, before her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Now that we're friends, shouldn't you also reveal your talent to me?" Gu Qinghan glanced back at her, then shook his head in response to her expectant gaze. "You see, friends should still retain a few personal secrets, don't you think?" Gu Qinghan, you are being too unfair. Chapter 37. So-called friends. By the time Gu Qinghan regained his full magical energy, it was already afternoon. His skeleton minions were patrolling the vicinity, ensuring that this area remained free from threats. Gu Qinghan lay on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. The mutated cat he had encountered earlier had placed considerable pressure upon him. Had it not been for the timely acquisition of the bone spike skill just before their encounter, he would undoubtedly have fled in disarray today. Yet, despite achieving a temporary victory, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet his demise within this game. Moreover, during today's battle, Gu Qinghan keenly observed that his skeleton did not trigger the panic effect against that mutated cat. The reason his skeleton could navigate through less densely packed hordes of zombies was partly due to this panic effect. Zombies affected by this state not only refrained from attacking him but also disrupted their own offensive maneuvers. I seem to recall playing a game where formidable monsters possessed high resistance to debuffs, Gu Qinghan mused. Although he had not played many games, he had developed his own theories regarding this situation. This apocalyptic game appeared to reveal only the tip of the iceberg. More intricate details would likely require exploration alongside other players. At that moment, Chen Yuding suddenly dashed out of her room. Since her return, she had locked herself away, nearly causing Gu Qinghan to forget her presence. Her small face radiated excitement as she held up a lightweight black armor, exclaiming, "Look, look! I've crafted a set of equipment." Gu Qinghan's expression brightened at her words as he took the black armor from her hands. Training armor, level 5, combat power increase, 100. To Gu Qinghan's surprise, this training armor was not a standalone piece but rather a complete set encompassing protective gear for all body parts. Initially, he pondered why it required 100 ordinary materials, but it now seemed to be worth every bit. He quickly summoned one of his skeletons and attempted to equip it with the set. Unlike shields and weapons, this armor enveloped the skeleton in a radiant glow. As the light dissipated, the skeleton had transformed into a dashing warrior clad in black armor. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at the effect of the armor. Although equipping this set left the skeleton with only its hands available for additional gear, it nearly covered the entirety of the skeleton, including its limbs and head. Even the visor of the helmet allowed a faint green glow to escape, imparting an air of mystery and power. Chen Yuding had not expected the armor to look so impressive, and her cheeks flushed with delight. However, Gu Qinghan noticed that her complexion appeared somewhat pale. He understood this was a sign of exhaustion. "Did you spend the entire afternoon working on this?" "Yes. Since I crafted a level 5 item at level 1, the success rate was dismally low, but now that I am level 2, it should be much quicker." "Good, keep up the effort, and aim to produce 100 or so sets before nightfall." Gu Qinghan smiled, only to receive an eye roll from Chen Yuding. At that moment, a sense of curiosity about Gu Qinghan began to stir within her. What kind of man was he? In the face of zombies, he exuded strength and confidence, akin to a general leading his troops. Yet, in their daily interactions over the past few days, he resembled a neighborly boy, occasionally teasing her for amusement. Most importantly, she sensed a tenacity within him, a feeling that was difficult to articulate. If she had to describe it, she would say he resembled a wild grass, striving to grow tirelessly and drawing nourishment from any source that ensured his survival. As she fell into a moment of daze, she suddenly heard Gu Qinghan inquire, "By the way, I haven't asked yet. What is your talent?" "Me? I am not telling you." Chen Yuding replied playfully, turning to retreat to her room. Gu Qinghan let out a cold laugh, threatening, "If you don't tell me, don't expect to receive any bathing water from me in the future." Chen Yuding paused, then retorted with irritation, "Fine. My talent is Artisan Puppet Master, which allows me to transform equipment based on their attributes into battle puppets." Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then puzzled. "Then why did you appear so powerless earlier? Shouldn't this talent be usable in combat?" Chen Yuding sighed, explaining, "I do possess it, but this talent requires the equipment to be crafted by me." Understanding dawned on Gu Qinghan, and he instructed the skeleton to remove the armor. "Show me." Let me see your talent. Chun Yuding hesitated, but there's only one piece of equipment right now. Shouldn't I give it to your skeleton first? It's fine. One piece one team make a difference. Let us first observe your talent. Friends should be honest with one another, shouldn't they? Upon hearing the word friends, Chun Yuding felt a wave of emotion. Coincidentally, she was also curious about her own talent. She cradled the armor, closing her eyes. Suddenly, the armor began to levitate and swell in a mere 3 seconds. The freshly crafted armor transformed into a black humanoid puppet. Gu Qinghan examined it closely. The puppet's facial features were nearly indistinguishable, yet it bore protrusions and indentations in relevant places. He could not discern its attributes, so he inquired, what is its combat power, and does it possess any skills? Chun Yuding touched the puppet, laughing, wow, this puppet has a combat power of 100 as well. However, it lacks skills and can only produce one at a time. Alas. Let us have it battle my skeleton and see how it performs. Gu Qinghan did not give her a chance to decline, directing his skeleton to discard its weapon and charge forward. Go! Don't underestimate me. Chun Yuding exclaimed, resembling a little girl delighted with a cherished toy. As she animatedly controlled the puppet into battle point 5 minutes later, Chun Yuding, her face flushed with embarrassment, conceded, that's not fair. Your skeleton is level 8, while my puppet is only level 5. During the battle, Gu Qinghan's skeleton had been relentlessly overpowering the puppet. Nevertheless, even after 5 minutes of assault, the puppet showed no signs of breaking down. Clearly, it was a puppet primarily designed for defense. Gu Qinghan smiled, refraining from offering an explanation. While the previous battle appeared to stem from competitiveness, it was, in fact, a means for him to assess her capabilities. After all, Chun Yuding would be living alongside him for a while, and Gu Qinghan needed to remain vigilant. It was uncertain how her mindset might change once she acquired power. However, through the recent skirmish, Gu Qinghan could ascertain that the puppet seemed primarily capable of withstanding blows. This was for the best. After all, he had provided the blueprints for her equipment, ensuring that the puppets would pose no threat to him. Even if stronger equipment could later be transformed into puppets, that was a matter for another day. For now, Chun Yuding had not yet earned Gu Qinghan's complete trust. With this thought in mind, Gu Qinghan reclined back onto the sofa, leisurely stating, not bad. At least now you possess some self-defense capability. Continue crafting equipment, my friend. Chun Yuding glared at Gu Qinghan, who wore an expression of victory, then, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked, since we are friends now, shouldn't you also tell me what your talent is? Gu Qinghan turned to glance at her, then shook his head in response to her expectant gaze. You see, friends should maintain some personal secrets, shouldn't they? Gu Qinghan. You are being too unreasonable. Chapter 38. The comparison of humanity. Chun Yuding, fuming with indignation, stormed back to her room with her puppet to prepare her equipment, leaving Gu Qinghan sprawled on the sofa, laughing heartily. It must be said that humans are indeed social creatures. Even someone as reclusive as Gu Qinghan, by exchanging a few playful jests with Chun Yuding, could alleviate some of his stress. After taking a sip of water, he gazed out the window, contemplating another venture outside. Within a radius of 500 meters, he had already cleared away the zombies. Even if any dared to intrude, they would swiftly be dispatched by his skeleton minions. It was not that he lacked the desire to eliminate more zombies, but rather that the maximum distance over which he could remotely control his skeletons was limited to 500 meters. If he were to be likened to a signal tower, then these skeletal recipients could only operate within his immediate vicinity. This limitation left Gu Qinghan feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had initially intended to conquer the world without stepping outside. It seemed that this ambition had been dashed, at least for the time being. Since when did an archway appear over there? Just as Gu Qinghan was about to rise, he suddenly looked up again to observe outside. Through the window, he noticed that in what was once merely a stretch of greenery, there now stood a stone archway. The archway was approximately 2 meters high and appeared to be quite close. This structure was definitely not present when Chun Yuding emerged just moments ago. Gu Qinghan was certain of this, as he paid great attention to his surroundings. The archway had appeared in less than 10 minutes. For a moment, Gu Qinghan suspected it might be a prank. He quickly concealed himself in a safe spot and activated the sight of the undead. A skeleton patrolling outside suddenly paused, then changed direction to head directly towards the archway. Other skeletons soon gathered around, as Gu Qinghan prepared to annihilate this intruder with great force. However, after searching for a considerable time, he found no trace of any person. There is no one here, and it cannot be a zombie, Gu Qinghan pondered as he gazed at the archway outside. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind as he considered a possibility. This archway could very well be a masterpiece of the game. The skeleton sharing his vision advanced, revealing that the space around the archway shimmered faintly, reminiscent of mercury. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that only the thin membrane beneath the stone arch was somewhat unusual. He could vaguely see that membrane trembling slightly. Furrowing his brow at this scene, Gu Qinghan felt that something was likely to emerge from within. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the space around the stone arch continued to ripple like the surface of water. However, the frequency of these ripples was increasing, akin to water nearing its boiling point. Furthermore, after observing the stone arch for a while, Gu Qinghan suspected that it was not a stone archway at all. What appeared to be stone was more likely a type of metal. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the arch was constructed entirely from these blocks of black metal. Just as Gu Qinghan's attention wavered, the space at the archway quivered violently. Suddenly, a humanoid creature resembling a piece of dead wood emerged from within. As soon as the creature appeared, it lunged at the surrounding skeletons. A few skeletons rushed to confront it, and after a mere 10 seconds, the creature, reminiscent of a treant, was begrudgingly dismembered and collapsed to the ground. At this point, Gu Qinghan had already stepped outside and was able to see the attributes of this creature. Agonized treant, level 7, combat power, 110, description. A creature from another world. Upon sensing unfamiliar presences, it will ensnare all visible targets to their demise. To his astonishment, this was a new monster. Gu Qinghan promptly chose to eliminate the treant, and after a series of agonizing creaks, the creature was entirely vanquished at a round. Red fruit burst forth, and upon inspection, Gu Qinghan discovered it to be an edible item. Vitality fruit permanently increases maximum vitality by 1 to 10 points based on one's profession. A maximum of 10 can be consumed by an individual. Gu Qinghan's eyebrows raised as he tossed the fruit into his mouth. A burst of sweet and sour fruit flavor exploded within, and to his surprise, he realized his vitality had increased by 1 point. I knew it. Gu Qinghan's lips twitched slightly. During his previous upgrade, his vitality had not increased at all. However, even with this expectation, the reality of receiving the minimum benefit was still quite disheartening. Well, it's better than nothing, he ultimately conceded, resolving to consume a total of 10 fruits to elevate his vitality from 20 to 30. Although he still remained as fragile as before, at least the coating of breadcrumbs was thicker now, wasn't he it? The space around the archway continued to fluctuate, prompting Gu Qinghan to take a closer look at its nature. Gateway of Calamity. Black iron grade, description. A portal that randomly appears in the game, periodically spewing forth monsters. Once all creatures behind the Gateway of Calamity have been eliminated, corresponding rewards will be granted. Indeed, the zombies in this game were merely an appetizer. The intensity is gradually ramping up, Gu Qinghan mused as he observed the Gateway of Calamity ripple once more, unexpectedly releasing 2 treants simultaneously. Nevertheless, his skeletons swiftly dispatched them, yet this time nothing dropped from their remains. In the realm of necromancy, 3 ordinary wooden planks slowly materialized. It seems I cannot leave this place for the time being, but these treants appear to yield a significant amount of necromantic energy, Gu Qinghan lamented, pondering whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that the monster spawn point had landed at his doorstep. He commanded 2 skeletons to patrol while the remaining 8 took their positions guarding the black iron Gateway of Calamity. The frequency of treant appearances varied, sometimes presenting 4 or 5 at once, while at other times, only 1 would emerge. Regardless, they could not breach the blockade set by Gu Qinghan's skeletons, swiftly turning into mere remnants of deadwood. Gu Qinghan decided to ascend to the balcony on the 2nd floor, where he could both observe the battle and hone his aim with his bone spikes. Furthermore, even if something dropped, he could easily collect it from this distance using his necromantic space. It was not until nightfall, when he could no longer discern the transpositions, that he retreated indoors. By then, he had consumed all 10 fruits, raising his vitality to 30 points. Not only that, but he had even acquired an additional 2 fruits. Dinner time. Tonight, we're having tomato beef noodles. Chen Yuding's voice rang from the 1st floor, prompting Gu Qinghan to hastily make his way downstairs. Upon glancing at the appetizing dishes, an idea struck him as he turned to Chen Yuding with a mysterious expression, asking, "Would you like to try something thrilling?" Chen Yuding gasped, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Gu Qinghan quickly realized she had misunderstood and hurriedly clarified, "I meant to offer you something to eat, but the outcome is random. Would you like to give it a try?" With that, he produced a fruit and waved it enticingly in front of her. Upon seeing the fruit's attributes, Chen Yuding visibly relaxed and expressed her willingness to partake. As she placed the fruit in her mouth, Gu Qinghan could clearly see her expression transform into one of delight. The fruit tasted akin to sweet and sour cherries, only juicier, exactly to Chen Yuding's liking. Watching her finish, Gu Qinghan anxiously inquired, "How was it? How many points did your vitality increase?" With a slight pout, Chen Yuding shyly replied, "My profession might not be well suited for this fruit. I only gained 3 points of vitality, heh." Then, her gaze turned towards Gu Qinghan, and the meaning in her eyes was unmistakable. Gu Qinghan's expression faltered momentarily before he feigned nonchalance, saying, "No worries. Although I gained 5 points from one fruit, I won't mock you." Chen Yuding nodded, pushing a bowl of noodles towards Gu Qinghan while asking, "But I'm quite satisfied. There must be some poor soul who only received a 1-point increase. Just thinking about it is amusing, haha." Cough, cough, cough. Slow down. You've made yourself tear up. Gu Qinghan wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, taking a deep breath. This was utterly humiliating. Chapter 39. The Gate of Calamity. In the following day, Gu Qinghan scarcely departed from the vicinity of the Gate of Calamity. The frequency at which monsters emerged from the gate was increasing, compelling Gu Qinghan to station all his skeletons at the entrance to swiftly deal with them. Simultaneously, through relentless practice, his proficiency with bone spines saw remarkable enhancement. Unlike arcane orbs that inflicted widespread damage, his bone spines exhibited superior single-point penetration capability. He attempted to launch a bone spine towards the ground, and to his astonishment, a significant portion of it embedded itself into the earth. Such power rivaled that of the previous firearms, however. Just as Gu Qinghan pondered the predicament posed by the Gate of Calamity, an unusual wave emanated from the gate. Upon inspection, he discerned that the emerging monster was somewhat different from those before. It was a smaller treant, which, upon its arrival, ensnared 2 nearby skeletons with numerous vines. Fortunately, with a multitude of skeletons at his disposal, Gu Qinghan swiftly eliminated the creature. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Qinghan leaped down and awaited the appearance of the next treant. It was only when a second treant emerged that he glimpsed its attributes. Torment treant, level 8, combat power. 140. Description. A treant capable of wielding natural forces, able to remotely manipulate vines for attacks. Gu Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing that the monsters appearing were growing increasingly formidable. Fortunately, it seemed that creatures of similar levels yielded a greater amount of necromantic energy. After a day of battle, he was on the verge of igniting his next soul flame. Moreover, after vanquishing this treant, which bore resemblance to a mage, he obtained a blue fruit. Gu Qinghan harbored a faint suspicion that this item might possess effects akin to the previous fruits. Upon inspection, he confirmed Frowny Face Magical Fruit permanently increases maximum mana by 1 to 10 points based on one's profession. A maximum of 10 can be consumed by each individual. Without hesitation, Gu Qinghan consumed it. A refreshing mint-like flavor caused his eyes to widen, invigorating him significantly. Simultaneously, he discovered that his mana had increased by 10 points. At last, Gu Qinghan's lips curled into a beaming smile, realizing that his professional strength indeed lay in spellcasting. Rubbing his hands together, he ascended to the second floor, eagerly awaiting the next appearance of the torment treants. Regrettably, the frequency of their appearance was rather low, and the probability of obtaining magical fruits was significantly diminished. His necromantic space was filled with a plethora of vitality fruits, yet the magical fruits had yet to reach their limit. However, he remained unperturbed. By nightfall, his mana finally reached its maximum capacity, an impressive 100 additional points. At present, Gu Qinghan possessed a meager 30 points of vitality, yet his mana soared to 260 points. With the addition of the Ring of Contemplation's 50 points, he could unleash a staggering 31 bone spines in succession. He felt akin to a human automatic rifle. Just then, Chen Yuding entered the room. Gu Qinghan, I've reached level 5. I've gained a new skill called enhancement. Gu Qinghan turned his gaze towards her, astonished that she had leveled up so swiftly. What did the enhancement skill entail? Noticing the confusion in his expression, Chen Yuding chuckled softly. This skill allows one to enhance the special attributes of an item, though I haven't encountered an item to test it on yet. Gu Qinghan nodded, suddenly recalling that his apprentice staff bore a special effect. Apprentice staff. Level 5. Combat power increase. 10. Special effect. Maximum summonable quantity for death rattle summoning skill 2. He promptly handed the staff to Chen Yuding, inquiring, "Can you enhance this?" After a brief examination, Chen Yuding nodded but then revealed a troubled expression. "I can, but it requires quite a bit of material, 500 ordinary materials." Glancing into his necromantic space, Gu Qinghan noted that he was slightly short on the bones provided by the zombies. However, if he factored in the materials from the trance, he would have just enough. Gu Qinghan promptly retrieved the necessary materials for Chen Yuding to utilize her skill. There's a chance of failure, and if that happens, those materials will be wasted. So be prepared, she cautioned. Gu Qinghan nodded, though his tightly pressed lips betrayed a hint of anxiety. With his recent materials depleted, a failure this time would necessitate waiting until the Gate of Calamity vanished before he could venture out to gather more. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuding, clad in a bunny onesie, placed her hands upon the apprentice staff. Gu Qinghan observed as the ordinary materials slowly transformed into streams of shimmering light, infusing the staff. After a moment, Chen Yuding opened her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Failed. Gu Qinghan's disappointment was palpable as he scrutinized her expression. Chen Yuding glanced at him, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I succeeded. Look at how scared you were." Gu Qinghan fought the impulse to chastise the cheeky girl, who had been rather insufferable lately. Nevertheless, he quickly examined his apprentice staff. Apprentice staff, level 5, combat power increase. 10. Special effect. Maximum summonable quantity for death rattle summoning skill 4. The summonable quantity had increased from 2 to 4. Gu Qinghan felt an unexpected wave of joy wash over him, for each of his skeletons boasted formidable combat power exceeding 100 points. Furthermore, once transformed into berserker skeletons, their strength would scale with their levels. He realized how much Chen Yuding could assist him, but he had not anticipated the extent of her aid. Impressive. Gu Qinghan summoned the additional 2 skeletons, each equipped with weapons and shields. He had discovered a new application for his necromantic space, summoning skeletons directly into it, allowing for transformation and equipping before they materialized beside him. Unfortunately, he was short on materials, leaving only 2 skeletons clad in training armor. There was no alternative. For Chen Yuding to advance her level, she required an abundance of materials. Gu Qinghan provided her with over 1,000 materials, resulting in merely 3 finished products, one of which became her bodyguard. Seeing Gu Qinghan's expression, Chen Yuding's spirits lifted. As allies with shared interests, her safety would improve as Gu Qinghan's strength grew. Tonight, I want to indulge in some fruit, honeydew, and bananas. Having raided a large fruit store in District C, Gu Qinghan had amassed a wide array of fresh produce. Since she had contributed today, she made a small request. Certainly, today we feast. Gu Qinghan replied, equally delighted. Turning, he noticed yet another magical fruit had dropped downstairs. He swiftly collected it and presented it to Chen Yuding, grinning. "Let us see how much you can increase this time." "I had good fortune with 10 points. Chen Yuding nodded, unhesitatingly consuming the magical fruit. 2 seconds later, her eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow! I also gained 10 points. Fantastic. Well, consuming too much fruit can lead to weight gain. Just enjoy an extra serving today," Gu Qinghan stated, turning his gaze skyward, suppressing the urge to shed tears. Chapter 39. The Gate of Calamity. In the ensuing day, Gu Qinghan scarcely departed from this area. The frequency at which monstrous entities emerged from the Gate of Calamity escalated, compelling Gu Qinghan to station all his skeletons at the entrance to swiftly eliminate them. Concurrently, through relentless practice, his proficiency with bone spikes saw remarkable enhancement. Unlike the wide-ranging damage of arcane spheres, his bone spike technique exhibited superior single-target penetration capability. He attempted to launch a bone spike toward the ground, and to his astonishment, the majority of it embedded itself into the earth. This power was now on par with that of the previous conventional weaponry. However, as Gu Qinghan pondered the predicament posed by the Gate of Calamity, An unusual fluctuation emanated from it. Upon inspection, he discerned that the newly manifested monster differed from those encountered previously. It was a diminutive treant, and upon its arrival, it ensnared the two nearest skeletons with numerous vines. Fortunately, Gu Qinghan's ample skeletons swiftly dealt with this creature. Raising an eyebrow, he descended to the ground and awaited a while. It was only when a second treant appeared that he was able to discern its attributes. Torment Treant. Level 8. Combat Power. 140. Description. A treant capable of wielding natural forces, able to remotely control vines for attack. Gu Qinghan squinted slightly. The monsters appearing were undeniably growing stronger. Yet, it seemed that creatures of comparable levels provided a greater yield of necromantic energy. After a day of combat, he was on the brink of igniting his next soul flame. Furthermore, upon vanquishing this treant, which bore a resemblance to a mage, he obtained a blue fruit. A faint suspicion arose within Gu Qinghan. This item might possess effects akin to the previous fruit. Upon inspection, he confirmed Frowny Face Mystical Fruit. Permanently increases maximum mana by 1 to 10 points based on one's profession. A maximum of 10 can be consumed by any individual. Without hesitation, Gu Qinghan consumed it. A refreshing minty flavor caused his eyes to widen, invigorating him significantly. Simultaneously, he discovered that his mana had indeed increased by 10 points. At last, Gu Qinghan's lips curled into a broad smile, affirming that his professional strength truly lay in sorcery. He rubbed his hands together and ascended to the second floor, eagerly awaiting the next appearance of the Torment Treant. Regrettably, the frequency of these Trent's appearances was low, and the probability of yielding mystical fruits was considerably diminished. Currently, his necromantic space was brimming with vitality fruits, yet the mystical fruits remained below capacity. However, he was not anxious. By nightfall, his mana finally reached its maximum, a full 100 points of additional mana. Though Gu Qinghan's vitality was merely 30 points, his mana surged to an impressive 260 points. With the addition of the 50 points from the Ring of Contemplation, he could unleash a staggering 31 bone spikes in succession. He had become akin to a human, self-propelled machine gun. In the midst of his contentment, Chun Yuding entered the room. Gu Qinghan, I've reached level 5. I've acquired a new skill called Enhancement. Gu Qinghan turned to her, astonished that she had leveled up to 5 within a mere day. Enhancement skill? What could that possibly entail? Noticing Gu Qinghan's puzzled expression, Chun Yuding chuckled and explained, this skill allows for the enhancement of a specific equipment's special attributes, though I haven't encountered the opportunity to utilize it yet. Gu Qinghan nodded, suddenly recalling that his apprentice staff possessed a special effect. Apprentice staff. Level 5. Combat power increase. 10. Special effect. Maximum summon quantity for Death Rattle Summoning Skill 2. He promptly handed the apprentice staff to her and inquired, do you think you can enhance this? Chun Yuding accepted the apprentice staff, and after a few moments, nodded, though her expression shifted to one of concern. I can, but it requires quite a bit of materials, 500 units of common materials. Gu Qinghan glanced into his necromantic space and realized he was short on the small bones provided by zombies. However, considering the materials supplied by the treants, he found he had just enough. Gu Qinghan immediately retrieved the necessary materials and urged Chun Yuding to apply her skill. It might fail, and if it does, those materials will be wasted, so prepare yourself. Chun Yuding looked at him and, with a hint of apprehension, nodded. Gu Qinghan's tightly pressed lips betrayed a flicker of anxiety. The recent materials had been nearly exhausted. If this attempt failed, he would have to wait for the Gate of Calamity to dissipate before gathering more. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yuding, clad in a rabbit-themed nightgown, placed her hands over the apprentice staff. Gu Qinghan watched in awe as the common materials on the ground gradually transformed into ethereal streams of light, infusing the staff. After a brief pause, Chun Yuding opened her eyes and sighed softly. Failed. Gu Qinghan observed her expression, disappointment creeping in. Chun Yuding glanced at him, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, it succeeded. Look at how scared you are. Gu Qinghan suppressed the urge to chastise her. Her recent antics had been quite exasperating. Nevertheless, he hastily examined his apprentice staff. Apprentice staff, level 5, combat power increase. 10. Special effect. Maximum summon quantity for Death Rattle Summoning Skill 4. The summon quantity had increased from 2 to 4. Gu Qinghan felt an overwhelming wave of joy. Each of his skeletons possessed over 100 points of formidable combat power. Moreover, once transformed into berserker skeletons, their strength would scale with their levels. He had anticipated Chun Yuting's assistance, but had not fathomed its magnitude. Impressive. Gu Qinghan summoned the additional 2 skeletons, who appeared wielding weapons and shields. This was a new application he had discovered for his necromantic space, summoning skeletons directly within it, allowing for transformation and equipping before they reappeared at his side. Alas, his materials were depleted. Currently, he could only equip 2 skeletons in training armor. Unfortunately, for Chun Yuting to level up, she required a vast quantity of materials. Gu Qinghan provided her with over 1,000 units, yet they yielded only 3 finished products, one of which became her bodyguard. Seeing the look of delight on Chun Yuting's face, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of happiness. They were partners of mutual benefit. As Gu Qinghan's strength grew, her safety would be further assured. Tonight, I want to indulge in some fruit, specifically cantaloupe and bananas. Previously, Gu Qinghan had raided a large fruit store in Area C, where an abundance of fresh fruits awaited. Having contributed today, Chun Yuting felt justified in making a small request. Certainly, tonight we feast. Gu Qinghan replied, equally pleased. Just then, he noticed another mystical fruit had dropped downstairs. He swiftly collected it and handed it to Chun Yuting with a smile, saying, "Let us see how much you can increase this time. My luck seems to hold at 10 points. Chun Yuting nodded without hesitation and consumed the mystical fruit. 2 seconds later, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, I too gained 10 points. How wonderful. Indeed, though consuming excessive fruit can lead to weight gain. Just 1 extra serving today will suffice." Gu Qinghan turned his gaze toward the sky, struggling to contain his tears. Chapter 40. The Hunter and the Prey. That afternoon, Gu Qinghan was downstairs honing his precision with the bone spire technique when he suddenly observed the door of calamity beginning to tremble violently. The space around it rippled, as if some horrifying entity was about to emerge. Instantly alert, Gu Qinghan gathered all the skeletons together, bracing for the impending developments from the door of calamity. Within mere seconds, the black iron-gray door of calamity abruptly began to disintegrate. Yet, thick, serpentine vines suddenly slithered forth from within. Simultaneously, several level 7 to 8 treants sprang forth, numbering over 20. Is there truly this many? Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow. It appeared that this was the final batch of monsters from the door of calamity. However, the sheer number of these creatures left him uncertain whether his skeletons could contend with them. As Gu Qinghan pondered his strategy, the door of calamity had completely shattered. A treant, standing roughly 3 meters tall, came into view. Furrowing his brow further, Gu Qinghan was close enough to discern its attributes. Treant Guardian. Level 10 Elite. Combat Power. 800. Description. A powerful being among treants, its resilient bark can withstand the majority of attacks and it can command weaker treants in battle. As soon as the Treant Guardian appeared, it immediately lashed out with its vines at the nearby skeletons. The thick, trunk-like vines produced a metallic clang upon colliding with the axes, while the impacted skeletons were sent staggering backward. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Gu Qinghan's brow knitted tighter. The last time he encountered such a formidable foe was with that mutated cat. However, unlike the mutated cat, this treant was accompanied by numerous subordinates. The remaining treants swiftly surrounded the skeletons. Although the skeletons managed to fell too, they were soon encircled by the tree folk. The treants employed a straightforward tactic, ensnaring their foes with vines and tightening their grip. Gu Qinghan could even see one unfortunate skeleton, ensnared by the Treant Guardian, its bones creaking ominously. Chun Yuting, prepare to flee. Gu Qinghan quickly ascended the stairs and knocked on Chun Yuting's door. He had initially thought he could find a relatively stable refuge to cultivate in peace, but it seemed that was overly optimistic. With no zombies in the vicinity to slay, and approaching the treants would be tantamount to seeking death. The only viable solution was to escape while those treants remained oblivious. Chun Yuting peeked out onto the balcony and, upon seeing the treants encircling the skeletons, her complexion changed. Wait a moment, let me grab the gear I just crafted. She turned to fetch her belongings, while Gu Qinghan helplessly glanced at his skeletons. It wasn't that he wished to withdraw them, but in combat mode, they could not be returned to the realm of the undead. Just as he was about to turn away, Gu Qinghan suddenly paused. In that fleeting instant, he perceived a figure darting rapidly towards him from the distance. As he turned to look, His gaze narrowed to a pinpricked it was the mutated cat. Gu Qinghan's heart plummeted. If it reached the outside, facing the mutated cat without his skeletons would be a death sentence. It's over. This cursed feline must have tracked my scent here. Gu Qinghan immediately grasped the reason for its presence and swiftly donned the cloak of concealment from the realm of the undead. At home, he typically kept it stowed away, lest it become cumbersome. Little did he expect that such a habitual action would thrust him into peril. Now, he could only hope that the cloak of concealment was potent enough to render him undetectable to the mutated cat. I've secured the gear. When do we leave? Chen Yuding re-entered, only to be abruptly pulled into Gu Qinghan's embrace. It was not an act of impropriety. Rather, Gu Qinghan was anxious to prevent her from revealing their precise location. As long as they were not seen, the effects of the cloak of concealment would remain intact. Chen Yuding, taken aback, opened her mouth to speak, only to find Gu Qinghan draping the cloak over her as well. Being an astute woman, she quickly understood that Gu Qinghan was evading something. But what exactly was he avoiding? That question lingered only for a moment before a cat's growl pierced her ears. The mutated cat had now arrived near the small apartment, curiously scanning the direction from which it could still detect a lingering scent. Oddly, why had the repulsive odor vanished in an instant? It had sustained several wounds from Gu Qinghan's skeleton the previous day, but with its enhanced regenerative abilities post-mutation, it had nearly healed within a day. Thus, it had followed the scent to this location, intent on eliminating the being radiating a peculiar aura. The mutated cat surveyed its surroundings before advancing towards the source of the scent. It sensed a strange presence ahead, yet deemed it inferior. It was determined to investigate further. To its surprise, it beheld a throng of treants brandishing their vines, ensnaring the skeletons like rice dumplings. Those skeletons were precisely the ones that had previously injured it. In an instant, the mutated cat assumed a combative stance, its tail erect, issuing a series of threatening hisses. It detected that the treants exuded a similarly loathsome aura, rivaling that of the despicable human from before. Yet, it felt confident that none of these treants could best it. Therefore, it issued a warning, demanding that the treants relinquish the skeletons for its disposal. However, the treants exhibited no sign of fear. Their purpose for being there was to wreak havoc. In a heartbeat, they surged forth like fearless warriors, encircling the mutated cat. Inside the room, Gu Qinghan held Chen Yuding behind the window, hearing what seemed to be several sharp yowls emanating from outside. Are those treants clashing with the mutated cat? Chen Yuding inquired, her large, doe-like eyes wide with curiosity, her voice barely above a whisper. Gu Qinghan nodded but kept his eyes shut. That moment, he was employing the vision of the dead to observe the unfolding situation outside. Although several skeletons had been reduced to shattered bones, a few still remained intact. Through the perspective of one skeleton, Gu Qinghan observed that the mutated cat had engaged in combat with the treants. Incredibly agile, the mutated cat darted about, striking and then repositioning itself, leaving the treants in disarray. Yet, the sheer number of treants was overwhelming, and even after losing some of their vines, they did not relent in their pursuit. The ground around the mutated cat was littered with severed vines, yet it had failed to eliminate a single treant. Particularly, the treant guardian's vines were not something the mutated cat could easily sever. While the mutated cat's claws left deep scratches, they could not truly neutralize the guardian's onslaught. Nonetheless, the mutated cat showed no inclination to flee, for it had sustained no injuries thus far. The resentment from its previous wounds inflicted by Gu Qinghan had now been fully ignited, transforming into a fervent offensive. It resembled a frenzied hunter venting its fury upon its prey. Gu Qinghan, observing the treant guardian seemingly trapped in a passive state, felt a twinge of confusion. Despite its diminished combat power, being an elite level 10 creature, how could it appear so ineffectual? Moreover, the treant subordinates did not seem genuinely intent on pursuing the mutated cat. Rather, it appeared they were deliberately extending their vines for the cat to slice through. Throwing a match? Gu Qinghan chuckled at his own absurd thoughts, yet he recognized that the treant's actions must serve a purpose. The multitude of severed vines on the ground resembled an extensive net laid out before them. Wait, a net? Before Gu Qinghan could ponder further, the treant guardian revealed the answer. Suddenly halting its pursuit, it thrust two massive vines into the ground. Instantly, the severed vines sprang to life, converging upon the mutated cat. The mutated cat attempted to flee, but it found itself ensnared on all sides by the encroaching vines. In that fleeting moment, the identities of hunter and prey were irrevocably reversed. Chapter 41. The struggle between the clam and the heron. At this moment, the mutated cat did not resign itself to its fate, but swiftly lashed out with its claws towards a nearby vine. However, the vines, which had previously been easily severed, had now hardened considerably. Thanks to this brief delay, the mutated cat found itself ensnared by countless vines. Yet, these tendrils were not capable of strangling the creature outright. The mutated cat was remarkably swift and possessed immense strength, managing to break free from several of the bindings. However, the Treant Guardian soon arrived on the scene. Previously unable to keep pace due to the cat's speed, it now had the advantage of the creature being trapped. The Treant Guardian raised two thick vines and struck the mutated cat with them. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed, and the mutated cat thrashed violently. Yet, the Treant Guardian did not cease its assault, delivering a barrage of blows until the cat's struggles finally began to wane. Gu Qinghan observed the motionless figure of the Treant Guardian with curiosity and switched to the perspective of another skeleton. It was then that he comprehended the Guardian's intentions. Suddenly, two eyes opened on the Treant Guardian's bark-like exterior, and a fissure slowly split open beneath them. After confirming his suspicions, Gu Qinghan realized that this must be its mouth. This creature intended to consume the mutated cat. However, a sense of unease washed over him. He had previously battled the mutated cat and, by his assessment, it certainly had not lost its will to fight. The Treant Guardian's strikes were formidable, yet it had endured them as a skeleton. There was no reason for the mutated cat to falter. The answer was clear. The mutated cat had not truly relinquished its combat capability. It was merely waiting for a moment of vulnerability from the Treant Guardian. At that moment, the Treant Guardian had lifted the mutated cat's body, its mouth agape as if about to split wide open. Just then, the mutated cat let out a sharp cry in an instant. Its claws elongated, and it tore through a section that had already been damaged. The mutated cat moved with remarkable speed, its 2-meter-long body twisting in midair before it lunged toward the Treant Guardian's mouth. Its claws glimmered menacingly as it seized the most opportune moment to strike. The Treant Guardian, unable to close its mouth in time, could only retaliate with its two stout vines. In the next moment, the mutated cat was flung to the ground, and the Treant Guardian's mouth was torn open, creating a significant gash. Immediately, other Treants encircled the visibly staggering mutated cat. However, the mutated cat, now exhibiting its ferocity, abandoned evasion and began to shred the Treants one by one. After the Treant Guardian's mouth had been torn apart, its two thick vines appeared to wilt, indicating that the mutated cat's counterattack had inflicted severe damage. Yet, the mutated cat was not unscathed either, as the Treants wrapped their vines around it, gradually restricting its movements. Some vines even ensnared its neck, making each breath increasingly labored. Nevertheless, the dying retaliation of a level 10 elite monster proved devastating to these mere level 7 or 8 creatures. 10 minutes passed, and over 20 mangled Treant corpses lay scattered around the mutated cat. At this point, the mutated cat had collapsed on the ground, struggling to tear away the vines binding it, but its claws hung limply. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of its abdomen, Gu Qinghan might have thought it was already dead. Chun Yuding, hiding beneath a window, grew anxious as the outside fell suddenly silent. Unable to witness the events unfolding, she knew that the preceding battle must have been perilous. Suddenly, she saw Gu Qinghan rise and wave his hand to summon several skeletons. "Where are you going?" "To scavenge. Do you want to come along?" "Absolutely." The two, under the protection of the skeletons, made their way to the battlefield, witnessing the aftermath of the fierce clash between the two elite monsters. Chun Yuding gasped, turning to Gu Qinghan and asking, "How did you know they had both been grievously wounded?" Gu Qinghan smiled but did not answer, instead directing his skeletons to gather the scattered bones from the ground. A horde of skeletons then rushed towards the ailing Treant Guardian, reducing it to mere splinters of wood. A surge of potent necromantic energy coursed through Gu Qinghan's body, igniting a soul fire and significantly brightening another. However, he did not rush to inspect his attributes. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the defiant mutated cat, which lay before him in a pitiful state, clearly seeking vengeance. Gu Qinghan approached cautiously, wary of any remaining strength it might possess. Are you unwilling to accept your fate? He understood that the mutated cat's intelligence had markedly increased, evident from their earlier skirmish. It seemed to comprehend his words, as the resentment in its eyes grew more pronounced. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly. Truth be told, his luck had been exceptional that day. Had either of these elite monsters encountered him individually, he would have had no choice but to flee. Yet, by some twist of fate, they had appeared together, allowing him to seize the opportunity. He unleashed a bone spike spell aimed at the cat's eyes, splattering blood across the ground. Yet, the mutated cat emitted no cry of anguish, merely fixing its remaining eye on Gu Qinghan, as if to imprint his visage in its memory before death. Chun Yuding, unnerved by the cat's gaze, retreated behind Gu Qinghan. However, he felt no fear, only a lingering smile as he spoke. Had I been the one to lose today, such a gaze might have mirrored my own. Alas, there are no what-ifs. With those words, Gu Qinghan's skeleton surged forward, encircling the mutated cat. A full minute elapsed before he felt a tremendous wave of necromantic energy flood into him. The mutated cat was dead. Simultaneously, Gu Qinghan found himself elevated to level 10. He spent a few minutes cleaning the battlefield, collecting the fruits of his conquest into his necromantic space. The mutated cat yielded no spoils, its blood pooling around its 2-meter-long corpse. However, the Treant Guardian's remains hovered with 2 orbs of light. Gu Qinghan opened one, discovering 3 scrolls within. Treant Guardian Scroll, one-time item. Effect. Summons a Treant Guardian with 500 combat power to aid you in battle. The Treant Guardian cannot move and will disappear after 1 day. Gu Qinghan pondered briefly before putting it away. While he had no immediate use for it, it might prove beneficial for his forthcoming plans. He then examined the second orb, which contained a piece of equipment frowny face wooden amulet, black iron. Level 10. Effect. Absorbs 1 fatal blow. The item disappears after activation. Gazing at the wooden medallion in his hand, Gu Qinghan decisively equipped it. His vitality had always been a weakness. Although the skeletons absorbed some damage, he remained cautious. Now, this shortcoming had been temporarily addressed. After collecting all the spoils, Gu Qinghan cast a glance toward the shattered Gate of Calamity. He had noticed some movement there after defeating the Treant Guardian. It seemed the rewards from the Gate of Calamity were about to manifest. Though these rewards might be mine by fortune, they must not disappoint me. Chapter 42. The time for revenge. When Gu Qinghan arrived at the location of the previously catastrophic gate, he discovered a chest shimmering in the color of black iron, quietly resting upon the ground. Without hesitation, he opened it, and a familiar surge of power slowly emanated from within him. The effect of the pioneer had been activated. As Gu Qinghan opened the chest, he was immediately greeted by 5 crystals radiating a mysterious purple hue. Magic crystal. A crystal imbued with enigmatic power, which may be of use to certain individuals. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. Was this not the very magic crystal spoken of by the corpulent merchant previously? After collecting the 5 magic crystals, he turned his gaze to the next item. Nature's Heart, black iron special item. Effect. Upon use, grants immunity to all toxins from black iron level monsters, and provides a degree of resistance against higher level toxins. Gu Qinghan weighed the heart-like object, seemingly carved from wood, in his hand before looking at Chun Yuding. This is for you. Upon receiving it, Chun Yuding's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her speechless. Although the priestly skills could dispel zombie toxins, there were no priests amongst them. Moreover, since the last infection, Chun Yuding had been particularly cautious in her actions. She feared troubling Gu Qinghan once more to seek treatment and dreaded the thought of him abandoning her. This is too precious. After a moment of hesitation, she attempted to return the item. Gu Qinghan chuckled lightly. Don't be shy. Just focus on crafting my equipment properly. Chun Yuding wanted to say more, but Gu Qinghan had already turned back to inspect the rewards within the chest. She gazed at him with a hint of gratitude before utilizing the item. Gu Qinghan's thoughts were straightforward. His class seemed innately resistant to toxins, so it was better to let Chun Yuding use it. This way, she could work more diligently for him. He then shifted his attention to the next reward in the chest, which appeared to be a pair of brown shoes adorned with vines, exuding an unusual beauty. Touch of the Treant, bronze. Level 10, combat power increase, 50, special effect. Enhances movement speed across various terrains and grants immunity to most slowing effects. Another item with a special effect. Gu Qinghan asked Chun Yuding if she could upgrade this effect, only to see her shake her head. Not for now. It requires 200 bronze materials. With a tinge of regret, Gu Qinghan nodded and chose to equip it. Suddenly, the injured touch of the treant vanished and reappeared on his feet. He felt as if his feet were enveloped by soft vines, making him feel considerably lighter. It seems this touch of the treant is a more advanced reward for my passive effect. He lightly bounced on the ground, feeling noticeably agile. At last, he found the time to check his status panel. During the recent battle, he had reached level 10. Player, Gu Qinghan. Class, Necromancer. Level, 10. Health, 30. Magic, 350. Combat power, 150-60. The base number of skeletons he could summon had risen to 10, and with the equipment effect, he could now summon a total of 14 skeletons. Furthermore, each skeleton had advanced to level 10, boasting an intimidating combat power. Frowny face Berserker Skeleton. Level 10. Health, 500. Magic, 50. Combat power, 150. Skill, Berserker Bloodline. If each skeleton could be equipped with training armor, disregarding other equipment, each would possess a staggering 250 points of combat power. Wait, my little brothers all have 250? Gu Qinghan dismissed this peculiar thought and turned his attention to the corpse of the mutated cat. The creature appeared large, with ample flesh, yet Gu Qinghan had no intention of consuming it. It was said that cat meat had a distinct odor, and he was not adept at butchering. He merely stored it in the necromantic space, as it could potentially be traded for something in the future. Having completed his tasks, Gu Qinghan stretched and tossed a treant guardian scroll to Chen Yuding. She looked at him in confusion, her brow furrowed. Gu Qinghan summoned his skeletons and explained, "I will gather some materials. Tomorrow, I hope you can equip all my skeletons." Chen Yuding nodded. Her success rate in crafting training armor had significantly improved. However, she sensed something more in Gu Qinghan's tone. "Why do I feel a hint of killing intent in your gaze?" Chen Yuding looked at him weakly, sensing that he had become even more formidable. Gu Qinghan shot her a surprised glance. "Is it that obvious?" "Yes, but I feel it's not directed at me." Gu Qinghan burst into laughter, leading his 14 skeletons outside. "There are some matters that need settling. Otherwise, I might miss the optimal moment for revenge, just like that mutated cat." A treant guardian scroll was sufficient for Chen Yuding to protect herself at this stage. His current objective was to slay more zombies and gather additional materials. "Li Qingshan, I wonder if you can still smile like before when you see me now?" In the cafeteria hall of Zone C, Wang Yin wore a joyful expression as he gazed at a large package before him. Inside were some compressed biscuits and military rations, even several pieces of equipment. Among these items were the ranged weapons they desperately needed, such as bows and staves. What delighted him most was a waterproof note attached to the package. "Survivors, please hold on. Civilization will eventually be rebuilt. I hope these items help you through your trials." Earlier, while leveling up outside, he had heard the sound of flapping wings overhead. Initially, he thought it was a mutated bird, but upon looking up, he saw a person riding a bird-like creature at least 7 to 8 meters long soaring through the sky. Upon noticing them below, the rider dropped a package before departing. This was likely a supply drop, and such provisions could only come from the government. As the group reveled in this unexpected boon, a voice suddenly called down from the second floor, "Wang Yin, I see a group of unfamiliar monsters approaching from the direction of the small apartment." That single statement caused everyone's expression to shift dramatically. Wang Yin swiftly retrieved his tyrant battle axe from his back and shouted to the people in the cafeteria, "Emergency assembly!" Moments later, over 20 stern-faced students followed him to the cafeteria entrance. After days of trials, these students had gradually adapted to the harsh realities of the post-apocalyptic world. Under Wang Yan's leadership, they had even begun to form a well-defined team. The previously sullen boy approached Wang Yan, and with a slight gesture, 7 or 8 zombies surged forth from the side. These were his puppets, completely obedient to his command. Anyone able to view the attributes of these zombies would note that they were all level 5 agile zombies. There hasn't been any activity near the small apartment for several days. Why are monsters suddenly appearing today? His voice remained magnetic, yet it carried a note of confusion. Wang Yin shook his head, gazing in that direction, his brow furrowing deeper. Before long, he spotted a line of pale figures at the edge of his vision. They appeared to be humanoid monsters, advancing directly towards them, their formation unwavering. Just as Wang Yan's brow was knitted into a deep furrow, he suddenly relaxed completely. He waved his hand at the anxious students and said with a hint of resignation, "Return. It's nothing to worry about. But those monsters? They're not monsters. Consider them a familiar face. Those are his summoned creatures." As his words fell, a figure cloaked in black emerged into view. "Wang Yin, it's good to see you again." Chapter 43. "Your skeletons are quite sinister." Wang Yin recognized the familiar voice and immediately confirmed the identity of the speaker. "Li Qingshan, you've become even stronger." At this moment, Gu Qinghan had only summoned 10 skeletons, keeping the remaining 4 tucked away in the necromantic space. It was not out of arrogance or overconfidence. Rather, Gu Qinghan had a habit of retaining a measure of caution when confronting others, a practice he had adhered to even before the apocalypse. "Not bad. I see you've grown quite formidable as well," Gu Qinghan remarked, sensing a palpable aura of menace emanating from his counterpart, a quality that only manifests through genuine combat experience. Previously, he had merely heard of it. Now, he could truly feel it. Many around them recognized Gu Qinghan, even though he had previously identified himself as Li Qingshan. Wang Yin enthusiastically beckoned Gu Qinghan into the canteen, his warmth radiating sincerity. Had it not been for the battle axe Gu Qinghan had gifted him, he would not have survived to this moment. Gu Qinghan chuckled and graciously declined the invitation, pulling forth the capable Chen Yuding from behind him. Pointing at her with a smile, he said, "Could you let her stay with you for a few days? I have some matters to attend to, but I will return to take her with me." "Is that agreeable?" "Of course. Absolutely not." The two responses rang out almost simultaneously, causing Gu Qinghan to raise an eyebrow slightly. Everyone turned to the young man beside Wang Yin, puzzled as to why he would refuse such a simple request. "Mingho, what is the matter?" Wang Yin asked, surprised by his friend's unusual stance, as he was not typically one to disrupt things at critical moments. The young man glanced at Wang Yin, then gestured toward the zombies beside him. "I'm Zhao Mingho. I'd like my zombies to face off against your skeletons, and then your girlfriend can stay here temporarily." Chen Yuding blushed deeply, while Gu Qinghan could only chuckle in disbelief. He was reluctant to clarify his relationship with Chen Yuding, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "That's fine. And you can have both of you join in?" His expression remained calm, not out of arrogance, but because he recognized Zhao Mingho's pride. He likely believed that with both of them commanding their respective minions, they could establish a victor. Wang Yin's involvement was also a means to further explore his own vocational traits, as Gu Qinghan suspected that the battle would conclude swiftly given the lackluster quality of Zhao Mingho's zombies. Wang Yin felt no offense. He understood that the man before him was stronger. Since acquiring the Berserker class, he had grown increasingly combative, harboring an innate desire to confront such formidable opponents. "Are you certain? Will your skeletons being injured not impede your subsequent endeavors?" "Not at all. We are merely sparring, as long as you don't dismantle my skeletons," Gu Qinghan replied. Wang Yin and Zhao Mingho exchanged glances before instructing those around them to clear a space for a makeshift arena. During this time, the onlookers had adapted to combat and increasingly revered strength. Wang Yin and Zhao Mingho were the leaders here, and the prospect of one challenging two was too enticing to resist. The battle commenced swiftly, with Gu Qinghan directing his 10 skeletons to split into 2 groups and encircle the 2 men. Wang Yin faced 6 skeletons, a deliberate choice by Gu Qinghan to encourage him to utilize his abilities more. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingho scoffed, feeling underestimated. With a flick of his finger, 8 zombies advanced toward the remaining 4 skeletons. Gu Qinghan was surprised to see that these zombies not only moved swiftly but also began to form a cohesive encirclement. Under normal circumstances, his skeletons could dispatch ordinary zombies with ease. However, under directed control, the threat posed by these zombies had significantly increased. "Not only do your minions coordinate, but mine are fully automated." Gu Qinghan smiled faintly, not even bothering to issue commands. The 4 skeletons suddenly dashed in 4 different directions, evading the encirclement of the zombies. 2 of them struck a zombie squarely on the head with their shields, sending it flying. In just the first round of combat, Gu Qinghan had gained the upper hand. Everyone understood that had the skeletons been wielding axes, the outcome for those 2 zombies would have been far graver. After 2 more minutes of combat, Zhao Mingho raised his hand with a rueful smile, saying, all right, the disparity is too great, I concede." He rarely displayed such candor, devoid of any bitterness. Such a person could accept defeat gracefully and maintain perspective. Gu Qinghan laughed heartily and replied, Are there not many mutated creatures around? You could attempt to control a few. You might find them significantly more powerful. True, but currently, I lack suitable candidates, and the control difficulty is much greater than with zombies. Alas, Zhao Minghe withdrew his zombies, continuing to observe the battle between his companions. The actual combat effectiveness of a puppeteer largely depended on the strength of the puppets they commanded. The Berserker class, in contrast, was inherently designed for prolonged warfare, thriving in the chaos of battle. Wang Yin still had 6 skeletons at his side, engaged in a fierce duel with him. Your skeletons fight in a manner remarkably akin to Wang Yin's style. Zhao Minghe leaned closer to Gu Qinghan, finally voicing what had been on his mind since their last encounter. He had noticed this similarity the last time Gu Qinghan had departed, and the realization had only intensified during actual combat. Gu Qinghan chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps it's because the skeletons fear not death, thus their tactics resemble his. Yet inwardly, he was sweating bullets, thinking, how could they not be alike? They were fashioned from the same mold. At that moment, his mimicry talent had once again assimilated Wang Yin's vocational traits, just as he had anticipated. Suddenly, Wang Yin kicked a skeleton's shield aside, then crouched down before leaping towards one of the skeletons. The speed of his jump was significantly swifter than normal. With a crack, he shattered one of the skeleton's ribs with the handle of his axe. Panting heavily, Wang Yin retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "No more. Your skeletons are truly sinister. It feels as though I'm battling 6 versions of myself." Gu Qinghan erupted into laughter, realizing that Wang Yin's recent attack had employed the Berserker's second skill. Furious Leap consumes 10 mana points to swiftly charge in one direction and deliver a powerful attack. Thus, after this skirmish, his skeletons had acquired the skills of Berserker skeletons. He bid farewell to Wang Yin and the others with a smile, setting off toward Zone B. After walking a short distance, he suddenly retracted the skeletons. When he summoned them once more, they were clad in training armor. Their appearance had transformed from grotesque, fearsome skeletons into solemn warriors adorned in black armor. He had initially refrained from equipping the skeletons to avoid overwhelming Wang Yin and the others. "Come, my warriors, let us pay a visit to our old friends," Gu Qinghan mused aloud, smiling as he led the 10 fully armed skeletons further into the distance. Under the morning sun, they resembled a battalion poised for battle. Chapter 44, Vigilance. Oldly, we already have over 100 professionals. Expanding the team will only exacerbate our food supply issues, Liang Chao remarked, observing the brooding expression on Li Qingshan's face within the confines of a library in Zone B. Li Qingshan glanced at him and promptly inquired, "Tell me, do you believe that with our current strength, we can navigate the school with ease?" Liang Chao hesitated momentarily before responding, "Not quite. Recently, new monsters have emerged. Along with those mutated creatures, the casualties would likely be devastating." Li Qingshan acknowledged this with a sound of agreement, but suddenly uttered what seemed an unrelated remark. Yet, on the second day of this game's onset, Gu Qinghan managed to escape from such a throng of zombies. "Are you not afraid he might return with vengeance?" Liang Chao offered an awkward chuckle before retorting, "Are you still dwelling on him? It has been a week. He might very well be dead by now." "What if he is not?" Li Qingshan's tone grew fervent. A person like him, if he were to perish so easily, it would be beyond belief. Since the day he learned of Gu Qinghan's escape, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. He regretted not eliminating Gu Qinghan outright after seizing his opportunity. Alas, regret is a commodity not available for purchase, and indeed, Gu Qinghan had escaped. Moreover, it appeared that Gu Qinghan's profession was not as feeble as he had initially surmised. Reports from students on the upper floors indicated that Gu Qinghan seemed capable of summoning fearless skeletons to aid him in combat. Observing Li Qingshan's demeanor, Liang Chao fell silent. Li Qingshan's temperament had grown increasingly extreme, yet no one dared to oppose him, for he was the strongest in this domain, a level 8 harbinger of calamity. Previously, a swarm of mutated rats had thrown everyone into chaos, yet Li Qingshan single-handedly dispatched them all. Furthermore, the new monsters that had appeared in recent days could only be confronted by him alone. Through sheer might and an unyielding disposition, Li Qingshan had claimed the library as his stronghold, emerging as the leader, if not the chieftain, of the professionals in the vicinity. Yet, this formidable figure remained fixated on a singular name. Gu Qinghan. He insisted that one day, Gu Qinghan would return, Intent on destroying everything they had in anticipation of such a potential threat, he tirelessly sought out professionals nearby to bolster their ranks and reinforce the library's defenses. The walls of the library had already been reinforced by several earth elementalists, thickened by at least half a meter. Suddenly, a girl with a face full of freckles approached, stating, "Today, while we were out searching for food, we heard someone mention that Gu Qinghan is inquiring about our whereabouts." Li Qingshan straightened up, turning to the girl with urgency. Gu Qinghan? Was he accompanied by a group of skeletons? Startled by Li Qingshan's intensity, the girl took a deep breath before replying, "No. We didn't see him. We heard this from a group clad in black armor." They seemed to share the same profession. Li Qingshan fell into contemplation. He had interacted with several small factions nearby, but had not encountered any professionals in black armor. At this stage, most professionals had little equipment at their disposal. Those with matching full-body armor must possess formidable strength. What could be their intent? He looked back at the girl, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Were there any other suspicious individuals in their vicinity?" "No. Only those 10 clad in black armor, but only one spoke. The other 9 appeared to be his subordinates." "What were they doing at the time?" "It seemed they were searching for food. When they saw us, there was almost a confrontation, but they did exchange some provisions with us." Li Qingshan gestured for her to withdraw and sighed, massaging his temples. Gu Qinghan had indeed come looking for them. Fortunately, his people had received the news first, granting them a chance to prepare. Resolving to heighten their vigilance, he promptly alerted all members to be on high alert. "Gu Qinghan, you couldn't have anticipated this. Fate is on my side, and your movements are already known to me." Li Qingshan sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "These fellows are quite swift in their actions." "It seems the news has made its way back." Gu Qinghan chuckled as he observed the number of individuals at the library's entrance swell from 4 to 10. The black-armored professionals seen during the day were, in fact, the skeletons under his command. The information had been deliberately disseminated by him. Although he had discreetly gathered intelligence about Li Qingshan, he had no intention of striking just yet. This individual appeared to be acutely aware of Gu Qinghan's potential for vengeance and had already amassed a considerable force of professionals. Gu Qinghan believed that such a newly formed group would lack strong cohesion, yet he wished to avoid unnecessary risks. With the enemy aware of his presence while he remained concealed, it would be wiser to gradually undermine their morale. Thus, Gu Qinghan made his way to a higher floor of a teaching building opposite the library, retrieving a bed from the realm of the dead for his lodging. As for the skeleton's ability to converse during the day, it was due to the new enhancements from his soul fire. Realm of the Dead, consuming 5 mana points per minute, grants the ability to see through the eyes of any one of your subjects and hear the sounds around them. Whispers of death. Under the effect of the Realm of the Dead, your will can be conveyed through your subjects. These 2 new enhancements had not bolstered his combat prowess, but instead granted him near-clone capabilities. It was through these newfound soulfire enhancements that Gu Qinghan had orchestrated his performance earlier that day. "Guard well, I shall collect the food around here for you." Gu Qinghan smiled, summoning his skeletons as he descended. This teaching building was devoid of any presence save for him. However, within the surrounding area, there were several locations where food could be procured. Gu Qinghan's destination was precisely there. He intended to gather all the nearby provisions into his realm of the dead. Consequently, for Li Qingshan and his substantial entourage to obtain sustenance, they would need to venture much farther in the current circumstances. The farther one traveled, the greater the peril. Moreover, having leaked information, Li Qingshan had fortified his defenses. As long as he could maintain their heightened state of anxiety while cutting off their food supply, such a small group would inevitably collapse from within. When the time came for Gu Qinghan to reappear before Li Qingshan, it would surely elicit a most unexpected surprise. A subtle smile graced Gu Qinghan's lips as he hummed a lively tune on his way to a nearby supermarket. He suddenly realized that he seemed to possess a certain aptitude for such endeavors. Chapter 44, Vigilance. Oldly, we already have over 100 professionals. Expanding our ranks poses a significant challenge in terms of sustenance, Liang Chao remarked, observing the somber countenance of Li Qingshan within a library in Zone B. Li Qingshan cast a sidelong glance at him before inquiring, "Tell me, do you believe that with our current strength, we can move freely within the school?" Liang Chao hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Not really. Recently, some new monsters have emerged, along with those mutated creatures. the casualties would likely be severe. Li Qingshan simply acknowledged this with a sound and then abruptly posed a seemingly tangential question. Yet, on the second day after this game began, Gu Qinghan managed to escape from amidst the throngs of zombies. Are you not concerned he might return to exact revenge? Liang Chao offered an awkward chuckle before responding. Are you still thinking about him? It's been a week. He might very well be dead by now. What if he is not? Li Qingshan's tone suddenly grew fervent. In truth, since the day he learned of Gu Qinghan's escape, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. He regretted having seized the opportunity from him without eliminating him outright. However, regret is a commodity that cannot be purchased in this world, and indeed, Gu Qinghan had fled. Moreover, and most importantly, Gu Qinghan's profession appeared to be far more formidable than Li Qingshan had initially surmised. From the accounts of students on that fateful day, it seemed Gu Qinghan possessed the ability to summon fearless skeletons to engage in battle. Observing Li Qingshan's demeanor, Liang Chao fell into a contemplative silence. Li Qingshan's personality seemed to have grown increasingly extreme, yet none dared to oppose him. After all, he was the strongest individual here, an 8th-level harbinger of calamity. Previously, a swarm of mutated rats had caused chaos, and Li Qingshan had single-handedly vanquished them all. Furthermore, he was the only one capable of confronting the new monsters that had recently appeared in the vicinity. With his overwhelming strength and resolute character, Li Qingshan had taken command of the library, establishing himself as the leader of the professionals in this region. Yet, this formidable figure was perpetually fixated on one name, Gu Qinghan. He insisted that Gu Qinghan would one day return to annihilate everything they had built. To prepare for this potential threat, he tirelessly sought out professionals from nearby areas to bolster their ranks and fortify the library's defenses. The library's walls had already been reinforced by several earth elementalists by at least half a meter. Suddenly, a girl with a pockmarked face approached, stating, "Today, while we were out searching for food, we heard someone mention that Gu Qinghan is inquiring about us." Li Qingshan immediately straightened his posture and turned to the girl, asking, "Gu Qinghan? Is he accompanied by a group of skeletons?" The girl was taken aback by Li Qingshan's intensity but mustered the courage to respond, "I didn't see any. We heard it from a team clad in black armor. They all seem to belong to the same profession." Li Qingshan fell silent. He had encountered several small factions nearby, but had not heard of any professionals donning black armor. In fact, at this stage, most professionals lacked substantial equipment. If they were all uniformly equipped, these professionals must possess considerable strength. What could their intentions be? Li Qingshan scrutinized the girl, furrowing his brow as he inquired, were there any other suspicious individuals around them? No. There were only those 10 in black armor, but only one of them spoke. The other 9 seemed to be his subordinates. What were they doing? They appeared to be searching for food. When they spotted us, there was nearly a confrontation, but they did trade some food with us. Li Qingshan gestured for her to withdraw, then sighed as he rubbed his temples. Gu Qinghan had indeed come looking for them. Fortunately, his own people had received the news first, which afforded them an opportunity. With that thought in mind, he promptly alerted all members to maintain a heightened state of vigilance. "Gu Qinghan, you never anticipated this, did you? Fortune has favored me. Your movements are already within my grasp." Li Qingshan sneered, a palpable malice gleaming in his eyes. "This group is surprisingly swift. It seems the news has already reached them." Gu Qinghan observed as the number of individuals at the library entrance increased from 4 to 10, a smile breaking across his face. The black-armored professionals from earlier were, in fact, the skeletons he commanded. Moreover, he had deliberately leaked that information. While he had indeed gathered intelligence regarding Li Qingshan's movements, he had no intention of striking just yet. This individual seemed to be aware of Gu Qinghan's intent for vengeance and had amassed a considerable number of professionals, forming a notable force. Gu Qinghan believed that such a recently formed group would lack strong cohesion, yet he did not wish to escalate risks unnecessarily. With the enemy aware of his presence while he remained concealed, it would be prudent to gradually erode their morale. Thus, Gu Qinghan made his way to an upper floor of a teaching building opposite the library, setting up residence by conjuring a bed from the necromantic space. As for the fact that the skeletons could speak during the day, it was a result of his newly enhanced soulfire effect's frowny face spectral vision. Consumes 5 mana points per minute, allowing one to gain the perspective of any one of their minions and hear sounds around them. Whispers of the dead. Under the effect of spectral vision, Your will can be conveyed through your minions. These two new enhancements did not augment his combat capabilities, but instead granted Gu Qinghan an almost doppelganger-like ability. It was precisely through these new soulfire enhancements that he had orchestrated the earlier performance. Keep a close watch, I shall gather the nearby food for you. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly, summoning his skeletons and making his way downstairs. This teaching building was devoid of anyone save for him. Yet, within the surrounding area, there were indeed places where food could be found. Gu Qinghan's destination was precisely such a location. He intended to collect all the nearby food into his necromantic space. Consequently, Li Qingshan's sizable group would need to venture farther afield to secure sustenance. In the current climate, the farther one traveled, the greater the risk. Moreover, having disseminated the information, Li Qingshan had fortified his defenses, as long as he kept them in a heightened state of tension while severing their food supply. Such a small group was destined to crumble from within. When Gu Qinghan eventually reappeared before Li Qingshan, it would undoubtedly come as a shocking surprise. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Gu Qinghan's mouth as he hummed a light-hearted tune on his way to a supermarket. He suddenly realized that he seemed to possess a remarkable aptitude for such endeavors. Chapter 44, Vigilance. Oldly, we already have over 100 professionals. Expanding our ranks further would pose a challenge in terms of food supply, Liang Chao remarked, gazing at the sullen-faced Li Qingshan within the confines of a library in District B. Li Qingshan cast a fleeting glance at him before inquiring, "Tell me, do you believe our current strength allows us to move freely within the school?" Liang Chao hesitated briefly before responding, "Not quite. Recently, new monsters have emerged, along with those mutated creatures. The casualties would likely be severe." Li Qingshan nodded, then unexpectedly uttered a seemingly irrelevant statement. Yet, on the second day of this game's onset, Gu Qinghan managed to escape from amidst a throng of zombies. "Are you not concerned he might return to exact vengeance?" Liang Chao offered an awkward smile before retorting, "Are you still thinking about him? It's been a whole week. He might very well be dead by now. What if he isn't? A person like him, to perish so easily? Not even a ghost would believe it." Li Qingshan's tone grew suddenly fervent. In truth, since the day he learned of Gu Qinghan's escape, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. Regret gnawed at him, remorse for having seized his opportunity without eliminating him on the spot. Yet, as is often the case in life, there is no remedy for regret. Gu Qinghan had indeed fled, and more importantly, his profession appeared to be far more formidable than Li had anticipated. According to the students on the upper floor, it seemed Gu Qinghan possessed the ability to summon fearless skeletons to aid him in battle. Observing Li Qingshan's demeanor, Liang Chao fell silent. Li Qingshan's personality had become increasingly extreme, yet no one dared to contradict him. He was, after all, the most powerful individual there, an 8th-level harbinger of calamity. Previously, a horde of mutated rats had caused chaos, but Li Qingshan single-handedly annihilated them all. Moreover, in recent days, the new monsters appearing in the vicinity could only be dealt with by Li Qingshan alone. Through sheer strength and an unyielding disposition, he had claimed the library as his stronghold, emerging as the leader, or rather, the chieftain, of the professionals in this area. Yet, despite his formidable presence, he remained fixated on a single name. Gu Qinghan. He proclaimed that Gu Qinghan would one day return to destroy everything they had built. In anticipation of this potential scenario, he relentlessly sought out professionals from the surrounding areas to bolster their ranks and fortify the library's defenses. The library's walls had already been reinforced by several earth element mages, thickened by at least half a meter. Suddenly, a girl with a face full of freckles approached, stating, "While we were out searching for food today, we heard someone mention that Gu Qinghan is inquiring about us." Li Qingshan immediately sat up straight, fixing his gaze upon the girl as he asked, "Gu Qinghan? Is he accompanied by a group of skeletons?" The girl flinched at his intensity but took a deep breath before replying, "No, we didn't see him. We heard it from a team clad in black armor. They all seemed to belong to the same profession." Li Qingshan fell silent. He had interacted with several nearby factions but had never encountered any professionals in black armor, or rather, at this stage, most professionals lacked any significant equipment. Those possessing matching full-body gear must be quite powerful. What could their intentions be? He furrowed his brow and asked the girl, "Were there any other suspicious individuals around them?" "No. There were just those 10 in black armor, but only one of them spoke. The other 9 appeared to be his subordinates." "What were they doing at the time?" It seemed they were searching for food. They nearly clashed with us upon seeing us, but they ended up exchanging some food. Li Qinghan gestured for her to leave, then rubbed his temples and sighed. Gu Qinghan had indeed come looking for them. Fortunately, his people had received the news first, which meant there was still a chance. With that thought, he promptly alerted all members to remain on high alert from that moment onward. Gu Qinghan, you never anticipated this, did you? Even the heavens are on my side. I am already aware of your movements. Li Qinghan chuckled menacingly, the intent to kill glimmering in his eyes. These fellows are surprisingly swift. It seems the news has made its way back, Gu Qinghan observed as the number of individuals at the library entrance swelled from 4 to 10, breaking into a laugh. The black-armored professionals he had employed during the day were, in fact, the skeletons under his command. The information had been intentionally leaked by him. He had indeed gathered intelligence about Li Qinghan through indirect inquiries, yet he did not intend to strike just yet. This individual seemed aware of Gu Qinghan's intent for revenge and had already recruited numerous professionals, forming a considerable force. Gu Qinghan surmised that such a newly formed group would lack strong cohesion, but he was unwilling to increase the risk unnecessarily. With them in the light and himself in the shadows, he preferred to slowly undermine their morale. Thus, Gu Qinghan made his way to a higher floor of a teaching building across from the library, conjuring a bed from the realm of the undead to reside there. As for the skeletons being able to speak during the day, this was a result of his newly acquired soul fire enhancement frowny face vision of the dead. Consumes 5 magic points per minute, granting the ability to see through the eyes of any one of your subjects and hear the sounds around them. Whispers of death. Under the effect of vision of the dead, your will can be conveyed through your subjects. These 2 new enhancements did not augment his combat capabilities, but rather bestowed upon Gu Qinghan a near clone ability. It was through these new enhancements that he had performed earlier in the day. Keep a good watch. I shall gather the food around here for you, Gu Qinghan said with a smile, then summoned his skeletons and descended the stairs. In this teaching building, he was the sole occupant. However, within the surrounding vicinity, there were places where food could be found. This was his destination. He intended to collect all the nearby food into his realm of the undead. This way, with such a large group as Li Qinghan's, acquiring sustenance would require them to venture much farther. Given the current circumstances, the further they traveled, the greater the danger. Moreover, having released the information, Li Qinghan had fortified his defenses, as long as they remained in a heightened state of tension while cutting off their food supply. Such a small group would inevitably crumble under pressure. By the time Gu Qinghan reappeared before Li Qinghan, it was certain to elicit great surprise. A slight smirk crept upon Gu Qinghan's lips as he hummed a light-hearted tune, heading towards a nearby supermarket. He suddenly realized that he seemed to possess a certain talent for such endeavors. Chapter 45. The Forced Famine. I just saw a shadow flitting outside. Me too. It sounded like footsteps. Could it be a ghost? Don't scare me. Li Qinghan furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the voices of the professionals around him. This was the second evening of heightened vigilance, yet Gu Qinghan had yet to make an appearance. Instead, an air of paranoia enveloped them. Most troubling of all was the incessant chatter about shadows darting past the windows for the past half hour. He dismissed such superstitions. Even if they existed, his current strength would instill fear in any malevolent spirit. Enough. You are all professionals. If anything, it is the ghosts that should fear you. With no other recourse, Li Qinghan raised his voice to the crowd. Their murmurs subsided somewhat, but soon someone inquired, "When is mealtime? Weren't we told we could eat our fill today?" Li Qinghan was momentarily taken aback by this question. Indeed, the group sent out to forage for food had yet to return. Had something gone awry? Had Gu Qinghan eliminated them? This thought flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. Impossible. Gu Qinghan is not the type to indiscriminately slaughter innocents. I mustn't frighten myself. He attempted to soothe the crowd's anxiety, yet he was unaware that his own heartbeat quickened. Fortunately, within 10 minutes, the foraging team returned. Where is the food? Li Qinghan had initially greeted them with a smile, but his expression soured upon realizing they bore nothing. His face turned ashen. Although there were some provisions left in the library, it was far from sufficient for the large group. A slightly hunched boy sighed, collapsing into a chair as he spoke. Don't even mention it. We scoured 3 nearby supermarkets and couldn't find even a single pack of instant noodles. How is that possible? Wasn't there a small supermarket that remained intact? But when we got there, it was indeed empty. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself tomorrow. The boy's irritation was palpable, his tone somewhat harsh. After spending 4 or 5 hours searching without success, his frustration was understandable. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes, his voice chilling. Have I been too lenient, allowing you to forget who the true leader is here? The boy stiffened immediately, but another nearby stepped in to mediate, saying, Boss Li, please don't be angry. We were chased for half an hour by a swarm of mutated sparrows today and still failed to find any food, which is why we spoke out of turn. Li Qingshan snorted coldly and directed his gaze toward Liang Chao, saying, Bring out the supplies from the previous package for everyone to share. We will seek food again tomorrow. Liang Chao nodded and led a few individuals to prepare a meal. However, half an hour later, the food they presented left many dissatisfied. Weren't we promised a hearty meal today? Who can be satisfied with this little? Exactly. Last night we had at least a bowl of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Today, we are left with only a bowl of mush? Negative sentiments spread rapidly among the crowd, causing Li Qingshan's brow to furrow deeply. Yet, his methods of managing the group were rather straightforward. He extended his right hand, and a large, shadowy hand materialized, reaching for the first person who voiced their discontent. The individual, caught off guard, was immediately lifted. Li Qingshan addressed the crowd. Today's circumstances are exceptional. I do not wish to hear voices that disrupt our unity. Tomorrow, I assure you, we will have our fill. Then, he turned his gaze to the person he had seized, offering a thin smile. It seems you are not very hungry. You may forfeit your share for the others. Without waiting for a response, he tossed the individual aside. The crowd fell silent, stifled by the intimidation of Li Qingshan's formidable power. However, the calm achieved through suppression is always of limited duration. On the following evening, when 2 teams sent out to search for food returned empty-handed, panic spread throughout the library. Could it be that those who went out to forage secretly consumed the food themselves? How could they find nothing at all? Indeed, although our B zone is dubbed the slum, there are still plenty of small supermarkets. I refuse to believe there is absolutely none. They had persevered through the day, only to face the prospect of another night without sustenance. To hell with it. If you think so, why don't you go look for it yourself? I've been running around all day and am on the verge of starving. This time, even Li Qingshan could no longer contain the discontent among the crowd. In the end, he resorted to physically reprimanding the 2 most vociferous individuals before he could quell the uproar. Yet, without food, everyone sat around in a daze or sighed in resignation. Li Qingshan's brow remained furrowed. He was growing increasingly agitated, yet he had to maintain control over the group's emotions. Tomorrow, I will personally lead a team to search for food. Even if it requires slaying mutated creatures, I will ensure everyone is fed. Few echoed his sentiment. Most merely regarded him with lifeless, half-hearted eyes. In truth, Li Qingshan's initial approach to leadership had been flawed. Very few genuinely respected him. Had he been able to establish a relatively sound order like Wang Yin, the current predicament would not be this difficult to manage. However, even if he now recognized this, it was too late. On the 3rd evening, Li Qingshan returned to the library with a group, bearing a mutated rabbit over a meter long and several mutated sparrows. He had not found readily available food, so he spent the day searching for alternatives. However, just as they attempted to process the carcasses, the library's lights abruptly extinguished. Despite the absence of signals, water and electricity had been functioning normally until now. Recently, the water had been contaminated with zombie toxins, but they could manage through the water elementalist's abilities. Yet, without power, they found themselves utterly helpless. Don't panic. We can start a fire for a barbecue. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, forcing a smile to maintain the morale of those around him. At that moment, Gu Qinghan stood near the library's power distribution box, awkwardly observing the darkened interior. He had initially intended to sabotage the power supply himself to instill a sense of panic among the inhabitants. However, as he approached, he noticed that all surrounding buildings had plunged into darkness. The unmaintained power system had finally collapsed, roughly a week into this global game. Yet, Gu Qinghan remained unfazed. Observing the flickering light within the library, he couldn't help but smile that it was time to stoke the flames. Chapter 46. An unintentional act leads to abundant shade. Gu Qinghan retrieved a scroll from his necromantic space, unmistakably the Treant Guardian scroll he had previously acquired. He handed one to Chen Yuding, keeping the other two for this very moment. Glancing at an open window on the second floor, Gu Qinghan tore the scroll and cast it inside. Within mere seconds, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from within. "There's a monster! Help me! Where are the professionals? Hurry up and slay the creature. Aren't you a professional too? If you're scared, why shouldn't I be? Be quiet. Don't panic. There's only one monster." The last exclamation came from Li Qingshan, but by now, no one was listening to him. Although he attempted to rally the group, his management style had not truly prepared them for the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Gu Qinghan, unable to see the chaos unfolding inside, allowed the Treant Guardian to wreak havoc to its heart's content. Meanwhile, he hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled back to his residence, his cloaking garment effectively blending him into the dimming twilight, causing the students loitering near the library entrance to remain oblivious to his presence. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Qinghan sensed the aura of the Treant Guardian diminishing. It was evident that the numerous professionals inside were finally on the verge of defeating it. Not bad. If I return tomorrow, I should be able to ensnare them, he mused, casting a satisfied glance at the library, his smile radiating brightly against the night backdrop. Suddenly, he noticed a group of individuals stealthily approaching the library from below. An ambush? Are they also targeting Li Qingshan? Chao Qing, Li Qingshan is inside the library. Shall we strike now? Outside the library, the students who had previously been on guard had already entered to engage the Treant Guardian. Wait, something seems amiss inside. It sounds like a battle is underway? A shifty-eyed young man observed the library, his gaze laced with malice. This was Chao Qing, who had previously attempted to seize Gu Qinghan's equipment, and the group behind him comprised students from Zone B. A few days prior, they had approached him with an invitation to join their ranks. After all, a professional with formidable healing abilities was invaluable in the perilous apocalypse. Chao Qing swiftly abandoned his ineffectual classmates but insisted on one condition. To teach Gu Qinghan a lesson, it was Li Qingshan he sought to punish, that time. Gu Qinghan had been operating under Li Qingshan's name, and this grudge had lingered in his heart. At last, the opportunity had arrived. Just 2 days after joining the group, their leader had begun inquiring about Li Qingshan's whereabouts. However, the information he gathered was scant. From the survivors foraging for food, they learned that Li Qingshan was a ruthless and powerful professional. Yet, they possessed little understanding of Li Qingshan's specific profession. Nevertheless, from the scant information available, Chao Qing grasped that this Li Qingshan was indeed the individual he sought. If he were not ruthless, how could he have nearly severed Chao Qing's arm simply for attempting to steal from him? If he were not powerful, how could he roam the school freely at the onset of the game? It had to be him. His injuries had healed completely, and under the influence of potent skills, not even a scar remained. Yet, the memory of that humiliation caused him an almost visceral pain in his shoulder. Li Qingshan, I bet you didn't expect me to come seeking revenge. Chao Qing sneered, then turned to a stout young man behind him, saying, Boss, it sounds like they're fighting inside. Our timing couldn't be better. The stout young man nodded and signaled to several subordinates behind him. 2 individuals stepped forward, channeling a purple energy in their hands. These were 2 mages. Once the purple arcane orbs were fully formed, they hurtled toward the library's window, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. My arm. We're being attacked from outside. It's Gu Qinghan. Is it the same Gu Qinghan we heard about? The sounds of distress echoed from the library, bringing a flicker of vengeful delight to Chao Qing's eyes. He stood up, almost delirious with excitement, shouting into the library, Li Qingshan, come out today. I shall have my revenge. Then, recalling the skeleton from that day, he shouted, Where's your skeleton? Bring it out. Though directed at Li Qingshan, his words took on a different connotation in Li Qingshan's ears. The sudden appearance of the Treant Guardian had nearly injured him, and his nerves were taut. Upon hearing the mention of revenge and skeletons, his mind buzzed with anxiety. Indeed, Gu Qinghan had returned, and he had found allies. Chao Qing's brazen provocation was interpreted by Li Qingshan as a challenge for Gu Qinghan to unleash the skeletons to battle. Join me in fighting back. Slay those outside, and we shall be free of worry henceforth. A hoarse voice emerged from Li Qingshan, tinged with a hint of frenzied madness. He had not slept well in ages. Gu Qinghan had become his nightmare, tormenting him since the very first day of his escape. If only he had sealed off the staircase to the second floor back then, even at the cost of danger, he could have snuffed out Gu Qinghan in the cradle. Or, if he had seized Gu Qinghan's profession at that time, he should have been ruthless enough to eliminate him. However, after the recent battle, Li Qingshan's subordinates lacked the courage to take the initiative. A few injured members even fled to the corners. I've kept you fed all this time, not to have you turn into cowards. Suddenly, two colossal hands formed from dark energy seized two individuals, dragging them before Li Qingshan. We're injured. We contributed to killing that treant. Yes, my mana is depleted. It's futile to go out now. The two explained, trembling under Li Qingshan's icy gaze. After a brief pause, he flung them from the second floor. I told you, when Gu Qinghan arrives, you must stand your ground. The two fell from the second floor, but their robust bodies mitigated the impact. However, they beheld a group of unfriendly faces. Chao Qing pointed at the two, exclaiming, Li Qingshan's lackeys, beat them to a pulp. Instantly, the stout young man dispatched several melee professionals, who swiftly subdued the two. Just as Chao Qing reveled in his triumph, a massive black hand descended from the second floor, reaching directly for him. The ominous aura emanating from it instilled a sense of dread, accompanied by a palpable intent to kill. This was Li Qingshan's ability, a bid to eliminate the incessantly barking dog. Chao Qing's eyes widened in terror, realizing he had no chance to evade. Just as despair washed over him, the stout young man acted. He extended his chubby white hand, upon which a layer of grayish-white stone materialized. The black hand was halted, dissipating into wisps of dark energy. The stout young man shook his hands, the layer of stone gradually fading from view. He looked toward the second floor, grinning. My brother seeks revenge. Li Qingshan won't escape today. Li Qingshan inhaled deeply, astonished that Gu Qinghan had enlisted such formidable assistance. Nevertheless, he was not unprepared. Chapter 46. A serendipitous encounter. Gu Qinghan retrieved a scroll from his necromantic space, revealing the Treant Guardian scroll he had previously acquired. He handed one to Chen Yuding, keeping the other two for this very moment. Glancing at an open window on the second floor, Gu Qinghan tore open the scroll and tossed it inside. Within mere seconds, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from within. There's a monster. Help me. Where are the professionals? Hurry and slay the creature. You're a professional too. Are you not afraid of death? Silence. Do not fear. There is only one monster. The last proclamation came from Li Qingshan, but at that moment, no one paid heed to his words. Although he managed to retain their attention, his methods of management failed to instill in them a genuine adaptation to the apocalypse. Gu Qinghan could not see the chaos within, merely allowing the Treant Guardian to wreak havoc. He hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back to his residence. The cloak of concealment served its purpose magnificently against the dimming twilight, causing the students lingering near the library's entrance to remain oblivious to Gu Qinghan's presence. After approximately 10 minutes, Gu Qinghan sensed the Treant Guardian's aura dwindling. It was evident that the multitude of professionals inside was on the verge of dispatching the Treant Guardian. Not bad. Another visit tomorrow should suffice to ensnare them, Gu Qinghan mused, casting a satisfied gaze towards the library in the enveloping night. His smile radiated with brilliance. Suddenly, he noticed a group stealthily approaching the library from below. An ambush? Are they also targeting Li Qingshan? Brother Chao Qing, Li Qingshan is inside the library. Shall we strike now? Outside the library, the students who had previously stood guard had long since entered to confront the Treant Guardian. Wait, it seems there is some commotion inside. It appears they are engaged in battle? A shifty-eyed young man observed the library, his gaze tinged with malice. He was none other than Chao Qing, who had sought to seize Gu Qinghan's equipment. Behind him stood a group formed by students from Area B. A few days prior, they had approached him with an invitation to join their ranks. After all, a professional with formidable healing abilities was undeniably valuable in the perilous wasteland. Chao Qing swiftly abandoned his inept classmates, yet stipulated one condition: to teach Gu Qinghan a lesson. No, rather, to teach Li Qingshan a lesson. At that time, Gu Qinghan had been using Li Qingshan's name, and this enmity had lingered in Chao Qing's heart. At last, the opportunity arose. Merely 2 days after joining this faction, the leader had begun to gather intelligence on Li Qingshan's whereabouts. However, the information was scant. From survivors who scavenged for food, they learned that Li Qingshan was a ruthless and formidable professional. Yet, they possessed little understanding of Li Qingshan's profession. Nevertheless, based on the limited information available, Chao Qing discerned that Li Qingshan was the very person he sought. If he were not ruthless, how could he have nearly disarmed Chao Qing for attempting to pilfer his belongings? If he were not powerful, how could he roam the school so freely at the onset of the game? It had to be him. His wound had healed entirely, leaving no scars due to the potent effects of his skills. Yet, the mere recollection of the humiliation inflicted upon him sent searing pain through his shoulders. Li Qingshan, I bet you didn't expect me to come seeking vengeance. Chao Qing cackled, then addressed a plump boy behind him. Boss, they must be fighting inside. Wei arrived at the perfect moment. The stout boy nodded and signaled to his subordinates. Two individuals stepped forward, coalescing a violet energy in their hands. They were two mages. Once the arcane orbs were fully formed, they soared through the library's window, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. My arm. Wei being attacked from outside. It's Gu Qinghan. Is he the one who was said to have killed before? The wails echoed from within the library, eliciting a glimmer of vengeful delight in Chao Qing's eyes. He stood up, his voice booming, Li Qingshan, come out today. I shall have my revenge. Suddenly, he recalled the skeleton from that day and shouted, Where's the skeleton? Release your skeleton. This remark was directed at Li Qingshan, yet it took on a different connotation in his ears. The sudden appearance of the Treant Guardian had nearly injured him, straining his nerves to the utmost. Upon hearing the words of vengeance and skeleton, he felt his mind buzz. Indeed, Gu Qinghan had returned, and he had found allies. Chao Qing's brazen taunts were interpreted by Li Qingshan as a call for Gu Qinghan to unleash his skeleton for battle. Let us charge out together. Eliminate those outside, and we shall be free from worry. A hoarse voice emerged from Li Qingshan, tinged with a hint of frantic madness. He had not slept well for far too long. Gu Qinghan had become his nightmare, tormenting him since the very first day of his flight. If only he had sealed the staircase to the second floor at that moment. Even if it had been perilous, he could have snuffed Gu Qinghan out in his cradle. Or, had he seized Gu Qinghan's profession back then, he should have resolved to eliminate him. Yet, after the recent skirmish, the courage of his subordinates had waned. A few injured individuals even scuttled towards the corners in fear. I've nurtured you lot for so long, not to have you turn into cowards. Suddenly, two massive hands of black mist coalesced, seizing two of them and dragging them before Li Qingshan. We're injured. We contributed during the fight against the Treant. Yes, my magic is exhausted. It would be futile to venture out now. They pleaded, meeting Li Qingshan's icy gaze. Li Qingshan paused for a moment, then hurled them off the second floor. I've said it before. When Gu Qinghan arrives, you must stand your ground. The two were dropped from the second floor, their robust bodies sustaining minimal damage. Yet, they found themselves confronted by a group of unfriendly faces. Chao Qing pointed at them, declaring, Li Qingshan's lackeys, beat them into submission. Instantly, the stout boy dispatched several melee professionals, quickly incapacitating the two. Just as Chao Qing reveled in his triumph, a massive black hand descended from the second floor, reaching for him with an unsettling aura and a potent murderous intent. This was Li Qingshan's skill, aimed directly at silencing this incessantly barking fool. Chao Qing was struck with panic, realizing he had no chance to evade. Just as despair washed over him, the stout boy behind him intervened. He extended his chubby hand, upon which a layer of grayish-white stone materialized. The black hand was thwarted, dissipating into tendrils of black mist. The stout boy shook his hands, the stone fading away as he turned towards the second floor, grinning, My brother seeks vengeance. Li Qingshan, you won escape today. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, astonished that Gu Qinghan had procured such formidable allies. However, he was not without his own preparations. Chapter 47. Stirring the waters. Come on, revenge now hinges on your capabilities. Li Qingshan suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh, as a thick black mist began to rise around the vicinity of the library. This was his second skill, known as the Dread Domain, which transformed a specific area into his dominion. Within this realm, all individuals aside from him would find their powers somewhat suppressed, and their vision and perception significantly hampered. This was one of the reasons he could confront certain monstrosities alone. His profession was indeed formidable, of course. Li Qingshan possessed another trump card. His acquired talent, aptly named Shadow of the Past. This talent allowed his skills to remain stationary, perpetually in effect until activated. Prior to obtaining his second skill, he had deemed it a rather lackluster talent. His first skill, Hand of Calamity, became glaringly powerful when combined with his talent. A colossal black arm would hover motionless in the air, deterring even the most foolish of zombies from rushing to their demise. However, after acquiring the Dread Domain, he realized this talent was extraordinarily potent. When inactive, the Dread Domain only left a faint mark on the ground. Originally, the skill's coverage was a mere few meters and could only last 5 minutes upon activation. Yet, when paired with his talent, the range was nothing short of terrifying. Since entering this library, he had quietly established his Dread Domain all around. He awaited this moment, anticipating Gu Qinghan to leap into his trap, whereupon he would eliminate him completely. Do not stray from my side. This individual possesses some noteworthy abilities. The plump boy's expression turned grave, though he concealed his alarm well. Having brought Chao Qing here, he undoubtedly had his own means of assurance. With a few commands, his companions swiftly formed a defensive formation, poised for the next directive. Across the street, on the upper floors of a building, Gu Qinghan observed the steadily rising black mist, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Although night had fallen, the moonlight remained relatively bright, allowing him to witness some occurrences in that direction. Yet, why had it suddenly turned dark? The sensation was akin to watching a film only to have an unexpected scene of a battle between a gored baby and Ultraman disrupt the narrative, leaving one feeling unsettled. Shall we investigate? Gu Qinghan was not foolish enough to venture into the black mist recklessly. Instead, he reclined back on his bed, activating the vision of the fallen. Below, several skeletons stood guard, one of which turned its head and began to stride toward the black mist. Once the skeleton entered the fog, Gu Qinghan suddenly grasped the situation amidst the cacophony of battle cries. Well, would you look at that? The person I inadvertently offended previously has come seeking revenge on Li Qingshan? Gu Qinghan found it amusing and suddenly conceived a devious plan. He instructed the skeleton to first remove its equipment and set it aside before charging into a battle zone. He paid no heed to which faction those individuals belonged to, as they all aimed to strike at him. Thus, he felt no reservations about retaliating. The skeleton swung its battle axe toward a student's back. A spray of blood erupted alongside a horrified scream, and then Gu Qinghan guided the skeleton to another skirmish. Again, it effortlessly struck down another opponent before quickly retreating from the battlefield. Some attempted to intercept the unexpectedly appearing skeleton, only to find it vanish without a trace with a single leap. In exasperation, one could only shout, "Be cautious, a skeleton is launching a surprise attack." However, the chaos reigned supreme. Under the black mist, nearly everyone was affected. No one could ascertain which side the warning originated from, yet they all solidified one thought in their minds. The opposing side had a skeleton assisting them, confirming their target was indeed correct. Having executed these maneuvers, Gu Qinghan commanded the skeleton to don its gear and then took refuge in a corner, observing the unfolding conflict. The age-old adage of the clam and the heron competing, with the fisherman reaping the benefits, was a scenario he had just experienced a few days prior, and he found himself encountering it once more. To be precise, this time it was a delightful misunderstanding. On the battlefield, Li Qingshan was in a bloodlust frenzy, having truly slain individuals, more than one. In fact, just moments ago, he had taken down a boy with greasy hair. Upon seizing him, the boy had immediately changed his demeanor, pleading for mercy, only to have his neck cruelly snapped by Li Qingshan's two dark hands. The sound of the boy's bones fracturing brought Li Qingshan a twisted sense of pleasure. Suddenly, he heard someone shout about the skeleton. "Gu Qinghan, I will definitely kill you today." He turned to see a pale figure flash by, quickly swallowed by the night. Scanning the area, he found no trace of Gu Qinghan. Rage filled Li Qingshan's eyes. That wretched Gu Qinghan was playing hide and seek with him again. "If you refuse to show yourself, playing your tricks, I shall slaughter everyone you brought with you. Let us see if you dare to emerge." He charged once more at a gasping girl, his gaze devoid of any mercy. Yet, just as a cruel glint flickered in his eyes, a stout figure interposed itself before him, absorbing his attack. "Li Qingshan, do you even realize you've committed murder?" The easygoing tone of the plump boy vanished, as he approached with the intent to teach Li Qingshan a lesson and secure Chao Qing's loyalty. They were all students, after all, and it had taken considerable time to acclimatize to slaying zombies and monsters. During the earlier skirmish, he had subdued several opponents from the opposing faction without truly intending to kill. In his mind, as long as he allowed Chao Qing to vent her frustrations, today's mission would be accomplished. However, he never anticipated that the other party would dare to kill. Li Qingshan regarded the stout boy, a black hand lunging toward his groin, while he sneered, "Do you think avenging him will spare you? You shall perish today as well." The plump boy's countenance shifted, a layer of stone enveloping him, yet he was still forced to grimace in pain from the blow. "You've lost your mind. We merely sought to cause you some trouble. Trouble be damned. I desire nothing less than your demise. Then do not blame me." The plump boy now bore a hint of ferocity. He suddenly stomped the ground, and a sharp stone erupted from beneath Li Qingshan's feet. Taken by surprise, Li Qingshan felt the shard pierce his calf, diminishing his vitality. Yet, after a mere glance downward, he surged toward the plump boy. Two black hands appeared, relentlessly battering the boy backward. Simultaneously, Li Qingshan reached his front, delivering a punch squarely to the boy's unprotected face. "Damn it!" The plump boy was struck, blood pouring from his mouth as he shielded his face with his hands, continuing to unleash skills at Li Qingshan's feet. Finally, as he was left reeling from the blows, Li Qingshan's body gave way, collapsing to the ground. His calf muscle had been pierced, leaving him unable to maintain his footing. Yet, in the final second before Li Qingshan fell, he unleashed another black hand, dragging the plump boy down with him. "Let us see if your own skills can penetrate this layer of your rock-hard shell." Bloodied and battered, Li Qingshan pressed the terrified plump boy onto the sharp stones protruding from the ground. "Please, no. Ah!" The sound of a watermelon splitting echoed, and after a brief convulsion, the plump boy lay still, devoid of life. Chapter 48. The end of the road. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth as he sat atop the corpse of the overweight boy, surveying his surroundings. The effects of the ominous domain were gradually dissipating. Although he had failed to locate Gu Qinghan, he had successfully eliminated several of his key subordinates. By his estimation, at least one epic class and two rare class practitioners had perished at his hands. "Gu Qinghan, come out, you coward! Face me, kill me!" he bellowed in a frenzied roar, staring at the vanishing black mist around him. Yet, no one responded. Only a handful of injured practitioners gazed at him in terror. Li Qingshan had slain several individuals, and the remaining ambushers had lost their fighting spirit, scurrying away like frightened animals. However, the defenseless Chao Qing was captured by Li Qingshan's subordinates. They dragged him before Li Qingshan and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. Chao Qing's face made intimate contact with the crimson and white substances on the ground, yet he dared not raise his head. "I'm sorry. I am sorry. I didn't know you were Li Qingshan's brother. Please don't kill me." His voice trembled with palpable fear, prompting Li Qingshan to furrow his brow tightly. With the last remnants of his magical energy, he conjured a hand of calamity, lifting the bloodied Chao Qing off the ground, and spoke slowly, "I am Li Qingshan. What the hell are you talking about? Ah? You're also named Li Qingshan? It's a misunderstanding, brother. Truly, just a misunderstanding." Li Qingshan's frown deepened as he pressed for clarification, eventually grasping the situation. "You bastard! That guy is Gu Qinghan. I have a vendetta against him." He hurled Chao Qing to the ground and attempted to stand, only to find his shins incapable of supporting him. He yearned to shred this Chao Qing to pieces, yet he inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent that surged within. "You can heal, right? Heal me, and then heal my men, and I want to kill you." Gu Qinghan had yet to appear. He needed to recover swiftly and organize his remaining subordinates for a counteraction. Especially since the super-large ominous domain he had meticulously prepared for several days had vanished. "All right, that I just ran out of magical energy. I was almost able to use the skill." Chao Qing nodded hurriedly, bowing and scraping like a dog. Li Qingshan said nothing further, simply remaining seated atop the corpse of the overweight boy, awaiting Chao Qing to employ a skill on him. Suddenly, he remembered that someone had shouted, "Skeleton," moments earlier. He glared at Chao Qing, questioning emphatically, "If you're not Gu Qinghan's man, then how is there a skeleton on your side?" "Ah? No. I isn't a skeleton from your side?" In an instant, a chilling thought surged through Li Qingshan's mind. Gu Qinghan might be watching him from some hidden location. The recent battle had unfolded under his guidance, leading to this catastrophic outcome. This realization drenched him in cold sweat as he scanned his surroundings. Aside from a few exhausted practitioners staring at him, there was no one else in sight. The buildings around them were cloaked in darkness, rendering any information indiscernible, yet he sensed that Gu Qinghan had already arrived. Even the recent food shortages and the sudden appearance of the Treant Guardians were orchestrated by Gu Qinghan. Are those mutated fireflies over there? Why are they glowing green? Suddenly, a voice reached Li Qingshan's ears, causing him to glance over. A boy was crouched on the ground, pointing at a patch of greenery beside the library. Following the direction indicated, he discovered two flickering, ghostly green lights swaying in the air. If they were indeed mutated fireflies, perhaps he could catch some for illumination. But wait, where would fireflies come from in his school? An inexplicable jolt coursed through Li Qingshan's heart, only to realize that the two green glows were rapidly enlarging. They were approaching him. Run! Someone helped Li Qingshan flee into the library, but no one bothered to assist the slow-reacting Chao Qing. As they drew closer, they discerned that the green lights were emanating from the gaps of a figure clad in pitch-black armor. The armored silhouette lunged toward Chao Qing, delivering a swift blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Chao Qing let out a heart-wrenching scream but did not die immediately. However, the armored figure had no intention of sparing him, striking again to extinguish his life. After slaying Chao Qing, the shadowy figure turned and dashed into the darkness without a backward glance. Li Qingshan stared at the retreating silhouette, his face ashen, speechless. Chao Qing was dead. What would become of his injuries? Just then, a girl's voice echoed from above. That's the one who told me Gu Qinghan was looking for us that day, although he didn't seem to glow back then. In an instant, Li Qingshan felt as though all the clues had converged. His heart sank into despair, yet he found himself powerless. He hadn't even laid eyes on Gu Qinghan, and he was already in such a dire state. Gu Qinghan, come kill me. Coward, spineless wretch. He howled in futile rage, his subordinates unable to restrain him. Soon, figures of zombies began to emerge, drawn in by the commotion. The group hastily utilized their meager magical energy to dispatch the few zombies that lingered. Yet, everyone understood that they could not linger in this place. The following morning, Gu Qinghan devoured a bag of small bread, observing as individuals continually exited the library across from him. Although he could not discern their faces, their hurried and disheveled figures conveyed a sense of panic. They were fleeing. Perhaps the darkness of the previous night or sheer exhaustion had kept them from leaving. But from dawn onwards, Gu Qinghan noted that people were steadily vacating the library. Rising early, he counted. Approximately 50 or 60 individuals had escaped. It is time to deliver the final blow to Li Qingshan. Gu Qinghan felt elated. The sensation of manipulating his adversary was simply exquisite. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether he was the villain in this tale. 10 fully armed skeletons had gathered in his room, surrounding Gu Qinghan as they made their way down the stairs. However, as Gu Qinghan approached the library, he was met with the overwhelming stench of blood. Chapter 48. Dead-end Li Qingshan gritted his teeth as he sat atop the corpse of the overweight boy, surveying his surroundings. The effects of the ominous domain were gradually waning. Although he had yet to locate Gu Qinghan, he had slain several of his formidable subordinates. He estimated that among those who had perished at his hands, there was at least 1 epic class and 2 rare class professionals. Gu Qinghan, come out, you coward! Face me! Kill me! His voice erupted in a desperate roar as he gazed at the dissipating black mist. Yet, no response came. Only a few battered professionals looked on in terror. Having witnessed his brutality, the remaining assailants had lost their will to fight and scurried away with their tails between their legs. However, the combat-inept Chao Qing was captured by Li Qingshan's minions. They dragged him before Li Qingshan and unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. Chao Qing's face came into intimate contact with the crimson and white remnants on the ground, yet he dared not raise his gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were Li Qingshan's brother. Please, don't kill me. His voice was thick with fear, causing Li Qingshan to furrow his brow in irritation. Summoning the last vestiges of his magic, he conjured a hand of calamity, lifting the bloodied Chao Qing into the air, and spoke slowly. I am Li Qingshan. What the hell are you babbling about? Ah? You're also called Li Qingshan? It's a misunderstanding, big brother, truly a misunderstanding. Li Qingshan's frown deepened as he pressed for details, gradually uncovering the situation. You bastard. That guy is Gu Qinghan. I have a vendetta against him. He flung Chao Qing to the ground, attempting to rise and strike him, only to discover that his legs could no longer support him. His desire to tear Chao Qing apart was nearly overwhelming, but he inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent that surged within him. You can heal, correct? Heal me, and then heal my men, and I will spare your life. Gu Qinghan had yet to appear. He needed to recover swiftly and organize his remaining subordinates for the impending confrontation, especially since the expansive, ominous domain he had prepared for several days had now vanished. All right, I just exhausted my magic, but I was almost able to use the skill. Chao Qing nodded vigorously, his demeanor resembling that of a subservient dog. Li Qingshan said nothing further, remaining seated upon the corpse of the overweight boy, waiting for Chao Qing to utilize his skill. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had someone shouted, "Skeleton," moments ago? He fixed a piercing gaze on Chao Qing and asked, enunciating each word, "If you're not one of Gu Qinghan's people, then how is it that there were skeletons on your side?" "Ah, no, it wasn't tea from your side." In an instant, a chilling realization gripped Li Qingshan. Gu Qinghan might very well be watching him from some concealed vantage point. The battle had unfolded under his guidance, culminating in this disastrous outcome. The thought drenched him in cold sweat, prompting a furtive glance around. Aside from the weary professionals gazing at him, there was no one else in sight. The surrounding buildings were shrouded in darkness, offering no discernible information. Yet, he felt an unsettling certainty that Gu Qinghan was already nearby. Moreover, the recent food shortages and the sudden appearance of the Treant guards were all orchestrated by Gu Qinghan. "Are those mutated fireflies over there? Why are they glowing green?" A voice suddenly pierced Li Qingshan's thoughts, drawing his attention. He turned to see a boy crouched on the ground, pointing towards a patch of greenery beside the library. Following the direction indicated, he glimpsed two flickering orbs of ethereal green light. If they were indeed mutated fireflies, perhaps he could capture some for illumination. But wait, where would fireflies come from in his school? A sudden unease gripped Li Qingshan as he noticed the two glowing orbs rapidly expanding. They were moving towards him. Run. Someone helped him flee into the library, leaving Chao Qing, who was momentarily slow to react, behind. As the figures drew closer, they realized the green lights emanated from the gaps in a suit of black armor. The armored figure lunged towards Chao Qing, swiftly cleaving him down before he could escape. Chao Qing let out a heart-wrenching scream, yet he did not die instantly. Nevertheless, the armored figure was relentless, delivering a final blow that extinguished his life. After dispatching Chao Qing, the shadowy figure dashed into the darkness without a backward glance. Li Qingshan's expression turned ashen as he watched the armored silhouette, momentarily rendered speechless. Chao Qing was dead, and what would become of his injuries? At that moment, a girl's voice echoed from above. "That's the person who told me Gu Qinghan was looking for us that day, but he didn't seem to glow back then, did he?" In an instant, Li Qingshan felt as though every clue had converged. His heart sank into despair, yet he found himself powerless. He hadn't even laid eyes on Gu Qinghan, and yet he was already in such dire straits. "Gu Qinghan, come and kill me." "Coward, spineless fool," he howled in frustration, his rage echoing into the void, unheeded by his subordinates. Before long, the shadows of zombies began to materialize around them, drawn by the commotion. The group hastily unleashed their meager magical reserves to dispatch the few zombies that approached. Yet, it was clear to all that lingering in this place was no longer an option. The following morning, Gu Qinghan devoured a bag of small bread rolls, observing the continuous exodus from the library across the way. Though he could not discern their faces, the hurried and disheveled silhouettes revealed their panic. They were fleeing. Perhaps last night's darkness or sheer exhaustion had deterred anyone from departing, but with the dawn of a new day, Gu Qinghan noted the steady stream of people vacating the library. Rising early, he counted, roughly 50 or 60 had escaped. It's time to deliver the final blow to Li Qingshan. Gu Qinghan felt elated. The sensation of having his adversary completely at his mercy was utterly exquisite. For a few fleeting moments, he even questioned whether he had become the villain in this tale. 10 fully armed skeletons had gathered in his room, accompanying Gu Qinghan as they descended the stairs. Yet, as Gu Qinghan approached the library, he was met with a strong scent of blood. Chapter 49. Resurrection through a corpse. The scent of blood is so pungent, Can it not attract the zombies? Gu Qinghan felt a flicker of doubt in his heart, but he was soon met with faint, anguished cries emanating from the library. You were the one who ordered me to seal the stairwell between the third and second floors, so why blame me? Li Qinghan, you shall not die a good death. He entered the library encircled by skeletons, clutching the last Treant Guardian scroll in his hand. Gu Qinghan understood the principle of giving one's all. Even when battling a mere rabbit, as a result, the first floor was devoid of any presence, with only the faint sounds of scolding echoing from the second floor. Upon ascending, a gruesome sight greeted his eyes. Blood was splattered across the floor. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow. The blood had not yet congealed, clearly having been spilled not long ago. As he ventured towards the source of the sounds, he stumbled upon no fewer than 6 or 7 corpses. The brutality of their deaths was harrowing. Some bodies were contorted, while others were decapitated. Gu Qinghan? Is that you? Suddenly, Li Qinghan's voice rang out, causing Gu Qinghan to instinctively heighten his vigilance. No, I am your father, Gu Qinghan retorted coldly, yet the response he received was a fit of manic laughter. Soon after, Li Qinghan emerged from around a corner, propping himself up with a wooden plank. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, as if he had just crawled out from a heap of corpses. His body bore countless wounds, the most grotesque of which had exposed his innards. Behind him, a large black hand held a blood-soaked figure aloft. Ha ha ha, I knew it was you. You finally came. I knew you would seek me out. Did you kill these people? Gu Qinghan asked, his brows knitted in concern as he regarded Li Qinghan, whose mental state appeared disturbingly unstable. Li Qinghan nodded, a glint of madness in his bloodshot eyes. These bastards consumed my food and drink. This morning they dared to flee. Death is their only fate. Gu Qinghan was taken aback. No wonder he had only seen 50 or 60 people leave. The remainder had likely fallen victim to Li Qinghan's wrath. Judging by his injuries, it seemed the deaths had been precipitated by a counterattack from the professionals he had slain. Noticing Gu Qinghan's silence, Li Qinghan spoke again. See that guy behind me? He was the bastard who helped you hide on the upper floor. The black hand thrust the figure forward, and Li Qinghan's fist came crashing down upon his face. Speak up. Liang Chao, I considered you my best brother. The bloodied figure merely let out a weak cough before falling silent. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Gu Qinghan commanded several skeletons to restrain Li Qinghan. Li Qinghan made no resistance, merely glaring at Gu Qinghan with a frenzied expression. If you had not provoked me, you could have made a name for yourself in this apocalypse, Gu Qinghan remarked, observing Li Qinghan's blood-soaked visage with a hint of lamentation. Tell me, are these people around you your little subordinates? Where are your skeletons? Li Qinghan suddenly slumped against a table, pointing with his bloodied finger toward Gu Qinghan's back. Gu Qinghan smiled, then instructed one of the skeletons to remove its armor and don it again. Your skeletons can wear equipment. Ha ha, then my death is not in vain. How do you plan to kill me? Gu Qinghan offered no further response. He simply turned away, ordering the skeleton to eliminate the deranged Li Qinghan. Liang Chao, who had been left with barely a breath, collapsed to the ground like a lump of flesh, utterly motionless. Observing Li Qinghan as he gradually lost his life signs, Gu Qinghan frowned. He led the skeletons on a brief survey of the second floor but found nothing of interest before departing. The cacophony of footsteps receded, leaving behind a scene of devastation that spoke of the earlier horrors. Suddenly, a dark red mist began to emanate from the decapitated body of Li Qinghan. This mist slithered into the nearby, now cold body of Liang Chao, causing it to twitch slightly, despite the absence of life. Minutes later, Liang Chao, covered in blood, staggered to his feet. He gazed in the direction Gu Qinghan had departed. A chilling smile creeping across his face, he coughed violently a few times, then chuckled darkly. Gu Qinghan, did you think I would die so easily? I possess a tool that allows for resurrection through a corpse. Alarmingly, his voice was an exact replica of Li Qinghan's. Even the ferocity gleamed in his eyes mirrored that of the former. He attempted to rise but was seized by excruciating pain. Yet, the thought of having deceived Gu Qinghan made it all worthwhile. That person truly did not deceive me. This device can indeed allow for resurrection. Though it was Liang Chao's body, it housed Li Qinghan's spirit. He lay back on the ground, gasping for air. reveling in the heavy scent of blood that filled his nostrils, as if he were meant to exist in such an environment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the previously silent library. The sound intensified, prompting Li Qingshan to turn with a grim expression toward the stairwell. Gu Qinghan, who should have vanished, reappeared, his face a mask of amusement. Quite difficult to kill, are you? Or should I commend your acting skills? You nearly fooled me. You. Li Qingshan sprang up, astonishment etched on his features. Why haven't you left? Curious to know? Share your secret of resurrection, and I shall enlighten you. Gu Qingshan's eyes glinted with murderous intent, yet he was intrigued by how this individual had achieved such a feat. He knew Li Qingshan was not dead, for after his head was severed, no necromantic energy had emerged. Previously, any slain monstrosity, mutated creature, or human would yield necromantic energy upon their demise, providing him with insight invisible to others. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. He possessed no means of resistance at that moment. His original plan had been to feign madness, be killed, and then survive through Liang Chao's identity. However, for reasons unknown, Gu Qinghan had seen through his ruse, obliterating his entire scheme. If you will not grant me life, then let us die together. Suddenly, Li Qingshan emitted a sound that was far from human. In an instant, his battered body rose from the ground, standing upright with an eerie rigidity. Gu Qingshan's brow furrowed. At that moment, he witnessed the blood upon the ground surge towards Li Qingshan. The latter's body absorbed the blood like a sponge. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down Gu Qingshan's spine. He immediately commanded his skeletons to charge, only to find Li Qingshan's speed had surged, delivering a kick to one of the skeletons. With a resounding crack, the shield in the skeleton's grasp shattered. Even after being attacked by a mutated cat, the shield had shown no signs of damage, merely sustaining some scratches. Yet now, Li Qingshan's kick had obliterated it. Let us die together. Ha ha ha, together. Li Qingshan's voice now carried a sinister echo, each word resembling the sound of sharp claws scraping against a chalkboard. He appeared as a predatory beast, mercilessly striking again at the black-armored skeleton. With another crack, the impacted skeleton was sent flying several meters away, the sound of shattering bones causing Gu Qingshan's pupils to constrict. What on earth was happening to this individual? Chapter 50. A personal killing without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghan summoned the remaining 4 skeletons, encircling their foe. Yet, Li Qingshan's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving the skeletons struggling to keep pace. Gu Qinghan's expression darkened. Li Qingshan's formidable power was akin to that of a monstrous beast, perpetually shifting and evading. No, it seemed he had truly transformed into a creature of nightmares, for Gu Qinghan could discern certain information about him. Level 8. This was the second time Gu Qinghan had encountered a question mark. The first was that self-proclaimed game merchant. However, this entity was merely level 8, yet exhibited an outrageous level of combat prowess. The 14 skeletons erupted in a blaze of crimson light, signaling the activation of the berserker's first skill. Nonetheless, even with such fervor, the skeletons could only endure the onslaught, struggling to catch a glimpse of Li Qingshan's elusive form. Were it not for the protective presence of these skeletons, Li Qingshan would surely have been able to eliminate Gu Qinghan in an instant. One skeleton executed a frenzied leap, finally landing a blow on Li Qingshan, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. Yet, before Gu Qinghan could even muster a smile, Li Qingshan's muscles writhed, healing the injury almost instantaneously. Li Qingshan cast a glance at his own body, then grinned menacingly. Today, you are doomed? As he spoke, he delivered a powerful punch to the skeleton's face, following it swiftly with another. By the time the other skeletons converged, Li Qingshan had already wrenched the head from the unfortunate skeleton. Gu Qinghan said nothing, merely summoning another skeleton to take its place. The newly summoned skeleton, lacking armor training, revealed its fragility the moment it entered the fray. However, Gu Qinghan had no other choice. If the skeletons continued to dwindle, this battle would become increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, his mind raced, seeking a way to turn the tide. Li Qingshan continued his assault, leaving a trail of shattered bones in his wake. Gu Qinghan attempted to replenish his ranks, but the pace of Li Qingshan's kills far outstripped his own. Though he still possessed the skill bone spike, he recognized that amidst the chaos of battle, he would be unable to land a hit. Eventually, Gu Qinghan raised his hand once more, but no skeletons emerged. Li Qingshan, slightly delayed, burst into laughter, black blood trickling from his mouth. I told you, today you die. Reluctantly, Gu Qinghan surveyed the battlefield before turning and sprinting downstairs. However, the original skeletons were powerless against Li Qingshan. Without reinforcements, they could not contain his movements. Li Qingshan endured a skeleton's attack and charged through the encirclement, moving with such speed that he was upon Gu Qinghan's back within moments. He struck Gu Qinghan with a punch, the force akin to being struck by a small car, sending Gu Qinghan sprawling forward. Simultaneously, his health points plummeted by over 20. Had he not consumed 10 health fruits earlier, this blow might have entirely depleted his vitality. At that moment, a skeleton that was on the verge of collapse suddenly crumbled into a pile of white bones. All the skeletons had absorbed some of the damage for Gu Qinghan, but this particular skeleton, already bloodied, suffered a complete loss of vitality. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan fell to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. He turned to face Li Qingshan, his gaze filled with defiance, yet he could not retreat. Not dead? Then take another punch. Li Qingshan's previously broad grin vanished abruptly, but he quickly swung another punch toward Gu Qinghan. Just then, Gu Qinghan broke into a wide grin, raising his right hand with fervor. Previously, the distance had rendered his bone spike ineffective, but now, he could ensure a hit. A flurry of pale bone spikes materialized, launching toward the oncoming Li Qingshan. The bone spikes had no cooldown period. Gu Qinghan had previously cast them one by one to conserve mana. But now, he unleashed no fewer than 10. Li Qingshan attempted to evade, but his swiftness was of no use. He was unable to dodge in time, that a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. Having unleashed such power, he knew he was beyond salvation. Yet, Gu Qinghan must perish. He disregarded the incoming bone spikes and charged toward Gu Qinghan. However, Gu Qinghan pointed his staff, summoning a skeleton before him. The skeleton had no time to react before being sent flying by Li Qingshan's impact. Yet, this brief moment allowed Gu Qinghan to roll away from the attack. Simultaneously, the majority of the flying bone spikes pierced Li Qingshan's flesh, one even embedding itself in the right side of his neck. You still have mana, Li Qingshan attempted to pursue, but the skeletons surged forth, surrounding him once more. Gu Qinghan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and summoned his skeletons back to 14. Despite the blood staining his teeth, he smiled brightly. You're not the only one who can act. I can too. He had a substantial 350 points of mana at his disposal. There was no way he could exhaust it so quickly. His earlier strategy had been to lure Li Qingshan into a false sense of security, using himself as bait for a decisive strike. Though risky, Gu Qinghan believed it was his only option. He possessed a talisman capable of withstanding a fatal blow. He was willing to gamble. It appeared that he had succeeded. Li Qingshan continued to fight, but the bone spikes lodged in his muscles hindered his ability to heal. Consequently, his speed diminished, and he was soon overwhelmed by Gu Qinghan's skeletons. Axes struck his body repeatedly, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. Ultimately, a blow severed one of his legs, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. I want to accept this. I refuse. Li Qingshan's voice dripped with bitterness, akin to a wild beast trapped in a cage. Unleashing a desperate roar, Gu Qinghan ordered the skeletons to pin Li Qingshan to the ground and seized a tyrant's battle axe from one of the skeletons. This weapon was substantial, requiring both hands to wield effectively. He secured his staff at his waist and approached Li Qingshan, who thrashed in vain. Gu Qinghan regarded him with the detached gaze one might reserve for a corpse. Prepare to meet your end. In this global game, everyone must perish, ha ha ha. Li Qingshan's voice grew indistinct as dark red blood continuously flowed from his mouth, nose, and even his eyes. Gu Qinghan did not bother to inquire further, knowing that Li Qingshan would offer no answers. He laboriously raised the axe, aiming for Li Qingshan's head, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. At least, you will die before me. With that, the mighty axe fell, severing Li Qingshan's lifeline irrevocably. In that moment, Gu Qinghan sensed the presence of deathly energy, finally alleviating his concerns. Li Qingshan was truly dead, extinguished by his own hand. Gu Qinghan felt a tumult in his stomach. Previously, the skeletons had done the killing, and he had merely observed from a distance. Even when he had slain Chao Qing, it had been the skeletons that executed the act, leaving him largely unaffected. But now, having personally taken a life, even that of an enemy, he experienced an unsettling sensation. His hands trembled slightly, but he quickly regained control. It's all right. This is merely the beginning. It's nothing. Gu Qinghan took several deep breaths, the pungent odor of blood making him feel nauseous, yet he resisted the urge to vomit. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly, his expression returning to its previous calm demeanor. At this juncture, Gu Qinghan appeared much as he had before, yet there was an undeniable difference within him. Chapter 51. The Ancient Tree, Guardian, or Prison. Brother Li Qingshan, how did you end up in such a state? At the entrance of the cafeteria in Area C, Wang Yin gazed at Gu Qinghan, his brow slightly furrowed. Gu Qinghan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not seriously harmed. Noticing that the others still referred to him as Li Qingshan, he chuckled and replied, "Actually, I deceived you earlier. My name is Gu Qinghan." Initially, he had assumed the identity of Li Qingshan out of a sense of mischief, but more importantly, it was to conceal his true self. However, now that he had dealt with Li Qingshan, he felt there was no need to continue the charade with Wang Yin, who was undoubtedly a kind-hearted and earnest individual. Wang Yin reacted with surprise, then promptly responded with a light-hearted tone, "It's a trivial matter. By the way, has everything been resolved?" "Yes, relatively well. I appreciate your help these past few days. Just a small favor, really. Speaking of which, do you have any plans for the near future?" Wang Yan's gaze shifted apprehensively to the skeleton behind Gu Qinghan. If his estimation was correct, 3 or 4 such skeletons could pose a significant challenge to him. If 5 or 6 were to attack simultaneously, he would likely be in grave danger. Gu Qinghan scratched his head. His foremost goal now was merely to survive. Initially, he had intended to enhance his abilities within the confines of the school, but as his power grew, so too did the demand for necromantic energy required for further advancement. If he relied solely on defeating these weak monsters, it would take an eternity to level up. However, after his recent encounter with Li Qingshan, he had come to a stark realization. His strength still fell short of being exceptional. More critically, after slaying Li Qingshan, a surge of dark red necromantic energy had entered his body. While it posed no immediate threat, Gu Qinghan could not shake a sense of foreboding. To live, he needed to grow stronger. To achieve that, the university campus no longer sufficed. Furthermore, he had to venture outside to find someone of great importance. At that moment, Chan Yuding hurried over, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the bloodstains on Gu Qinghan. However, upon realizing it was not his blood, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us step outside the school and see how the world fares. Staying here will only lead to stagnation. I yearn to explore." Gu Qinghan's words carried a stubborn undertone, eliciting a faint smile from Chen Yuding. Yet before she could fully express her delight, Wang Yin interrupted her daydream, letting out a sigh. "Don't think I'm trying to dampen your spirits, brother. While your strength is impressive, I fear that escaping the school may not be so simple." Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow in confusion. "What makes you say that? Do you know something?" Wang Yin nodded, taking a sip of water before continuing. "Yesterday, while I was out leveling up, I encountered a team returning from the direction of the C District Gate. They shared some unsettling news with me." He paused momentarily before posing a seemingly unrelated question. "You must be aware that our school has an ancient tree dating back to its founding, right?" Gu Qinghan was puzzled by the relevance of this inquiry, but nodded nonetheless. "According to those who returned, it seems this ancient tree has undergone a mutation. That tree must be over 100 years old. Isn't it said to be on the verge of dying? What does this have to do with our inability to leave the campus?" Wang Yin sighed, a look of resignation on his face. "It is precisely this mutated tree that has encircled the school. That team traveled all the way from Area A and found no way out." Gu Qinghan was taken aback. His university spanned a vast expanse. How could it possibly be ensnared by a single tree? Yet, Wang Yan's earnest expression suggested he was not fabricating the tale. Aware of the alarming nature of his statement, Wang Yin retrieved his phone. He wiped the smudged screen and opened a photograph, seemingly taken of another's phone display. Gu Qinghan was astonished that Wang Yin still possessed a phone and quickly turned his attention to the photo. As he discerned its contents, his expression shifted from indifference to shock and disbelief. The image depicted the university's entrance, but there, at the gate, thick roots as robust as those of an adult emerged from the ground, stretching upward for quite a distance. From the photograph, It appeared that this root wall stood around 3 to 4 meters tall. It resembles a primordial forest, Chen Yuding murmured, her eyes wide with astonishment. Gu Qinghan's brow furrowed deeply. Although the photo was somewhat blurred, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of oppression. It felt as though he were trapped in a cage, awaiting selection. He turned to Wang Yin and inquired, did they not attempt to escape? Do these roots pose a threat to humans? They did try, but climbing out is impossible due to a slippery, viscous substance coating the roots. Digging them out is futile as well, for these roots possess remarkable regenerative abilities and swiftly mend any damage inflicted. Some speculate that this tree seeks to imprison us within the school, while others believe it is protecting us. Gu Qinghan's lips twitched. He had indeed heard of the tree being referred to as the guardian tree of their university. However, to assume that a mutated ancient tree would protect them based solely on this notion seemed exceedingly naive and optimistic. Regardless, I intend to investigate for myself. Thank you for the information. He expressed his gratitude to Wang Yin earnestly before preparing to leave. Wang Yin hesitated for a moment before suddenly calling out to him, I know my strength is insignificant to you, so I won't ask to accompany you, but may I make a request? Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment, not rushing to agree. Go ahead. If it's not too troublesome, I can assist you. He held Wang Yin in high regard, appreciating the help he had received and the information regarding the mutated tree. Such a person, provided he did not impose too much trouble, was worth aiding. Wang Yin's face lit up with a smile upon hearing this. Rest assured, it won't be a burden. There's a food processing factory to the north of our school. My parents work there, and they are likely still there now. I would like to ask you to check on them and let them know I'm safe. Gu Qinghan was familiar with that food processing factory, which was reportedly a well-known enterprise from the land of pickled vegetables. However, the distance from the school to that location was at least several dozen kilometers. Before the onset of the current predicament, a taxi could cover that distance swiftly. Yet now, traversing it might take an arduous amount of time, fraught with countless unknown dangers. I'm sorry, but I cannot risk traveling that far at this time. Gu Qinghan shook his head. He was not a reckless altruist, and Wang Yan's request exceeded his expectations. He adhered to a personal code of ethics, believing that the effort expended must be roughly equivalent to the rewards received. He was willing to reciprocate help given to him, provided it did not jeopardize his own safety. Had he been sufficiently powerful or possessed a compelling reason to take such a risk, he might have agreed, but that was not the case now. Wang Yin realized he had not articulated his request clearly and quickly clarified, I apologize. Please let me finish. The food processing factory specializes in pre-prepared meals, and you could acquire a substantial amount of food there. You're likely subsisting on bread and instant noodles these days, right? You can't possibly rely on those indefinitely. His words tumbled out rapidly, as though he feared Gu Qinghan might walk away at any moment. Gu Qinghan regarded him with newfound interest before responding, but pre-prepared meals require specific storage conditions, don't they? With the power outage, what use would it be for me to go there? Upon hearing this, Wang Yin recognized that Gu Qinghan was intrigued and quickly elaborated. Rest assured, that factory produces at least dozens of tons daily and has long anticipated the power outages. My father mentioned that their cold storage is equipped with imported batteries, capable of sustaining the refrigeration for nearly 2 weeks. Gu Qinghan fell silent, weighing the potential gains and losses in his mind. I will agree to your request, but I cannot guarantee success. If I encounter dangers beyond my capability on the way, I will not hesitate to abandon the effort. Wang Yin nodded. The mere willingness to attempt was already a significant victory. Thank you. Chapter 52. The Secrets of the Profession. 3 hours later, Gu Qinghan departed from the small apartment he had only recently inhabited, accompanied by Chen Yuding. He had taken the time to freshen up and donned a clean set of clothing. During this interval, Chen Yuding had not been idle. She had meticulously repaired the training armor of Gu Qinghan's skeletons. The photographs provided by Wang Yin intensified the urgency in his heart, prompting both of them to hasten towards the nearest wall. At this moment, Gu Qinghan was unconcerned with concealing his strength. The 14 skeletons unleashed their full firepower, like a relentless meat grinder, mercilessly cleaving through the zombies in their path. However, they encountered no creatures akin to the Treants during this stretch of their journey. Are these zombies all at level 5? Gu Qinghan inquired, glancing at the attributes of the surrounding undead as they proceeded. Just moments ago, he had spotted an 8-level tyrant zombie. This particular zombie boasted formidable speed and strength, and upon its demise, it dropped an axe of the same level. Tyrant Battle Axe. Level 8. Increases combat power. 50. Without hesitation, Gu Qinghan commanded one of the skeletons to equip the level 8 axe, thereby significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Just considering this single skeleton, its base combat power was 150 points. The training armor contributed an additional 100 points, the Tyrant Battle Axe added 50 points, and the spiked shield lent another 5 points. This culminated in a total of 305 points of combat strength, placing it among the strongest of the current practitioners. However, Gu Qinghan gradually recognized that his skeletons were due for an equipment upgrade. Although the training armor was level 5, it constituted a complete set that provided substantial combat power, rendering immediate replacement unnecessary. Yet, the spiked shield was indeed inadequate. I wonder if there are any monsters that might drop new shields. That shield was thoroughly destroyed by Li Qingshan. As Gu Qinghan scrutinized the attributes of his skeletons, he suddenly halted in his tracks. He had previously aligned the skeletons with his own capabilities, equipping each with a weapon and a shield. But upon reflection, he realized that a berserker was inherently not a defensive class, especially as he recalled the scene where Li Qingshan had shattered a skeleton's shield. At that moment, a skeleton had managed to inflict a wound on Li Qingshan. If memory served, it was indeed that very skeleton whose shield had been demolished. Chen Yuding, during your time in the cafeteria these past few days, did you see Wang Yin use a shield? Chen Yuding was puzzled by Gu Qinghan's question, but she thought for a moment before responding, no. He seemed to have mentioned that he was stronger when equipped solely with weapons. Just as I suspected. Gu Qinghan's eyes gleamed with realization, prompting him to instruct all the skeletons to return their shields to the realm of the undead. He then examined the attributes of the skeleton armed with the level 8 axe and found himself unable to suppress a broad smile. Combat power. 350. This increase was not due to an enhancement of the skeleton's inherent attributes, but rather a new line of indication appeared beneath the skeleton's attributes. Berserker passive effect activated. When equipped solely with weapons, the combat power bonus from the weapon is doubled. Gu Qinghan suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, a notion he should have considered long ago. Just as his Necromancer class made mutated creatures averse to him, requiring necromantic energy for leveling instead of experience points, other classes, certainly a portion of them, must possess hidden characteristics as well. For instance, the Berserker's passive effect had significantly bolstered the combat power of the skeletons. At this moment, the Berserker skeleton not only appeared striking but also shed the previous image of wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. It now gripped the axe with both hands, exuding an imposing presence akin to a group of executioners emerging from a heap of corpses. It seems that in the future, when utilizing talents, I must subtly inquire about the characteristics of the other party's profession. After all, discovering these traits on my own may take an inordinate amount of time. To ensure that each skeleton reached its peak combat potential, Gu Qinghan dedicated over an hour to acquiring 14 level 8 Tyrant Battle Axes. Following this, he led Chen Yuding to the outer wall. As they arrived, the scene matched precisely with that depicted in the photographs. The ground had been uprooted. The cause of this upheaval was not some mundane object but rather thick roots, as stout as an adult man's thigh. Some of these roots undulated slowly, reminiscent of the giant serpents found in tropical rainforests depicted in films. How repulsive! Chen Yuding's lovely visage contorted slightly, and she muttered under her breath. Gu Qinghan, sharing her sentiment, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the bizarre and unsettling appearance of the roots. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that no zombies lingered in the vicinity of these roots. He ordered the skeletons to attack the roots for a while, only to find that the roots were not only remarkably resilient, but also continuously replenished themselves. It seemed that breaching this arboreal barrier was an impossible task. Gu Qinghan attempted to utilize his bone spike technique, which could penetrate the roots, but it failed to inflict significant damage. Most critically, the roots exhibited no intention of aggression, merely filling in the gaps as they arose. However, peering through the crevices of the roots, Gu Qinghan discerned that this wall of roots appeared to consist of multiple layers. Setting up a ladder to escape is futile. The roots are constantly in motion. Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow, persistently commanding his skeletons to attempt a frenzied leap to see if they could vault over. Unfortunately, the jump lacked sufficient height, forcing him to abandon the idea. Seeing Gu Qinghan display a rare expression of frustration, Chen Yuding could not help but chuckle. Do you think it's possible that this mutated ancient tree is actually protecting our school? After all, other mutated creatures react strongly to your presence, yet the roots of this ancient tree do not. Gu Qinghan shook his head, gesturing towards the roots. These roots are likely nothing more than the toes or fingers of the mutated tree. If I were to stand beside that ancient tree, something would undoubtedly go awry. Chen Yuding's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she fell silent. Gu Qinghan explored various methods, even resorting to using his last Treant Guardian scroll out of exasperation. However, when the Treant Guardian appeared, it stood motionless like a fool, exhibiting no signs of aggression. These roots seemingly could not be classified as monsters, thus failing to provoke the Treant Guardian into action. Gu Qinghan was simultaneously amused and infuriated, glancing at the dimming sky and wearily stating, "Let's head back, contemplate our options, and return later. We'll call it a day for now." Though he had prepared for the possibility of being unable to exit today, he had not anticipated such a frustrating departure. Fortunately, the small apartment was not too far from their current location, and the two swiftly returned to their temporary abode. After a light meal, Gu Qinghan reclined on the sofa, contemplating ways to escape the school. However, given the current circumstances, he hesitated to scale the wall of roots. Who could predict whether those roots might suddenly attack him? Lost in thought, Gu Qinghan unwittingly drifted into slumber. As the last rays of sunlight were engulfed by darkness, the night descended upon the earth. Chen Yuding sat quietly at the dining table, resting her chin in her hand, gazing pensively at Gu Qinghan. Suddenly, she witnessed Gu Qinghan's eyes snap open, and he sprang up from the sofa. What happened? Chen Yuding exclaimed, startled, and quickly inquired. Gu Qinghan, his brow furrowed and his tone grave, addressed her. We must go to the wall we visited during the day. Chen Yuding wished to ask what was amiss, but she noticed that Gu Qinghan had already donned his shoes and was striding towards the door. Though Gu Qinghan had been quite fatigued, often dozing off mid-thought, he was now alert. Earlier, he had summoned the Treant Guardian, which, once released, could not move and would remain for a day before dissipating. Throughout this duration, there existed a tenuous mental connection between the Treant Guardian and himself, allowing Gu Qinghan to monitor its status in real time, much like he could with each of his skeletons. However, just moments ago, Gu Qinghan had suddenly perceived that the Treant Guardian's vitality was plummeting. On the other side of the wall, there had been no zombies or monsters earlier. Could it be that a practitioner had ventured past? Yet, how many practitioners would dare provoke such a formidable entity as the Treant Guardian? There must be another explanation. Chapter 53. The ancient tree roots at night. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Gu Qinghan returned to the location where the Treant sentinels had been stationed during the day. However, to his dismay, the area was utterly devoid of any trace of the sentinels. Through his prolonged experience, Gu Qinghan had garnered a certain understanding of this global game. It appeared that the corpses of monsters would vanish after a day, regardless of whether they were stored within the Necromancer's space. Aside from the equipment and items they might drop, these creatures left behind nothing. In contrast, for humans and those mutated beings, their demise was final, yielding no spoils. The only value these mutated creatures possessed was perhaps their very corpses, which could provide a modicum of experience points or necromantic energy. Yet, the summoned Treant sentinels were indeed a type of monster, and in a mere span of 10 minutes, their bodies had inexplicably vanished. Surrounding himself with all the skeletons at his disposal, Gu Qinghan sensed an eerie aura permeating the vicinity. While he harbored no fear of formidable foes, the uncertainty of this unknown threat irked him. He detested being toyed with. Chen Yuding, too, felt a pallor wash over her countenance, instinctively retreating 2 steps towards the treed wall. Suddenly, she felt a grip encircling her waist. At that moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, quickly followed by a glare cast towards Gu Qinghan. After spending such time together, it was impossible for her to harbor no fondness for him, even in this unsettling environment. Yet, to her astonishment, she realized that Gu Qinghan was positioned in front of her. So, who was it that was holding her waist? With a sudden shriek, she attempted to flee towards Gu Qinghan, but in the next instant, she felt herself yanked backward by an overwhelming force. Gu Qinghan, save me! In her moment of despair, Chen Yuding glanced down at her waist. The encircling appendage was not an arm, but rather a branch, or more accurately, a segment of tree root. Gu Qinghan immediately sprang into action, commanding the skeletons to charge at the tree root that had seized Chen Yuding. This root, emerging from beneath the treed wall, was swiftly retracting, seemingly intent on dragging her underground. However, several of Gu Qinghan's skeletons swiftly executed the berserker skill. They leapt behind the tree root, brandishing their battle axes, and struck down upon it. The initial strike failed to sever the root, but Gu Qinghan had more than one skeleton at his disposal. In barely a second, a section of the root was cleaved off. The remaining segment writhed in agony, retreating at an accelerated pace. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment, Gu Qinghan had gleaned the attributes of this peculiar entity. Mutated ancient tree root, level 8, combat power, 100, description. A diligent laborer, diligently supplying nutrients to its host. This was indeed an 8th-level mutated creature. Once Chen Yuding was freed, she hastily retreated behind Gu Qinghan and summoned her artisan puppet. While her puppet could be stored in a special space, it was incapable of containing anything else. Wasn't everything fine here during the day? Why has it suddenly changed at night? Chen Yuding's heart raced wildly as she cast a fearful glance at the treed wall. She had no desire to endure that harrowing sensation again. The experience had left her feeling as though she were weightless, swiftly tugged by an unseen force, evoking the very essence of death. If she were truly dragged into the earth, she would surely meet a grim fate. Gu Qinghan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the location from whence the mutated root had retreated, his expression grave. Piecing together the earlier disappearance of the mutated treant, he began to formulate a hypothesis. During the day, the treed walls posed no threat to humans, merely obstructing any monsters or individuals wishing to escape. However, come nightfall, these trees would extend their mutated roots, ensnaring anything in the vicinity that could provide sustenance. Gu Qinghan did not need to ponder where that nourishment was destined. It was undoubtedly the ancient tree at the school. This is bad. Surely we aren't destined to be trapped in this school for all eternity? Gu Qinghan furrowed his brow slightly, though he was not particularly concerned about the ancient tree seeking vengeance upon him. The distance from their current location to the ancient tree was unknown, and unless the tree could somehow traverse that expanse, he felt relatively safe for the moment. Yet, if they remained confined within the school for an indefinite period, who could say whether the ancient tree might one day eliminate them all in one fell swoop? As he pondered this unsettling thought, his gaze fell upon a patch of moisture on the ground near the severed root. It was the sap that had sprayed forth upon the root's rupture, exuding a vibrant essence of life that left Gu Qinghan feeling uneasy. However, the rate at which the treed wall writhed in response to the retraction of the root seemed to have slowed slightly. Was it merely an illusion? His eyes sharpened, and he immediately commanded several of his skeletons to attack the roots. The roots comprising the treed wall did not initiate an attack, yet they were remarkably resilient, thwarting Gu Qinghan's efforts during the day. Moreover, once a gap was formed, the roots would swiftly slither like constricting serpents to seal the breach. Yet now, Gu Qinghan observed that his skeletons had rapidly severed a robust segment of the root. The surrounding roots immediately began to writhe toward this breach, appearing both grotesque and uncanny. However, their movements were indeed slower than before. Gu Qinghan refrained from further destruction, recognizing that the treed wall was multilayered, and there was not enough time to create a significant opening. Nonetheless, compared to before, he now possessed a clearer strategy. Chen Yuding, would you like to escape? Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at her, his expression reminiscent of a mischievous uncle coaxing a young girl. Chen Yuding, having just calmed her racing heart, instinctively replied, "Of course. I had no idea such things existed around the school before. Now I can hardly wait to fly out." However, as she spoke, she noticed an unsettling change in Gu Qinghan's gaze. "What are you doing? That look is quite frightening." She stepped back slightly, yet found herself feeling a twinge of safety closer to Gu Qinghan, prompting her to timidly inch back toward him. Gu Qinghan chuckled heartily, then pointed towards the treed wall, saying, "These mutated roots have no interest in me, or rather, they seem to detest my presence, thus they will not attack me directly." "So?" Chen Yuding suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, her gaze warily fixed on Gu Qinghan. "However, they will actively pursue you, and I surmise they possess limited intelligence, acting purely on instinct. I previously tested the waters, and when that mutated ancient tree root was damaged, the automatic repair speed of the treed wall significantly diminished." With each word, Gu Qinghan's enthusiasm grew. culminating in a vigorous point toward the treed wall as he declared, "Thus, I need you to lure those roots out over there, while I eliminate them. This may just pave our way to freedom." Chapter 54, A Wall Apart, Heaven and Hell. Once Gu Qinghan finished speaking, he quietly awaited Chen Yuding's response. To be candid, Gu Qinghan did not necessarily require Chen Yuding to acquiesce to his request. Although the task at hand seemed straightforward, it entailed placing her very life in his hands. Should Gu Qinghan exhibit even a modicum of negligence or misjudgment, the consequences could be dire. Injury, or even death, were not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, Chen Yuding's face still bore the remnants of fear, as she glanced at Gu Qinghan and then at the tree wall nearby, taking a step back. Gu Qinghan remained silent, internally sighing softly. Chen Yuding's voice trembled slightly as she weakly inquired, "Can I refuse? If I decline, will you still take me with you?" "Yes, and I will still take you out," Gu Qinghan replied directly, though his mind was already contemplating alternative methods to lure the roots out. He thought of the corpse of the mutated cat, which might serve as bait. However, the size of the mutated cat's body posed a risk. Gu Qinghan was uncertain whether it might attract even more roots. After all, the rapid decline in the tree guardian's vitality earlier could not have been caused by a mere root. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuding's voice interrupted his thoughts. "All right, I'll give it a try." Gu Qinghan looked up in surprise, observing the pale countenance of Chen Yuding. Truth be told, even if she chose not to comply, Gu Qinghan would still treat her as he always had. He was willing to take risks and gamble, but he would never impose the same expectations on others. Chen Yuding's profession had already proven beneficial to him, and he was not inclined to forsake such a companion. However, if she and he were fundamentally different, then they would merely remain companions. "Aren't you afraid?" Gu Qinghan asked, particularly noting her trembling hands, which nearly elicited a smile from him. Not one of mockery, but rather a sense of endearment towards her current vulnerability. "I am afraid," Chen Yuding replied, her voice still quavering, "but I want to try. Otherwise, I would only be a mere equipment manufacturer to you." Gu Qinghan paused, then chuckled softly, "Don't force yourself, just give it a try." Chen Yuding nodded, and then, amidst Gu Qinghan's barely suppressed amusement, she began to move slowly towards the tree wall. 15 meters, 13 meters, 11 meters. As she approached within approximately 10 meters of the tree wall, a noticeably thinner root cautiously emerged from a gap below. It was the very root of the mutated ancient tree. Chen Yuding instinctively wanted to retreat, but clenched her fists to halt her movement. Taking a deep breath, she advanced another half-step. The mutated root slithered forth like a silent python, inching closer to Chen Yuding. Suddenly, the root accelerated, but just as it was about to ensnare her, Gu Qinghan's skeleton leapt forward and severed it. "Wait, let me catch my breath. Give me half a minute," Chen Yuding panted, having been dragged less than half a meter before retreating to Gu Qinghan's side, crouching low and gasping for air. Gu Qinghan did not rush her. In fact, he began to appreciate Chen Yuding. His willingness to take risks stemmed from being compelled by circumstance. When he first learned he had to survive alone, he felt as though his life had lost all meaning. He had contemplated ending his young life, but found himself unwilling to yield. Gradually, he began to push himself to undertake many endeavors he had previously shied away from. The adage that the beginning is always the hardest resonated deeply with Gu Qinghan. Once he took that most difficult first step, the subsequent challenges became far simpler than he had envisioned. Yet, that leap required immense courage. After resting for over a minute, Chen Yuding finally stood up. She cast a glance back at Gu Qinghan and then resolutely moved forward once more. This time, Gu Qinghan clearly observed that her steps had quickened and her resolve had strengthened. The second root, the third root, the 10th root. Nearly half an hour passed before no further mutated roots emerged from the area. "I must be quite bold, right?" Chen Yuding grinned at Gu Qinghan, her earlier fear completely dissipated. Gu Qinghan, with utmost sincerity, gave her a thumbs up and commanded his skeletons to attack the tree wall with fervor. This time, the once resilient tree wall crumbled like fragile foam under the relentless assault of the axes. Within 10 minutes, Gu Qinghan beheld the iron gate behind the wall. However, the scene within the tree wall caused both of their expressions to shift dramatically. Inside the thick tree wall lay numerous corpses, some human, others of unknown origin, all sharing a ghastly trait. They were grotesquely desiccated, as though drained of every drop of blood and flesh. How revolting! This thing is treating us as nutrients in a grotesque farm. Chun Yuting's face soured, yet she remained steadfastly at Gu Qinghan's side. The skeletons quickly breached the iron gate, opening a path to the outside world for Gu Qinghan. The two of them dashed through, only to discover the ground outside littered with countless desiccated corpses. Mere feet away from the tree wall, the two worlds appeared starkly contrasting. One a paradise, the other a hellish realm. Looking back, the opening Gu Qinghan had created was slowly closing. Before he could exhale in relief, he suddenly sensed a multitude of unsettling presences swiftly approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Chun Yuting and began to flee. However, the abundance of corpses on the ground made it difficult for her to navigate. She stumbled with every step. Gu Qinghan wasted no time, lifting Chun Yuting off the ground and sprinting away. The effect of the tree spirit's touch increased movement speed across any terrain. After running over 20 meters with the skeletons, he felt the pursuing presences recede. He set Chun Yuting down and turned to glance back, his pupils dilating in shock. The once calm tree wall was now teeming with countless writhing roots. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, those roots resembled frenzied serpents in a wild dance. They were furious, unleashing their ire upon the coward who dared to escape their territory. Yet, Gu Qinghan merely smiled, leading Chun Yuting away into the distance. He had managed to escape. He was unaware of the fates that awaited the others at the school, nor did he wish to know. At the very least, he had survived. Shortly after Gu Qinghan's departure from the school, in a plaza within Area A, the branches of a colossal tree, one that required at least a dozen people to encircle, quivered slightly. A group of adventurers foraging for fruit beneath it were startled, but upon realizing there was no danger, they exhaled in relief. "You are such a coward. Look how frightened you are," one boy chuckled, playfully slapping his companion on the back while taking a bite of the fruit he had gathered. Half an hour prior, they had stumbled upon this ancient tree, discovering a bounty of fallen fruit. Having been hungry for far too long, they had ventured out in search of sustenance. The fruit bore no discernible properties, yet upon tasting it, they found it unexpectedly delicious. Most importantly, there were no zombies or mutated creatures in the vicinity, nor any other humans. Compared to other places, this was a veritable paradise. The boy who had been teased felt a bit embarrassed but soon joined in, picking a fruit and taking a bite. He glanced over at the towering ancient tree. "They say this tree has mutated. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be true, and it won't attack us." Another girl, whose stomach was beginning to bulge from overeating, chimed in, speaking somewhat incoherently. "What if a tree has mutated? Can it eat people? But these fruits are truly delicious. They taste like meat." The group nodded in agreement, eagerly gathering more fruit and stuffing their mouths. However, before long, they all slumped to the ground, the fruits falling from their hands. Near the ancient tree, slender roots emerged from the earth, methodically dragging the unconscious individuals underground. The ground returned to its former state, leaving no trace of blood or struggle, eerily serene, as if it were a pristine sanctuary. Yet, the branches of the ancient tree began to sway once more, seemingly aware that, in its obscured distance, a small mouse had fled. Chapter 55. The Advanced Trial. Advanced Trial? What on earth is that? The day after Gu Qinghan and Chun Yuting escaped from school, he unexpectedly discovered that he had been assigned a new task. Advanced Trial. Complete the Advanced Trial to elevate your level once more and acquire more formidable occupational powers. To his dismay, the next soul flame that should have ignited did not light up directly. Instead, a prompt regarding the Advanced Trial appeared. With no other option, Gu Qinghan reluctantly chose to accept it, only to find that the trial task presented a choice frowny face. Trial Task 1. Eliminate 10 Level 1 practitioners. Trial Task 2. Eliminate 10 Level 10 monsters. Upon seeing these two tasks, his brows furrowed deeply. The difficulty of these two tasks is vastly disparate. Gu Qinghan was confident that he could dispatch a Level 1 practitioner with a single bone spike. However, setting aside the challenge of locating 10 unranked practitioners, he found himself unable to take action even if he did. While he may possess a degree of coldness, he was by no means a deranged killer. He simply could not bring himself to slay 10 weaklings with whom he had no connection. Without much hesitation, Gu Qinghan opted for the second task point. 10 level 10 monsters would merely pose a slight inconvenience for him. Moreover, locating these creatures might prove far simpler than hunting down 10 level 1 practitioners. Soon, Gu Qinghan and Chen Yuding departed from the now-abandoned shop, walking along the street into the distance. Unlike the school, this street was littered with numerous vehicles that had been ravaged beyond recognition. Before long, Gu Qinghan encountered a completely new type of monster. Crimson Armored Beetle, Level 8, Combat Power 140. This creature was a beetle-like monster clad in a crimson shell, approximately the size of a calf from the pre-apocalyptic era. However, its destructive power was undoubtedly far superior to that of a mere cow. Gu Qinghan spotted this beast beneath an abandoned vehicle, where a skeleton had nearly been toppled over by it, even leaving cracks in the bones. Remarkably, when Gu Qinghan ordered the skeleton to attack the crimson armored beetle, the creature managed to curl into a ball about a meter in diameter and escape. Fortunately, Gu Qinghan succeeded in intercepting the beetle. Upon the demise of the crimson armored beetle, a radiant orb appeared above its corpse, indicating a drop. Gu Qinghan picked it up, discovering it to be a form of sustenance. Crimson armored beetle meat, ordinary food. Description: contains 6 times the protein of beef, though the taste leaves much to be desired. Weighing it in his hand, Gu Qinghan estimated that this chunk of fatty beetle meat weighed around a kilogram. He produced a lighter, tore off a piece of the meat, and roasted it briefly before tentatively placing it in his mouth. Chen Yuding, observing him chew for quite some time, could not help but inquire curiously, "Is it delicious?" Gu Qinghan swallowed the beetle meat, eagerly tearing off a larger piece as he proclaimed, "It's absolutely delectable, resembling beef jerky." "Let me try," Chen Yuding exclaimed, her face alight with curiosity. It was her first encounter with food dropped by a monster in this game. Gu Qinghan nodded and promptly shoved the piece of beetle meat into her mouth. Just as Chen Yuding was about to complain about the heat, she suddenly felt the beetle meat transform into a broth within her mouth. Simultaneously, a potent fishy taste erupted, prompting her to double over and gag. "Ha ha ha, delicious, isn't it?" Gu Qinghan laughed uncontrollably, having experienced the same sensation moments earlier, but he felt it was only fair to share the discomfort. Thus, he feigned enjoyment, intending to play a little prank on Chen Yuding. After gagging for a while, Chen Yuding finally wiped away her tears and straightened up. Gu Qinghan handed her a bottle of water, and she glared at him in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. This guy, so reliable in critical moments, how could he behave like a mischievous child now? In truth, even Chen Yuding overlooked the fact that Gu Qinghan was merely a 19-year-old college student. Gu Qinghan stored the beetle meat away. He had no intention of consuming it himself, but thought it might serve well for trading with others. After all, not everyone possessed his level of strength and seemingly limitless storage space. The two continued their leisurely stroll down the street, pausing intermittently. Gu Qinghan contemplated finding a vehicle, but the few cars they encountered were all in disrepair. Their university was situated in a relatively remote area, but not far ahead lay a commercial district where Gu Qinghan planned to search for a car. Approximately 2 hours later, they finally spotted a few human figures. Among them was a middle-aged man, appearing somewhat honest and simple, who regarded Gu Qinghan and Chen Yuding with evident caution. Behind him trailed several young individuals, each laden with various packages. The man shielded the younger ones behind him, nervously declaring, "We have already paid the protection fee to Brother Wong. These are simply the items we found to start a fire." As he spoke, he opened a backpack, revealing a collection of scrap paper and wood. Gu Qinghan, perplexed, chuckled and explained, "Ah, I'm just passing through, looking for a vehicle to drive. Please, continue with your business." With that, he took the initiative to bypass them, signaling that he meant no harm. The middle-aged man scrutinized the 10 dark-armored figures beside Gu Qinghan for a long moment, and upon confirming that they bore no ill will, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he hesitated for a moment before calling out to Gu Qinghan, "Young man, best not to venture further. This area is already under Brother Wong's control, and all the usable vehicles have been taken by him." Gu Qinghan halted, turning back with curiosity. Who is Brother Wong? Brother Wong. The man glanced around nervously before shaking his head in fear, seemingly intimidated by this figure named Brother Wong. The young individuals accompanying him also appeared reticent about mentioning his name, following the middle-aged man as they departed in a particular direction. Gu Qinghan was left bewildered by their behavior. Was this Brother Wong the leader of the practitioners in the area? He racked his brain, recalling that the Wanton Square was the closest commercial district. If all usable vehicles in the area had been confiscated, it would mean he would waste a great deal of time. With his brow slightly furrowed, Gu Qinghan ultimately decided to investigate further. If necessary, he could always barter with equivalent items for a vehicle. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard a cacophony of clattering sounds coming from his right. Turning to look, he was astonished to see several red spheres rolling toward him. No, these crimson armored beetles were not targeting him but rather a lithe man ahead. The man moved gracefully like a monkey through the trees, leading several crimson armored beetles in pursuit. His movements were unhurried, seemingly unconcerned about the beasts trailing him. However, upon spotting Gu Qinghan and his companions, he suddenly lost his composure. Quick, get out of the way. What the hell? How can there be people here? Chapter 55. The Advanced Trial. What is this advanced trial? The day after Gu Qinghan and Chen Yuding escaped from school, he unexpectedly discovered that he had been assigned a task. Advanced Trial. Complete the Advanced Trial to elevate your level once more and acquire more formidable professional powers. Instead of illuminating the next soul flame as it should have, a notification regarding the Advanced Trial appeared instead. With no other choice, Gu Qinghan reluctantly accepted it, only to find that the trial tasks were presented as a binary choice. Frowny face. Trial Task 1. Eliminate 10 Level 1 Professionals. Trial Task 2. Eliminate 10 Level 10 Monsters. Upon seeing these two tasks, his brows furrowed deeply. The difficulty disparity between these tasks is staggering. 10 Level 1 Professionals. Gu Qinghan was confident that he could dispatch one with a single bone spike. However, setting aside the challenge of locating 10 unleveled professionals, he could not bring himself to take action against them. While he might possess a certain coldness, he was certainly not a remorseless killer. He could not bring himself to slay 10 weak individuals with whom he had no connection. Without much hesitation, Gu Qinghan opted for the second task point. 10 level 10 monsters would merely pose a minor inconvenience to him, and finding these creatures would likely prove far simpler than tracking down 10 level 1 professionals. Soon, Gu Qinghan and Chen Yuding departed from the deserted shop where they had taken refuge, walking down the street ahead. Unlike the school, this street was littered with vehicles that had been ravaged beyond recognition. Before long, Gu Qinghan encountered a wholly new type of monster. Crimson Armored Beetle, Level 8, Combat Power, 140. This creature was a beetle-like monster clad in a crimson shell, approximately the size of a calf before the apocalypse. However, its destructive power was undoubtedly far greater than that of a COW. Gu Qinghan stumbled upon this creature beneath a derelict vehicle, where a skeleton was nearly toppled by it, cracks forming even in its bones. When Gu Qinghan commanded the skeleton to assault the crimson armored beetle, the creature was able to curl into a sphere about a meter in diameter and flee. Fortunately, Gu Qinghan managed to intercept the beast. As the crimson armored beetle met its demise, a radiant orb appeared above its lifeless form. Looting the corpse, Gu Qinghan discovered it contained a piece of food. Frowny face. Crimson beetle meat. Ordinary food. Description: protein content is 6 times that of beef, though the taste leaves much to be desired. Weighing the morsel, he estimated it to be around a kilogram. He retrieved a lighter, tore off a small piece of the beetle meat, roasted it slightly, and tentatively placed it in his mouth. Seeing him chew for an extended period, Chen Yuding curiously inquired, "Is it delicious?" Gu Qinghan swallowed the beetle meat and, unable to contain his excitement, tore off a larger chunk, exclaiming, "It's utterly delightful. It tastes just like beef jerky. Let me have a taste." Chen Yuding's eyes sparkled with curiosity, for this was her first encounter with food obtained from a game drop. Gu Qinghan nodded and promptly stuffed the piece of beetle meat into her mouth. Just as she was about to complain about the heat, she suddenly felt the meat transform into a soupy substance in her mouth. Simultaneously, an intense fishy flavor erupted, causing her to double over and gag. "Ha ha ha, delicious, isn't it?" Gu Qinghan laughed heartily, recalling his own reaction and determined not to be the only one repulsed. He feigned enjoyment, aiming to play a prank on Chen Yuding. After gagging for a while, Chen Yuding finally wiped away her tears and straightened up. Gu Qinghan offered her a bottle of water, while she glared at him in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. How could this guy be so reliable at crucial moments yet act like a mischievous child now? In truth, even Chen Yuding overlooked the fact that Gu Qinghan was merely a 19-year-old university student. He stored the beetle meat away, fully intending never to consume it again, but it could serve as a valuable item for trade with others. After all, not everyone possessed his level of strength or seemingly boundless storage space. The duo ambled along, pausing intermittently as they traversed the street. Gu Qinghan contemplated finding a vehicle to drive, but the few he encountered were all damaged beyond repair. Their university was situated in a relatively remote area, yet not far off lay a commercial district where Gu Qinghan intended to search for a vehicle. Approximately 2 hours later, they finally spotted a few human figures. One of them was a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat simple and honest, warily watching Gu Qinghan and his companion. Behind him trailed several young individuals, each laden with various bags and packages, closely following the older man. The man shielded the young ones behind him, nervously stating, "We have already paid the protection fee to Brother Wang. These are merely the items we gathered to return and make a fire." As he spoke, he opened a backpack revealing a collection of scrap paper and wood. Gu Qinghan was taken aback, but soon smiled and explained, I'm just passing through and looking for a vehicle to drive. Please, continue with your business." With that, he intentionally circumvented them, signaling his lack of ill intent. The man scrutinized the 10 dark figures beside Gu Qinghan for a while, and only after confirming their benign disposition did he exhale a sigh of relief. However, hesitating slightly, he called out to Gu Qinghan, saying, "Young man, don't venture further. This area is already under Brother Wang's control. Any usable vehicles have been taken by him." Gu Qinghan halted, turning back with curiosity to inquire, "Who is Brother Wang?" "Brother Wang." The man glanced around nervously before shaking his head in fear, seemingly wary of this Brother Wang. The young individuals also regarded the name with trepidation as they followed the older man away. Confusion clouded Gu Qinghan's mind. What was the situation with these individuals? Was Brother Wang the leader of the professionals in this area? He strained to recall the vicinity around the school. This Wanning Plaza was the closest commercial district. If all the usable vehicles in this area had been confiscated, it would mean a significant waste of time for him. With his brow slightly furrowed, Gu Qinghan ultimately decided to explore further within. If necessary, he could always trade equivalent items for a vehicle. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard a clattering sound coming from his right. Turning to look, he was astonished to see several red spheres rolling toward him. Wait, these crimson armored beetles were not targeting him but rather a lithe man ahead. The man moved with the agility of a monkey through the trees, leading the pursuing beetles behind him. His movements were calm, as if he were entirely unconcerned about the creatures. However, upon noticing Gu Qinghan and his group, he suddenly lost his composure. "Quick, get out of the way. What the hell? How can there be people here?" Chapter 56. Pervert or Tyrant. A man emitted a somewhat exasperated sound, attempting to divert several scarlet-armored beetles in another direction. However, these beetles had already shifted their focus and charged directly towards Gu Qinghan and his companions. "Quick, dodge!" The man's voice rang out in desperate warning, yet he could only watch helplessly as the 4 scarlet beetles barreled towards the group. To his astonishment, the anticipated carnage did not ensue. He merely witnessed a man and a woman at the forefront retreating a few steps, before 10 figures clad in black armor surged forth with fervor. The speed at which these black-armored figures erupted was slightly swifter than that of the scarlet beetles, each wielding a battle axe that struck with tremendous force. Both the black figures and the beetles were sent careening backward, but in the next instant, those black figures launched into another furious charge. This time, 2 of the scarlet beetles were instantly dispatched. The remaining 2 soon met their end at the hands of Gu Qinghan's skeletal minions, after which Gu Qinghan turned his gaze towards the gaunt man beside him. "Damn, brother, my apologies. I truly had no idea there were people here. Thankfully, you're unharmed." The sharp-featured man, after a brief moment of shock, patted his chest as if relieved from a great burden. However, sensing a lingering guilt, he rummaged through his pocket. Moments later, he produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes and offered one to Gu Qinghan. "I sincerely apologize, brother. Please take a cigarette to calm your nerves." Gu Qinghan keenly observed the flicker of pain in the man's eyes as he retrieved the cigarette. His irritation dissipated somewhat, but he eventually spoke. "I do not smoke, thank you. Moreover, I wish to know why you led these creatures to roam here." The man paused, then retorted, "Brother, you're not from around here, are you? No wonder you seem unfamiliar." He glanced around before cautioning Gu Qinghan. "This is not a place for conversation. You should first collect the beetle remains, and let us find a more discreet spot to talk." Gu Qinghan, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Is this place unsuitable for discussion?" "This area belongs to that bastard. Lingering here may draw the attention of his lackeys. Oh, I'm referring to a certain Wang, a scoundrel who bullies the weak and commits every foul deed imaginable. I merely intended to annoy him by luring the beetles here. Recalling the expression of that middle-aged man from earlier, Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, he was just one person, seemingly inclined towards speed and agility. Gu Qinghan felt little fear of any tricks he might employ. Minutes after their departure, a group of professionals armed with weapons passed through the area. There are 4 beetle corpses here. The beetle meat has already been collected. Someone has been raiding our territory, the leader exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. Finding no one and little evidence of a struggle, he contemplated before revising his statement. It must have been those wretched individuals who killed a few beetles to spite us. The battlefield is not here. They were subordinates of Brother Wang, the strongest faction in the area, boasting an average level of 7. Killing 4 beetles would have taken them considerable effort. The lack of any battle remnants suggested that unless someone could dispatch these creatures in an instant, it was simply inconceivable. Damn, brother, you nearly frightened me to death just now. Your friends are truly formidable. Inside a hot pot restaurant that had been forcibly opened, Gu Qinghan gazed at the incessantly chattering man before him, feeling overwhelmed. This fellow was indeed quite loquacious. Brother Haoji, you've strayed off topic again, Gu Qinghan remarked, forced to interject. From their brief conversation, he had learned that the man opposite him was named Haoji. He had previously operated a hot pot restaurant in this commercial district, but after the onset of the game, he obtained a rare class. This class, known as Scout, initially lacked any combat skills, excelling instead in speed and agility, far surpassing others. Originally, many individuals in this street had banded together to resist zombies and other monsters. However, within days, this organization had become corrupted. A fellow named Wang Haoming, leveraging his formidable combat prowess, had rallied a group of similarly capable professionals and assumed the role of leader. They cleared the zombies from Wanting Square, transforming it into their stronghold while delineating a territory of their own. Simultaneously, they demanded a protection fee from the residents of the commercial district every 2 days. This fee could be in the form of food, equipment, or other items, but it had to meet their approval. Recently, when someone attempted to escape by vehicle, they discovered that all usable cars had been confiscated by Wang Haoming. Consequently, those individuals could only return in defeat. It's been several days since I've spoken to anyone. I've been suffocating, brother, Haoji lamented, extinguishing a half-smoked cigarette and returning it to the pack. He glanced at the obediently seated Chen Yuding, then turned to Gu Qinghan with a grin. However, brother, you're fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, your little girlfriend would surely be in trouble. Gu Qinghan's lips twitched. It seemed everyone assumed they were a couple. Nevertheless, he felt a spark of curiosity. What's the matter? Is that fellow a lecher? Though Chen Yuding wore no makeup, her natural beauty was striking. Had this been the pre-apocalyptic world, she would have undoubtedly become an archetype of countless admirers if she had streamed online. Haoji nodded seriously, replying, "He's not merely a lecher. He's a pervert. If a woman is alone, it's manageable, but he becomes utterly obsessed with women accompanied by male companions." As he spoke, he pointed to a noodle shop across the street, recounting with a hint of dread. The owners of that noodle shop are 20 years older than Wang Haoming, yet he shamelessly assaulted the proprietress in front of her husband. Goodness, I've only heard of such people online. I never thought they actually existed. Gu Qinghan's brow furrowed. This was beyond mere deviance. It was pathological. Haoji nodded in agreement, expressing understanding. Indeed, many refused to join him out of fear that their own families might suffer the same fate. Moreover, his methods are particularly ruthless. Those who disobey are dealt with severely, while those who prove useful are genuinely rewarded, which is why his subordinates work so diligently. Gu Qinghan felt a stirring in his heart. In such chaotic times, it was all too easy for tyrants to rise. Contemplating further, he broached a topic that weighed heavily on his mind. Brother Haoji, what do you think my chances would be if I approached him to exchange for a vehicle? Haoji regarded Gu Qinghan with a discerning eye, responding without hesitation. To be frank, there is no possibility. Chapter 57. Thank you, brother. You are truly wonderful. What if I were to offer him a plethora of food in exchange? Gu Qinghan pondered, recalling the ample provisions within his necromantic space. He could discreetly extract a portion in a secluded corner as leverage. However, Haoji shook his head and replied, "They are hardly lacking in food. The collection of protection fees from those around is merely a means of management. You must understand that power is a most alluring thing. Of course, if you could procure all the food from the supermarket ahead, he would undoubtedly acquiesce to your request. Gu Qinghan felt a weight descend upon his heart. His meager supplies from the small supermarkets at school paled in comparison to those of a large commercial hub. Yet, a question dawned upon him. With a supermarket in proximity, why doesn't Wang Haoming utilize it as a stronghold? Surely, the provisions within a mall cannot rival those of a supermarket? Haoji chuckled wryly, gesturing to a backpack Gu Qinghan had set on the chair. Do you think those pests came from nowhere? That Walmart supermarket is a veritable nest of them. Just the other day, I ventured in hoping to pilfer some food, only to narrowly escape with my life. Gu Qinghan's gaze flickered with intrigue. Was it truly a den of disaster? He suspected his intuition was close to the mark but feigned surprise as he inquired, given your impressive skills, how could you almost meet your demise inside? Ah, it's merely a matter of dealing with the most basic of pests. However, there exists a more formidable breed within that can expel a slowing mucus. Who could withstand such a thing? Do you know its rank? What level is it? I'm not certain, but a few days ago, I observed it was at level 9. Now, who can say? Even the most ordinary of pests have escalated from level 6 to 7. Gu Qinghan felt his heart race. He had been contemplating where to find level 10 monsters that very morning, and now he had a lead. Even if there weren't any level 10s, he was unwilling to let the resources of that supermarket slip by. Haoji seemed to sense Gu Qinghan's thoughts and promptly cautioned, Brother, while your 10 companions are indeed formidable, I still advise you to reconsider. Wang Haoming has already orchestrated 2 attacks, resulting in numerous casualties without securing any loot. Gu Qinghan remained noncommittal, countering, What is the strength of his men? Do you have any insights, Brother Hao? The specifics elude me, but the strongest among them should be at level 9. Wang Haoming himself. Gu Qinghan nodded. A level 9 was indeed quite powerful, however. He lacked his own skeletons and didn't possess equipment as lavish as his own. The Walmart supermarket was a destination he had resolved upon, whether for the supplies within or his trial task. The ideal outcome would be to accomplish his trial and amass a wealth of resources, potentially trading with Wang Haoming for a vehicle. Of course, should the other party be unwilling, he could always persuade him. The description of the advanced trial had indicated that completion would yield a more potent occupational power. With this in mind, he expressed his gratitude to Haoji, saying, Thank you, brother. Allow me to gift you this pest meat as a token of appreciation for the information you've provided. I must take my leave now. Haoji was initially taken aback by Gu Qinghan's decisiveness but then sighed, Brother, I can't see you intend to investigate that Walmart. Do take care. Gu Qinghan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden, thunderous explosion echoed from a distance. Following this, a series of detonations erupted, resembling the cacophony of cannon fire in a war film. Haoji's expression shifted, and he spread his hands. Wang Haoming has struck that supermarket again. Gu Qinghan's countenance morphed into one of curiosity as he inquired, Do they possess explosives? None, but there exists a type of pest that self-destructs upon sensing danger, alerting others of its kind. This marks the 3rd instance of such a commotion. I encountered no self-destructive pests during my last visit. Outside the Walmart supermarket, a meticulously groomed man glared with a thunderous countenance at one of his subordinates, a boy who appeared barely in his teens, now half his body obliterated by the explosion. Useless. You couldn't even assassinate a few pests. This man was Wang Haoming. Having learned from his previous 2 failures, he aimed to stealthily infiltrate the supermarket for supplies. Yet, his subordinate had failed to eliminate the self-destructing pests swiftly, triggering a cascade of alerts. Save me. Boss, I don't want to die. The boy writhed on the ground in agony, crawling toward Wang Haoming. Wang Haoming scoffed but ultimately ordered his men to drag the lad back. Fear not. Your average level has improved by 1 since our last venture, and our primary combat forces are present. Attack? His voice carried a chilling undertone as he gestured, summoning several ice spikes. A red-armored beetle burst forth from the supermarket, only to collide head-on with one of the ice spikes. Although the spike did not penetrate the beetle's tough exoskeleton, it exploded into a cloud of icy blue powder, enveloping the creature. Subsequent ice spikes struck it as well, rendering its movements painfully rigid, in mere seconds. the red-armored beetle stood nearly frozen in place. Wang Haoming unleashed 2 more ice spikes, piercing its eye sockets before turning his attention to other pests. Approximately 3 seconds later, the frost coating the beetle began to dissipate. Yet, it made no attempt to retaliate, collapsing lifelessly to the ground in a matter of moments. Wang Haoming had slain an 8th-level pest. This was the reason he dominated this territory. He wielded an exceptionally powerful ability, Epic Class, Ice Sorcerer. The ice spikes he had conjured were his primary skill. Explosive Ice Crystal. While not immensely destructive, this skill gradually diminished the target's mobility until they were immobilized. Once the enemy could no longer resist, even the weakest of skills could become a lethal weapon. A fierce battle soon unfolded between the crowd and the pests, unbeknownst to them that an observer silently watched the chaos. Brother, look, they'll likely be at it for a while. Given your recent generosity with the pest meat, how about I help you acquire a vehicle? Is that really appropriate? Don't worry, I'll steal it. I've long found that scoundrel intolerable. Consider it a gift for you. No pressure. Thank you, brother. You are truly wonderful. Chun Yuding, observing Gu Qinghan's rapid change in demeanor, could not help but sigh in exasperation. This fellow was at it again. Chapter 58. Low-ranked professionals? Boss, this is bad, boss. Just as Wang Haoming's men began to falter, a panicked voice suddenly reached his ears. Spit it out quickly. Can't you see I'm busy exterminating pests? Wang Haoming's voice was laced with suppressed anger. He could tell that this time, they would once again fail to breach the supermarket. None of his subordinates were capable of luring the pests out individually, leaving them with no choice but to charge in forcefully. Meanwhile, they had already lost 7 or 8 men, and further losses would serve no purpose. The pests within the supermarket seemed endless, and the over 200 individuals he had brought were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Their assault on the Walmart supermarket had once again ended in failure. The professional who had rushed over was frightened into a shiver by Wang Haoming's roar. However, gritting his teeth, he quickly replied, Boss, a group of people just launched a surprise attack on us and made off with your beloved RV. What? That's not all. Several off-road vehicles have also gone missing, and we have no idea how it happened. Wang Haoming nearly spat blood in fury. The other vehicles were one thing, but that RV was his cherished possession. He had only driven it around the mall twice and had even refrained from sleeping in it, all in anticipation of the day he could take it out and explore the world. Who did this? Never mind, I'll find out myself. Wang Haoming glanced back at his severely injured subordinates and nearly gasped for breath. Let's go. We'll come back another time. A group of men awkwardly carried the wounded away, leaving behind a few corpses that became trophies for the pests. All of this was witnessed by 2 men who chuckled gleefully. Haoji gave Gu Qinghan a thumbs up, his expression brimming with excitement as he said, Brother, you're impressive. You instantly identified the best vehicle. I heard this bastard couldn't bear to drive his own RV. Gu Qinghan smiled slightly, then humbly replied, It's all thanks to your generosity, brother. I shall graciously accept the vehicle. It's a small matter. I just find this bastard unpleasant, and it brings me joy. By the way, how did you make the vehicles disappear just now? When Gu Qinghan entered earlier, he had noticed at least dozens of vehicles parked in the mall. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to conceal his abilities and had stowed several vehicles he had his eye on into his necromantic space. Among them was a newly released RV he had seen online. This RV was not overly cumbersome, constructed from exceptionally sturdy new materials, and equipped with a solar charging system. I obtained an item that allows me to store objects. It came in handy. That is splendid. I thought someone as capable as you must possess some remarkable items. Haoji did not delve deeper into Gu Qinghan's storage abilities and quickly shifted the topic. Brother, since this bastard has cleared out a portion of the pests for us, shall we give it a try? Gu Qinghan looked at him in surprise before asking, Didn't you just say it's not advisable for me to take risks? That opportunity wasn't available earlier, was it? Now that there are fewer pests, I'll see if I can lure a few out at a time and let your brothers deal with them. Gu Qinghan nodded, then proactively said, Brother, if we succeed, feel free to take whatever supplies you want from the supermarket. No need. Haoji waved his hand, then chuckled. It seems you've acquired several vehicles. Could you spare me one? I wish to seek my fortune elsewhere. Not a problem. May our collaboration be fruitful. Are you all just sitting around? How many times have I said it? Someone must have come to steal my car. Within the Wantong Plaza, Wang Haoming raged furiously at his subordinates, nearly resorting to violence. Boss, we can't fight them. A woman clad in a black uniform spoke with a hint of grievance, despite her somewhat disheveled appearance. We can't fight them? Wang Haoming laughed in anger, kicking a tire of a vehicle as he shouted. I freeze the zombies and pests for you to kill, raising your levels to 7 or 8, yet you're all utterly useless. Losing the vehicle is one thing, but you don't even know who stole it. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Everyone fell silent, acutely aware of the other party's capabilities. Previously, someone had dared to retort against the furious Wang Haoming, only to have their legs broken and left in the street. Ah, Minggu, calm down. I know who did it. Suddenly, a sweet voice drifted into everyone's ears. Wang Haoming turned to see a woman, noticeably cleaner than the others, gracefully approaching him. This woman was made up, and her complexion appeared far superior to that of the others. Do you smell that? Wang Haoming pulled the woman into his embrace and gave her a firm squeeze on her backside. The girl giggled and nodded, enunciating each word. It was that guy who runs the spicy hot pot shop. He caused trouble for us several times recently, so I remembered his scent. Just him? No, there should be two. I haven't seen the other one. At that moment, a silent subordinate, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly spoke softly. Sister Na, there were actually 12 people who came. 2 were dressed normally but had their faces covered, while the other 10 all wore identical black armor. Oh. Sister Na smiled slightly. Since you know so much, why don't you tell us? She then fell silent, watching the previously speaking professional intently. Wang Haoming took a deep breath and slapped the professional across the face. Useless. Speak another word, and I'll kill you. The professional was knocked to the ground, a handprint visible on his face, yet he dared not utter a sound. Seeing Wang Haoming's outburst, the woman referred to as Sister Na continued with a smile. As for those 10 professionals, they are likely of lower rank, which is why they evaded my detection. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoming furrowed his brow and nodded. The woman, namely Na, was a university student from a nearby college, who had acquired the rare profession of hunter. She possessed a remarkable talent called keen scent, allowing her to sense the presence of any threatening creatures in her vicinity. With this skill, she had helped Wang Haoming resolve many issues and had averted considerable losses caused by mutated beings. Li Na had previously climbed into his bed, becoming his woman. These two factors combined made Wang Haoming firmly trust her words. This bunch of useless fools. If Li Na couldn't sense their presence, then those 10 must only be around levels 5 or 6. They can't hold the line. He inwardly cursed but had already begun to contemplate seeking out the individual named Hao Ji. However, none of them anticipated that those 10 figures clad in black armor were not professionals at all. They were mere skeletons, each exuding an aura of death. Undead beings seemed to fall outside the scope of Li Na's talent. Chapter 59. A surge in power. Wait a moment. I will lure a few insects over first. You should lie in ambush here, and we will eliminate them wave by wave. The terrain here provides ample cover. The number we can slay will depend on our abilities. After some deliberation, Hao Ji and Gu Qinghan finalized their plan. Gu Qinghan hesitated for a moment before asking, Don't you think you are at a disadvantage? Disadvantage? What disadvantage? In our plan, your task is inherently more perilous, yet the potential rewards you can reap are not particularly high. Gu Qinghan was genuinely curious, yearning to discern a glimmer of greed on the man's face. However, this man, appearing to be in his 30s, merely chuckled foolishly, his simplicity leaving Gu Qinghan somewhat perplexed. What rewards? As long as I have enough, that suffices. I don't possess any items for storage. Hao Ji scratched his head, then gestured that he was about to lure the insects. The number of insects remaining in the supermarket was uncertain. Recklessly charging in would only lead to danger. Before long, Hao Ji returned with 3 insects in tow. Let us get to work. He leaped over Gu Qinghan's skeletal companion. At that moment, 10 skeletons, hidden behind cover, surged forth, brandishing their axes to swiftly dispatch the 3 insects. We can lure more. This is far too slow. Gu Qinghan reminded him, not wishing to squander excessive time here. Hao Ji glanced at the 10 figures clad in black armor and nodded silently. On his second attempt, he successfully lured back 5 insects. This time, 2 skeletons formed a pair and commenced their fierce battle against the red-armored insect beasts. Hao Ji stood nearby, somewhat smugly boasting to Gu Qinghan. "What do you think? My monster-luring skills are quite commendable, aren't they?" "Indeed impressive. Did Wang Haoming not invite you to join him?" Gu Qinghan was genuinely astonished by Hao Ji's luring prowess. After all, this was reality, and there was no clear indication of a monster's aggro range. Hao Ji scoffed, lighting up a half-used cigarette, inhaling deeply before replying, "Of course he did, but I have no respect for that scoundrel. Someone like him won't last long." Gu Qinghan was amused by his pretentious demeanor and couldn't help but concur. "Indeed, you seem like a chivalrous figure from ancient times, the kind who robs the rich to help the poor." "That is right. If I had a decent profession, I would rise up and take down that tyrant oppressing the people." The two men exchanged banter, culminating in hearty laughter. Once several insects had been slain, Hao Ji suddenly remarked, "Actually, I once had a younger brother who was also quite taciturn. If he hadn't been abducted by traffickers, he would probably be around your age now." Gu Qinghan found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly touching his nose. Hao Ji discarded his cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke towards Gu Qinghan, saying, "Brother, how about you share a couple of cigarettes with me later? I've heard the cigarettes in that large supermarket cost over 100 a box. I've never tried them." "Sure, that's fine." Hao Ji scampered off to lure more monsters, while Gu Qinghan watched his retreating figure, his expression somewhat complex. The purity and sincerity of Hao Ji left him feeling unsettled. He was accustomed to the malice of others, and encountering someone like Hao Ji evoked a strange sensation within him, akin to a person long ensconced in darkness suddenly witnessing a radiant beam of sunlight. His initial reaction was not joy, but confusion. After slaying nearly dozens of red-armored insect beasts, Gu Qinghan finally encountered a different kind of insect. This new breed was considerably more formidable, yet it stirred a sense of excitement within him. These insects were level 10, precisely meeting the requirements for his advancement trial. Golden Armored Insect Beast, level 10, combat power, 400, description. A more powerful insect beast capable of expelling viscous fluid that hinders prey's movement, yet remains unaffected itself. The combat power of level 10 insects surpassed that of level 8 insects by more than double, but for Gu Qinghan, this posed no significant challenge. Hao Ji cautiously lured 2 golden armored insect beasts this time, far more vigilant than in previous attempt. Gu Qinghan watched as one of the golden insect beasts, measuring over a meter in length, suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a stream of golden viscous fluid towards Hao Ji. However, like a nimble monkey, Hao Ji deftly dodged while simultaneously leading the creatures into Gu Qinghan's ambush point. 10 black figures charged forth, encircling the 2 golden armored insect beasts. The golden insect beasts continued to spew viscous fluid, noticeably slowing the skeletons affected by it. Nevertheless, each skeleton now possessed a total combat power of 350 points. In one-on-one encounters, they would not fall short, and in a group assault, the skeletons quickly secured victory. Gu Qinghan observed as the progress of his trial task transformed to 1/5, his excitement palpable. Hao Ji's monster-luring skills were indeed remarkable. He lured 5 red-armored insect beasts at a time, while only 2 golden armored insect beasts could be drawn at once. Working tirelessly until nearly nightfall, Gu Qinghan finally dispatched 10 golden armored insect beasts. He signaled Hao Ji to take a break, intending to assess his own progress. Advancement trial completed, level raised to 11, additional career abilities unlocked. A notification instantly seized Gu Qinghan's attention, prompting him to hurriedly check his attributes. Player: Gu Qinghan, profession, Necromancer, level 11, health points, 50, magic points, 650-50, combat power, 350-60. His attributes had nearly doubled across the board, but that was not the end of it. His Requiem summoning skill, which originally had a maximum summon limit of 10, had now expanded to 22. Coupled with the additional 4 provided by his equipment, Gu Qinghan could now summon a maximum of 26 skeletons. Simultaneously, the mimicry talent allowed him to mimic 2 professions. This meant Gu Qinghan could now begin seeking a second suitable profession for his skeletons. Wait, what is this? A new skill. Upon reaching level 11, the soul fire lit up, but it did not confer any enhancement effects. It merely elevated his attributes. However, while reviewing his skills, Gu Qinghan discovered an additional skill. Death Manipulation. Consumes 500 magic points to harness the power of death to transform the enemies you have slain, forcing them to fight for you. Current maximum control limit, 2. Wow! Upon seeing the skill's cost, Gu Qinghan instinctively inhaled sharply. Had he not used magic fruits to elevate his magic points limit, that 500-point cost could have drained him entirely. He suddenly recalled the mutated cat in his necromantic space, a formidable creature with 1,000 combat power. Although it had been severely injured by the Treant guards, the one who dealt the killing blow had indeed been him. It should work, right? Gu Qinghan thought, activating the skill. He felt as though a straw had been inserted into his brain, siphoning away an indescribable force. Then, he beheld the mutated cat, which had been stored for quite some time in the necromantic space, gradually undergoing transformation. Its previously light-colored fur darkened, the wounds on its body began to heal, and its frame elongated. The once bloodless eyes gradually ignited with two ethereal green flames. However, this transformation appeared to require some time, and Gu Qinghan could only wait. Glancing at the darkening sky, he ultimately decided against delving deeper into the supermarket. There was likely a disaster gate within, and with the dim evening light, even he was reluctant to take the risk. Let us go, I'm starving. I'll whip up some braised insect meat for you to try. Hao Ji stretched and uttered words that sent a shiver down Gu Qinghan's spine. Could this actually be braised? Chapter 59. A surge in strength. Wait a moment. I will lure a few bugs over first. You just lie in ambush here, and we will take them down wave by wave. The terrain here provides adequate cover, and the number we can slay will depend on our skill. Hao Ji and Gu Qinghan deliberated for a while and confirmed their plan. Gu Qinghan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you not feel that you are at a disadvantage?" Disadvantage? What disadvantage? In our plan, your task is inherently more perilous, yet the rewards you can reap will be rather modest. Gu Qinghan was genuinely curious, wanting to catch a glimmer of greed on the man's face. However, this man, appearing to be in his 30s, merely chuckled foolishly, his simplicity leaving Gu Qinghan perplexed. What rewards are you talking about? As long as it's sufficient, that's all that matters. I don't possess any items for storage. Hao Ji scratched his head and then signaled that he was about to lure the bugs. The exact number of bugs remaining in the supermarket was unknown. Recklessly charging in would only lead them into danger. Before long, Hao Ji returned with 3 bugs in tow. Let's get to work. He leaped past Gu Qinghan's skeleton. That moment, the 10 skeletons hidden behind cover sprang forth, swinging their axes to swiftly dispatch the 3 bugs. We could lure more. This is far too slow, Gu Qinghan advised, not wanting to squander too much time here. Hao Ji glanced at the 10 figures clad in black armor and nodded silently. On his second attempt, he successfully drew back 5 bugs. This time, 2 skeletons teamed up to engage in battle with the crimson-armored bug beasts. Hao Ji stood to the side, somewhat smugly boasting to Gu Qinghan, "How about that? My monster-luring skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Indeed, quite remarkable. Hasn't Wang Haoming invited you to join?" Gu Qinghan was genuinely taken aback by his monster-luring prowess. After all, this was reality, where the precise range of monster aggro was not displayed. Hao Ji scoffed, lighting up the remaining half of his cigarette and taking a deep drag before replying, "He certainly invited me, but I have no interest in that bastard. A person like him won't last long." Gu Qinghan found his pretentious demeanor amusing and couldn't help but agree. "Indeed. You seem like you would have been a chivalrous hero in ancient times, robbing the rich to aid the poor." "That's right. It's a pity I don't have a proper profession. Otherwise, I would rise up and put that oppressor of the people to death." The 2 men exchanged banter, erupting into hearty laughter together. As several bugs were dispatched, Hao Ji suddenly remarked, "Actually, I had a younger brother who was also rather taciturn. If he hadn't been abducted by human traffickers, he would probably be around your age now." Gu Qinghan found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching his nose. Hao Ji discarded the butt of his cigarette and blew a smoke ring towards Gu Qinghan. "Hey, little brother, how about you share a couple of cigarettes with me later? I heard that the cigarettes in that big supermarket cost over $100 a pack. I've never tried them." "Sure." Hao Ji eagerly resumed luring monsters while Gu Qinghan observed him from behind, his expression somewhat complex. The purity and sincerity emanating from Hao Ji made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He was accustomed to the malice of others, and encountering someone like Hao Ji evoked a strange feeling within him, akin to a person long accustomed to darkness suddenly being bathed in a brilliant ray of sunlight. His first reaction was not delight, but bewilderment. After slaying nearly dozens of crimson-armored bug beasts, Gu Qinghan finally encountered another type of bug. This new breed was more formidable, yet it stirred a sense of excitement within Gu Qinghan. For these bugs were level 10, precisely meeting his requirements for advancement trials. Golden Armored Bug Beast, level 10, combat power, 400, description. A significantly more powerful bug beast capable of excreting a viscous substance that hinders its prey's movement, while remaining unaffected itself. The level 10 bugs boasted over double the combat power of the level 8 variety, yet Gu Qinghan had no issues facing them. Hao Ji cautiously lured over 2 golden armored bug beasts this time, being more careful than on previous occasions. Gu Qinghan witnessed the golden bug beast, over a meter long, open its mouth wide, unleashing a stream of golden goo towards Hao Ji. However, Hao Ji moved like a nimble monkey, skillfully dodging while leading the beasts into Gu Qinghan's encirclement point. 10 shadowy figures charged forth, surrounding the 2 golden armored bug beasts. The golden beasts continued to spew their goo, visibly slowing the skeletons that were caught in the spray. Nonetheless, each skeleton now possessed a total combat power of 350 points. In one-on-one combat, they would not be at a significant disadvantage, and in a group assault, the skeletons quickly claimed victory. Watching the progress of his trial task reach 1/5 completion, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of excitement. Hao Ji's monster luring skills were indeed impressive. 5 crimson armored bug beasts per attempt, while only 2 golden armored beasts could be attracted at a time. They toiled away until dusk, and it was only then that Gu Qinghan had slain enough golden armored bug beasts. 10 in total. He gestured for Hao Ji to take a break, intending to assess his own changes. Advancement trial completed, level increased to level 11. Additional professional abilities unlocked. A notification immediately captured Gu Qinghan's attention, prompting him to quickly check his attributes. Player. Gu Qinghan, profession, Necromancer, level 11, health points, 50, magic points, 650-50, combat power, 350-60. Nearly all his attributes had more than doubled, but that was not the end of it. His summoning skill, originally capped at 10, had now increased to 22. Coupled with the 4 additional skeletons provided by his equipment, Gu Qinghan could now summon a maximum of 26 skeletons. Simultaneously, his mimicry talent could now imitate 2 professions. This meant Gu Qinghan could begin searching for a second suitable profession for his skeletons. Is this a new skill? The soul fire ignited at level 11 did not grant any enhancement effects but merely elevated his attributes. However, upon inspecting his skills, Gu Qinghan discovered an additional skill. Death Manipulation consumes 500 magic points to transform the deceased enemy you have slain into a combatant for yourself. Current maximum control limit, 2. Hiss! Gu Qinghan gasped instinctively upon seeing the magic cost of this skill. Had he not used the magical fruit to enhance his maximum magic points, 500 points could have drained him entirely. He suddenly recalled the mutated cat in his necromancer space. That creature boasted a combat power of 1000. Although it had been severely injured by the Treant guards, the one who dealt the killing blow was indeed himself. It should work, right? Gu Qinghan thought to himself, activating the skill. He felt as if a straw had been inserted into his brain, siphoning away an inexplicable force. Then, he watched as the long-placed mutated cat in his necromancer space slowly began to transform. Its once light-colored fur gradually darkened, and its wounds began to heal. The cat's figure elongated, and the 2 blood holes in its eyes gradually ignited with 2 flickering green flames. However, this transformation seemed to require some time, and Gu Qinghan could only wait. As he glanced at the darkening sky, he reconsidered and ultimately abandoned the idea of delving deeper into the supermarket. There was likely a disaster gate within, and with the dim evening light, even he was reluctant to take the risk. Let us go, let us go. I am starving. I'll whip up a delicious braised bug meat for you to try. Hao Ji stretched lazily. The words he uttered sent a shiver down Gu Qinghan's spine. Could this really be braised? Chapter 59. A surge in power. Wait a moment. I will lure a few bugs over first. You should lie in ambush here, and we will deal with them wave by wave. The terrain here serves as an excellent cover, and the number we can take down will depend on our capabilities. After some discussion, Hao Ji and Gu Qinghan settled on their plan. Gu Qinghan hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Do you not feel you are at a disadvantage? At a disadvantage? What do you mean? In our plan, your task is somewhat more perilous, yet the rewards you can reap are not proportionate. Gu Qinghan was genuinely curious. He sought to discern a hint of greed on the other man's face. However, this man, appearing to be in his 30s, merely chuckled foolishly, his simplicity leaving Gu Qinghan somewhat perplexed. What rewards? As long as it suffices, that is all that matters. I do not possess any items for storage. Haoji scratched his head and then indicated that he was about to lure the bugs. The number of bugs remaining in the supermarket was uncertain. Rushing in recklessly would only place them in peril. Before long, Haoji returned with 3 bugs in tow. Let us go, let us go. He jumped over, darting past Gu Qinghan's skeleton. At that moment, 10 skeletons hidden behind cover suddenly leaped out, wielding axes to swiftly eliminate the 3 bugs. We can lure more. This is too slow. Gu Qinghan reminded, unwilling to squander too much time. Haoji glanced at the 10 figures clad in black armor and nodded silently. On the second attempt, he successfully lured back 5 bugs. This time, 2 skeletons teamed up to engage in fierce combat with the crimson-armored insect beasts. Standing to the side, Haoji proudly boasted to Gu Qinghan, "How about that? My monster-luring skills are not too shabby, are they?" "Indeed impressive. Did Wang Haoming not invite you to join him?" Gu Qinghan was genuinely astonished by Haoji's monster-luring prowess. After all, this was reality, and there were no explicit indicators of a monster's aggro range. Haoji scoffed, then lit up the remaining half of his cigarette, taking a deep puff before responding, "Of course, I was invited, but I have no regard for that bastard. Such a person is unlikely to last long." Gu Qinghan was amused by his pretentious demeanor and could not help but agree. "Indeed, you seem like a chivalrous hero from ancient times, robbing the rich to aid the poor." "That is right. It is a pity I lack a noble profession. Otherwise, I would rise up and eliminate that tyrant oppressing the common folk." The 2 men exchanged banter, culminating in a hearty laugh. As several bugs fell, Haoji suddenly remarked, "Actually, I had a younger brother who was also taciturn. Had he not been abducted by human traffickers, he would likely be around your age now." Gu Qinghan found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Haoji discarded the butt of his cigarette and exhaled a ring of smoke toward Gu Qinghan, saying, "Brother, how about you share a couple of cigarettes with me later? I've heard that smokes in that big supermarket can cost over $100 a pack." "I've never tried them." "Sure, that's fine." Haoji scampered off to lure more monsters, while Gu Qinghan watched his retreating figure, his expression somewhat complex. Haoji's purity and sincerity rendered Gu Qinghan somewhat uneasy. He was accustomed to others' malice, and encountering such a person invoked a strange sensation within him, akin to a person long accustomed to darkness suddenly witnessing a beam of brilliant sunlight. His immediate reaction was not joy but rather a sense of confusion. After slaying nearly dozens of crimson-armored insect beasts, Gu Qinghan finally encountered a different kind of bug. This variant was significantly more powerful, yet it stirred a sense of excitement within him. These bugs were level 10, precisely meeting the requirements for his advancement trial. Golden Armored Insect Beast, level 10, combat power, 400, description. A more formidable insect beast capable of spewing viscous liquid to hinder prey's movement, while remaining unaffected itself. Level 10 bugs boasted more than double the combat power of level 8 bugs, yet Gu Qinghan found it unproblematic. Haoji cautiously lured back only 2 golden armored insect beasts this time, demonstrating greater vigilance than before. Gu Qinghan witnessed the golden, meter-long insect beast suddenly open its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of golden viscous liquid toward Haoji. However, Haoji moved like an agile monkey, deftly dodging while leading the creatures toward Gu Qinghan's ambush point. 10 shadowy figures charged forth, surrounding the 2 golden armored insect beasts. The beast continued to spew viscous liquid, noticeably slowing the skeletons caught in its path. Nevertheless, each skeleton now boasted a total combat power of 350 points. In individual combat, they were not at a significant disadvantage, and in a group assault, the skeletons quickly achieved victory. Watching his trial progress reach 1/5 completion, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of excitement. Haoji's monster-luring skills were indeed impressive. The crimson-armored insect beasts were lured in groups of 5, while the golden-armored insect beasts were only drawn in pairs. As evening approached, Gu Qinghan had finally slain 10 golden-armored insect beasts. He signaled for Haoji to take a break, secretly wishing to assess his own changes. Advancement trial completed, level increased to level 11, additional class abilities unlocked. A notification immediately captured Gu Qinghan's attention, prompting him to hastily check his attributes. Player: Gu Qinghan, class: Necromancer, level 11, health points 50, magic points 650-50, combat power 350-60, Almost all of his attributes had doubled, but that was not the end of it. His original maximum summon count for the Death Whisper skill had increased from 10 to 22. With the additional 4 from his equipment, Gu Qinghan could now summon up to 26 skeletons. Simultaneously, the mimicry talent's capacity to replicate classes had expanded to 2. This meant that Gu Qinghan could now begin searching for a second suitable class for his skeletons. What is this? A new skill. Upon reaching level 11, the soul fire ignited, providing no enhancement effect, merely boosting his attributes. However, as Gu Qinghan examined his skills, he discovered a new addition. Death Manipulation consumes 500 magic points, using the power of death to transform an enemy you have slain into a combatant for yourself. Current maximum control count, 2. Whoa! Upon seeing the skill's cost, Gu Qinghan instinctively gasped. Were it not for his use of the magic fruit to raise his magic point limit, the 500 magic points would have completely depleted him. He suddenly recalled the mutated cat in his Necromancer space, a formidable being with 1,000 combat power. Although it had been severely injured by the Treant guards, he was indeed the one who dealt the killing blow. That should work, right? Gu Qinghan pondered. Activating the skill, he suddenly felt as though his mind had been pierced by a straw, an indistinct power being siphoned away. Then, he witnessed the long-neglected mutated cat in his Necromancer space starting to transform. Its formerly light-hued fur gradually darkened, and its wounds began to heal. The cat's physique elongated, and the 2 blood holes in its eyes ignited with ethereal green flames. However, this process seemed to require some time, leaving Gu Qinghan to wait patiently as he gazed at the darkening sky. He ultimately decided against delving deeper into the supermarket. There was likely a disaster gate within, and the dim lighting at night posed a risk he was unwilling to take. Let us go, let us go. I am starving. I'll prepare a delicious braised bug meat for you. Hao Ji stretched lazily, but his words sent a shiver down Gu Qinghan's spine. Could this truly be braised? Chapter 60. The visitor in the night, brother, do partake. This delicacy is truly delectable. Hao Ji enthusiastically presented a large basin of richly colored insect meat upon the table, addressing Gu Qinghan and Chen Yuding with fervor. The 2 exchanged glances, neither daring to lift their chopsticks. Observing their hesitation, Hao Ji, assuming they feared he had poisoned the dish, promptly served himself a generous portion of the insect meat. You see, it's quite delicious. It melts in your mouth, ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately regurgitated the insect meat he had just consumed. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, he gazed wistfully at the basin of insect meat, lamenting, alas, no matter how this is prepared, it remains unpalatable. His establishment utilized gas for cooking, allowing for the possibility of fire. However, despite attempting various culinary methods, he had met with failure each time. Chen Yuding glanced at Gu Qinghan, only to suddenly double over the table, retching violently. The memory of the insect meat's taste from earlier, compounded by Hao Ji's recent actions, sent her stomach into turmoil. Hao Ji looked at Gu Qinghan and, with an ambiguous expression, remarked, brother, to be so young and yet destined for fatherhood? The term, brother, rolled off his tongue with increasing familiarity, and Gu Qinghan found it less jarring, allowing it to pass. Gu Qinghan forced a smile, gesturing toward the repugnant insect meat before him. Elder brother, if you do not remove that soon, I too shall vomit. Ah, ha ha ha, I completely forgot. Hao Ji chuckled awkwardly, turning to take the offending dish into the kitchen. Chen Yuding shot a resentful glance at Gu Qinghan, saying, this is all your fault. My appetite has vanished entirely. Gu Qinghan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had left quite an impression on Chen Yuding. Just as he was about to say something to alleviate the awkwardness, Hao Ji hastily emerged from the kitchen and extinguished the small lamp on the table. Silence, someone is approaching, he whispered. His tone suddenly subdued, shedding the carefree demeanor he previously exhibited. Gu Qinghan immediately activated the Spectre's sight, gaining a view through the eyes of a skeleton lurking in the shadows outside. Under the dim moonlight, he observed a group of approximately 20 individuals stealthily advancing toward them. Hao Ji listened intently for a moment before declaring, there are likely over 20 of them. They must be here for me. This was a testament to his professional acumen, enabling him to evade capture while engaging with adversaries for an extended period. I have several safe havens. I will exit through the back door at ITS nothing. I'm accustomed to it. Haoji chuckled. Yet suddenly his expression shifted as he heard footsteps approaching from the rear entrance as well. Gu Qinghan cast him a curious glance and inquired, "What's the matter?" "We're surrounded. I distinctly did not reveal myself when we went out earlier. How did they discern it was me?" Gu Qinghan regarded him coolly, unfazed, and replied, "Aside from you, who in this area would dare provoke them?" Haoji paused, then spoke rapidly, "They must be coming for me. I will dash out shortly. You two should remain hidden here. You should be safe." His gaze swept the room, suddenly realizing a pressing concern. "Where are your friends? Where have they gone?" "Oh, they are athletes. You need not concern yourself with them." Haoji was momentarily at a loss, but then the sounds of a chaotic skirmish erupted from outside. He quickly grasped the situation, looking at Gu Qinghan with incredulity. "Are they your friends? Do not jest. While they are formidable, many of Wang Haoming's men are above level 7. Gu Qinghan shook his head, jesting, "It's truly fine, elder brother. They can handle it." Haoji found himself at a loss for words, as his profession did not center on combat, rendering him unable to assist. Gu Qinghan retrieved 3 self-heating hot pots from the realm of the dead, and in the astonished gaze of Haoji, he reignited the small lamp. "Let us eat and drink," he said with a smile. Chun Yuding felt no trepidation, fully trusting in Gu Qinghan, at least during serious matters. While he occasionally took risks or gambled, it was always in situations devoid of retreat. His current demeanor clearly suggested he regarded the outside threats with indifference. She was curious as to the source of his confidence, but deemed it inappropriate to inquire under the circumstances. Ultimately, she only needed to know that she was absolutely safe. Gu Qinghan arranged the various ingredient packets for the hot pot, poured in a bottle of water, and then closed his eyes. Had this been before his advancement, he would have found himself quite troubled by such a predicament. However, he was now at level 11. He hadn't even summoned the remaining skeletons. He still had the 10 from earlier in the day. Yet, these skeletons had all been upgraded to level 11. Barbarian Skeleton, level 11, Health, 1100, Magic, 110, Combat Power, 330, Skills, Bloodline of Fury, Rage Leap. Much like himself, the attributes of these skeletons had seen exponential enhancement. With the added bonuses from equipment, their combat power had surged to 530 points. Even if the skeleton's attributes were only half that of their original classes, they now at least possessed the stats of a level 10 barbarian. Gu Qinghan was uncertain how many individuals had reached level 10, but he was certain that those outside had not. Haoji strained to listen to the commotion outside, and several minutes later, he exclaimed in astonishment, "My word, they are fleeing." The footsteps outside had grown increasingly disordered, dwindling from nearly 50 to less than 30. Yet, among these 30 were 10 of Gu Qinghan's friends. In other words, within just a few short minutes, more than half of the assailants had perished. "They shan't escape. Have no fear," Gu Qinghan merely smiled, taking a few sips from a bottle of water. Meanwhile, a sleek, shadowy figure appeared atop the roof of the building. Its ebony fur glistened, exuding an air of mystery under the cool moonlight. This was a black cat, its body nearly 3 meters in length. Despite such a size, its movements were graceful and silent. Elegant, agile, and enigmatic were the words that sprang to mind for anyone who beheld this creature. Most astonishingly, the cat's eyes gleamed like 2 mesmerizing emeralds. Death Mutation Cat. Level 10, Elite. Combat Power, 1000. Once a source of considerable vexation for Gu Qinghan, this opponent had now become a significant ally. Haoji observed the 2 individuals voraciously indulging in their meal, suddenly wearing a look of incredulity. The footsteps that had previously retreated were now vanishing one by one. They could not have simply disappeared. Thus, only one conclusion remained. They were all dead. "Brother, do hurry and eat. We must hunt those insects tomorrow." In the dim light, Gu Qinghan's visage appeared both handsome and sinister. Chapter 60. The Visitor in the Night. "Brother, do indulge. This dish is exceptionally delightful," Haoji exclaimed as he placed a large bowl of richly colored insect meat onto the table, addressing Gu Qinghan and Chen Yuding with enthusiasm. The 2 exchanged glances, yet neither dared to pick up their chopsticks. Observing their hesitation, Haoji assumed they were apprehensive about being poisoned, so he boldly took a generous bite of the insect meat himself. "See, it's quite delicious, just, ugh." Before he could finish his sentence, he promptly expelled the insect meat from his mouth. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, He gazed sorrowfully at the bowl of insect meat and lamented, "Alas, no matter how one prepares it, it remains utterly unpalatable." His establishment utilized gas for cooking, thus enabling him to ignite a flame. However, despite experimenting with several culinary methods, he had met with failure each time. Chen Yuding cast a glance at Gu Qinghan and suddenly found herself leaning over the table, retching. The memory of the insect meat's taste from earlier in the day, coupled with Hao Ji's recent display, stirred her stomach into turmoil. Hao Ji noticed Gu Qinghan and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, remarked, "Brother, are you so young and already set to become a father?" His repeated use of brother rolled off his tongue with ease, and Gu Qinghan found it not at all jarring. With a slight smirk, Gu Qinghan pointed at the revolting insect meat before them and said, "Brother, if you don't put that away soon, I shall be compelled to follow suit." "Ah, ha ha ha, I almost forgot." Hao Ji chuckled awkwardly, turning to take the offending dish into the kitchen. Chen Yuding shot Gu Qinghan a reproachful look, lamenting, "This is entirely your fault. I have no appetite now." Gu Qinghan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had inadvertently left a significant psychological impact on her. Just as he contemplated saying something to ease the tension, Hao Ji abruptly emerged from the kitchen, extinguishing the small lamp on the table. "Silence. Someone approaches," he whispered, his tone grave, stripping away the earlier levity from his demeanor. Gu Qinghan swiftly activated the spectral vision, gaining sight through the eyes of a skeleton lurking in the shadows outside. Beneath the dim moonlight, he discerned a group of approximately 20 individuals stealthily advancing towards them. Hao Ji strained to listen for a moment before stating, "There are likely over 20 of them. They must be here for me." This was a testament to his professional acumen, the very skill that allowed him to evade capture during prolonged encounters. "I have several safe havens. I'll exit through the back door. It's nothing new. I'm accustomed to it." Hao Ji grinned, but his expression shifted abruptly as he perked up his ears, his countenance darkening. He had heard no fewer than 20 footsteps approaching from the back in trance, as well. Gu Qinghan glanced at him, curiosity piqued. "What's wrong?" "Surrounded. When we visited earlier, I clearly did not reveal myself. How could they know it was me?" Hao Ji was momentarily taken aback, but Gu Qinghan, unfazed, retorted, "Aside from you, who else in this area would dare to provoke them?" Hao Ji paused, then spoke rapidly, "They must be coming for me. I'll dash out shortly. You two should remain hidden. You should be fine." He scanned the room, suddenly realizing, "Where are your friends? Where have they gone?" "Oh, they're athletes. Don't concern yourselves with them." Hao Ji was momentarily confused by the implication when suddenly, a cacophony of battle erupted from outside. It soon dawned on him, and he regarded Gu Qinghan with disbelief. "Are those your friends? Stop joking. While they are formidable, many of Wang Haoming's men are level 7 or higher." Gu Qinghan shook his head, jesting, "Truly, it's fine, brother. They can handle it." Hao Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. His profession did not revolve around combat, thus leaving him unable to assist. Gu Qinghan retrieved 3 self-heating hot pots from the necromantic space, reopening the small lamp amidst Hao Ji's astonished gaze. "Let us eat and drink," he proclaimed with a smile. Chen Yuding felt no trepidation. She had complete faith in Gu Qinghan, well, as long as it pertained to serious matters. Although he occasionally engaged in gambling or took risks, it was always under circumstances devoid of retreat. His current demeanor, however, clearly indicated he did not regard the external threats with any seriousness. While she was curious about the source of his confidence, it was not the appropriate moment to inquire. For now, she simply needed to know that she was undeniably safe. Gu Qinghan arranged the various ingredient packets for the hot pots, poured in a bottle of water, and closed his eyes. Had this been before his advancement, he would have indeed felt quite troubled by the situation. However, he was now at level 11. He refrained from summoning additional skeletons, maintaining the 10 from earlier in the day. Yet, these skeletons had now ascended to level 11. Barbarian Skeleton, level 11, Health, 1100, Magic, 110, Combat Power, 330, Skills, Berserker Bloodline, Fury Leap. Much like himself, the attributes of these skeletons had significantly improved. With the enhancement from their equipment, their combat power had reached an impressive 530 points. Even if the skeleton's attributes were only half of their original profession, they now possessed at least the capabilities of a level 10 barbarian. Gu Qinghan was unaware of how many individuals had achieved level 10 in this world, but he was certain that those outside had not. Haoji remained attentive, listening intently to the commotion outside. Moments later, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, they're attempting to flee." The sounds of footsteps had grown disordered, dwindling from nearly 50 to fewer than 30. However, this number still included 10 of Gu Qinghan's friends. In other words, within mere minutes, over half of the assailants had perished. "They want to escape." "Rest assured," Gu Qinghan remarked with a smile, taking a few sips from a bottle of water. Meanwhile, a sleek, shadowy figure appeared atop the roof of the room. Its jet-black fur glistened smoothly, exuding an air of mystery beneath the cool moonlight. This was a black cat, yet its body stretched nearly 3 meters in length. Such a size did not hinder its agility. It moved without producing a sound. Elegant, nimble, enigmatic. These were the immediate descriptors that came to mind for anyone who beheld this creature. Most astonishingly, its eyes resembled 2 mesmerizing emeralds. Deathly mutated cat, level 10 elite. Combat power, 1000. Once a source of considerable vexation for Gu Qinghan, this formidable opponent had now become a significant ally. Haoji watched the 2 individuals before him devouring their meal with astonishment as the previously retreating footsteps began to vanish one by one. These individuals could not simply vanish into thin air. Thus there was but one explanation. They were all dead. "Brother, do hurry and eat. We shall need to hunt those insects tomorrow." Gu Qinghan's visage appeared strikingly handsome and slightly sinister in the dim light. Chapter 60. The Visitor in the Night. "Brother, please eat. This dish is truly delectable," Haoji exclaimed as he placed a large bowl of richly colored insect meat onto the table, warmly addressing Gu Qinghan and Chen Yuding. The 2 exchanged glances, neither daring to pick up their chopsticks. Observing their hesitation, Haoji, misinterpreting their reluctance as fear of poisoning, promptly served himself a generous portion of the insect meat. "See? It's delicious, just melts in your mouth. Ugh." Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly expelled the insect meat he had just swallowed. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, he lamented at the bowl of insect meat. "Alas, no matter how you prepare it, this thing is simply unpalatable." His establishment utilized gas for cooking, allowing him to still ignite the stove. However, after experimenting with several cooking methods, he had met with failure each time. Chen Yuding glanced at Gu Qinghan, only to suddenly lean over the table and retch. Memories of the insect meat's taste, coupled with Haoji's previous actions, stirred her stomach into turmoil. Haoji cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghan and, with an ambiguous tone, remarked, "Brother, are you really becoming a father at such a young age?" The term, brother, rolled off his tongue effortlessly, and Gu Qinghan found it oddly unoffensive, allowing it to pass. Gu Qinghan smirked, gesturing toward the repulsive insect meat in front of Haoji. "Brother, if you don't put that away soon, I might just lose my lunch as well." "Huh. Ha ha ha, I completely forgot." Haoji chuckled awkwardly, turning to take the offending dish into the kitchen. Chen Yuding cast an accusatory glance at Gu Qinghan, her expression filled with reproach. "It's all your fault. I have absolutely no appetite now." Gu Qinghan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had left quite an impression on Chen Yuding. Just as he opened his mouth to ease the awkwardness, he noticed Haoji hastily returning from the kitchen, extinguishing the small lamp on the table. "Silence, someone is approaching." His voice dropped to a whisper, shedding the carefree demeanor he had previously exhibited. Gu Qinghan immediately activated his deceased vision, gaining insight from the perspective of a skeleton lurking in the shadows outside. Under the faint moonlight, he discerned a group of approximately 20 individuals stealthily advancing towards them. After listening intently for a moment, Haoji remarked, "There are about 20 of them. They must be here for me." This was part of his professional skill set, a key factor in his ability to maneuver through precarious situations without being apprehended. "I have several safe houses. I'll exit through the back door at ITS nothing. I'm accustomed to it," Haoji chuckled, but his expression shifted as he suddenly perked up. His demeanor darkened upon hearing the unmistakable sound of at least 20 footsteps approaching from the rear. Gu Qinghan shot him a curious glance, inquiring, "What's wrong?" "We're surrounded. When we went out during the day, I didn't even reveal myself. How did they know it was me?" Gu Qinghan, unfazed, replied, "Who else in this area would dare provoke them apart from you?" Haoji was taken aback, then spoke rapidly, "They must be coming for me. I'll make a run for it. You two should stay hidden here. You should be fine." He surveyed the room, suddenly realizing something important. Where are your friends? Where have they gone? Oh, they're athletes. You needn't worry about them. Hao Ji was momentarily puzzled by the implication when a cacophony of battle sounds erupted from outside. He quickly grasped the situation, looking at Gu Qinghan in disbelief. Are those your friends? Stop joking. While they're formidable, many of Wang Haoming's people are at least level 7 professionals. Gu Qinghan shook his head and joked, Really? It's nothing, brother. They can handle it. Hao Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. His profession was not combat-centric, thus he felt helpless. Gu Qinghan retrieved 3 self-heating hot pots from the necromantic space, reigniting the small lamp to Hao Ji's astonishment. With a smile, he declared, Let us eat and drink. Chun Yuding felt no apprehension. She completely trusted Gu Qinghan, well, at least during serious matters. While he occasionally took risks, it was always in situations where there was no retreat. His current demeanor clearly indicated that he did not regard the outside threat with any seriousness. She was curious about his confidence, but this was not the time to inquire. For now, she needed only to know that she was undeniably safe. Gu Qinghan arranged the various seasoning packets for the self-heating hot pot, then poured in a bottle of water before closing his eyes. Had he been of lower rank, such a situation would have caused him considerable distress. However, he was now at level 11. He had not even summoned any additional skeletons, maintaining the same 10 from earlier, yet those skeletons had now ascended to level 11. Berserker Skeleton. Level 11. Health points, 1100. Magic points, 110. Combat power, 330. Skills. Berserk Bloodline. Rage Leap. Like him, these skeletons had experienced exponential enhancements in their attributes. Coupled with equipment bonuses, their combat power had surged to an impressive 530 points. Even if the skeleton's attributes were only half of their original profession, they now possessed the capabilities of a level 10 berserker. Gu Qinghan was uncertain how many individuals had reached level 10, but he was confident that the assailants outside had not. Hao Ji remained attentive to the sounds outside, and after a few minutes, he exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my, they're retreating. The footsteps outside had turned chaotic, dwindling from nearly 50 to less than 30. However, that count included 10 of Gu Qinghan's friends, implying that in just a few short minutes, over half of the assailants had perished. They won't escape, rest assured, Gu Qinghan replied with a smile, sipping from a bottle of water. At that moment, a sleek, elongated silhouette, entirely black, appeared atop the roof of the room. Its glossy fur glimmered in the cool moonlight, exuding an air of mystery. This was a black cat, nearly 3 meters in length. Such size did not hinder its movements, gliding soundlessly, graceful, agile, and enigmatic. These were the words that sprang to mind upon seeing this creature. Most astonishingly, its eyes resembled 2 mesmerizing emeralds. Death Mutation Cat. Level 10, Elite. Combat power, 1000. Once a formidable adversary for Gu Qinghan, this creature had now become a significant ally. Hao Ji stared in disbelief at the 2 individuals voraciously consuming their meal, his expression shifting to one of shock. The previously receding footsteps now ceased one by one. They could not vanish without a trace. Thus, there was only one conclusion. They were all dead. Brother, hurry and eat. Tomorrow we still have to hunt those insects. Gu Qinghan's visage, illuminated by the dim light, appeared both handsome and sinister. Chapter 60. The Visitor in the Night. Brother, please eat. This dish is truly delectable. Hao Ji cheerfully placed a large basin of richly colored insect meat on the table, addressing Gu Qinghan and Chan Yuding with enthusiasm. The 2 exchanged glances, yet neither dared to pick up their chopsticks. Observing their hesitation, Hao Ji, assuming they feared poison, promptly served himself a generous portion of the insect meat. See? It's delicious, just melts in your mouth. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly expelled the insect meat he had just consumed. Wiping away the tears that formed at the corners of his eyes, he gazed wistfully at the remaining basin of insect meat and lamented, Alas, no matter how it's prepared, it is always unpalatable. His establishment utilized gas for cooking, allowing him to ignite the stove. However, after attempting several cooking methods for the insect meat, all without exception, he had failed miserably. Chan Yuding glanced at Gu Qinghan beside her and suddenly leaned over the table, retching. The memory of the insect meat's taste from earlier in the day, combined with Hao Ji's recent actions, churned her stomach violently. Hao Ji looked at Gu Qinghan and, with a suggestive tone, remarked, "Brother, so young and already about to become a father?" The term brother rolled off his tongue comfortably, and Gu Qinghan felt no inclination to protest. With a slight smirk, Gu Qinghan pointed at the repulsive insect meat before Hao Ji and said, "Brother, if you don't clear that away soon, I too shall lose my meal." "What?" "Ha ha ha, I completely forgot." Hao Ji chuckled awkwardly and turned to take the dish into the kitchen. Chun Yuding shot a look at Gu Qinghan, her expression filled with reproach. "It's all your fault. I've completely lost my appetite now." Gu Qinghan felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing he had inadvertently left a considerable psychological impact on Chan Yuding. Just as he was about to say something to ease the tension, he suddenly noticed Hao Ji hastily emerging from the kitchen and extinguishing the small lamp on the table. "Be quiet, someone is approaching," Hao Ji whispered, his tone low, his demeanor now markedly more serious than his previous carefree attitude. Gu Qinghan immediately activated his deathly vision, gaining the perspective of a skeleton lurking in the shadows outside. Under the pale moonlight, he observed a group of approximately 20 individuals stealthily advancing toward their location. After listening intently for a moment, Hao Ji spoke again. "There are about 20 of them. They must be here for me." This was his professional instinct, the very skill that had allowed him to navigate such encounters for so long without capture. "I have several safe houses. I'll exit through the back door. It's fine. I'm used to it." Hao Ji chuckled, but suddenly his expression shifted as he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching the back door. More than 20 of them. Gu Qinghan cast him a curious glance and inquired, "What's wrong?" "We're surrounded. When we went out during the day, I was nowhere to be seen. How could they possibly know it was me?" Gu Qinghan shot him a sidelong glance, entirely unfazed, and replied, "Who else in this area would dare provoke him aside from you?" Hao Ji froze momentarily before rapidly asserting, "They must be coming for me. I'll bolt out in a moment. You two stay hidden here. You should be safe." He scanned the room and suddenly realized something. "What about your friends? Where have they gone?" "Oh, they are athletes. You needn't worry about them." Hao Ji, not comprehending the implication, was abruptly startled by the raucous sounds of battle erupting outside. He quickly grasped the situation, looking at Gu Qinghan with incredulity. "Are they your friends?" "Stop joking. While they may be strong, many of Wang Haoming's men are above level 7. Gu Qinghan shook his head, jokingly responding, "Really, it's fine, brother. They can handle it." Momentarily at a loss for words, Hao Ji realized his profession did not primarily involve combat, rendering him unable to assist. Gu Qinghan reached into the realm of the dead and retrieved 3 self-heating hot pots, reopening the small lamp under Hao Ji's astonished gaze. "Time to eat and drink," he declared with a smile. Chun Yuding harbored no fears. She had complete faith in Gu Qinghan, at least when it came to serious matters. Though he occasionally took risks, they were always in situations devoid of retreat. His current demeanor clearly indicated he was not the least bit concerned about the individuals outside. While she was curious about his confidence, she deemed it inappropriate to inquire further in the present circumstances. After all, she only needed to know that she was utterly safe. Gu Qinghan arranged the various ingredients for the self-heating hot pots, poured in a bottle of water, and then closed his eyes. Had this been before his advancement, facing such a predicament would have caused him considerable distress. However, now he stood at level 11. He hadn't even summoned the remaining skeletons, retaining only the 10 from earlier in the day. Yet these skeletons had now transformed into entities of level 11. Barbarian skeleton, level 11, health points, 1100, magic points, 110, combat power, 330, skills, berserk bloodline, fury leap. Like Gu Qinghan, the attributes of these skeletons had nearly doubled. With the bonuses from their equipment, their combat power had soared to an impressive 530 points. Even if the skeleton's attributes represented only half of their original profession, they now possessed the capabilities of a level 10 barbarian. Gu Qinghan was uncertain how many individuals had reached level 10 in the world, yet he was confident that none among those outside had. Hao Ji remained attentive, straining to catch the sounds emanating from outside. After a few minutes, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, they're fleeing." The footsteps outside had grown increasingly disordered, dwindling from nearly 50 to fewer than 30. However, these 30 included 10 of Gu Qinghan's friends. This indicated that, in the span of mere minutes, more than half of those who had come to ambush them had perished. "They want to escape. Don't worry," Gu Qinghan merely smiled, sipping from a bottle of water. Meanwhile, a sleek, shadowy figure appeared atop the roof of the dwelling. Its lustrous black fur shimmered in the cool moonlight, exuding an air of mystery. It was a colossal black cat, nearly 3 meters in length. Despite its size, it moved with grace, making not a sound. Elegant, nimble, enigmatic. These were the first words that sprang to mind for anyone who beheld this creature. Most astonishing of all were its eyes, which gleamed like 2 exquisite emeralds. Deathly mutated cat, level 10 elite. Combat power, 1000. Once a formidable adversary for Gu Qinghan, this creature had now become a significant ally. Hao Ji, observing the two voraciously indulging in their meal, suddenly wore a look of astonishment. The footsteps that had been receding moments ago were now vanishing one by one. They could not simply disappear into thin air, meaning there was but one possibility. They had all met their end. Brother, hurry and eat. We still have to hunt those insects tomorrow. Gu Qinghan's visage appeared both handsome and sinister beneath the dim light. Chapter 61. The leader of the special forces, Hao Ji found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom how Gu Qinghan had accomplished all of this. This youth exuded an air of mystery, a quality that even extended to the 10 armored figures who obeyed him without question. A sudden thought struck him. Could these individuals possibly be the formidable members of the rumored National Special Forces? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, for not just anyone possessed such standardized equipment. It was no wonder at all, that their combat prowess was so formidable, and they voiced no complaints. With merely a glance from Gu Qinghan, these individuals could seamlessly engage in combat. Remarkably, they managed to eliminate all those who encircled him, despite being outnumbered. The very thought sent tremors through his hands. He observed Gu Qinghan, who appeared unfazed as he enjoyed his meal, and hesitantly inquired, "Is there a mission that brought you out?" "No, not at all." "Why do you ask?" Gu Qinghan, having been caught off guard by the spiciness of the dish, furrowed his brow and looked up at the inquiry. Nothing. Hao Ji quickly realized the impropriety of his question. Such elite forces would undoubtedly keep their missions confidential. How could he have presumed to inquire? The frown on Gu Qinghan's face was a clear indication that he had overstepped. He promptly lowered his head and resumed eating, barely registering the flavors of the food before him. "Boss, the group we sent out to find Hao Ji yesterday hasn't returned." In the Wantong Plaza, a middle-aged man cautiously reported to Wang Haoming. Wang Haoming's grip on his cup faltered, and he abruptly smashed it onto the ground. Grasping the man by his collar, he growled, "Why didn't you inform me last night?" "Huh. Now you tell me, and they're probably already cold." He had launched several assaults on those creatures, losing barely 20 men in total. This man had just informed him that the 50 sent out had not returned? With only 500 or 600 capable fighters at his disposal, losing 1/10 of his forces was infuriating. "Boss, when we previously dispatched people to find this fellow, they often returned empty-handed after a day's effort. So," the man, drenched in sweat, struggled to explain, "it's nearly noon, and you're only mentioning this now?" Wang Haoming's eyes were bloodshot. He was already furious about failing to seize that supermarket yesterday, and now he was hit with this news. "But, weren't you busy with Sister Na this morning?" The middle-aged man's voice trembled, genuinely fearful of Wang Haoming's wrath. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoming suddenly released the man. He remembered that it was Li Na who had informed him yesterday that those individuals were of low rank. The nearby zombies had long been dispatched, and unless they ventured into the supermarket to meet their doom, it was impossible for them not to return. This morning, she had suddenly come into his room to seduce him. "Damn it, it's all that wretched woman's fault. She got dozens of my brothers killed." Wang Haoming turned to leave, just in time to catch sight of Li Na, who was fiddling with a designer handbag. At that moment, she was in high spirits, relishing the comforts of life without needing to venture into danger. Even luxuries that were once beyond her reach before the apocalypse could now be hers with a mere greeting to Wang Haoming. The memory of her college boyfriend who could only afford to gift her a phone in 12 installments made her chuckle. "Brother Ming, what has got you so upset again?" she asked, noticing Wang Haoming approaching. Earlier that morning, she had engaged him in a deeper conversation, hoping to alleviate his stress. She hadn't anticipated that he would be so irate. However, recalling that her current comfort was due to his generosity, she plastered a smile on her face as she approached. Yet, what awaited her was a furious slap from Wang Haoming. Wretched woman, because of you, 50 of my brothers have perished outside. He struck her to the ground and yanked her by the hair, lifting her up. Brother Ming. Brother Ming. Li Na's face bore the marks of the blow, and she hurriedly shielded her face in a plea for mercy. Simultaneously, she could not comprehend the meaning behind his words. Brother Ming, I don't understand what you're saying. Surely, you must be mistaken. Her voice quivered with tears, yet she found herself powerless against his grip. Wang Haoming was far too strong, leaving her devoid of any intent to resist. You said yesterday that those 10 individuals were of low rank. I dispatched 50 men to capture them, and now none have returned. Brother Ming, I swear I didn't deceive you. I truly didn't sense their presence. Li Na wiped the blood from her face and forced a smile more grotesque than tears as she asked, could they have sneaked away? After all, to hell with you. If they had fled, they wouldn't be able to escape. The murderous intent in Wang Haoming's eyes flared, and without restraint, his temperament seemed increasingly volatile. After all, he was the strongest in this place. Injuring someone bore no consequence. Likewise, taking a life felt equally insignificant. Li Na clearly perceived the killing intent in his gaze and quickly cried out for mercy. Brother Ming, I didn't mean to. They must have used some trick to harm us. If I were truly deceiving you, I wouldn't be here now. Wang Haoming paid no heed to her explanations. His only desire was to eliminate this woman post-haste. Though she was attractive, she was merely a college student. Had she been someone with a boyfriend or even a husband, he might have felt more compassion. Suddenly, the middle-aged man returned, saying, Boss, our team sent to search for the others has returned. They report that someone is outside the supermarket exterminating the creatures. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoming tossed Li Na aside. That Walmart supermarket was filled with untold supplies, and he had long considered it his own. It must be that Hao Ji, he and those who had jostled for the vehicle yesterday were attempting to seize his belongings. Gather everyone. Anyone daring to touch my possessions is courting death. He stormed towards the exit, only to abruptly turn back to glare at Li Na, who lay on the ground cradling her face. Bring her along. If Hao Ji recognizes you, you're as good as dead today. Brother Ming, I truly don't know that guy. 2 women disregarded Li Na's cries and hoisted her up. Soon, the professionals within the entire plaza mobilized. Just as Wang Haoming and his men were about to depart, a tall, somewhat hunched man appeared in his line of sight. Though not particularly imposing, he startled everyone. Following him was a nearly 1 meter tall mutated dog. It was evident to all that this was a creature altered by mutation. Chapter 61. The leader of the special forces, Hao Ji found himself at a loss for words. He could not comprehend how Gu Qinghan had managed all of this. This young man exuded an air of mystery, which extended to the 10 black-clad individuals who obeyed him without question. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could these individuals be the formidable members of the rumored National Special Forces? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, for not everyone possessed such standardized equipment. No wonder their combat prowess was so formidable, and they exhibited no grievances whatsoever. With merely a glance from Gu Qinghan, these individuals could seamlessly engage in battle. In fact, they had even managed to eliminate all those who sought to encircle him with a smaller force. The thought sent tremors through his hands. He observed Gu Qinghan, who appeared unfazed as he consumed his meal, and timidly inquired, Are you all on a mission? No, not at all. Why do you ask? Gu Qinghan replied, his throat stinging from the spicy oil, his brow slightly furrowed as he looked up at the questioner. Nothing, nothing. Hao Ji quickly realized the impropriety of his inquiry. Such a high-level unit would undoubtedly keep their missions confidential. It was absurd to think he could extract such information. The frown on Gu Qinghan's face unmistakably indicated that he had ventured into forbidden territory with his question. He hastily lowered his head and resumed eating, hardly savoring the flavors in his mouth. Boss, the group we sent out to find Hao Ji yesterday hasn't returned. A middle-aged man cautiously reported to Wang Haoming in the bustling square. Wang Haoming's cup trembled in his hand before shattering on the ground. Grasping the man's collar, he demanded fiercely, Why didn't you inform me last night? Huh? Now you say it, and those men are probably long gone. He had launched several assaults against those creatures, and had lost no more than 20 men in total. Yet, this individual had just informed him that the 50 who had gone out were all missing. With only 500 or 600 capable fighters at his disposal, losing 1/10 of his strength was infuriating. Boss, when we previously sent people to find this guy, they often spent a whole day without results, so. The man, caught by his collar, began to sweat profusely, desperately attempting to explain. It's almost noon, and you're only telling me now? Wang Haoming's eyes were bloodshot. The failure to seize that supermarket yesterday had already left him irate, and now hearing such news only added to his fury. But weren't you busy with Najia this morning? The middle-aged man's voice trembled, genuinely fearful of Wang Haoming's sudden wrath. Upon hearing this explanation, Wang Haoming let go of the middle-aged man. He recalled that it was indeed Li Na who had informed him yesterday that those individuals were of low rank. The nearby zombies had already been cleared. Unless they ventured into the supermarket to meet their demise, it was inconceivable that not a single one would return. This morning, she had also unexpectedly entered his room, enticing him. Damn it, it's all that wretched woman's fault. She has caused the deaths of dozens of my brothers. Wang Haoming turned and spotted Li Na, who was happily fiddling with a designer handbag. That moment, she was utterly content, needing no risk to enjoy good food and drink. In fact, the luxuries she could now indulge in were once unattainable before the apocalypse, all thanks to her association with Wang Haoming. The memory of her college boyfriend, who could only afford to buy her a phone in installments, struck her as laughable. Brother Ming, why are you angry again? She suddenly asked upon seeing Wang Haoming approach. Earlier, she had engaged in a deep conversation with him to help alleviate his stress. Yet, she had not anticipated his temper to be so volatile. However, recalling the comfortable environment he provided, she approached him with a bright smile. What awaited her, however, was Wang Haoming's furious slap. Wretched woman, because of you, 50 of my brothers are dead out there. He struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground, then yanked her by the hair to lift her up. Brother Ming. Brother Ming. One side of Li Na's face swelled from the blow, and she hurriedly covered her face, pleading for mercy. Simultaneously, she could not comprehend his words. Brother Ming, I don't know what you're talking about. You must have misunderstood me. Her voice trembled with tears, yet she found herself unable to escape his grip. Wang Haoming's strength was overwhelming, leaving her without any intent to resist. You said those 10 people were of low rank, yet I sent 50 out to capture them, and none have returned. Brother Ming, I wasn't lying. I truly didn't sense their presence. Li Na wiped the blood trickling from her wound, forcing a smile that was more pitiable than a cry, and asked, could it be they escaped secretly? After all, to hell with you. If they had fled, they wouldn't have run from you. Wang Haoming's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and without restraint, his temperament seemed increasingly volatile. After all, he was the strongest in this place. Injuring someone would bear no consequence. Similarly, killing someone would be of no matter. Li Na clearly perceived the murderous glint in his gaze and hastily cried out for mercy. Brother Ming, I didn't mean it. They must have deliberately plotted against us. If I were truly deceiving you, I wouldn't still be here. Wang Haoming dismissed her explanations, consumed by the desire to eliminate this woman. Although she was attractive, she was merely a university student. Had she been a woman with a boyfriend or husband, he might have felt a twinge of compassion. Suddenly, the middle-aged man returned, exclaiming, Boss, we just received news from the team we sent out to search for people. They say someone is out there killing the creatures near the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoming abruptly dropped Li Na to the ground. The Walmart supermarket was filled with an abundance of food that he had long deemed as his own. It must be that Hao Ji, he and those who had clashed with him yesterday were attempting to seize what belonged to him. Gather everyone. Anyone daring to touch my belongings is asking for death. He stormed out, then suddenly turned back to glare at Li Na, who was still on the ground, clutching her face. Take her with you. If Hao Ji knows you, you're dead today. Brother Ming, I truly don't know that guy. Ignoring Li Na's cries, 2 women approached and hoisted her up. Soon, all the professionals in the mall began to mobilize. Just as Wang Haoming was about to set off with his men, a lanky, hunchbacked man entered his line of sight. The man was not particularly tall, yet he startled everyone. For behind him followed an enormous dog, nearly a meter in height. It was evident to all that this was a mutated creature. Chapter 62. The returning traveler, Zhangzi, you are back. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Haoming immediately approached the other man. The hunched figure also broke into a smile, and they embraced briefly. "Allow me to introduce you. These are my parents. Dad, Mom. This is the Wang Gu I've mentioned." Zhangzi revealed the two individuals behind him, simultaneously facilitating a simple introduction. He had originally been a colleague of Wang Haoming's at the same company, and on the day the game commenced, he was purchasing clothes in this very mall. Over the following days, Wang Haoming honed his eloquence through salesmanship and his formidable prowess, gradually gathering a cadre of powerful professionals. Conversely, after establishing some stability, Zhangzi had proactively chosen to leave, yearning to return home in search of his family. At that time, Wang Haoming had strongly opposed this decision, yet Zhangzi was resolute in his intent to depart, insisting that he would not take anyone with him. Despite Wang Haoming's attempts to dissuade him, he could only acquiesce to Zhangzi's wishes. Initially, he had believed that Zhangzi had perished in the wilderness, but to his astonishment, Zhangzi had returned unscathed. Not only had he brought back his parents, but he had also returned with a distinctly obedient mutated dog. Wang Haoming greeted Zhangzi's parents, quickly shifting his gaze towards the mutated dog behind him. "Zhangzi, what's the story with this mutated dog? It listens to you now?" "Well, I previously activated an item that allowed me to forge a contract with monsters. It just so happened that I was being pursued by it, and I managed to subdue it," Zhangzi explained, affectionately stroking the dog's head. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed Wang Haoming's eyes. He was well aware of the formidable nature of mutated creatures. Previously, a nest of mutated rats had killed 2 professionals without being captured. After much effort, they had finally caught one, only for it to slip away due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. Most crucially, these aberrant beings possessed exceptional combat prowess, seemingly born for battle. A fierce mutated dog like this ought to belong to someone of his caliber. However, he swiftly concealed his emotions and feigned curiosity, asking, "Impressive. What level is this mutated dog? How potent is its combat power?" He had attempted to glean its information earlier, but it seemed that since the mutated dog had already formed a contract with a player, he could not access its details. Scratching his head, Zhangzi chuckled, "It's level 7, with a combat power of 350 points. Wang Haoming's envy surged once again. His own combat power, augmented by equipment, barely exceeded 400. How could this fellow have such an advantage? Nevertheless, he maintained a composed facade, remarking, "That's quite remarkable. I always believed you had great potential, and now it's truly come to fruition." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he finally expressed his true intentions. "Zhangzi, your mutated dog is quite formidable. How about we team up to eliminate a couple of foes?" Zhangzi suddenly froze. Although he had faced numerous dangers along his journey, he had never taken a life. However, hearing such casual talk of murder from Wang Gu felt so natural. "Wang Gu, my parents have just arrived. I wish to settle them in first." "Not a problem. There are plenty of empty rooms for your parents to stay in. You take care of them, and we'll wait right here." Wang Haoming gave Zhangzi no opportunity to refuse, ushering his companions to clear a path. Zhangzi felt conflicted, uncertain how to decline. His family had nearly run out of provisions, leaving him with no choice but to return home and seek refuge with Wang Haoming. Although his parents had also acquired professions, they were merely basic ones. If he were to reject Wang Haoming's offer, what would become of his parents? Moreover, with their advancing age, he did not wish to subject them to further hardship. After sorting through this simple logic, Zhangzi could only force a smile as he ascended the stairs. He found a tidy room to settle his parents and intended to return downstairs. Suddenly, his father grasped his arm, glancing around before saying, "Son, this Wang Gu doesn't seem like a good person." His mother nodded in agreement, her voice hushed. "Indeed, what kind of good person resorts to killing?" Zhangzi forced a wry smile, then reassured them, "Mom and Dad, the world outside has changed drastically. Wang Gu wasn't like this before. He often helped me at the company. Perhaps he had no choice but to do so because those people provoked him." Despite his words, Zhangzi felt that Wang Haoming had indeed transformed significantly. After further persuading his parents, he finally made his way back outside. His parents had endured countless hardships to raise him. Before the apocalypse, he lacked the means to provide them with a better life, but now he had the ability. "Mom and Dad, for your safety, even if it means taking a life, I am willing to do it." Meanwhile, at a nearby Walmart, Gu Qinghan was still collaborating with Hao Ji to eliminate the remaining bugs. However, beside them, Chun Yuding cradled a small black cat with eyes that sparkled like emeralds. It's attracted to my charm. Don't overthink it, just hold it, Gu Qinghan replied, rolling his eyes and fabricating a flimsy excuse. If she were to discover that this was the mutated cat that had previously hunted them, she would undoubtedly scream in terror. He glanced at the small black cat, which was now licking its paws, pausing its actions upon noticing Gu Qinghan's gaze. This creature retained some instincts even after being controlled by his skills. Most remarkably, it could alter its size at will. After he informed it that Chun Yuding was an ally, it willingly approached her, even allowing her to hold it close. Well, I suppose this will suffice. At least I need not worry about Chun Yuding's safety. With a combat power of 1,000, this seemingly innocuous creature was a significant asset in critical moments. Haoji returned before Gu Qinghan, who no longer dared to refer to him as bro. In his mind, Gu Qinghan was the captain of a mysterious unit, engaged in executing special missions. Reporting. All visible bugs in the supermarket have been eradicated. Shall we proceed inside? He saluted Gu Qinghan, awaiting his orders with a serious expression. Gu Qinghan was somewhat exasperated. He hadn't even unleashed all the skeletons yet. The previous night, he had summoned the maximum number of 26 skeletons and had Chun Yuding craft another batch of equipment. Currently, he had only deployed 10 skeletons outside, largely due to Haoji's peculiar behavior since yesterday. Within the Necromancer's realm, 16 fully equipped berserker skeletons stood ready for action. A mere thought from Gu Qinghan, they would materialize by his side. Nevertheless, even with just 10 skeletons, they did not impede their progress in dispatching the bugs. Haoji could safely attract a maximum of 8 bugs at a time, all of which were swiftly eliminated by the skeletons. The current skeletons were virtually unstoppable against these pests. Let us move. We should investigate inside, Gu Qinghan proposed, eyeing the expansive supermarket as if it were a treasure trove. Within, there lay not only vast quantities of supplies, but also a potential gateway to disaster. Chapter 63. Weapons and Trust. Brother, could you keep watch for us outside? Upon arriving at the entrance of the supermarket, Gu Qinghan turned back to glance at Haoji, hesitating momentarily before speaking. This supermarket was quite expansive. In order to swiftly deplete its resources, he needed all of his skeletons to spring into action. At that moment, Haoji was sure to be startled once again. Gu Qinghan held a favorable impression of this man, who, despite his somewhat unsavory appearance, possessed a gallant heart. It was fortuitous that his profession was that of a scout, making him well suited for the task of keeping watch. Understood. Haoji responded with an unorthodox military salute, prompting Gu Qinghan to enter the supermarket with an exasperated expression. The interior of the supermarket was shrouded in darkness, but Gu Qinghan promptly retrieved a powerful flashlight. Simultaneously, he unleashed all of his skeletons, and the sudden appearance of 26 skeletons startled Chun Yuding, who trembled and then looked at Gu Qinghan in astonishment, asking, "You had me work tirelessly to craft equipment last night, and it turns out you added so many skeletons?" "Yes, stay close to me. There should still be a disaster gate here," Gu Qinghan replied. Chun Yuding nodded, having already been informed of the general details regarding the disaster gate. The Walmart supermarket was divided into 2 levels. The lower level housed fresh produce, and a distinct odor of decay wafted through the air. However, both of them had experienced much, so they were not overly perturbed by the stench. As Gu Qinghan and his skeletons scoured the store, they gathered a significant amount of supplies. Anything that was not spoiled was hastily collected into his necromantic space. Occasionally, a bug would scurry from the corners, only to be swiftly dispatched by Gu Qinghan's skeletons. Previously, with Haoji's assistance, Gu Qinghan had already eliminated hundreds of these pests. The few remaining were merely stragglers, posing no real threat. Just as they were about to finish their exploration of the first floor, Gu Qinghan finally spotted an unusual bug. This creature bore some resemblance to the crimson armored beetle beast, but its eyes glowed with a vivid red hue, and there seemed to be flickering flames at the corners of its mouth. The moment it laid eyes on Gu Qinghan, it rolled swiftly, smashing nearby shelves to pieces. Crimson Armored Breathtaker, Level 13, Combat Power, 800, Description. A variant among the crimson armored beetle beasts, possessing swifter strength and more formidable means of attack. Just as Gu Qinghan's skeletons charged toward it, a foul-smelling liquid suddenly sprayed onto them. The hissing sound echoed as the skeleton's vitality dropped by over 200 points in an instant. Gu Qinghan quickly directed his flashlight towards the source of the liquid and saw a creature resembling the golden armored beetle beast approaching slowly. Golden armored corruptor. Level 15. Combat power 1100. Description. A variant among the golden armored beetle beasts, its speed may have diminished, but its danger level has risen sharply. To his astonishment, there were actually 2 monsters above level 10 here, with the highest being level 15. Without hesitation, Gu Qinghan snatched the black cat from Chun Yuding's hands and tossed it to the ground. "Wait a moment, what are you doing?" Chun Yuding exclaimed, but before she could finish, she witnessed the once harmless little cat rapidly grow in size. Within mere seconds, it transformed into a 3-meter-long, over 1-meter-high black beast. Thankfully, the supermarket had sufficient height. Otherwise, the deathly mutated cat would have had to crawl. "Quit dawdling, hide." The mutated cat charged toward the golden armored corruptor. It did not need to kill the beast. It merely had to delay it while the skeletons dispatched the crimson armored breathtaker. Meanwhile, the crimson armored breathtaker continuously darted around the supermarket, occasionally unleashing fireballs that sent the skeletons retreating. Gu Qinghan and Chun Yuding took cover behind a wall, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the battle. "Hold on, that cat. It wouldn't happen to be the one that chased us before, would it?" Chun Yuding scrutinized Gu Qinghan for a while before posing the question. Gu Qinghan smiled, revealing no secrets. "Correct answer. I'll reward you with a piece of bug meat. It won't suddenly attack me, will it?" Chun Yuding shrank back, her belated realization eliciting a chuckle from Gu Qinghan. He shook his head and replied, "I am now its master, and as for you, you will become its mobile cat climbing frame from now on." Chun Yuding quietly acknowledged, though her expression still bore a hint of apprehension. However, compared to before, she had grown significantly. After a few minutes, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. Gu Qinghan used the sight of the deceased to check. The crimson armored breathtaker had perished, and the golden armored corruptor was nearing its end as well. Once both monsters lay defeated, Gu Qinghan emerged with Chun Yuding. The crimson armored breathtaker dropped a staff that made Gu Qinghan's eyes glimmer with desire. Frowny face flame breath staff. Level 8 equipment requirement. Magical power must reach 200 points. Can increase combat power by 100. Special effect. Consumes 20 magical points to release a fireball that attacks an enemy. Cooldown time of 1 second. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gu Qinghan decided against replacing his apprentice staff. Firstly, he had acquired a ranged attack skill. Secondly, the additional 4 skeletons proved to be of greater assistance. This item might be useful for trading with others later. Gu Qinghan waved the staff, which radiated a faint warmth, preparing to stow it in his necromantic space. Suddenly, he glanced over at Chun Yuding. If his memory served him correctly, her profession also had a high growth rate for magical power. He placed the staff into her hands and inquired, "Can you use this?" Chun Yuding was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "I'm still 1 level short." "Are you certain you want to give it to me? Don't return it to me." Chun Yuding immediately hugged the staff to her chest, a sweet smile blossoming on her face. Gu Qinghan had never previously equipped her with a weapon, having always regarded her as a logistics personnel. In such an environment, she was a strong-willed woman who yearned to partake in combat. Remaining hidden behind Gu Qinghan and waiting for outcomes was an unbearable experience for her. Yet, she had never voiced her desires. Through her interactions with Gu Qinghan, Chun Yuding sensed his cautious nature. During their previous meals, she would always start eating first before he would touch his chopsticks. In his dealings with others, he always retained some cards close to his chest. The absence of weaponry only indicated a lack of complete trust in her. Thus, she had been striving to perform tasks within her capabilities, hoping to earn Gu Qinghan's trust. Now, it appeared that her efforts had not been in vain. Gu Qinghan observed the beaming Chun Yuding, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, he was soon captivated by the item dropped by the golden armored corruptor. Frowny face corruption aura. Special item. Effect. Enhances a projectile-type skill, bestowing it with corrosion effects. Gazing at the seemingly sentient cloud of gas before him, Gu Qinghan's eyes gradually brightened. Could this item be used to enhance my bone spike technique? Chapter 64. Siege. Gu Qinghan promptly opted to utilize the artifact, and the gaseous entity swiftly penetrated his body through his pores. He experienced no discomfort, and soon afterward, he enhanced his bone spike technique. Casting a glance around, Gu Qinghan hurled a bone spike at a nearby metal shelf. With a resounding clang, The spike lodged itself into the shelf, subsequently falling silent. What about the corrosive effect? Gu Qinghan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he examined the spike. After a prolonged scrutiny, he discerned a charred ring around the edge where the spike had pierced. This is rather weak. His initial excitement dissipated instantly. He had anticipated a potent corrosive effect from this artifact. If he were to draw a comparison, he would liken it to using a hot knife to slice through butter. However, it was evident that the destructive power of this corrosive effect was not particularly pronounced. He was left wondering how it would fare against living beings. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan swiftly shifted his focus away from this skill and commenced his search for the door of calamity on this level. If his assumptions were correct, these two monsters were indeed the final trump cards within that door of calamity. Near the elevator leading to the second floor, Gu Qinghan discovered a black iron treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he opened the chest, only to find that it did not trigger the effects of the Pioneer's skill. The contents were quite simple: 5 magic crystals and a statue resembling a miniature insect beast. Fragment of the key to the insect-tied secret realm, black iron. Special item. In effect, collecting 3 fragments allows the synthesis of the key to the insect-tied secret realm, granting access to the insect-tied secret realm. A secret realm? Could it be something akin to a game dungeon? Gu Qinghan mused as he toyed with the statue in his hands, yet he remained at a loss for any further insights. Storing the item away, he and Chen Yuding, along with his skeletal minions, finally set about plundering the entirety of the supermarket. Including the goods from the second floor and the storeroom, it took Gu Qinghan nearly an hour to clear everything out. The necromantic space was an extraordinarily unique existence. It seemed that, aside from undead creatures, all other items entered a state of temporal stasis. Previously, when he placed fruits from the school inside, they showed almost no changes upon retrieval. Gu Qinghan believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these supplies were sufficient to sustain him for several decades. It's time to leave. By the way, I wonder if Brother Haoji has fallen asleep after all this time. Gu Qinghan chuckled at Chen Yuding, but suddenly, his smile froze on his face. He had just heard a faint sound of footsteps echoing through the supermarket. Pat, pat. Both he and Chen Yuding stood still, and his skeletal minions certainly did not wander about. It was evident that this was not merely the sound of a single person. It reverberated obnoxiously within the supermarket. Gu Qinghan silently turned off his flashlight, grasped Chen Yuding's hand, and ducked into a corner. Simultaneously, the green flames in the eyes of the surrounding skeletons gradually extinguished. In the absence of combat, the soul fire of the skeletons could nearly be completely snuffed out. Yet, once combat commenced, that soul fire would blaze fiercely, instilling boundless terror in their foes. The footsteps within the supermarket grew increasingly dense, causing Gu Qinghan's brows to furrow slowly. It was all too clear who this group was. They were undoubtedly from Wang Haoming, just like the assailants from the previous night. What puzzled him was that after he took the vehicle, he had left something behind as a form of exchange. So why did they persistently come looking for trouble? Although the pretext for their visit yesterday was to steal a car, Gu Qinghan had left behind 10 bloodfruit and a note for that group of people. The note simply stated, "The value of these items far exceeds that of a few vehicles. Consider it compensation for coercive acquisition." He never considered himself a good person, but Gu Qinghan adhered to his own set of moral guidelines. He disliked being indebted to others, preferring to act with a clear conscience. Both he and Chen Yuding had already consumed blood fruits to their limit, and he still had plenty stored in his necromantic space. This item could enhance the upper limit of vitality, making it invaluable in such perilous times, far surpassing the utility of mere automobiles. Do they believe I possess more blood fruits, hence their relentless pursuit? A chill enveloped Gu Qinghan's heart as he slowly closed his eyes. The skeletons could see nothing in the darkness, but the cat could. At that moment, the mutated death cat had grown to a normal size, silently leaping onto a shelf. Utilizing the effect of the spectral vision, Gu Qinghan observed at least 100 individuals ascending the stairs to the second floor, and that number was still increasing. A sense of dread settled in Gu Qinghan's heart. With so many professionals, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Not all of them were equipped with illumination tools. Only the first dozen or so were using flashlights to illuminate their path. "I know you're here. I can't be bothered to search for you, so you can either come out or I will kill Haoji. The choice is yours." Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice echoed among the crowd, reverberating through the second floor of the supermarket. They VE captured Haoji? Gu Qinghan's heart tightened, yet he refrained from making a sound, continuing to observe the situation of the group. Wang Haoming seemed to realize that merely speaking wouldn't lure Gu Qinghan out, so he waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to bring someone before him. Gu Qinghan's brow furrowed sharply as he recognized the person being dragged forward. It was indeed Haoji. Wang Haoming smirked coldly as he drew a short knife and plunged it into Haoji's thigh. Haoji remained silent, yet his body trembled violently. Oh, quite resilient, aren't we? A cruel glint flickered in Wang Haoming's eyes as he brutally twisted the knife. Instantly, Haoji let out a cry of pain, followed by a desperate shout, "Don't come out! This bastard brought everyone to capture you." Before he could finish, another short knife was plunged into his other thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Through the vision of the mutated death cat, Gu Qinghan could see that blood was incessantly flowing from Haoji's back. The wounds were grotesque. One could only imagine the struggle he must have endured before being captured. Wang Haoming waited a few seconds before abruptly addressing a nearby woman. "Didn't you say he wasn't on the first floor? Are you lying to me?" The woman, Li Na, bore a purple-red handprint on her face and hurriedly replied, "Brother Ming, I swear I didn't. The scent on the first floor is indeed faint. I can confirm he is on the second floor, but his aura is very weak, so I couldn't lock onto him." Gu Qinghan understood that this was due to the effect of his concealment cloak, yet he suddenly felt Chen Yuding's small hand tremble beside him. He opened his eyes and cast a puzzled glance her way. Leaning closer to Gu Qinghan's ear, Chen Yuding whispered in an almost inaudible voice, "That voice sounds remarkably like one of my university roommates." Realization dawned upon Gu Qinghan, and he promptly shut his eyes again. At that moment, Wang Haoming's impatience was palpable. He suddenly shouted, "I see that you've cleared out the supermarket. Do you possess some sort of spatial equipment? Hand over the goods and bow to me in apology, and I will release Haoji and you all." "What do you say?" His voice was laced with arrogance and ambition, mingling with Haoji's muffled groans, driving Gu Qinghan's murderous intent to its peak. Chapter 65. The Haunted Supermarket. "If you believe that the value of those vehicles exceeds the worth of what I left behind, I can offer additional compensation and release the hostages." Gu Qinghan's voice suddenly resonated, causing a sinister expression to surface on Wang Haoming's face. He was the first to hurl two skills in that direction, then shouted, "Over there! Ranged professionals, bombard them." Instantly, at least 100 attacks were unleashed, ravaging the floor beyond recognition. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. My patience and forbearance are finite." Gu Qinghan's voice unexpectedly emanated from another direction, leaving the assailants momentarily frozen. Their earlier assault had been swift, yet the source of that voice seemed to possess an astonishing speed. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Qinghan had utilized Death's Whisper, speaking through the death-altered cat to deliver those words. Speed and explosiveness were the cat's forte, rendering it nearly impossible for a group of mere level 7 or 8 minions to land a hit. Wang Haoming's expression shifted. He discerned that the latest voice appeared to originate from the vicinity of the ceiling. He unleashed several more skills towards that direction, but was met with the earlier voice resounding from beside a wall. "I will produce 5 more bloodfruit. Release the hostages, or you will all remain here." "What nonsense! What is a bloodfruit?" Wang Haoming continued his assault, his words prompting a slight furrow of Gu Qinghan's brow. "Did you not see what I left behind, along with the note?" "What items?" Wang Haoming cast another skill, but suddenly realized something was amiss. 10 bloodfruits would undoubtedly be worth more than your few vehicles. If they have not been received, then it must be due to a lapse on the part of your subordinates. The death-altered cat darted around the group, provoking an array of skills while gradually causing beads of sweat to appear on some foreheads. Who was guarding those vehicles yesterday? Wang Haoming abruptly ceased his attack, recognizing that some of his subordinates might harbor ulterior motives. No one stepped forward. In the darkness, the faces of all remained obscured. Wang Haoming inhaled deeply, seizing a flashlight from one person and illuminating the crowd, while bellowing, "Are you all deaf? Who was present yesterday? Step forward." The blinding light caused the individuals to shield their faces, yet silence prevailed. Just as Wang Haoming was on the verge of rage, a voice broke through. "Boss, it seems the ones guarding the vehicles yesterday were Xiao Zhao and the others. They were stationed outside the supermarket. Of the 300 who entered the supermarket, the remainder were stationed at various entrances to prevent any escape." Wang Haoming's understanding crystallized, and he sneered, very well, very well. To dare to play tricks beneath my very nose. He turned away from the group, proclaiming loudly, my men will handle the situation, but all the supplies in this supermarket must remain intact. Otherwise, Hao Ji is as good as dead. He kicked Hao Ji on the ground and stepped on the hilt of the knife, eliciting another cry of pain from him. A faint sound of slicing through the air was heard, followed by a scream from the crowd. A man clutched his shoulder, his expression contorted in agony. Ah, it hurts so much. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly yanked a sharp bone spike, akin to a dagger, from his shoulder, the tip of the spike. Bright red blood emitted a sizzling sound. Nearby, individuals recoiled in fear. This was evidently a corrosive effect. Moreover, upon seeing the bone spike in the man's hand, several timid souls staggered 2 steps back, attacking with bones, vanishing without a trace. Who exactly was this figure in the shadows? Dare to lay a finger on him, and I will kill one of you. If he dies, you all shall accompany him to the grave. Gu Qinghan's voice echoed ominously throughout the supermarket, sending a chill down the spines of the 300 professionals. The visible enemy was not to be feared, but the unknown adversary was truly terrifying. Particularly under such circumstances, Gu Qinghan's psychological pressure on this group had reached an apex. The man struck by the bone spike continued to wail, his cries even more harrowing than Hao Ji's earlier lamentations. Useless fool, cease your wailing. Wang Haoming slapped the man's face, yet it did nothing to quell his cries. He attempted to strike again, only to detect a pungent odor emanating from the man's shoulder. The sizzling sound persisted, the pain from the corrosive effect akin to a blunt knife slicing through flesh, rendering the man unable to control himself. Priest, dispel this affliction. A strikingly beautiful girl stepped forth, casting a skill to alleviate the man's suffering. His cries diminished, but the heavy panting revealed the torment he had just endured. Is this all you are capable of? No wonder your subordinates dare to pilfer from you. Gu Qinghan's voice continued, calm yet causing Wang Haoming's expression to darken. Search for him. Find him and kill him. All the spoils are ours. He unleashed another skill in that direction, yet no one dared to advance a single step. Gu Qinghan's enigmatic methods had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. We are over 300 strong. What is there to fear? He roared, forcefully pushing one subordinate forward. The moment the individual was thrust into the fray, a bone spike, shot from an unseen source, pierced his abdomen. He howled in pain as he scrambled back, even breaking through the crowd to flee downstairs. Wang Haoming's face darkened further. In a fit of rage, he hurled a skill at the fleeing figure, halting his escape. Who the hell dares to run? I'll kill him first. We are 300 strong. They number only a handful. What is there to fear? All eyes turned to him, but suddenly, a rush of wind swept through. Individuals at the front of the groups stumbled back in fright, only to see a shadow manifest like a specter, then vanish in an instant. However, by the time the shadow disappeared, Hao Ji had already been taken away. Ghost! There's a ghost! Li Na shrieked, pointing at the direction the shadow had vanished, for she had just witnessed those 2 eerie green eyes within it. Such speed, such eyes, was it not a ghost? Damn it! I should have killed you outright. Wang Haoming kicked Li Na to the ground, then stomped fiercely on her face. He was nearly driven mad. Li Na's words reignited the previously calmed crowd, causing them to stir restlessly. Many fled towards the first floor, instantly turning Wang Haoming's complexion a deep shade of anger. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish the supplies within the supermarket. Fear not, let us together slay this trickster. The injured may come to me for an extra 3 days. No, a week of rations. Wang Haoming steeled himself, using promises to stabilize the morale of his men. As the adage goes, beneath a heavy reward, there will be brave men. His words quickly ignited greed in the eyes of some. Even as a large portion fled, at least 100 remained, seasoned fighters who swiftly divided into 10 small teams, preparing to conduct a thorough search. However, without Hao Ji as a hostage, Gu Qinghan was free to act. He had been allowing the death-altered cat to dart about, not merely to instill fear but also to provoke these individuals into using their skills. After all, upon reaching level 11, his mimicry talent allowed him to imitate an additional profession. Just moments ago, he had gathered the desired occupational characteristics. Wang Haoming's profession, Frost Sorcerer, Chapter 66. The second profession of the skeleton. Originally, Gu Qinghan believed his health points were insufficient and sought a profession with formidable defensive capabilities. However, the sudden turn of events left him with no choice. Having fully collected the occupational characteristics of the ice sorcerer, Gu Qinghan did not hesitate to transform half of his skeletons into ice sorcerer skeletons. At such a moment, the 20-odd melee fighters were likely to face defeat. Yet, if ranged and melee professions collaborated, their chances of victory would undoubtedly soar, especially since they lurked in the shadows while Wang Haoming and his companions were exposed in the light. Wang Haoming led 2 shield-bearing fighters to the forefront, his gaze scanning the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, he heard a rush of wind from afar. Block it! The 2 shield-bearers, though basic fighters, possessed commendable protective abilities. Their expressions turned grave as they immediately commanded their shields to emanate ripples, subtly enveloping their comrades in a protective barrier. However, they soon realized that what soared towards them was not bone spikes, but rather ice shards exuding a chilling aura. Upon striking the shields, the ice shards exploded into powder, yet they lingered ominously around them rather than dispersing. Wang Haoming was genuinely alarmed. Being an ice sorcerer himself, he recognized the skill he had employed countless times. "Who are you? Why are you using my skills?" he bellowed into the void, but no response came. This area had previously housed 3 epic-level professionals, 2 of whom he had orchestrated the demise of during the initial days of the game. Thus, he had become the most powerful entity in the region, commanding all under his authority. Yet, Gu Qinghan's emergence sparked a sense of foreboding within him. He felt he may have provoked someone he ought not to have. Others around him seemed to be under attack as well, with cries for help and screams echoing through the air. "Over there! There's light!" one fighter shouted, pointing at 2 flickering green flames not far away. In their panic, the fighters lost their sense of judgment, launching their ranged skills toward the flames. However, the 2 green flames darted toward them like sprites dancing in the darkness. "Those things are coming. Run!" A wave of chaos erupted among the crowd, many retreating in haste. Yet, as the 2 green flames closed in, they suddenly vanished from sight. Within mere seconds, the flames reappeared elsewhere, as if mocking their incompetence. "Over there! Attack!" They redirected their skills towards the new location, only to repeat the futile cycle. Wang Haoming's countenance grew stern as he shouted, "Stop firing! They are draining our mana." Yet, some continued to unleash skills at the sporadically appearing green flames. Those flames were none other than the eyes of the death mutant cat, easily manipulated by Gu Qinghan to achieve this effect. The death mutant cat needed merely to enlarge and charge at the group, then suddenly shrink back to its normal size. Previously, with too many opponents, Gu Qinghan had found it challenging to eliminate them all. Now, with just over 100 remaining, he felt a newfound confidence and determination to keep them all here. He had not denied them opportunities. Even if they followed the previous group to escape, he would not have marked them for certain death. However, under Wang Haoming's incitement, they opted to stay behind, seeking to kill him and seize his resources. The price of greed is one that not everyone can bear. Explosive ice crystals continued to shoot from hidden corners, and faint footsteps could still be heard. Yet, no one dared to break from the formation. Even when they attempted to charge in unison toward a single direction, the 2 ghostly green flames would swiftly halt their advance. The remaining individuals swallowed hard, some regaining their senses, suddenly realizing they may have made a grave mistake. Unlike mere stalling, the entities in the darkness seemed imbued with a palpable intent to kill in this dire situation. A few individuals stealthily retreated, only to be struck by explosive ice crystals, their speed drastically reduced. Those who had strayed from the group soon heard the sound of pounding footsteps surrounding them. Before they could react, 2 flickering ghostly green flames illuminated the darkness, rapidly approaching. Following closely were several dark figures, brandishing imposing axes high above. In less than 5 minutes, the number of the group had dwindled from over 100 to fewer than 100. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan continued to release bone spike spells intermittently, coordinating his skeletons to eliminate the remaining fighters. If they sought to kill him, they must be prepared to face their own demise. Wang Haoming could no longer endure the slow, torturous situation, wanting to lead the group down the stairs. However, as they turned, they were met with a shadow at the stairway, having just torn apart an individual attempting to flee. Illuminated by the flashlight, they finally discerned the creature's identity. It was a large black cat, now shaking off the blood from its claws, discarding the lifeless body. Mutant creature, one person stammered, causing the others to feel their legs weaken at the mere utterance of the words. The power of mutant creatures was unquestionable, and this mutant cat was particularly formidable. It was clear that if they attempted to rush down, they would pay a heavy price. Focus fire on it. After all, there's only one. Wang Haoming had never felt death so near, yet he realized that few ranged fighters remained capable of casting their skills. In the earlier chaos, their mana had been nearly depleted. Next came Gu Qinghan's moment to shine. Suddenly, the sound of dragging chains echoed beneath their feet. Some felt a chill as they discovered icy chains, resembling intricately carved ice, coiling around their ankles. "Boss, what are you doing?" Someone recognized immediately that this was Wang Haoming's second skill. Ice chains. Wang Haoming's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "It wasn't me. Why would I cast skills on you?" He was not the one casting spells. He realized that 10 or so individuals had icy chains binding their feet. This skill could only be cast once at a time, and he no longer possessed sufficient mana to unleash it. Yet, the strength of this skill lay in its incredible durability, restricting bound enemies to a limited range of movement. Suddenly, a wave of cold washed over him, and he felt his limbs momentarily lose warmth. The presence of multiple icy chains indicated that the opposing force must have at least a dozen professionals of the same caliber as himself. Could it be? Surely not. A dozen epic-level professionals. Just the thought of it left him feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, Wang Haoming's survival instincts kicked in, prompting his mind to race. He knew that his chances of survival were slim today, but he still had one opportunity. An opportunity that might allow him to escape with his life. Chapter 67. Cleverness backfires. When he entered moments ago, he had left Gongzi and his mutated dog lurking nearby in ambush. He never anticipated that the individuals inside would prove to be so formidable, intending instead for Gongzi to prevent their escape from below. "Gongzi, I shall take good care of your parents," he murmured as his fingers grazed a ring, gradually resolving to employ it. Transmutation ring, black iron level 5, defect. Swaps the user's position with that of a designated individual, with a linear distance not exceeding 1,000 meters. Warning. The user will experience intense backlash, and the ring will disappear post-use. Originally, his chosen target was an 8th-level practitioner, a precaution against unforeseen dangers that might impede his escape. However, upon seeing Gongzi return and embracing him, he had already swapped him as the designated target. The rationale behind this choice was the belief that only the powerful could afford him additional time to flee in perilous situations. Suddenly, the ring shattered, causing blood to surge from Wang Haoming's mouth and nose, yet he erupted into laughter. His body was enveloped in a radiant blue glow, starkly visible within the surrounding darkness. Gu Qinghan immediately noticed this transformation and commanded all the skeletons and mutated cats to launch a fierce assault against him. At that moment, he sensed an ominous presence, contemplating forcibly eliminating Wang Haoming amidst the throng. Even if it came at a great cost, he was unwilling to allow a tiger to return to the mountain. However, around Wang Haoming, a multitude of thick, deep blue ice blocks materialized. The mutated cats endured several practitioners' attacks, their sharp claws raking at those formidable ice structures. Yet, a cacophonous screech ensued, as their claws, capable of shattering stone and iron, merely dislodged a few ice flakes. Simultaneously, Wang Haoming's boisterous laughter resonated. "Ha ha ha, do you think you can shatter my talent? Just wait, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west." His voice faltered, abruptly vanishing in an instant, along with his figure. Everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly the practitioners who remained with him, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. However, through the eyes of the mutated cat, Gu Qinghan's expression darkened. For he discerned a figure, slightly hunched, emerging from within that deep blue ice layer. Meanwhile, outside a Walmart supermarket, Wang Haoming's silhouette flickered into view, illuminated by a flash of blue light within a shop that had long been ransacked. He appeared woefully disheveled, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his demeanor akin to someone who had endured sleeplessness for 10 days and nights. Yet, he had escaped. Casting a glance outside, he noted the massive mutated dog racing towards the supermarket and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How splendid it would be if such a formidable creature could be harnessed for his own purposes. However, in light of his own survival, all else paled in comparison. He coughed violently, feeling as though his lungs might erupt. I cannot return directly to the mall. That fellow is aware of its location, and Gongzi can only stall them for so long. Before fully recuperating, I should find a place to hide. His mind raced as he steadied himself against the wall, emerging from the shop to survey his surroundings. Upon spotting Haoji's spicy hot pot restaurant, a confident smile broke across his face. I'll conceal myself near this establishment, heh. He felt exceedingly clever, reasoning that the most dangerous places are often the safest, believing others would never anticipate his audacity. Yet, he had more than just this plan. Having endured over 10 days in this apocalyptic world, he had meticulously prepared a comprehensive escape strategy. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a green scroll. Had Gu Qinghan been present, he would have recognized it as the very item he had previously acquired. Frowny face healing scroll. Restores stamina and alleviates some injuries over 10 minutes. Wang Haoming retreated back inside, tearing open the healing scroll. Once he felt his strength returning significantly, he hastily removed his shirt, wiping away the bloodstains from his face before discarding the garment. After completing these tasks, he hid in the previously selected house, erasing all traces of himself before lying down on the floor. At that moment, his mind began to relax, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. His eyelids grew heavier, and he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, his sleep was not peaceful. He was plagued by a nightmare. He dreamt that Gongzi, whom he had sent away, was indeed alive, returning to face him with a chilling smirk. The mutated dog beside him then began to tear into his flesh, devouring him piece by piece. He abruptly sat up, groping his body. Thank goodness, just a dream. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling with relief. The room was shrouded in darkness, an unsettling blackness that reminded him of the gloom within the supermarket. It's already night. It seems I am temporarily safe. He yearned to laugh heartily but refrained. However, when he glanced toward the doorway, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. It was then he realized it was not night at all. His previous assumption of it being evening stemmed from the absence of light within the room. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a massive creature was blocking the entrance. It was the black cat he had seen in the supermarket during the day. As if sensing his awakening, the colossal black cat slowly crouched, peering inside. Just a single glance from its vertically slit eyes, seemingly ablaze with a ghostly green flame, sent chills coursing through Wang Haoming's body. He sprang to his feet, utterly at a loss for how to escape. How had they tracked him down? Had his cunning plan failed? Just then, the door swung open, light flooding in. Wang Haoming found himself in a moment of absurdity. It was still daytime, and he had hardly slept at all. 4 figures clad in black armor, wielding axes, emerged from outside and approached him. One of them pressed the axe against his throat, signaling him to step out. Wang Haoming forced a bitter smile. His magical energy had barely recovered, leaving him with no means to resist. Even if he were at full strength, as a mage confronted by close combat specialists, he stood little chance. His head felt heavy, and he couldn't discern whether he was still dreaming. With a pallid expression, he followed them outside, where he encountered several individuals engaged in discussion. Among them stood a person, unmistakably Haoji, already bound in bandages. He was smoking a cigarette, squinting at Wang Haoming with a mocking grin and a raised middle finger. Wang Haoming ignored him, directing his gaze toward the group deliberating matters. One of them was the somewhat hunched Gongzi. He had not perished. Why was he still alive? Did he know these individuals beforehand? Another was a remarkably beautiful young woman, unadorned by makeup yet captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Nevertheless, Wang Haoming's attention shifted to the final person, a young man who appeared utterly harmless, his demeanor reminiscent of someone he found most detestable before the apocalypse. Yet, Wang Haoming recognized his voice in the supermarket. It had been this voice that echoed through the darkness, pronouncing the demise of many from their side. The group's conversation concluded swiftly, and then the handsome young man turned his gaze toward Wang Haoming. He observed the faint glimmer of reluctance in Wang Haoming's eyes and remarked, with a peculiar expression, "Your hiding strategy is commendable, but have you perhaps overlooked an important detail?" He gestured toward the imposing black cat beside him, then pointed to the mutated dog lying in wait further away, stating, "Both cats and dogs have remarkably keen senses. Hiding here is akin to running naked through a bustling marketplace, essentially no different." Chapter 68. The new world of tomorrow. Upon hearing those words, a pallor drained from Wang Haoming's face. After the apocalypse, he had only been aware of the terrifying combat prowess of the mutated creatures, neglecting their inherent characteristics. Let us make our move. It seems that Han Zhigang returned with you. It was my oversight. Wang Haoming cast a glance at the nearby Gongzi, unable to suppress a bitter laugh. Han Zhigang shook his head, refuting his assumption. I didn't know him before, but you, at such a critical moment, actually cast me into the flames. Didn't he know him? If you didn't, would he not have killed you? Wang Haoming's expression suddenly twisted into a snarl. Gongzi had merely been a newcomer under his command before the apocalypse. He lacked the physical attributes and social acumen that Wang possessed. Even the profession he acquired post-apocalypse was inferior to Wang's. Why must he die while this fellow survives? And that mutated dog, he did not deserve to possess such a formidable beast. Han Zhigang offered no explanations. He had indeed felt panic when he was transported to the supermarket. Although his mutated dog had rushed towards him immediately, Gu Qinghan had already recklessly begun to purge the people within the market. To single-handedly bring back his parents amidst the perils of the apocalypse, how could he fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? Thus, he opted to exchange the opportunity he had prepared for the future in exchange for his life. Everyone left in the supermarket had been slain by Gu Qinghan, leaving only him. At this moment, Gu Qinghan also glanced at Wang Haoming, his expression somewhat amused. He realized a crucial fact. Many possessed certain means of preserving their lives. Let me pose you a question. Answer honestly, and I shall spare you. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan uttered a phrase that rekindled a glimmer of hope in Wang Haoming's eyes. Really? Wang Haoming found it hard to believe, but was reluctant to abandon even the slightest chance. Indeed, I am a man of my word. With that, Gu Qinghan instructed his skeleton to release Wang Haoming, creating an avenue for escape. I managed to escape because I previously acquired a piece of equipment that allows me to. Wang Haoming was uncertain whether Gu Qinghan truly intended to spare him, yet he recognized this as his sole opportunity. However, Gu Qinghan shook his head, approaching him and whispering, "That's not what I asked. What hidden attributes does your profession possess? Speak." Wang Haoming suddenly recalled that the other party could seemingly wield the same profession as himself. Was it possible that the other possessed the ability to replicate his skills? It had to be. Hence the inquiry. If I tell you, will you genuinely let me go? Yes, hurry up. I assure you. I want to kill you. Gu Qinghan's expression grew impatient. When he said he wouldn't kill, he meant it. For during the transaction with Han Zhigang, a condition had been stipulated. He must personally eliminate Wang Haoming. All right, I'll tell you. My profession is Ice Mage, characterized by strong control capabilities and decent damage output. The first strike after completely freezing an enemy delivers a significant blow, which I refer to as Ice Shatter. He rapidly divulged a plethora of information, yet little of it proved useful. Finally, he swallowed hard, quietly awaiting Gu Qinghan's reaction. Life and death were now suspended on Gu Qinghan's whim. To his astonishment, Gu Qinghan did not strike him. Why are you dawdling? I'm not your caregiver. Gu Qinghan shot him a glance before turning to return to Chen Yuding's side. Wang Haoming felt a surge of excitement and bewilderment. He had truly been spared. He cautiously prepared to retreat in the opposite direction. Suddenly, he saw Han Zhigang approaching him, speaking as he came, "Wang Gu, we've been through a lot. Let me see you off." Ah! He was momentarily taken aback. Did he not hold a grudge against him for his previous actions? Was it possible that he harbored lingering sentiments and was willing to bury the hatchet? Han Zhigang smiled, addressing him. "You see, if you had called me in or sent someone to inform me, I could have helped you. After all, I didn't solely rely on this mutated dog to bring back my parents. Your earlier actions truly upset me." Wang Haoming's expression stiffened, and he hastily forced a smile. "It's all Wang Gu's fault. I was anxious, but look, we're both fine now, right? In the future, we shall join forces to manage this area." What he did not anticipate was Han Zhigang shaking his head. "Wang Gu, you are mistaken. It's me, not us." "Ah, well, that's fine. It's all Wang Gu's fault. You can take the lead." Having wavered between life and death several times, Wang Haoming had gained considerable clarity, realizing he had previously been blinded by power and authority. Yet, he had awakened too late. Han Zhigang merely shook his head, casting a regretful glance at him. "It's time to go, Wang Gu." Then, In Wang Haoming's line of sight, the mutated dog suddenly charged towards him. In his moment of stupor, the last image he registered was a gaping maw and Han Zhigang's cold, piercing gaze. Hey, that's too gruesome. Gu Qinghan stepped back to avoid the splatter of blood. He discovered that even creatures he did not slay could exude necromantic energy, albeit slowly dissipating and beyond his absorption. Han Zhigang offered a sheepish smile, commanding his mutated dog to devour Wang Haoming's remains. He bowed deeply to Gu Qinghan, sincerely expressing gratitude. Thank you for sparing my life. Otherwise, no one would care for my parents. Don't thank me. It was merely a transaction, and besides, there's no enmity between us. Gu Qinghan waved his hand dismissively. He had been somewhat blinded by the urge to kill at that moment, nearly involving Han Zhigang as well. However, the emotions conveyed by the deathly mutated cat indicated that Han Zhigang's combat prowess was formidable. Although he had appeared flustered, he did not possess the look of someone cornered. Moreover, upon his arrival, Han Zhigang had immediately distanced himself from the group, asserting his willingness to trade for his life. The item he presented had startled Gu Qinghan at the time. A still-beating heart frowny face level 1 mutated heart, special item, effect. Increases the success rate for mutated creatures to break through limitations and advance to the next stage. It was this item that made Gu Qinghan realize that not only humans required ascension trials. Mutated creatures underwent a similar process. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation. Humanity was no longer the master of this world. Under equal levels, mutated beings overwhelmingly dominated most practitioners. They would attack both humans and monsters, seemingly belonging to an independent faction. If both humans and mutated creatures continued to grow stronger, would humanity ultimately still reign over this new world? Or would it transform into a paradise for those monsters? Chapter 69. Obedience, then embrace transformation. Shouting. You cannot abandon me. After all, we are college roommates. Gu Qinghan gazed at the disheveled woman before her, feeling a twinge of helplessness as she turned to Chen Yuding. The woman confronting Chen Yuding was none other than Li Na, who had previously been beaten by Wang Haoming. Furthermore, she was Chen Yuding's roommate before the apocalypse. There is no question of abandoning anyone. I am simply striving to survive, Chen Yuding replied, stepping back and freeing herself from the grip of Li Na's hands. Li Na glanced at Chen Yuding's attire and quickly remarked, No, that cannot be. You are dressed so well and do not appear to have starved. You must be living quite comfortably. Is this your boyfriend? Please take me with you. I hardly eat and one tea be a burden. After being assaulted by Wang Haoming, she had fled back to the mall. However, upon hearing of Wang Haoming's demise, she felt a surge of vindication and hurriedly returned to witness the chaos. It was then she spotted a familiar figure. During their university days, Chen Yuding had been the top student in their dormitory. Although Li Na was unaware of her family's wealth, it was evident to all that they were quite affluent. Even without makeup, Chen Yuding's natural beauty surpassed that of many who had meticulously adorned themselves. Most boys she knew had sought her contact information. Why? Why was it that such a person thrived even in the apocalypse while she struggled? Yet, as she watched Chen Yuding prepare to leave in what was presumably her own RV, Li Na could no longer sit idly by. With Wang Haoming gone, she had relied on his intimidation to bully many, and it was clear she could not remain here any longer. To avoid being trampled upon, she needed to follow them away from this place. Yes, she would persuade them to take her along. They had a vehicle, so it must be feasible. With that determination, she rushed to stand in front of Chen Yuding before she could board the vehicle. Chen Yuding's expression soured. She had never favored this roommate in college. Li Na came from a modest background yet was incredibly materialistic and vain. She had once dated a classmate who treated her with kindness and tenderness, but Li Na had cheated on him with a man outside their school simply because he could not afford to buy her luxury items. Chen Yuding despised such women. Not only did she believe in independence, but she also found Li Na's attitude towards relationships distasteful. Even if they had once shared a cordial relationship, there was no way she would plead with Gu Qinghan to take her along. From their initial mutual exploitation to their current camaraderie built on trust, she had consistently strived to demonstrate her value. Even when she was unable to forge weapons at the start, she had taken on all household chores, ensuring that Gu Qinghan bore no unnecessary burdens. She was acutely aware that her survival hinged on Gu Qinghan's protection. Therefore, she would not impose further burdens upon him, even if it meant leaving behind a friend from her university days. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yuding shook her head and said, First and foremost, he and I are merely friends. Secondly, Although we are in an apocalypse, you must have acquired a profession of your own. You can rely on your efforts to survive, can you not? Those monsters and mutated creatures are far too dangerous. I could never hold my own. Please take me with you. I beg you. I can do anything. I am very obedient. As she spoke, she turned to Gu Qinghan, attempting to tidy her hair, revealing a face that still held traces of beauty. Chen Yuding was about to say something more when she noticed Gu Qinghan appraising Li Na with a hint of amusement in his gaze, remarking, "Anything at all? You really are obedient? Absolutely. Even if your demands are excessive." Li Na realized that Gu Qinghan was the key player here. If she could win him over, Chen Yuding would be inconsequential. Although she was currently in a pitiful state, a little tidying up would restore her former allure. Chen Yuding rarely interacted with boys, unlike herself, who knew how to leverage her advantages to entice men. Once she and Gu Qinghan had crossed that line, she would find a way to oust Chen Yuding. They did not want her to accompany them, then she must be prepared for the inevitable ostracization that would follow. With this thought, a smirk crept onto her lips. Chen Yuding, observing Gu Qinghan, was uncertain of his intentions. She glanced at Li Na, who, despite her disheveled appearance, was dressed provocatively, her ample skin exposed to the air. Though marred by dirt, it only served to enhance her pitiful demeanor. Impossible. Gu Qinghan is not that kind of person. She was confident in her judgment. Gu Qinghan had not acted inappropriately toward her during their time together, so how could he possibly be swayed by Li Na? In terms of looks and figure, she surpassed Li Na in every aspect, the only shortcoming being that she was not dressed as provocatively. Clearing his throat, Gu Qinghan spoke earnestly, "Since you are so obedient and claim to be capable of anything, then heed my advice. Remain here and focus on transformation. Employ your diligent hands to contribute to a brighter future for our collective. I assure you, hard work will yield rewards." Beside them, Hao Ji burst into laughter, while even the usually stoic Han Jigang struggled to suppress a smile. Chen Yuding could not help but chuckle, realizing once more that Gu Qinghan would not disappoint her. Li Na was momentarily taken aback, quickly understanding that Gu Qinghan was merely making a mockery of her. Enraged, her face flushed a deep shade of purple, but she dared not confront Gu Qinghan directly. Instead, she forced a smile as she looked at the laughing Chen Yuding and casually remarked, "In that case, I wish you both safe travels. By the way, Xiao Ting, do be mindful of your boundaries while you are having fun. Do not end up like last time, ruining your health. There are no hospitals to turn to now." With that, she turned and walked back toward the mall. Chen Yuding's smile faltered, quickly realizing the implications of Li Na's words. This malicious woman, seeing her own hopes of leaving dashed, resorted to slandering her. Li Na's intent was clear. If she could not enjoy herself, neither would Chen Yuding. Whether Gu Qinghan believed her or not was inconsequential. As long as she could sow even a hint of discord between the two, Li Na felt it would be worth it. Chen Yuding's face flushed with anger as she glanced at Gu Qinghan, wanting to explain but unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Gu Qinghan, however, simply laughed heartily and nudged her into the driver's seat. "If you're capable of playing around to the point of ending up in the hospital, you wouldn't have looked so starved when we first met. Now, focus on driving." He waved goodbye to Hao Ji and Han Jigang before taking his place in the passenger seat. Earlier, outside, Hao Ji had informed Gu Qinghan that he was already acquainted with Han Jigang, who was a regular at his spicy noodle shop. Han Jigang was known for his genuine nature and had previously offered Wang Haoming some sound advice, all of which had been disregarded. Consequently, Hao Ji had altered his plans, deciding to stay and fight alongside Han Jigang. In the end, he accepted only a few cigarettes as compensation for their efforts in exterminating the bugs, not even taking a vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, Chen Yuding felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I have never driven an RV before. Didn't you get your driver's license? Give it a try. It should be similar enough." Chen Yuding nodded and, after several attempts, finally managed to drive the RV smoothly onto the road. Over 20 skeletons clad in armor cleared the debris from the path ahead. As the oversized off-road RV began to move, Han Jigang turned to Hao Ji and said, "Brother Hao, that woman just now was probably Wang Haoming's partner. I believe she should be eliminated. Indeed, let us dispose of her. Such a woman is nothing but trouble. And we should also clean up that group who offered Wang Haoming misguided advice." Hao Ji replied, glancing in the direction of Li Na's departure, his expression suddenly shifting. Noticing Hao Ji's change in demeanor, Han Jigang followed his gaze and spotted a small black cat swiftly pursuing Li Na. "What is that? Let us go. We need not intervene with this woman." Gu Qinghan had already forgotten about her. and now she brought her own demise upon herself. Dancing recklessly at death's door, how she stretched and took a puff of his cigarette, chuckling, "Let us plan accordingly. Times have changed, and if we develop ourselves well, perhaps we can venture out into the world." Han Jigang nodded, watching the direction in which Gu Qinghan had left. He felt a sense of certainty that he would see him again one day. Chapter 69. Obedience. So let us transform well, Tingting. You cannot abandon me. After all, we are university roommates. Gu Qinghan gazed at the disheveled woman before him, feeling a twinge of helplessness as he turned his attention to Chen Yuding. The woman confronting Chen Yuding was none other than Li Na, who had been previously beaten by Wang Haoming. Furthermore, she was Chen Yuding's roommate before the apocalypse. There's no question of abandonment. I am merely striving to survive as well, Chen Yuding replied. Stepping back and freeing herself from Li Na's grasp, Li Na glanced at Chen Yuding's attire, her voice rising with urgency. No, that is not it. You redressed so well and haven't lost weight. You must be living comfortably. Is this your boyfriend? Please take me with you. I hardly eat and won't be a burden to you. After being assaulted by Wang Haoming, she had fled back to the shopping mall. However, upon hearing of Wang Haoming's demise, she felt a surge of vindication and rushed back out to witness the unfolding events. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar figure. During their university days, Chen Yuding had consistently been the top student in their dormitory. Although she was unaware of Chen Yuding's family background, it was evident to all that they were affluent. Chen Yuding looked more appealing without makeup than Li Na did with her careful grooming. Most boys she knew had inquired about Chen Yuding's contact information. Why was it that such a person thrived in the apocalypse while she struggled? But as she observed Chen Yuding preparing to leave in what was presumably her vehicle, Li Na could no longer remain passive. With Wang Haoming gone, she had bullied many under his protection. It was clear she could not stay here any longer. To avoid being trampled upon, she had to follow them away from this place. Yes, she would persuade them to take her along. They had a vehicle, so it would surely be no trouble. Thus, she hurriedly approached Chen Yuding and blocked her path before she could board the vehicle. Chen Yuding's expression turned sour. She had never liked this roommate. Li Na came from a modest background yet was materialistic and vain. She had once dated a classmate who treated her with kindness and care, but Li Na had betrayed him for a man outside their circle who could afford luxury gifts. Chen Yuding despised such women. She believed in independence and was repulsed by Li Na's attitude towards relationships. Even if they had shared a decent friendship, she would never ask Gu Qinghan to take her along. From their initial mutual exploitation to becoming mutually trustworthy friends, she had been diligently showcasing her worth. Even when she lacked the ability to craft equipment, she had taken on all household chores to avoid burdening Gu Qinghan. She was acutely aware that her survival depended on Gu Qinghan's protection, and she would not add to his burdens, even if it meant leaving behind a friend from university. With this in mind, Chen Yuding shook her head and said, "Firstly, he and I are merely friends. Secondly, although we are in an apocalypse, you should have acquired your own skills. You can survive through your own efforts, can't you? The monsters and mutated creatures are far too dangerous. I cannot possibly fight them. Please take me with you. I beg you. I can be very obedient." As she spoke, she turned to Gu Qinghan, attempting to tame her wild hair, revealing a face that still retained a semblance of grace. Chen Yuding wished to say more but observed Gu Qinghan studying Li Na with a hint of amusement as he remarked, "Anything at all? You can be very obedient? Absolutely, even if the requests are excessive." Li Na was aware that Gu Qinghan was the one in charge. If she could win him over, Chen Yuding would be of little consequence. Although she was currently in a pitiful state, with a bit of tidying up, she could regain her former allure. Chen Yuding rarely interacted with boys, unlike Li Na, who knew how to leverage her advantages to entice men. In due time, she would seduce Gu Qinghan into a compromising situation and then devise a plan to oust Chen Yuding. If they wouldn't allow her to accompany them, she must be prepared for subsequent exclusion. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she could barely suppress her grin. Chen Yuding, meanwhile, regarded Gu Qinghan, uncertain of his intentions. She glanced at Li Na, who, despite her disheveled appearance, wore revealing clothing that exposed a considerable expanse of fair skin. Although stained from contact with the ground, it rendered her appearance all the more pitiable. Gu Qinghan is not that kind of person, she reassured herself, convinced that her judgment was sound. Gu Qinghan had never exhibited any inappropriate behavior during their time together, so how could he be swayed by Li Na? In terms of looks and figure, she surpassed Li Na in every aspect. with the only exception being her lack of provocative attire. Clearing his throat, Gu Qinghan adopted a serious tone. Since you are so obedient and willing to do anything, then heed my advice. Stay here and undergo transformation. Utilize your diligent hands to work towards a better future for the collective. I firmly believe that hard work will yield rewards beside them. Hao Ji burst into laughter, and even the usually stoic Han Jigang suppressed a smile. Chun Yuding couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Gu Qinghan had not disappointed her. Li Na froze momentarily before comprehending that Gu Qinghan was merely mocking her in an instant, her face flushed with indignation, yet she dared not confront Gu Qinghan. Instead, she forced a smile and turned to the chuckling Chun Yuding, seemingly innocuously remarking, in that case, I wish you both a safe journey. By the way, Ting Ting, do be mindful of your limits while having fun. Don't end up like last time, ruining your health. There are no hospitals available now. With that, she made no further delay and turned to walk back toward the shopping mall. Chun Yuding's smile faltered, quickly realizing the implication behind Li Na's words. This malicious woman, seeing no hope of accompanying them, resorted to slandering her. Li Na's motive was simple. If she could not live well, neither should Chun Yuding. Whether Gu Qinghan believed it or not was irrelevant. As long as it created a rift between the two of them, Li Na deemed it worthwhile. Chun Yuding's face flushed with anger as she glanced at Gu Qinghan, wanting to explain but unsure how. Gu Qinghan chuckled heartily before gently pushing her into the driver's seat. If you can end up in the hospital from your escapades, you wouldn't have been in such a state when you met me. Now, let us drive. He waved goodbye to Hao Ji and Han Jigang before taking the passenger seat. Earlier, outside, Hao Ji had informed Gu Qinghan that he already knew Han Jigang, as he was a regular at his spicy hot pot restaurant. Han Jigang was a straightforward person who had previously offered Wang Haoming some sound advice, which had been entirely ignored. Thus, Hao Ji altered his previous plans and decided to stay and work alongside Han Jigang. As for the reward for clearing the bugs with Gu Qinghan, he only accepted a few cigarettes, not even taking a vehicle. Feeling slightly awkward in the driver's seat, Chun Yuding admitted, I've never driven an RV before. Didn't you pass your driving test? Just give it a try. It should be similar, Gu Qinghan encouraged. Chun Yuding nodded and after several attempts, finally managed to maneuver the RV onto the road. Over 20 skeletal figures clad in armor cleared the debris from the road as the oversized off-road RV began to move. Watching the vehicle roll forward, Han Jigang turned to Hao Ji and remarked, Brother Hao, that woman earlier was likely Wang Haoming's companion. I think she should be eliminated. Indeed, let us get rid of her. Such women are a source of trouble. We should also clear out those who previously provided Wang Haoming with bad ideas, Hao Ji replied, glancing in the direction Li Na had departed, his expression suddenly shifting. Han Jigang noticed his change in demeanor and followed his gaze, spotting a small black cat hastening toward Li Na. What is that? Let us go. This woman doesn't require our intervention. Gu Qinghan had already forgotten about her. Now she is courting disaster by dancing on the edge of oblivion. Hao Ji stretched lazily, took a puff of his cigarette, and smiled. Let us plan carefully. Times have changed, and if we develop our skills, perhaps we can venture out and explore. Han Jigang nodded, gazing in the direction Gu Qinghan had taken, feeling a sense of hope that he would encounter him again one day. Chapter 69. Obedience, then reform. Ting Ting. You cannot abandon me. We are roommates from university. Gu Qinghan gazed at the disheveled woman before him, a sense of helplessness washing over him as he looked towards Chun Yuding. The woman before Chun Yuding was none other than Li Na, who had previously been beaten by Wang Haoming. Moreover, she was Chun Yuding's roommate before the apocalypse. There is no question of abandonment. I am striving to survive as well, Chun Yuding replied, taking a step back and freeing herself from Li Na's grasp. Li Na glanced at Chun Yuding's attire and hastily exclaimed, No, no. You are dressed so well, and you haven't lost weight. Your life must be quite good. Is this your boyfriend? Please take me with you. I eat very little and won't be a burden to you. Having fled back to the mall after being struck by Wang Haoming, she felt a surge of resentment upon hearing of his demise and rushed back out to witness the commotion, only to encounter a familiar figure. During their university days, Chun Yuding had always been the top student in their dormitory. Although Li Na was unaware of her family's background, it was clear to everyone that they were affluent. Chun Yuding's natural beauty surpassed even Li Na's carefully crafted appearance, and most boys she knew had sought Chun Yuding's contact information. Why does such a person fare better in this apocalypse than I do? However, Witnessing Chen Yuding prepare to depart in what was likely her own RV, Li Na could no longer remain passive. With Wang Haoming dead, she had previously leveraged his influence to bully Minnie, and now she felt she could not linger here any longer. To avoid being trampled upon, she had to follow them away from this place. Yes, if they took her with them, they would surely have no problem accommodating her. Thus, she hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Yuding before she could board the vehicle. Chen Yuding's expression soured. She had never liked this roommate from university. Li Na came from an average family but was materialistic and vain. She had once dated a classmate who treated her well, being attentive and gentle. However, Li Na had betrayed him for an outside man due to his inability to afford her luxury desires. Chen Yuding despised such women. She believed in independence and found Li Na's attitude toward relationships repugnant. Even if their friendship had been somewhat amicable, she would never implore Gu Qinghan to take her along. From their initial mutual exploitation to now being able to trust each other as good friends, she had consistently endeavored to showcase her worth. Even when she could not craft equipment, she took on all household chores, ensuring she did not impose any unnecessary burden on Gu Qinghan. She was acutely aware that her survival hinged upon Gu Qinghan's protection. Therefore, she refused to add to his burdens, even if it meant leaving behind a more amiable university friend. With this in mind, Chen Yuding shook her head and said, "First and foremost, he and I are merely friends. Secondly, although we find ourselves in an apocalypse, you should have acquired a profession by now. You can survive through your own efforts, can't you? The monsters and mutated beings are far too dangerous. I could never hold my own against them. Please take me with you. I beg you. I can do anything. I am very obedient." As she spoke, she turned to Gu Qinghan, attempting to smooth her hair, revealing a face that still held a semblance of beauty. Chen Yuding wished to say more but saw Gu Qinghan appraising Li Na with an amused glint in his eyes. "Anything can be done? You're very obedient, are you?" "Absolutely. Even if your requests are excessive, I will comply." Li Na understood that it was Gu Qinghan who held the reins. As long as she could win him over, Chen Yuding would be inconsequential. Though she appeared disheveled, she could still regain her former charm with a little tidying up. Unlike Chen Yuding, who rarely interacted with boys, Li Na knew how to exploit her advantages to entice men. Once she had Gu Qinghan, she would find a way to oust Chen Yuding. Not allowed to leave with them? Then she must prepare for the inevitable exclusion that would follow. As she contemplated this, a smirk threatened to break free at the corners of her mouth. Chen Yuding, observing Gu Qinghan, was uncertain of his intentions. She glanced at Li Na, who, despite her disheveled state, wore revealing attire that exposed swathes of her fair skin. Though marred by dirt from the ground, it only amplified her apparent vulnerability. Wouldn't he do that? Gu Qinghan is not that kind of person. She firmly believed in her judgment. Gu Qinghan had never behaved inappropriately during their time together, so how could he be swayed by Li Na? In terms of appearance and figure, she surpassed Li Na in every regard, the only shortcoming being her less provocative attire. Clearing his throat, Gu Qinghan stated earnestly, "Since you are obedient and willing to do anything, then heed my advice. Remain here and undergo proper reform. Employ your industrious hands for the betterment of our collective future. I assure you that diligence will yield rewards." Beside them, Hao Ji burst into laughter, and even the usually stoic Han Jigang couldn't suppress a smile. Chen Yuding couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Gu Qinghan never disappointed her. Li Na was momentarily stunned before realizing that Gu Qinghan was merely mocking her. Anger surged within her, turning her face a deep shade of purple, yet she dared not confront him. All she could do was force a smile towards the chuckling Chen Yuding and, as if casually, remark, "In that case, I wish you both a safe journey. By the way, Ting Ting, do be mindful of your limits while having fun. Don't end up like last time, ruining your body. There are no hospitals available now." With that, she turned to leave, heading back towards the mall. Chen Yuding's smile froze on her face as she quickly grasped the implications of Li Na's words. This malicious woman, seeing her own hopes dashed of leaving with them, resorted to slandering her. Li Na's intentions were simple. If she could not live well, neither could Chen Yuding. Whether Gu Qinghan believed it or not was irrelevant. As long as it sowed discord between the two, Li Na deemed it worthwhile. Chen Yuding's face flushed with indignation as she glanced at Gu Qinghan, eager to explain yet at a loss for words. Gu Qinghan chuckled heartily, then urged her to take the driver's seat. "If you ended up in the hospital because of someone, you wouldn't have been starving like that when we first met. Now, drive." He waved goodbye to Hao Ji and Han Jigang as he settled into the passenger seat. Earlier outside, Hao Ji had mentioned that he was acquainted with Han Jigang, a regular at his spicy hot pot stall. Han Jigang was a straightforward individual who had previously offered sensible advice to Wang Haoming, only to be disregarded. Consequently, Hao Ji altered his prior plans, deciding to stay and collaborate with Han Jigang. In the end, he only accepted a few cigarettes as payment for clearing out the bugs, forgoing even the vehicle. As Chun Yuding took the wheel, she felt slightly embarrassed. I've never driven an RV before, but you've taken your driving test, haven't you? Just give it a try. It should be similar, he encouraged. Chun Yuding nodded and attempted a few times before finally guiding the RV onto the road. Over 20 skeletons clad in armor cleared the path ahead, moving debris to the sides. Watching the RV, resembling a larger version of an off-road vehicle, gradually set off, Han Jigang turned to Hao Ji and remarked, "Brother Hao, that woman was likely Wang Haoming's partner. I believe she should be eliminated. Indeed, let us rid ourselves of her. Such a woman is a calamity, and we must also deal with those who previously advised Wang Haoming on misguided ideas." His gaze shifted toward the direction Li Na had departed, his expression suddenly shifting. Han Jigang noticed the change and followed his gaze, spotting a small black cat swiftly pursuing Li Na. "What is that? Let us go. There's no need for us to intervene with this woman." Gu Qinghan had nearly forgotten her, yet she is now courting her own demise. Dancing on the precipice of danger, Hao Ji stretched and took a puff of his cigarette, chuckling, "We should plan accordingly. Times have changed, and perhaps we can venture out for new opportunities." Han Jigang nodded, looking in the direction Gu Qinghan had taken. He felt certain that he would see him again someday. Chapter 70. Ma Family Village. This is Ma Family Village. I remember it well. That food processing factory is just a kilometer away. Chun Yuding exclaimed with delight as she gazed at the small village in the distance. It was the evening of the second day since they parted ways with Hao Ji, and they were finally drawing near to the food processing facility mentioned by Wang Yan. Initially, Gu Qinghan had considered not coming, as the supplies in the supermarket were sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. However, knowing that a place held at least several dozen tons of pre-prepared meals left him with a lingering sense of emptiness. Particularly, after hearing from Chen Yuding that the pre-prepared meals produced at this factory differed significantly from those he had previously encountered. The offerings here employed cutting-edge technology, far surpassing typical products in both nutritional value and flavor. Of course, the trade-off was a higher price and a shorter shelf life. Hurry, hurry. I can almost feel my grand feast beckoning to me. Gu Qinghan felt his mouth water at the thought, eager to fly straight to the factory's warehouse after Chun Yuding's enthusiastic description.